Chapter 1. The Blue Star. In the Dragon Nation, within Jiangnan Province, Donghai City, a magnificent golden altar hovered above the central square. Beneath the altar, thousands of aspiring lords stood in solemn silence, their eyes reflecting a mixture of tension and anticipation. Suddenly, Mayor and Luoshi stepped forward, his cold voice reverberating through the heavens. Esteemed lords, the seventh heaven of the myriad races battlefield, Zone 666, is about to commence. As the saying goes, a hero's origins are of no consequence. Regardless of the rank of your lord's heart, your courage to battle in the myriad races battlefield marks you as a hero. To avoid digressing, let us recall a millennium ago, when the venerable Zhu Yuanzhang, despite possessing a mere whiteboard lord's heart and great talent, managed to defy the divine and ascend to become one of the greatest domain lords of the Blue Star, the master of the bright domain. Would any of you willingly settle for mediocrity? Finally, may the Dragon Nation prosper eternally and humanity thrive forever. All the aspiring lords, filled with fervor, echoed in unison, "Long live the Dragon Nation! May humanity endure!" As the last syllable resonated, myriad rays of light cascaded from the two realms' altar, enveloping all the lords within. When the radiance dissipated, the square lay desolate and empty. Welcome, Lord Jiang Chun, to the myriad races battlefield. You have lost one lord's heart. You have gained a territory. Your territory is located in the seventh heaven, Zone 666, within the Blue Star domain, specifically at the novice town of 10,086. You are granted a 2-hour protection period for your novice territory during this time. Your domain shall be immune to monster attacks. Should your territory level up, this protection shall cease. With a flash of brilliance, Jiang Chun materialized in his domain. As the voice of the heavenly decree resonated in his ears, several tattered farmers, upon spotting Jiang Chun, hastily knelt before him, exclaiming, "We bow to you, Lord." Jiang Chun waved his hand, "Rise." Having traversed into this world for 18 years, Jiang Chun found himself in a realm where all were lords. Any sentient being, possessing a lord's heart, could claim a territory in the myriad races battlefield. The ranks of lords' hearts are categorized as follows: white ordinary, green excellent, blue rare, purple superior, orange epic, and gold legendary. It is said that beyond the golden legendary, there exist mythical qualities, yet such knowledge transcends the confines of academic texts. This world is one of absolute fairness. As long as one possesses wealth, superior, epic, and even golden legendary lords' hearts can be purchased. Jiang Chun, having been an orphan since birth, could not afford to buy a lord's heart. He initially aspired to be a writer or establish an entertainment company to secure his first fortune. However, he soon realized that this world revolved entirely around lords. Even to produce a web series, one must do so within the domain of a significant lord, otherwise, it would garner no attention. After a year of striving, the money Jiang Chun earned paled in comparison to his scholarship. Fortunately, due to his outstanding academic performance, he managed to acquire a lord's heart through a student loan. Though possessing merely the most trivial grade, entertainment talent, it nonetheless afforded him the opportunity to enter the battleground of myriad races. Suddenly, a stone radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors emanated from Jiang Chun's forehead, gently floating before him. Jiang Chun was overwhelmed with joy. As I surmised, this divine stone is indeed connected to the battleground of myriad races. The reason he was able to traverse realms was precisely due to this divine stone. Yet for 18 long years, it had remained dormant within his consciousness. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun stepped forward to examine the attributes of the divine stone. Creation: divine stone. Ownership: Jiang Chun bound. Function: consumes a certain amount of spirit stones to enhance any item. Description: a divine stone birthed before the opening of the battleground of myriad races. It seizes the creation of heaven and earth and penetrates the mysteries of the sun and moon. Note: activation of the divine stone grants 3 enhancements without consumption. The definition of an item refers to objects that can be placed in one's backpack. Thus, Jiang Chun promptly opened his backpack. Within it, aside from essential living supplies, lay a heroic token and a soldier's talisman, both of ordinary quality. Ordinary heroic token: enhance. Upon use, can summon an ordinary hero. Ordinary soldier's talisman enhance. Upon use, can summon a small squad, 12 members of ordinary soldiers. Compared to before, every item now bore an enhance label. With eager anticipation, Jiang Chun tapped the next to the heroic token. An enhancement list instantly materialized. Enhancement option 1. Excellent heroic token. Consumes 1,000 spirit stones. Enhancement option 2. Rare heroic token. Consumes 10,000 spirit stones. Enhancement option 3. Extraordinary heroic token. Consumes 100,000 spirit stones. Enhancement option 4. Epic heroic token. Consumes 1,000,000 spirit stones. Enhancement option 5. Legendary heroic token. Consumes 10,000,000 spirit stones. Non-consumable enhancement attempts. 3. Golden Legend. An ordinary heroic token can indeed be directly enhanced to a golden legend. Even with Jiang Chen's seasoned composure from 2 lifetimes, his heart raced fervently at this revelation. Even the direct descendants of the immortal domains like the Qin family of Xian, the Li family of the Tang dynasty, or the Zhou family of the Ming dynasty could not start with a golden legend. How exorbitant is 10,000,000 spirit stones? Certainly not a trifling sum. If one could acquire a legendary heroic token, not only would 10,000,000 spirit stones be insignificant, but even 100,000,000 spirit stones would incite a frenzy among all major powers. Fortunately, the Creation Divine Stone bestowed 3 non-consumable enhancements. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, use 1 non-consumable enhancement, selecting the legendary heroic token. A thunderous roar heralded the emergence of the legend, a spectacle that was nothing short of earth-shattering. Centered around Jiang Chun, golden lights surged skyward, enveloping the entire territory in a resplendent sea of gold. The immense pressure caused a few farmers, who had just risen, to tremble in fear, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming in awe, a divine miracle. As the golden light dissipated, Jiang Chun toyed with the heroic token in his hand. The once grayish-white heroic medallion now gleamed as if crafted from pure gold, adorned with intricate patterns barely discernible to the naked eye. The golden heroic medallion. Upon usage, it can summon a legendary hero. A tavern is required. Is a tavern necessary? The Level 0 Lord's Manor spanned approximately 100 square meters, presenting a rather shabby and dilapidated appearance. Jiang Chun accessed the interface of the Lord's Manor to examine the attributes of his territory. Lord's Manor Level 0. Lord, Jiang Chun area, 1,000 square meters. Population, 10,100. Buildings, Exchange 01, Warehouse 01, Residential 05, Fence 0128. Constructible buildings, Residential, Warehouse, Barracks, Quarry, Lumberyard. Food production, 1,000. Resources, ordinary wood 1,000, ordinary stone 1,000 bound. Energy, 1,000 bound. Spirit stones, 300. Territory upgrade requirements, quality stone, 100, ordinary stone 500, quality wood 50, ordinary wood 500, energy 1,000. Upgrade conditions not met. Green waters and lush mountains, F grade. Environmental enhancement of territory 10. Not too shabby. A pleasant environment surely uplifts one's spirit. Gazing at his innate talent of green waters and lush mountains, Jiang Chun could only console himself. The Lord's Manor must be upgraded to level 1 before a tavern can be constructed. Moreover, based on prior experience, the top 100 lords who upgrade their territories are rewarded by the heavenly mandate. Thus, I shall prioritize upgrading to level 1. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun made his way to the warehouse. To upgrade to level 1, quality stone and wood were required. However, the initial resources of his territory were merely of ordinary quality. Under normal circumstances, a lord's developmental sequence is to establish a barracks first, venture out to locate resource points, and then establish quarries and lumberyards too. Gather sufficient resources before upgrading. Considering the mining duration, even the most formidable novice lord would require several hours to achieve an upgrade to level 1. Alas, a saying circulated in the Lord's world: geniuses fear Peidoan players, while Peidoan players fear the noobs. Jiang Chun was indeed one of those noobs. He placed his hand upon a piece of stone, and a plus symbol materialized behind it. He clicked on the plus symbol. Enhancement option, quality stone, cost, 1 spirit stone. Goodness. In an instant, thousands of enhancement options emerged, ranging from quality stones to legendary ascendant stones, dazzling in their variety. Of course, he currently required only quality stones. Consume 1 spirit stone to enhance to quality stone. 10 minutes later, having expended 150 spirit stones, he finally met the upgrade requirements for the Lord's Manor. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen declared, "Upgrade the Lord's Manor." With a resounding roar, the Lord's Manor was enveloped in brilliance. Simultaneously, a green countdown appeared above. Countdown. 9 minutes and 59 seconds complete. Immediately consume 100 spirit stones. The option to complete immediately, also known as second building, is a privilege reserved for those affluent second-generation lords. However, Jiang Chen was far from wealthy. Moreover, he was confident that he could secure the top position in upgrading his territory, and he could afford to wait for 10 minutes. That moment, a communication request pinged in the lower right corner of his vision. Jiang Chen glanced at the avatar and name of the caller, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Upon acceptance, a holographic image of a young girl appeared before him. The girl was naturally beautiful, flanked by a human female hero, a squad of human archers, and a brigade of heavily armored wolf cavalry. This sight made Jiang Chen marvel at the unreasonable advantages of the affluent players. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the girl broke into a radiant smile, revealing 2 adorable dimples. "Jiang Chen, I never expected we would end up in the same novice zone. Is this fate?" Although the territorial locations and the main world's regions exhibited a certain degree of normal distribution, they were at least grouped by provinces. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence," and Chu Xiu. And Chu Xiu had been his classmate throughout their 3 years of high school. By all accounts, and Chu Xiu possessed top-tier beauty, character, and family background, making her one of the most dazzling second-generation lords in Donghai City. Yet, Jiang Chen had always maintained a respectful distance from her. After all, he was of humble origins, possessing nothing apart from his striking appearance and academic excellence. A beauty can often bring misfortune. At this moment, Chu Xiu resembled a little girl proudly showcasing her beloved toy, gesturing towards her back. "My mother auctioned off rare heroes and units for me. If any other lord bullies you, just let me know, and I'll stand up for you." Jiang Chen couldn't very well admit that he was about to recruit legendary heroes, so he merely nodded, "Absolutely." And Chu Xiu was unfazed by Jiang Chen's perfunctory response, cheerfully reminding him, "The top 100 lords who upgrade to level 1 in the town will receive rewards from the Heavenly Dao. Based on past experience, those who can upgrade to level 1 within a day have a chance to enter the top 100. Keep it up, Jiang Chen. I'm going to explore the map for resources too. Hee, aiming to level up to 1 within 2 hours and claim the top spot." Seeing the confident expression on Chuxi's face, Jiang Chen opened his mouth to speak. He wanted to convey that he would achieve level 1 in just a few minutes. However, Chu Xiu was rather impatient and hung up the communication before he could utter a word. Jiang Chen glanced at the countdown, resignedly murmuring, "Well, it doesn't matter. The Heavenly Dao will announce the regional results soon, and she will find out." With less than 10 minutes remaining, Jiang Chen did not rush to do anything else but open the town's regional channel. The lords in the same novice town would be rivals in the upcoming mayor contest. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in every battle. Now, filled with confidence, Jiang Chen was determined to claim the title of mayor without hesitation. At this moment, the town channel was already bustling with activity. "Greetings, everyone. I am Mu Qing, a lieutenant from the Jiangnan military district. The situation in Longhua is dire at the 7th Heaven battlefield, and the military is currently recruiting personnel. I warmly invite all newly appointed lords to apply enthusiastically. I am Lin Mo from Shunchuan City. The Lin family is extensively recruiting vassal lords, whether they be agrarian or martial, with generous remuneration that surpasses that of the military. By the way, entertainment lords are not welcome. Hello, I am Chu Xiu from Donghai number 3 High School. Chu Xiu, it's me, Muze. I never expected we would be assigned to the same small town. What a delightful coincidence. Classmate Lemuse, please refer to me as classmate in, to avoid any misunderstandings. Thank you, Wow. Military district officials, the Lin family's heir, and the Yin family's little princess. What an impressive gathering. Is everyone here from Jiangnan province? My name is Ing Man, hailing from Longzhou province. This is my first visit to your esteemed land. I appreciate your kindness. Longzhou, and sharing the surname, could it be that you are a descendant of the immortal Qin family? My little sister is Tu Xiu from the Tianhu tribe. By the way, why have I been randomly assigned to the human territory? Does anyone have a city transfer order? A high-level transfer order would be even better. I am willing to purchase at a premium. High-level city transfer order. Upon use, it allows the relocation of one's territory to a specified area. Ah, a sister from the Fox tribe. Please don't leave in haste. Let's add each other as friends. Sister, you must be a Tianhu star expatriate here on our blue star. I am Wei Ming, and it is a pleasure to meet you. How old is the lovely Xianyue? Tu Shanyi replied, I am already 10 years old. At 10, a member of the Tianhu tribe is considered an adult. Observing the innocent and easily deceived demeanor of the fox maiden, many gentlemen were filled with delight. Many introduced themselves, the majority being from Jiangnan province. Someone initiated a topic with so many prominent figures vying for supremacy. I wonder who will become the mayor of our novice zone. Lin Mo responded, one must upgrade to level 1 to qualify for the mayoral position. It is still too early to discuss that. I suggest everyone focus on gathering resources promptly to upgrade to level 1 and receive the heavenly Tao rewards. Lin Mo appeared to possess an innate leadership quality, as his words garnered much agreement from the crowd. Lin Mo is absolutely right. I wonder what reward to await the first to upgrade to level 1 this time. Let's wait. The heavenly Tao should provide a prompt. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone received an announcement. The ranking reward system for the next stage has been revealed. The lord who upgrades to level 1 first will receive a rare treasure chest. The lords who rank from 2nd to 10th in upgrading to level 1 will receive a fine treasure chest. The lords who rank from 11th to 100 in upgrading to level 1 will receive a common treasure chest. Rewards will be distributed immediately upon meeting the requirements. Upon viewing the heavenly Tao's notification, Jiang Chun was taken aback to a rare treasure chest as a reward. In previous years, the first place usually received a fine treasure chest. The quality of items, heroes, and troops is categorized from low to high as common, fine, rare, exceptional, epic, and legendary. Since the exalted quality of mythology has not graced the realm since the age of the immortal Qin from the third heaven, it has been thousands of years. The People's Education Edition, a comprehensive explanation of Lord's fundamental knowledge, records that with each elevation in rank, the heavenly Tao bestows rewards upon the foremost lords. Moreover, to accommodate the development of various gifted lords, be they in entertainment, agriculture, or warfare, the heavenly Tao periodically triggers an array of leaderboard rewards, prestige rewards, and record rewards. However, it came as a surprise that in this new district, the heavenly Tao has been remarkably generous, commencing with a rare treasure chest. Jiang Chun glanced at the countdown for his rank up. Countdown. 5 minutes and 32 seconds complete. Immediately consume 53 spirit stones. Only 5 minutes remain. Simultaneously, the entire regional channel buzzed with discussion. My goodness, a blue rarity? How is it that this new district's rewards are so elevated? A full grade above previous years. If a rare hero's decree were to be issued, would it not signal a fortune? Is this the extent of your ambition? Should I possess a rare hero? The position of town mayor would undoubtedly be mine. To desire the mayoralty with merely one rare hero, what folly is this? My sister would be content to secure a place among the top 100 and obtain an ordinary treasure chest. Even the prodigies cannot remain complacent. Mu Qingxuang, a blue rarity, the highest quality I possess is merely a blue rare unit. And Chu Xiu, in this era of fierce competition, everyone must rely on their own capabilities. Lin Mo, it appears that it is quite confident. Ing Man, Jiangnan province boasts numerous prodigies. I feel an immense pressure. And Chu Xiu, although the rewards are enticing, one must exercise caution, for this is no game. Lives are at stake. Lemuse, Chu Xiu is indeed correct. In Yiman, Jiangnan province is not only filled with prodigies but also with sycophants. Li Muse, observing Li Muse being mercilessly rebutted, Jiangchen could not help but chuckle softly. This Yiman is quite agreeable. She is easy to get along with. Li Muse is one of Chu Xiu's admirers and had caused Jiang Chen no small amount of trouble years ago. Jiang Chen is but an ordinary person, far from being a gentleman. Naturally, he takes pleasure in witnessing Li Muse's misfortunes. Observing the current situation, it is evident that these second-generation elites are eagerly preparing to seize this rare treasure. However, a contemplative expression emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. The name Yin Min struck a familiar chord within him, yet despite pondering for an extended period, he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Perhaps she was a prodigy from Longo province, whom he had previously met at the National Lord Simulation competition. Suddenly, a crimson announcement flashed across the regional channel. Announcement: Lord Wang Jiaming has been killed by a demon at the quarry. Wang Jiaming? Jiangchen promptly opened the regional chat channel and scrolled to the bottom of the lord list. Indeed, he discovered that one avatar had transformed into monochrome. A visage of a tall young man, perpetually bearing a resolute expression, flashed through Jiangchen's mind, prompting a deep sigh. This is not a game. And you are not the protagonist. Wang Jiaming, a fellow student of Jiangchen, hails from a similar humble background and ascended to lordship through campus loans. Yet, unexpectedly, he fell in the battlefield of myriad clans within less than half an hour. Of course, the silver lining is that the loan need not be repaid. After a moment of silence, the regional channel erupted with messages. Goodness! Such a swift demise, truly, the words of goddess and have proven prophetic. The battlefield of myriad clans is perilously treacherous. I must return home. Alas! Perhaps he was too eager for quick success. It is all the fault of the heavenly Tao's rewards. In Chu Xiu, everyone, please prioritize your safety. Although we are competitors now, we shall all be lords of the same town in the future, and there is no need for reckless rivalry. In Chu Xiu, with her beauty, kindness, and esteemed lineage, quickly garnered a multitude of supporters. It seemed some felt the conversation had grown too somber and intentionally shifted the topic. Let us speculate instead on which prominent figure may achieve the first upgrade to a tome. Jiangchen glanced at the countdown. 0:58, less than a minute remaining. The crowd immediately engaged in fervent discussions, alleviating the somber atmosphere brought on by the Lord's demise. A piece of insider information was shared. The Yin family had acquired 3 rare-grade military symbols within the past month. Truly, the Yin family is remarkable. 3 squads of rare troops. Protecting a dozen resource points would be more than sufficient. The Shinhalin family is also a prestigious lord family in Shinha, with resources that can hardly be lacking. Let us not forget the goddess Mu Qing, who serves as a representative of the military. The mysterious tycoon of the winners expressed dissent. Suddenly, the overlooked Li Muse spoke up. Let the brothers know of my progress. I have just seized a common stone mine, swiftly conquered the quarry, and am now in full-scale extraction. His words betrayed an unmistakable pride. Li Muse is indeed impressive. Upgrading to level 1 not only depends on combat prowess, but also on who can discover resources first. It is a matter of fortune. I believe the heavenly rewards this time must belong to Li Muse, as his advantage is substantial. Li Muse responded with a hearty laugh. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Mo suddenly interjected. If anyone is interested, I can set up a betting market at the exchange, wagering on who will be the first to upgrade to level 1. This was not a novel idea. Similar heavenly rankings had seen many partake in small wagers for amusement. Most lords expressed their interest, except for Jiangchen. He looked at the countdown, lamenting, had I known someone would be the banker, I would have waited a bit longer. The countdown, 0:03. Had I realized someone was hosting the bet, I would have held off. Seconds swiftly passed. Suddenly, a golden announcement flashed across the regional channel. Announcement: Lord Jiangchun of the Novice Town 10086 is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving a rare treasure chest as a reward. Announcement: Lord Jiangchun of the Novice Town 10086 is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, receiving 10 points of prestige. Concurrently, a golden beam of light appeared above Jiangchen's territory, enveloping a blue rare treasure chest that landed in his hands. Notification: You have upgraded to a level 1 Lord's Mansion, unlocking the construction of a smelter, blacksmith, tavern, and increasing territory area to 4,000 square meters. As the Lord's Mansion completed its upgrade, the fog of war dissipated within mere moments. The regional channel fell into a profound silence. After a full 10 seconds, it erupted once more. What? Countless question marks followed. Has he truly upgraded to level 1 already? Considering the time spent locating the mining area, attacking the mine, and gathering resources, it should take several hours to reach level 1. Is the Heavenly Mandate experiencing a bug? Nonsense. This is not a game. How could the Heavenly Mandate possibly malfunction? The construction time can be instantaneous. This implies that Lord Jiangchun collected all materials in less than half an hour. Who is this Lord Jiangchun? Alas, could it be the Jiang family from the provincial capital? If one were to possess a purple-grade Lord's Heart or higher, alongside heroes, troops, and peasants, coupled with a stroke of good fortune, it might not be entirely implausible. Suddenly, Li Muse exclaimed, Jiangchen? Is it truly Jiangchen? This fellow is also in our novice town. What a stroke of bad luck. Does the esteemed Li Muse know the illustrious Jiangchen? Observing Li Muse's demeanor, it seems this Jiangchen is quite formidable. Li Muse bellowed, what nonsense. He is merely a commoner with a blank Lord's Heart, an F-grade entertainer with mediocre talents. What makes him a figure of significance? Before entering the myriad races battlefield, the information regarding one's Lord's Heart must be registered with the Ministry of Education. Li Muse harbored complex feelings toward Jiangchun, feeling both envy for his strikingly handsome appearance and disdain for his humble origins. However, one fact remained unchanged. He consistently viewed Jiangchen as a hypothetical rival in romance. Thus, it was not surprising that he had conducted some preliminary investigation into Jiangchen's personal information. Yet, upon revealing Jiangchen's background, the crowd was even more astounded. A commoner lord, with an F-grade entertainment talent, had remarkably upgraded so swiftly, surpassing many second-generation lords. Jiangchen was a prodigy from our EC 3rd Middle School and had even participated in the National High School Lord Simulation Competition. Geniuses fear those who invest heavily. No matter how talented one may be, they can only gradually recover from the disadvantage against the affluent. Moreover, figures such as Lin Mo and Chu Xiu are also geniuses. Are they not? Could it be that Jiangchen is extraordinarily lucky, with his territory conveniently located atop a resource point? Even so, extracting resources requires time. Unless Jiangchen possesses a multitude of recruitment orders? Speculations abounded. Meanwhile, at a territory 100 miles away from Jiangchen, rare units such as human archers and beastmen wolf riders were clearing out the wild monsters occupying the second resource point. Another team of rare rangers had already dispersed to explore the mists. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. To my astonishment, my luck is quite extraordinary. I have encountered 2 resource points just after setting out. And Chu Xiu, brimming with ambition, envisioned herself claiming the first rare treasure chest, hoping to impress Jiangchen. Suddenly, the town channel in the lower left corner flashed with a divine prompt. Announcement: Lord Jiangchen is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Manor, receiving a rare treasure chest. Announcement: Lord Jiangchun is the first to upgrade to a level 1 Lord's Manor, receiving 10 points of prestige. The young lady was momentarily bewildered, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? If Jiangchun were to secure a position among the top 10, she would undoubtedly feel elated for him. Yet, within a mere half hour, he had ascended with a single upgrade, leaving her in a state of astonishment and confusion. No one understood Jiangchun's circumstances better than she did. A typical Lord's Heart, characterized by F-grade resources and verdant landscapes. She had discreetly approached Jiangchun with the intention of secretly sharing her resources with him, but he had resolutely refused her generosity, opting instead for a campus loan. Could it be that Jiangchen's space was entirely filled with recruitment orders, while fortuitously his territory was situated atop a resource point? Such extraordinary luck seemed improbable. After a full minute had passed, and Chu Xiu finally regained her composure and deduced the most plausible explanation. This is bad. And Chu Xiu's eyes widened in realization. If he only possessed recruitment orders, what would he use to defend against the imminent wave of monstrous creatures? Alarmed by this thought, she promptly reached out to Jiangchen. The second-generation lords gradually began to piece together the truth. Li Muse exclaimed, this fellow has truly struck a stroke of luck. His territory is fortuitously located on a resource point. Wei Ming responded, be content. I have yet to locate a resource point. Why do I lack Jiangchen's fortune? Lin Mo reassured, let us not be disheartened. No one can rely on luck indefinitely. In the end, the battlefield of myriad clans will depend on one's foundational strength and financial investment. However, some held differing opinions. Mu Qingshuang remarked, even though he landed on a resource point, the rapid extraction of upgrade resources indicates that Jiangchun must have brought at least 90 recruitment orders. Wei Ming concurred, indeed. Such audacity, I must admit, I could not muster. Territorial Lord space begins with 10 slots. 10 recruitment orders occupy 1 slot. Tu Xiu added, exactly. Brother Jiangxin has brought no troops, no blueprints, and not even basic supplies, nearly filling his entire space with recruitment orders to grasp this minuscule chance. I am immensely impressed. Ing Man concluded. In the end, the victor and the vanquished are determined. It seems Jiangxin has made the right gamble. My admiration increases by 1. Jiangxin gazed with satisfaction at the speculations of the crowd. As he had anticipated, there was no need for him to elucidate. Others would naturally seek explanations on his behalf. Suddenly, Lin Mo spoke in a low voice. Everyone, let us not forget that every time a territory is upgraded, a horde of monsters will ensue. At these words, everyone was taken aback. Carrying so many recruitment orders left no room for hero orders, military tokens, or equipment. How could they possibly fend off the impending monster siege? Unlike the spendthrifts who possessed advanced troops, recklessly upgrading without adequate preparation for war was certainly unwise. Indeed, the most vital quality of a competent lord is not audacity, but rather prudence. The recently fallen Wang Jiaming served as a cautionary tale. Had it not been for the celestial rewards, it would have been far more prudent to recruit heroes and fill the ranks before upgrading. Jiangxin had been rather short-sighted. He could have easily waited another hour. One could only hope Jiangxin would not become the second fallen lord of our humble town. Most lords, though envious of Jiangxin's fortune, admired his boldness and did not wish for his downfall. Li Muse, reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, this is the consequence of taking shortcuts. May everyone learn from this. And Chu Xiu, anxious, interjected, Li Muse, be quiet. And Jiangxin, why aren't you responding to my private messages? Send me your territory coordinates. I want to see if I can dispatch troops to support you. Li Muse. Meanwhile, Jiangxin was contemplating the recent celestial notification. Warning. Due to the upgrade of your territory, the novice protection has expired. In half an hour, your territory will face an onslaught of monsters. Please prepare accordingly. Monster Horde Countdown, 029:59. Simultaneously, the one-way light shield enveloping the territory gradually faded, revealing the dense fog of war outside. The reason he had not seen in Chu Xia's private messages was due to the overwhelming influx of messages following his promotion. Jiangxin decided to silence the private chat notifications, rendering it difficult for him to continue feigning silence. Jiangxin, rest assured, I have already opened the treasure chest, and the rewards are rather commendable. Since there has been a misunderstanding, let us allow it to grow even larger. After all, everyone tends to engage in flights of fancy. And Chu Xiu remained quite concerned, yet there was little she could do in light of Jiangxin's words. Nonetheless, you must still exercise caution. After all, time is no longer on your side for recruiting troops. Jiangxin reassured him, rest assured. However, Li Muse retorted with a chuckle. A stubborn duck does not yield. I hope you remain so resolute when the tide of monsters begins. Wei Ming interjected to ease the tension. All right. We are all leaders of the same small town. Lin, perhaps you should hold your tongue a bit. After all, the outcome would soon be revealed. Should any unforeseen events occur, the Heavenly Tao would issue a proclamation. Due to Jiangxin's remarkable prowess, everyone was eager to ascertain whether he could withstand this wave of monsters, including the enigmatic figure from the Yin family of Xianqin. There remained half an hour until the onslaught commenced. Jiangxin closed the chat group channel and calmly opened the territory construction interface. Barracks, ordinary stone, 900, ordinary wood, 100 energy, 100, construction conditions met, tavern, refined stone, 50, refined wood, 50, ordinary wood, 100 energy, 200, materials insufficient. Construction conditions not met. A few minutes later, Jiangxin consumed 100 spirit stones to reinforce the refined stone and would required for the tavern. Construct barracks. Countdown, 009:59, complete immediately, consume 100 spirit stones. Construct tavern. Countdown, 019:59, complete immediately, consume 200 spirit stones. During the waiting period, Jiangxin gazed upon the bounty of this venture, which was indeed monumental. Firstly, there was the prestige. Although 10 points of prestige may seem modest, such accolades are notoriously difficult to attain. They not only serve as a threshold for certain tasks or realms, but discovering the Hall of Prestige allows for the exchange of rewards, and occasionally legendary items may emerge. Secondly, there were the rare chests. The rare chests, enhanced upon opening, one is guaranteed to receive items of rare quality, with a 1 in 10,000 chance to obtain items of exceptional quality, and a 1 in a million chance for items of epic quality. observing the enhancement symbol behind the chest. Jiangchen nodded in approval. The prospect of augmenting the chest was indeed promising. However, upon realizing the vast number of spirit stones required for the enhancement, he regained his composure. The contents of the chest were entirely subject to chance, with an overwhelming degree of uncertainty. The best possible rewards were merely hero tokens, military insignias, and the like. Furthermore, with 2 opportunities for enhancement available without any cost, it was clear that such resources should not be squandered on the chest. With this thought in mind, Jiangchen washed his hands and directly opened the treasure chest. Please let it not be mere resources. As he opened the rare treasure chest, he acquired a blueprint for a rare building, Mysterious Cottage. A remarkable find indeed. As for the minuscule 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining an item of superior quality, Jiangchen dared not indulge in such hopes. The Mysterious Cottage, enhanced, it features several shelves from which goods can be purchased using territorial energy. The shelves refresh at the stroke of midnight each day. Construction requirements: rare stone 100, rare wood 50, fine iron 20, energy 2000. If resources fall short, one may enhance them to meet the demands. Unfortunately, the remaining 300 spirit stones from his campus loan were dwindling, and he lacked iron ore. Thus, he could only temporarily store the blueprint in his backpack. Soon, the tavern and barracks were completed, and Jiangchen was finally able to summon his first hero. He produced the golden legendary hero token and took a deep breath. Summon. The hero token transformed into a myriad of glowing particles, gradually coalescing into a radiant portal. Jiangchen wore an expression of eager anticipation. Who could this legendary hero be? Soon, a graceful silhouette emerged gradually from the luminous portal. The woman adorned herself in a Tang Dynasty-style low-cut palace gown, revealing shoulders as exquisite as jade. Despite the absence of cosmetics, her beauty was unparalleled. Her stunning and delicate visage, illuminated by radiant light, seemed to be enveloped in a halo of brilliance. She embodied an enchanting blend of aloofness, allure, and strength. What a masterpiece! Even with Jiangchen's extensive experiences from his previous life, he could find no flaw in her. The woman stepped through the portal, gazing at the world before her, her face etched with astonishment. As she absorbed the information imparted by the heavenly way, she murmured, "The battlefield of myriad races, the competition of countless clans. In my former world, though I was a peak powerhouse, I had reached the limits of my strength. Yet here, as long as I engage in slaughter to acquire energy, I can swiftly elevate my power, achieving immortality and sanctity. This is truly the realm that belongs to me." Jiangchen attentively listened to the words of the woman, instantly grasping the aspirations of this female hero, the pursuit of ultimate power and the quest for immortality. He opened the attributes panel of the heroine. Empress, legendary level 1, affection 70 attributes, physique 28, 16, spiritual power 21, 16, soul 15, 16, capacity 19. The values in parentheses denote the additional attributes from martial arts, heavenly sound technique proficient, C grade, skills, heavenly sound 9 kills minor perfection, C grade. 9 sword technique minor perfection, D grade. Spiritual explosion minor perfection, E grade. Basic swordsmanship minor perfection, F grade. Basic palm technique minor perfection, F grade. Musical talent major accomplishment, proficiency levels, beginner, proficient, expert, minor perfection, major accomplishment, minor completion, major completion, transformation, military building, heavenly sound pavilion troop command. 9 heaven Sanus A. Disciples of heavenly sound pavilion A. Ranger type troops D. Combat power 26 heavenly sound pavilion. A military building that allows for the recruitment of 9 heaven saints and disciples of the heavenly sound pavilion. 9 heaven saints, a legendary troop type, recruitable upon constructing the heavenly sound pavilion, with a maximum limit of 9. Disciples of heavenly sound pavilion, an exceptional troop type, recruitable upon constructing the heavenly sound pavilion, with no limit on numbers. With a sigh of relief, Jiangchen revealed a satisfied smile upon viewing the Empress's attributes. Although she was only level 1, she possessed a raw combat power of 26 stars and commendable skills. Furthermore, she came with a military building, including 9 legendary troop types and an unlimited number of exceptional troops, all boasting A-grade command. It is noteworthy that A-grade command can amplify the base attributes of troops by 40. One could say that this enhancement was remarkably cost-effective. He then turned his attention to his own attributes. Jiangchen level 1 attributes, physique 3, 6, spiritual power 3, soul 5. Capacity 5, 6, Technique. Ninth set of radio calisthenics. Minor achievement. F grade. Skills. Non-combat rating. 6 stars. Jiang Chen deeply sensed that without comparison, there is no pain. Yet, he soon found it rather peculiar. Although I could recite the chronicles of heroic figures of the human race by heart, I had never heard of a figure known as the Empress. Her foundational attributes were astonishing, yet her techniques were somewhat lacking. Most intriguingly, from her own words, it appeared she had never been acquainted with the myriad battlefields. Thus, there could only be one explanation. She was neither a native hero of the myriad realms nor a revered ancestor of the human race, but rather hailing from a different celestial world. Could this be yet another benefit of my status as a transmigrator? The Empress's attributes and skills were sufficient to overwhelm any current tide of monsters. Hence, this was a guaranteed win. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. After receiving the information, the Empress boldly scrutinized Jiang Chen. Ultimately, she remarked with a hint of disdain, "While I appreciate your summoning me to such a grand world, do you not feel that your strength is somewhat inadequate as a lord?" Notification: the Empress perceives your strength as too feeble, reducing affinity by 10 points. Current level, 60 points. The territory environment is quite decent. Notification: the Empress favors the territory's environment, increasing affinity by 1 point, now at 61 points. Jiang Chen remained silent. The levels of affinity, ranked from lowest to highest, are as follows: unyielding 10, hostility 20, disdain 30, indifference 40, neutral 50, ordinary 60, friendly 70, enthusiastic 80, intimate 90, and unrestrained 100. The initial affinity is intricately linked to the hero's strength and personality. Some heroes are naturally drawn to the strong, while others are captivated by appearances, and some are easily swayed. The Empress evidently belongs to the former category. However, Jiang Chen had anticipated this scenario long ago. He met the Empress's gaze unflinchingly and remarked calmly, "May I interpret this as my recently recruited hero questioning my lordship?" According to the Lord's Guide to Command, People's Education Edition, page 3, line 4, when faced with powerful subordinates, one must maintain a composed exterior, regardless of inner turmoil. The best mode of communication is to remain calm. Moreover, Jiang Chen was already assured of his strategy. The Empress was taken aback by Jiang Chen's audacity, momentarily losing her imposing presence. Am I incorrect in my assessment? A prompt indicated. The Empress perceives you as lacking in strength yet possessing commendable masculinity, increasing affinity by 2, bringing it to 63 points. The aura of dominance took effect, but Jiang Chen understood that this was merely a temporary advantage. The Empress, having held power for an extended period, was certainly not one to be intimidated by mere words. Fortunately, everything remained under Jiang Chen's control. He continued in a calm manner. "But do you know why someone as weak as I am capable of summoning a legendary hero such as yourself?" Upon hearing this, the Empress displayed a thoughtful expression. Jiang Chen retrieved the last remaining ordinary military token from his possession and presented it to the Empress. "A blank military token?" The Empress scoffed. "Why would you show me such worthless trash?" As soon as her words fell, in Jiang Chen's hands, a dazzling radiance once again erupted, casting the entire territory in a golden hue. The legend reemerged. The formidable pressure instinctively compelled the Empress to take a half-step back, her mouth forming a Na shape in astonishment. Jiang Chen once again employed a no-cost enhancement, acquiring a legendary military token. This was a strategy he had meticulously devised beforehand. He possessed a total of 3 opportunities for no-cost enhancements, one to strengthen a hero and the other to bolster his troops, which would render him invincible in the early stages. Any further enhancements would only result in excessive combat power. The third opportunity was reserved for a later time, to be utilized after obtaining a special building, preferably one associated with unique troop types. The reason for delaying the troop enhancement until now was to instill fear in potential overbearing heroes, such as the current Empress. Indeed, Jiang Chen's caution proved to be exceedingly prudent. As the brilliance faded, the Empress gazed at the military token in Jiang Chen's grasp and stammered. "The golden legendary token transforms an ordinary military token into a legendary one. What a terrifying ability." Notification: the Empress, awestruck by your prowess, has had her favorability increased by 20, now standing at 83, reaching the status of enthusiastic. Truly formidable. An astonishing increase of 20 points in favorability at once. Jiang Chen spoke softly. "Now, am I deemed worthy?" The effects of his charm were immediate. The Empress regained her composure, licked her lips, and bowed gracefully. "My lord, your prowess is unparalleled. I'm in awe. I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope you can forgive me. Jiangchen, sensing the opportune moment, extended his hand in a gesture of feigned support, proclaiming, "There is no need for excessive courtesy. I am not so petty. Now that you have witnessed my capabilities, as long as you diligently serve me, I shall ensure your ascension to divinity and immortality. In return, I shall bestow upon you the respect befitting a true warrior." If one were to consider territorial strategy as the paramount course for a lord, then undoubtedly the significance of rhetoric would rank a close second. Imagine a lord who falters under the pressure of speaking before his subordinates. How could he command their loyalty? As a top scholar, Jiangchen's eloquence is naturally formidable. Influenced by your presence, the Empress's favorability has increased by 1, now standing at 84. The Empress stated, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail your expectations. May I inquire what tasks you require of me next?" Jiangchen remarked, "A wave of monsters will soon emerge, however. A level 1 monster tide will be a mere trifling challenge for you." Without further delay, he lightly tossed the recently enhanced legendary soldier token into the air. "Recruit." A colossal portal of light swiftly materialized, hovering in the air. Upon observing the portal's location, Jiangchen's heart soared with joy. It was indeed a flying unit. What extraordinary fortune! First came the blueprint for a special building, and now a flying troop. Both tactically and strategically, flying units possess immense advantages. In no time, a black dragon, measuring 4 meters in length with an 8-meter wingspan, emerged from the portal. The dragon landed gracefully upon the threshold, stretching its powerful form, and then took to the skies with a powerful flap of its wings. A tempest arose, rendering it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The dragon released a triumphant roar, seemingly celebrating its rebirth. After circling above the territory, it obediently descended before Jiangchen. 1, 2, 3. Moments later, 12 miniature black dragons lined up neatly before him, their heads pressed firmly to the ground in a show of absolute submission. "We pay our respects to you, Lord." A few unfortunate farmers, having just risen, were so intimidated by the dragon's imposing presence that they immediately knelt once more. Yet, their eyes sparkled with excitement, for being in the service of such a formidable lord ensured their territory's safety. Even the Empress gazed with grave concern at the sudden appearance of these powerful beings. Should all 12 dragons converge upon her, she would face certain doom. Notification: the Empress is awestruck by your power. Her affinity increases by 2, currently at 86. Even ordinary lords, upon recruiting legendary heroes, must treat them with the utmost care, fearful that a moment of dissatisfaction might lead to defection. In merely a few minutes, Jiangchen managed to elevate the favorability of the Empress to an impressive score of 86. Such is the terrifying prowess of a top-tier player. With a radiant smile, Jiangchen declared, "Everyone, rise. There is no need for excessive courtesy from now on." He casually opened the attribute panel of a black dragon. Black dragon, unnamed, race, dragon level, 1 quality, legendary, attributes, physique 22, spirit 18, soul 20, capacity 0, combat power 14 skills, dark breath, magical dragon scales. Heart of Fury. Impressive. The combat power of a typical level 1 common unit usually ranges between 1 to 2 stars. The Black Dragon's combat power surpasses that of ordinary units by more than 10-fold. 10 times the combat power does not imply a mere 1 against 10. Rather, it signifies a 10-fold disparity in attributes. Combat power is calculated solely based on the average of the 4 primary attributes, excluding skills. Consider the scenario where physique, spirit, and soul differ by a factor of 10. A single dragon could effortlessly eradicate thousands of ordinary creatures. Not to mention, the Black Dragon possesses 3 formidable skills. Furthermore, dragons are mountable, and as it matures, Jiangchen will have the opportunity to experience the exhilarating sensation of being a dragon rider. After all, it is a legendary unit. Jiangchen believed it essential to exert his utmost efforts in bestowing them with striking names as a mark of distinction. He named them sequentially from left to right. You shall be Long E, you shall be Long Air, and you shall be Long 12. With Jiangchen's naming, the names also appeared on the attribute panel of the Black Dragons. Although they all bore the same legendary 1-star classification, their attributes exhibited subtle differences. After completing the names, Jiangchen selected the one with the highest attributes. Long Jiu, from now on, you shall be their captain. Long Jiu, the Black Dragon, displayed a remarkably human-like expression of delight. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this name upon me. Long Jiu vows to protect you, my lord, with unwavering loyalty. The melodious voice momentarily startled Jiangchen. You are female? Long Jiu appeared somewhat apprehensive. In accordance with human terminology, yes, my lord. Jiangchen nodded reassuringly, stating, rest assured. Within my territory, there exists no gender discrimination. Everything is determined solely by strength. With this, Long Jiu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. If this lord were merely an ordinary individual, it would be one thing. However, they had long sensed the formidable threat emanating from the Empress. This could only be interpreted in one way. The Empress is a legendary hero. The fact that their lord has garnered the allegiance of such a legendary figure speaks volumes about the high degree of loyalty involved. Should the lord be dissatisfied with them, they could foresee dire consequences. Suddenly, the Empress seemed to sense something, turning her gaze towards the war fog beyond the territory. My lord, there are uninvited guests outside our domain. Almost simultaneously, Jiangchen also received a notification. Jiangchen raised his gaze. Through the shroud of war beyond his territory, he could faintly discern shadowy figures. Hissing followed, as a band of muscular lizardmen flicked their tongues, brandishing rusted weapons, charging boldly towards the enclosure. Lizardman warrior race, swamp tribe level, 2 combat power, 3 skills, heavy strike lizardman centurion, elite, race, swamp tribe level, 3 combat power, 8 skills, heavy strike. Flying axe before him lay several ordinary lizardmen, alongside an elite lizardman centurion. The other 3 directions presented a similar sight. Had it been any other lord, even a second-generation heir of a minor clan, they would undoubtedly feel the weight of impending doom. They would cautiously navigate the defensive structures of their territory, striving to minimize casualties, as losses would inevitably influence combat assessments. Yet, upon observing the pitiful combat prowess of the lizardmen, Jiang Chun could hardly be bothered to devise a strategy. With a grand gesture, he commanded, attack. All that lies ahead is mine, the Empress declared with authority, her form transforming into a streak of light, instantly appearing outside the enclosure. Spirit blast. Seemingly reluctant to soil her hands, the Empress unleashed a barrage of strikes from a distance of 10 meters from her foes. Spirit blast, a discharge of spiritual energy, striking either a single enemy or a designated area. This effect bears resemblance to the Void Strike. Simultaneously, the upper bodies of dozens of lizardmen, including the elite centurion, erupted, the air thick with the stench of blood. Although Spirit Blast was merely a commonplace E-rank skill, the Empress had mastered it to near perfection. Her spiritual energy highly refined and effortlessly controlled, coupled with a nearly 20-fold attribute disparity. The resulting force was exceedingly terrifying. Upon witnessing her handiwork, the Empress felt a twinge of disinterest. Too weak. Your hero, the Empress, has slain a lizardman warrior, gaining energy 4. Your hero, the Empress, has slain a lizardman warrior, gaining energy 5, Spirit Stone 1. Click to extract. Your hero, the Empress, has slain the lizardman centurion, gaining energy 30, Spirit Stone 5, Exquisite Treasure Chest 1. Click to extract. Your hero. Jiangchen gazed at the flurry of battle updates that appeared in the lower left corner of his vision, and could not help but exclaim, in the past, during the mock examinations, we always started from a position of adversity. Now, suddenly transitioning to an effortless onslaught. This lord finds himself somewhat unaccustomed. The Empress, appearing somewhat perplexed, responded with a hint of grievance. My lord, you mustn't hold me accountable for this. I have only exerted 50% of my strength, Jiangchen observed, although the Empress no longer intervenes. The fate of the monsters from the other 3 directions is hardly any better. In the Western Territory, the colossal tail of Dragon 9 swept through, sending several lizardmen hurtling through the air, their bodies reduced to a bloody mess, clearly beyond salvation. The lizardman captain's gaze shifted from bloodlust to sheer terror as it emitted a series of desperate hisses. Yet, before it could turn to flee, it was engulfed by the dark breath of Dragon 1, transforming into charred remains. Dragon 5, wearing an expression of complaint, remarked, Dragon 9, did you consume Phoenix blood? Could you not leave a few for me? Dragon 1, having arrived just a second too late, found himself with no spoils to claim. Subsequently, Dragon 1 sported a mischievous grin and teased, are you so eager to impress our lord that you might have developed feelings for them? By human standards, our lord is indeed quite handsome. Silence. Dragon 9, first incensed and then disheartened, pondered, I wonder what I will look like after my transformation. Will our lord find me appealing? As several female dragons exchanged gossip, Jiangchen received a notification from the heavens. Notification. You have successfully repelled this round of monster attacks. Duration of battle, 6 seconds. Casualties, 0. Jiangchen found himself at a loss for words once more. The difficulty of a typical monster tide is influenced solely by the territory's level and bears no relation to its actual strength. There is no scenario wherein a stronger territory results in a more formidable monster tide. A battle concluded in 6 seconds. Truly a man of valor. Battle summary. Enemies annihilated. 146 Lizardman warriors, for Lizardman captains elite. Our casualties, 0. Duration of battle, 6 seconds. Battle evaluation. A. Basic rewards, Spirit Stones 100. Energy 1000, click to extract. Evaluation rewards, Spirit Stones 1000. Energy 10,000, excellent treasure chest 3, click to extract. An A rating. It has been millennia since I last heard of an S rating or higher. An A rating is indeed the highest. No wonder the evaluation rewards are tenfold compared to the basic rewards. Jiang Chun effortlessly extracted all the rewards in a mere 6 seconds of combat. The spoils exceeded his expectations. Energy, 13,630, which serves as experience for constructing and upgrading buildings, as well as for enhancing lords, heroes, and troops. It is non-tradable. Spirit Stones, 128. Superior treasure chests, 4. Ordinary treasure chests, 11. This was indeed a bountiful harvest, particularly in terms of energy. With such an abundance of energy, it was only natural to convert it immediately into combat strength. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen declared, everyone shall be promoted. 13 beams of light cascaded down, each settling upon the Empress and the 12 colossal dragons. Notification. A consumption of 2,000 energy points has resulted in the elevation of your hero, the Empress, to level 2. Notification. A consumption of 1,000 energy points has led to the upgrade of your unit, the Dragon, to level 2. Notification. The energy required for the upgrade of legendary heroes and units far exceeds that of ordinary troops, rendering the freshly acquired energy momentarily insufficient. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly worth the investment. Prior to level 20, each upgrade of heroes and units will consistently enhance their base attributes. Hence, upon reaching level 2, the Empress and the Black Dragon have witnessed a doubling of their fundamental attributes. Empress attributes: Constitution 56, an increase of 16, Spirit 42, an increase of 16, Soul 16. Capacity 38. Combat power, 49. This exceeds the attributes of typical level 20 monsters. Black Dragon attributes: Constitution 44, Spirit 36, Soul 40, Capacity 0. Combat power, 28. Dragon 9. Divide the Black Dragon squad into 4 groups, each consisting of 3 members, to venture forth into the fog of war, marking resource points and eliminating any encountered monsters. If the creatures are edible, make an effort to bring back their remains. Additionally, although your current combat power rivals that of monsters several levels higher, remain vigilant and prioritize safety. After giving his instructions, Jiang Chun was met with a respectful reply from Long Jiao. As you command, my lord. 12 colossal dragons soared into the sky, embarking on an exploration towards the 4 cardinal directions. The mist of war, upon encountering the lord's unit, dissipated instantaneously, revealing the terrain and creatures within a radius of 200 meters. As Long Jiao plunged into the war fog, Jiang Chun received a notification. Your unit, Long Jiao, has slain a swamp giant lizard, earning 3 energy. Jiang Chun was exceedingly pleased with Long Jiao's enthusiasm. Moments later, Long Jiao soared above the territory, casting down the carcass of a swamp giant lizard before vanishing in an instant. The thud of the giant lizard's body echoed as it landed in the central clearing of the territory. The level 0 wooden cabin could recruit a vagrant every half hour. And at this moment, the number of farmers in the territory had reached 12. Without awaiting Jiang Chen's instructions, the farmers eagerly seized their tools and began to dismantle the swamp giant lizard's carcass. Notification: you have obtained 10 units of giant lizard meat and 1 unit of giant lizard skin. The Empress, unable to contain herself, eagerly inquired, my lord, what about me? Jiang Chen chuckled, you shall remain in the territory to safeguard my safety. Although most individuals in the regional channel doubted his ability to withstand the onslaught of monsters, one lord spoke a profound truth. The most invaluable quality of a lord is not audacity, but steadiness. The recent demise of Wang Jiaming, who was killed by the stone quarry demon, serves as a vivid cautionary tale. Now that the territory has escaped the protection for novices, Jiang Chen is resolute in ensuring that the Empress does not leave his side. The Empress, momentarily speechless, finally said, then could you grant me a few spirit stones? I shall commence my cultivation. After arriving in this world, not only has my strength significantly diminished, but my mastery of the Tianyin art has also plummeted from its original transcendence to proficient. There are primarily two methods to augment one's bare strength. One is to level up, enhancing fundamental attributes. The other is through cultivation, where techniques can augment four-dimensional attributes and skills can enhance offense and defense. The Empress's diligent efforts were, of course, a source of delight for Jiangchen. He produced several spirit stones, ready to toss them to the Empress, but then hesitated. The Empress inquired with concern. "What is the matter?" Jiangchen gazed at the spirit stone, a smile gracing his face. The lower-grade spirit stone served as the most fundamental currency unit in the myriad races battlefield and could also assist in cultivation. Remarkably, spirit stones could be enhanced. The enhancement pathways were as follows. 1. Medium-grade spirit stone, requiring the consumption of 10 spirit stones. 2. High-grade spirit stone, requiring the consumption of 1,000 spirit stones. 3. Supreme-grade spirit stone, requiring the consumption of 100,000 spirit stones. 4. Lower-grade wind spirit stone, requiring the consumption of 2 spirit stones. 5. Medium-grade enhancement. Without hesitation, a gentle radiance suddenly emanated from Jiangchen's hand. As the light dissipated, the Empress beheld the spirit stone in Jiangchen's grasp, which exuded pure spiritual energy, and remarked gravely, "Is this a medium-grade spirit stone?" Note: the Empress was once again astonished by your prowess, resulting in a 1 increase in her favorability, bringing the current favorability to 87. The quantity of spiritual energy contained within a medium-grade spirit stone is several times that of a lower-grade spirit stone, and, most importantly, the energy is far purer. The effects of cultivating with medium-grade spirit stones are undoubtedly several times more effective than those of lower-grade stones. Thank you, my lord. The Empress expressed her gratitude sincerely. In her original realm, medium-grade spirit stones were also a scarce resource. Jiangchen gently patted the Empress's delicate shoulder, saying, "You should focus on your cultivation. The Tianyin technique is of too low a grade. When time permits, I shall procure for you a superior technique. You are aware of my capabilities, are you not?" At the point of contact, Jiangchen felt the Empress's body stiffen, and he even noticed the skin on her shoulder prickling with goosebumps. This was not due to any ulterior motives on Jiangchen's part. It was merely a test. It appeared that his affection had reached a commendable level of intimacy. The physical contact did not provoke a negative reaction from the Empress. Instead, she seemed somewhat anxious. "Thank you, my lord. I shall now return to my cultivation," she replied hastily, retreating in haste. He chuckled as he observed her departing figure. Jiangchen revealed a playful smile. This alluring woman appears aloof, yet she is, in fact, quite innocent. Alas, the myriad realms battlefield is a serious game, otherwise the Empress would undoubtedly be marked with corruption value 1 above her head. You have opened a fine treasure chest and obtained the deathly stiletto. Fine. You have opened a fine treasure chest and acquired 50 spirit stones. You have opened a fine treasure chest and received 100 fine timber. You have opened a fine treasure chest and gained the architectural blueprint for an arrow tower. At last, Jiangchen's fortune has returned to a normal level. As for the 11 ordinary treasure chests, aside from 2 plain items, the majority contained resources. He glanced at the sole fine equipment among them, the deathly stiletto. Level 2 sharpness, 5 durability, 5 attributes, constitution 2, load -0. For utter rubbish, Jiangchen blurted out, and then was momentarily taken aback, chuckling at the realization that his palate had been spoiled by the legendary attributes of heroes. He found himself looking down upon this minor treasure from the early stages. Although it was indeed a minor treasure, the combat prowess of the Empress had already reached an extraordinary level. Thus, the most fitting fate for this minor treasure would be to transform into spirit stones. Jiangchen first accessed the regional channel and scrolled through the messages. Soon, he spotted his name. Chu Xiu. Considering the time, it seems that the monster surge should be commencing for my brother Jiangchen. I am quite worried for him. Jiangchen glanced at the time. Oh, the message from Tu Xiu coincided perfectly with the moment the monster wave had begun. 6 seconds after it had just concluded. How peculiar. This little fox seemed quite concerned for me, timing her inquiry so precisely. Li mused. Yeah, there's no need to fret. Jiangchen, caught unprepared, was now upgrading to level 1. He was surely doomed this time. And Chu Xiu, Li mused. Silence. If anything were to happen to Jiangchen, I shall raise your territory to the ground. It appeared that Chu Xiu was also vigilantly monitoring regional news, anxious to avoid any ill tidings. Li mused, "Hey, am I not entitled to speak the truth? Even if Jiangchen were to unearth a hero's decree from a rare treasure chest, a solitary level 1 rare hero could hardly withstand the onslaught of the monster wave. Mu Qingxuang, let us not forget that Jiangchen has recently performed wonders." Li mused, "Haha, Commander Mu, you jest. Where do such miracles abound? It is already a miracle that his territory inadvertently landed upon a resource point." Lin Mo, though Li's words may be harsh, his analysis holds merit, even with several squads of rare troops at my disposal. Upgrading a territory in less than half an hour is implausible. It is not a matter of capability, but rather that upgrading troops requires time. Employing level 1 troops against a monster wave would undoubtedly lead to significant losses, rendering it a futile endeavor. And Chu Xiu, Jiangchen will be fine. We shall see. Yet her unease and insecurity were palpable to all. Suddenly, a regional message appeared. The Lord Jiangchen had consigned the Soul Piercer fine for sale at the trading post. Sale method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Fixed price transaction, 2,000 spirit stones. According to the trading post regulations, only items deemed currently valuable would be broadcast in the regional channel. 1 second later, the Soul Piercer fine was purchased at a fixed price. Simultaneously, Jiangchen received a notification. Notification, the Soul Piercer fine you consigned has been purchased at a fixed price by Lord Yiman. Jiangchen gazed enviously, exclaiming, "Truly deserving of the title of victor in the realm of Xianqin, what an affluent individual." Although his equipment had been swiftly dispatched, Jiangchen was aware that he had not incurred any losses. In fact, he had made a considerable profit. After all, it was merely a second-level transitional piece of equipment, which might scarcely be valued at 200 spirit stones a day hence. The group chat fell into a momentary silence before a flurry of messages erupted simultaneously. What? I can't believe it. High-quality gear. And it's only been an hour since the launch of the server, yet someone is already selling exquisite equipment? Jiangchen? Shouldn't he be preoccupied with the monster wave? How has he come to acquire such gear? Surely, the monster wave couldn't have concluded already. That seems impossible. Just a few minutes have passed. Yet, if Jiangchen had not successfully fended off the monster tide, how could he part with such precious, high-quality equipment? It stands to reason that a singular exquisite piece of gear would enhance a hero's combat strength by 0.5 stars. Pray tell, which affluent player procured it without a second thought for 2,000 spirit stones? At the very least, let us behold the attributes of the equipment. Jiangchen finally spoke up. No need for speculation, everyone. Although the process was somewhat tumultuous, I have indeed vanquished the siege monsters. And Chu Xiu exclaimed, "Ha ha, that's wonderful." Who just claimed that Jiangchen couldn't withstand the tide of monsters. Step forward. Li Muse immediately fell silent, for he had no desire to slap himself in the face. Lin Mo questioned, but how could this be possible? Did Jiangchen's treasure chest yield a magical scroll or some other one-time item? Mu Qingxuang suggested, there is another possibility. Perhaps he triggered a 1 in 10,000 chance of surpassing his limits? Wei Ming remarked, even if it is sheer luck, I must say, Brother Jiang, you are impressive. The Wei family is also a powerful lord family in Tianhe City. The transition in addressing Jiangchen from Jiangchen to Brother Jiang signifies that this commoner has finally caught the attention of the second-generation elite. Tu Shanye chimed in. Brother Jiangchen is amazing. And Chu Xiu replied, hello, little sister of the Fox clan. Jiangchen is not very familiar with you. It's not necessary for you to address him so intimately. Yiman congratulated, congratulations, Jiangchen. Then, for reasons unknown, Yiman continued to inquire. May I ask what your evaluation of the battle is, Jiangchen? Of course, this question is rather abrupt, and you have every right to decline to answer. Indeed. The question was quite sudden. However, Jiangchen believed there was nothing to conceal. Jiangchen, my battle rating is an A. Naturally, no rational person would believe that, right? Instinctively, Jiangchen sensed that Yiman would emerge as his most formidable rival in the race for mayor, overshadowing Lin Mo, Mu Qingxuang, and Chu Xiu. This marked their first intangible clash. He wondered if the student, Yiman, would actually believe him. Upon hearing Jiangchen's battle rating, the entire regional channel fell into a momentary silence. Of course, it lasted only briefly. Just as Jiangchen had anticipated, not a soul believed him. Did I hear that correctly? He claims his battle rating is an A? Surely, he must be exaggerating. If it were a C or D, I might entertain the idea. After all, it has been decades since Longhua has seen an A rating. Jiangchen, would you dare to provide us with a screenshot as proof? And Chu Xiu, enough of this. Can't you all let Jiangchen have a little fun? The influence of a prominent figure proved effective as the comment section fell silent. And Chu Xiu's staunch defense of Jiangchen incited envy among all the male lords. Jiangchen paid no heed to the mockery of those around him. He was patiently awaiting a response from Ying Yinman. Ying Yinman remarked, "Classmate Jiangchen is truly humorous." Jiangchen felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that even the esteemed figures of the immortal Qin winners were, after all, mere mortals. However, disbelief was of little consequence to him. He found no inclination to elucidate his position. Ultimately, his prowess would reveal itself in due time. Suddenly, an announcement resonated once more. Announcement. Lord Yinman of Rookie Town number 10086 has achieved second place and upgraded to a level 1 Lord S Manor, receiving a fine treasure chest as a reward. Announcement. Lord Yinman of Rookie Town number 10086 has achieved second place and upgraded to a level 1 Lord S Manor, receiving 5 points of prestige as a reward. Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback. The victor indeed possessed some merit. Had it not been for his sudden emergence, he would undoubtedly have secured the first place. And Chu Xiu exclaimed, "Ah, I was just a step behind." Announcement. The Lord of Newbie Town number 10086, and Chu Xiu, has advanced to level 1 of the Lord's Mansion, achieving third place and receiving a fine treasure chest as a reward. Announcement. The Lord of Newbie Town number 10086, and Chu Xiu, has advanced to level 1 of the Lord's Mansion, achieving third place and receiving 3 points of prestige as a reward. Wei Ming remarked, "The feminine energy is thriving while the masculine is waning. Fortunately, Brother Jiangchen has salvaged some honor for the male compatriots." Mu Qingshuang commented, "This new generation is exceedingly competitive." Surprisingly, the Heavenly Dao announcement did not cease. Announcement. Due to the generally superior strength of the heroes in Newbie Town No. 10086 compared to those in other towns, the heroic strength leaderboard has been activated. The hero with the highest strength will reward their lord with an exceptional treasure chest. The lords of heroes ranked 2nd to 10th will receive a rare treasure chest. The lords of heroes ranked 11th to 100th will receive a fine treasure chest. Settlement time, tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Jiangchen was filled with joy. The Tao of Heaven had indeed become increasingly generous, as he had unexpectedly received a purple extraordinary treasure chest. To enhance this extraordinary chest, he required the expenditure of 10,000 spirit stones. It seemed that the Tao of Heaven was bestowing wealth upon him, although the evaluation pertained to hero combat strength with the formidable growth of the Empress. This treasure chest was practically his for the taking. Confidence was not solely possessed by Jiangchen. Li Muse exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, this is more like it." The hero combat strength rankings rely on sheer power. Those relying on mere luck are bound to falter this time. Wei Ming remarked, "Currently, our small town boasts 5 rare heroes in plain sight, including the low-profile big shots. There must be no less than 10. Lin Emo suggested, "Last time, there was an unexpected turn in the rankings. This time, I propose to oversee the hero combat strength rankings at the exchange. Let us wager solely on the top spot. And those who predict correctly shall divide the prize pool according to their betting proportions. What do you think?" Wei Ming responded, "Brother Lin is so eager. Does that mean you are determined to claim the top position?" Lin Emo chuckled, "Haha, Brother Wei is jesting. Perhaps we may see a dark horse emerge. Much like Jiangchen. For instance, that winner from the immortal Qin, Miss Ying Yinman." Soon after, Lord Lin Mo established a betting platform at the exchange. Click to view. The moment it opened, thousands of spirit stones flooded into the prize pool, with nearly half of the bets placed on Lin Mo. It appeared that Lin Mo's eagerness had alerted many to the opportunity. Meanwhile, Jiangchen gazed at the ever-increasing stakes on the betting board, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Theoretically, as long as he possessed enough spirit stones, Jiangchen could enhance countless legendary equipment, legendary buildings, and legendary units. Therefore, he would never have enough spirit stones. Bet away. Bet away. After all, everything is mine. In a territory 200 kilometers away, Ying Yinman, tall and statuesque, though not as gentle in appearance as in Chu Xiu, exuded a commanding aura, her eyes sparkling like morning stars, and her noble demeanor was difficult to behold directly. At that moment, a playful smile graced her lips. Hee hee. This Lin Mo is rather cunning, attempting to make a fortune from this betting platform. However, if it weren't for me, with a purple extraordinary hero, the top of the hero combat strength rankings would undoubtedly belong to him. Turning to the epic hero beside her, she inquired, "Sister Meng Tian, your fortune-telling skills are reliable, aren't they?" "I have a feeling that Jiangchen is rather enigmatic." Meng Tian, a originally from the third heaven of the immortal Qin's Ming family. Although not as renowned as her brother Ming Tian, she is nonetheless one of the legendary lords of the third heaven. A paragon who embodies the essence of both military strategy and the yin-yang philosophy. This legendary figure, who has existed for millennia, sacrificed herself through the secret arts of the yin-yang practitioners to protect Yin Man, transforming herself into a hero. In a remarkable act, she even lowered her own quality to that of an epic being in order to preserve her memories after death. Should this tale circulate, it would undoubtedly capture the headlines of the Lord's Forum. With Ming Tian's mastery of yin-yang techniques, Yin Man had already gleaned a considerable understanding of the second-generation Lord of Town 10086. Rest assured, Your Highness, with my perfected yin-yang divination, I shall not falter in uncovering the details of even a first-tier lord. Ming Tian had analyzed Jiangchen multiple times and felt exceedingly confident in her deductions, unless Jiangchen possessed hero qualities that surpassed her own. Yet, Jiangchen was merely a commoner. Could he possibly wield the might of an epic or even a legendary hero? This thought eased Yin Man's concerns. It was indeed improbable. With a delighted expression, she exclaimed, I never imagined we would trigger the hero power leaderboard so swiftly. With Sister Ming by my side, I am certain of claiming the top spot. After all, at the onset of the new district, Yin Man could not overlook the significance of an extraordinary treasure chest. Perhaps it was due to the emergence of my epic hero that the rewards for this hero power leaderboard had reached an extraordinary level. The chest rightfully belongs to Your Highness. With thousands of years of experience as a lord, Ming Tian understood well the wisdom of cautious navigation. Naturally, it would be even better if she could reach level 2 before the reward settlement, unlocking her level cap. Yin Man nodded earnestly. Sister is right. However, upgrading to level 2 requires refined iron. The Iron Eagle warriors have discovered several iron mines, yet the refined iron mine remains elusive. I wonder when we will gather enough refined iron for the upgrade. Ming Tian confidently replied, Do not worry, Your Highness. Even if we cannot locate the refined iron mine, it matters not. Even if there are hidden epic heroes, with my equipment, I can assuredly prevail over them. Jiangchen was meticulously examining the blueprints for the crossbow tower, an enhanced version that required a substantial expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones for its fortification. Suddenly, Long Jiu alighted before him, respectfully announcing, My lord, we have discovered an iron mine 2 kilometers to the west of the territory. Iron mine. Upon hearing Long Jiu's report, Jiang Chun was elated and promptly commanded, You shall escort 10 farmers to the iron mine to establish a smelting facility. Furthermore, you will personally oversee the site for a period to ensure the smooth extraction of iron. Long Jiu, ever dutiful, replied, As you command, my lord. The timber and stone resources were already being harvested in an orderly manner, although refined iron was also a rare resource. Its availability on the map paled in comparison to that of stone and timber. Fortunately, Jiangchen was a formidable player. He did not require a refined iron mine. The ordinary iron mine sufficed, as he could continuously acquire refined iron through enhancement. With ample refined iron, he could not only immediately upgrade 2 structures but also construct the mysterious small house and the crossbow tower, significantly accelerating the growth and security of his territory. Soon, the smelting facility was established. Countdown, 019. 59. Complete immediately. Cost, 200 spirit stones. Complete immediately. The smelting facility was constructed, costing him 200 spirit stones. The recently acquired death-seeking military spear was worth 2,000 spirit stones, showcasing Jiang Chen's financial prowess. After swiftly constructing the smelting facility, iron began to be extracted in a continuous flow. Suddenly, the Empress gracefully approached Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun inquired with curiosity, Why have you ceased your cultivation? The Empress lightly tapped the powder in her hand, replying, I have exhausted my spirit stones. Could you possibly bring me a few more? Jiang Chun remarked. He utilized a low-grade spirit stone, a single one sufficient for a day's cultivation. However, the Empress consumed a medium-grade spirit stone within merely an hour. Such talent is truly infuriating. Yet, the quicker the Empress cultivates, the more joy it brings me. Given the ample supply of spirit stones at present, Jiangchen proceeded to reinforce several medium-grade spirit stones once more. The Empress, satisfied, accepted the spirit stones and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke, My lord, during my recent cultivation, I sensed an enigmatic presence attempting to probe into my being. An enigmatic presence? Jiangchen's gaze sharpened. The fact that the Empress had specifically mentioned it indicated its extraordinary nature. Could it be that a formidable creature had emerged beyond the territory? The Empress shook her head, stating, I cannot say for certain. From my perception, the opponent likely possesses the caliber of a level 3 to 4 epic hero. Of course, with such scant strength, it would be a delusion to attempt to pry into my affairs. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Jiangchen felt an even greater sense of caution. From this day forth, you are not to leave my side. The Empress responded with a shrug. Very well. Notification. The construction of the crossbow tower has been completed. Notification. The construction of the mysterious cottage has been completed. Notification. The construction of the blacksmith shop has been completed. 2 hours later, the Dragon team explored a terrain spanning hundreds of square kilometers centered around the territory, uncovering 6 rare resource points and 18 ordinary resource points. This resource density can be deemed mediocre, neither excellent nor poor. Furthermore, the key buildings within the territory have all been completed. Crossbow tower level, 1 power, 8 rate of fire, 25 seconds range, 200 meters upgrade requirements, refined iron 50, rare wood 100, rare wood 100, energy 1000 truly. A voracious consumer of resources, Jiangchen could not help but express his discontent. Although the attributes of the crossbow tower surpass those of the ordinary arrow tower by severalfold, the resources required for its construction and upgrades were indeed a source of distress. The resources were manageable as long as one possessed spirit stones. One could acquire as many as desired. However, the quantity could only be obtained through vanquishing monsters. Contemplating ways to swiftly amass energy, Jiangchen continued to explore the mysterious cabin. Ah, how fortuitous it is when one is offered a pillow just as sleep beckons. Mysterious cabin level, 1 number of shelves, 3 current merchandise, fine iron sword, 648 spirit stones, basic life potion, 128 spirit stones, dark bait, 128 spirit stones, refresh countdown, 12:05, 32 dark bait. Enhance possesses a formidable allure for dark attribute creatures, capable of summoning a wave of dark attribute monsters corresponding to the current territory level. If utilized during the night, its effects are doubled. Price, 128 spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiangchen purchased the first monster tide, which corresponds to monsters of levels 1 to 5, while the second monster tide pertains to creatures of levels 5 to 10. Thus, Jiangchen intended to upgrade the second volume before utilizing it. As for the other 2 items, he could not afford the fine iron sword, but he did acquire the basic life potion. At that moment, a brawny man stepped forward with respect, presenting a long sword. My lord, this is the first weapon produced within the territory. Please take a look. As per your instructions, the weapon I forged is of level 5. The man was the first blacksmith Jiangchen had recruited after the establishment of the forge, known as Tai. Oh, is there a finished product? With renewed vigor, Jiangchen grasped the longsword. Longsword, refined, ordinary, level, 5 sharpness, 5 durability. 3 The attributes were quite disappointing, lacking any additional enhancements. However, upon noticing the plus sign, a smile graced Jiangchen's face. Upon accessing the enhancement list, he contentedly remarked, consume 200 spirit stones. Select enhancement direction, refined iron sword. Thus, his stock of over 3,000 spirit stones was nearly depleted. Why am I so impoverished? Fortunately, he would soon be able to mass-produce superior equipment. As the radiant light dissipated, the previously unremarkable long sword transformed into a gleaming weapon. Refined iron sword. Fine, level, 5 sharpness, 9 durability, 6 attributes, physique 3, spiritual power 3. Carrying capacity -1, a level 5 fine weapon with an additional 6 points in attributes, equating to a combat strength of 1.5 stars. At this stage, it was undoubtedly the most sought-after equipment. Convey my orders. Let the blacksmith shop work at full capacity to forge long swords. Yes, immediately. Jiangchen accessed the marketplace to select consignment. Lord Jiangchen consigns the refined iron sword, fine, through the marketplace. Consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Fixed price transaction, 5,000 spirit stones. Upon completing these arrangements, Jiangchen glanced at the time. It was mealtime. Coincidentally, the Empress had also finished her training. I am famished. What shall we have for lunch? In the battlefield of myriad races, mealtime was of utmost importance. The ability to eat on time and the quality of the meal would greatly influence the morale of the territory's populace. Jiangchen addressed the 20-odd farmers laboring within the territory, saying, I have witnessed your diligent efforts, and the meat procured from the dragon can be freely enjoyed by all of you. After a brief silence, the territory erupted in a chorus of cheers. As for his own sustenance, according to the 32nd article of the People's Education Edition on the Fundamentals of Territory, although the food may not leave one starving before acquiring a chef, it would certainly impart the dreary taste akin to chewing wax. Before entering the battlefield of the myriad clans, Jiang Chun lacked sufficient spirit stones to procure troops. Thus, he filled the remaining space with fast food. Upon taking out a portion, he was once again taken aback. Enhancement direction, primary spirit food, consumes 10 spirit stones. Primary spirit food, crafted from spirit rice. It contains a trace of spiritual energy, aiding in the cultivation of techniques and skills. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chun enhanced 3 portions. He tossed one to the Empress, consumed one himself, and listed the final portion on the trading post with a fixed price of 200 spirit stones. Seeing the Empress satisfied with the spirit food, Jiang Chun began to relish his own lunch. As he unwrapped the package, a rich aroma of rice enveloped him. Truly, it was spirit food. While savoring the delicacy in small bites, he opened the regional channel to observe. To his astonishment, upon opening the regional channel, he spotted his own name. Am I mistaken? Jiang Chun has sold exquisite equipment again? What a staggering drop rate. His fortune seems remarkably favorable. First, he sat upon the resource point, and now he continuously produces exquisite gear. Could it be that the talent of Green Waters and Blue Mountains possesses a hidden ability to enhance luck? However, with such exceptional equipment, why wouldn't Jiang Chun utilize it himself? Lord Jiang Chun has consigned Spirit Food 1 to the trading post. Consignment method, fixed price transaction, 200 spirit stones. What the heck? Spirit food. Just then, someone exclaimed. The spirit food sold by Lord Jiang Chun was snatched up at the fixed price. Jiang Chun glanced at the buyer, rendered speechless. Incredibly, he had been outbid by Ng Yin Man in less than a second. Were it not for the chaos of the myriad races battlefield, Jiang Chun would have suspected that this girl was employing some sort of cheating software to seize the order. Could it be that Jiang Chun's territory had discovered spirit rice? Such a resource is exceedingly rare. The richness of resources in Jiang Chun's domain is simply astonishing. Is there more? Let us acquire a few more. Just thinking about the flavor of spiritual food makes me weep with desire. Wei Ming remarked, Brother Jiang Chun, are you perhaps considering a path as a farming lord? As Jiang Chun replied while eating, no. I am merely an entertainment lord. These are of no use to me. I might as well sell them for money. In all honesty, Jiang Chun spoke the truth. In its true form, the dragon bore a weight of 0 and was unable to wear equipment. Meanwhile, the legendary hero, the Empress, deemed exquisite gear beneath her notice. Yet, who would believe such a statement? You cannot utilize exquisite equipment? My dear fellow, such ostentation is rather excessive, is it not? Wei Ming chose not to respond further, evidently stifled by Jiang Chun's words. Lord Jiang Chun's sale of the exquisite iron sword had been swiftly concluded with a single offer of 5,000 spirit stones. Goodness, 5,000 spirit stones. That was quick. Wei Ming exclaimed, truly a wealthy individual. The most I can offer is 500 spirit stones. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. The flat price of 5,000 spirit stones was indeed a bold demand on his part. In his estimation, selling a level 5 fine iron equipment for 3,000 spirit stones would have been a cause for immense gratitude. Could it be that the affluent Yin man had made a purchase again? However, upon seeing the buyer's name, his expression darkened. And Chu Xiu. It was actually Chu Xiu who had made the purchase in an instant. Despite Jiang Chun's outwardly amiable demeanor, he harbored an immense pride within him. Otherwise, he would not have preferred to resort to campus loans rather than accept Chu Xiu's charity. He promptly dialed Chu Xiu's contact. The call connected instantly, revealing Chu Xiu's virtual image. Jiang Chun expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Classmate Chu Xiu, what does this mean? And Chu Xiu was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly comprehended what Jiang Chun was referring to. She clarified, Jiang Chun, you have misunderstood. This is not meant to assist you. Rather, I am in trouble and urgently need to enhance my combat capabilities. Before Jiang Chun could pose any further inquiries, and Chu Xiu promptly sent a screenshot. Jiang Chun cast a glance, his eyes instantly sparkling with brilliance. An epic monster of level 10? This creature lurks just 3 kilometers beyond my territory. And Chu Xiu wore a pained expression. 2 of my rangers have already fallen to it, and they are a rare breed. Most importantly, it guards a large fine iron mine. Only by besieging it can I acquire the fine iron necessary to elevate my second level base. I am in a state of urgency. Jiang Chun genuinely felt envious. What sheer luck! A formidable epic monster. If he could vanquish it, it would undoubtedly yield tremendous rewards. The most significant aspect was the energy. A level 10 epic monster, without any energy penalties, could bestow a staggering 100,000 energy, sufficient to elevate the Empress to level 8. Yet, and Chu Xiu feigned concern, exclaiming, "I am utterly distressed." However, her face was alight with excitement, clearly brimming with anticipation at the prospect of slaying the epic monster. Jiang Chen certainly had the confidence to deceive Chu Xiu into revealing her coordinates for the purpose of seizing the monster, yet he held himself above such despicable tactics. Of course, seizing this opportunity to earn some profit was quite advantageous as well. "I still have a fine iron sword. Would you like it?" he inquired. "Do you have more?" And Chu Xiu exclaimed with delight. "I want it. How many do you desire? How many do you possess? I will take as many as you have." "You can have as many as I possess." A sudden blush flitted across Chu Xiu's face as she seemed to recall something. Jiang Chen, however, paid little heed to such matters. "Very well. You still possess 12 wolf knights and 10 rangers, thus I shall sell you an additional 22 fine iron swords. According to market value, each blade costs 500 spirit stones." And Chu Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. "How much?" Jiang Chen elucidated. "I am aware that the price is somewhat steep, yet as brothers, we must conduct our affairs with transparency. Given the abundance of Kryptonians in this town, I am confident that such standardized equipment will sell without difficulty. No, that is not my point. I am questioning the source of your exquisite quality gear." And Chu Xiu, a top scholar, swiftly conjured the most plausible scenario. "Could it be that you have already commenced the extraction of fine iron, or?" Jiang Chen smiled silently. And Chu Xiu echoed Jiang Chen's earlier words. What utter luck! 2 hours later, a message suddenly flashed across the town channel. Lord Jiang Chen had listed 22 exquisite iron swords for sale at the trading post, specifying a buyer with a unit price of 500 spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, the 22 exquisite iron swords were purchased. It was as if a deep-sea bomb had detonated beneath a placid lake, and the regional channel erupted in chaos. I must be seeing things. Count me in for the same. 22 exquisite weapons. I worked tirelessly all day and didn't manage to acquire a single fine weapon. Am I on the same map as Lord Jiang Chen? Could it be that he's the favored child of Lady Luck? Nonsense. I believe that Lord Jiang Chen has been in the company of Lady Luck herself. Why not be bolder? Perhaps after spending the night with Lord Jiang Chen, Tina became the goddess of fortune. In any case, Lord Jiang Chen is impressive. With a single sweep, he produced 22 exquisite iron swords, reclaiming his title as the Great One. Those who are gasping in astonishment must be the underachievers. How could such a pristine collection of 22 exquisite iron swords possibly be acquired through luck? There is only one explanation. This must be the product of a blacksmith's mass production. This statement incited yet another wave of excitement. Just a few hours since the server opened, and a blacksmith can already mass-produce attribute equipment? This implies that Lord Jiang Chen not only secured an elite blacksmith but also a precious iron mine. Oh, woe is me. I haven't even upgraded to level 1 yet. And I don't even have a blacksmith shop. First, he claimed a resource point, then spirit rice, and now an iron mine. This abundance of resources is utterly enviable. Exquisite iron is essential for upgrading to level 2. Typically found 10 kilometers outside the territory, guarded by monsters of level 10 or above. Could it be that, following his advancement to level 1, Lord Jiang Chen will be the first to upgrade to level 2? Indeed, he is the beacon of hope for us commoners. Seeing the wealth of resources in Jiang Chen's territory, the second-generation elites could no longer remain idle. Ying Man inquired, Jiang Chen, may I have a private chat with you? Mu Qingxuang added, little brother Jiang Chen, would you be interested in joining the military? I can personally ensure you receive the rank of sergeant immediately. Lin Mo chimed in. Sergeant? If I may ask, Commander Mu, what is the monthly stipend for a sergeant? Is it 200 spirit stones or 300? If Jiang Chen is willing to become my exclusive sheep account, I am prepared to offer a monthly salary of 10,000 spirit stones. And Chu Xiu interjected, hee. If you think Jiang Chen will become your sheep account, you might as well give up that hope. I must say, and Chu Xiu understands Jiang Chen the best. Jiang Chen, I regret to disappoint you all. I have no intention of joining any faction, let alone becoming a sheep number. Yet, Lin Mo remains undeterred. I am a year your senior, so from now on, I shall call you Little Jiang. Do not speak so definitively, Little Jiang. As a common lord like you, your purpose in entering the battlefield of myriad races is surely to amass wealth, is it not? Any terms can be negotiated. Li Muz, Jiang Chen, Do not be ungrateful. It is a privilege that Brother Lin is willing to pay for your resources. Otherwise, when Brother Lin issues a declaration of conquest, do you believe you can withstand the might of his army? And Chu Xiu, who would dare to issue a declaration of conquest against Jiang Chun, I wonder? Observing the chat group, Jiang Chun could hardly contain his laughter. To conquer his territory would merely supply him with energy. According to the rules of the battlefield of myriad races, resources such as stone, wood, fine iron, and energy are bound and non-tradable. This serves as one of the few equitable measures for common players. Otherwise, players like Ing Man, who invest heavily, would have reached the second level long ago. However, policies are often met with countermeasures, and those who invest heavily invariably find ways around the rules. They can plunder resources from other lords through declarations of conquest. Naturally, as fellow members of the human race, unless there is a long-standing grudge, such conquests are usually negotiated amicably, with both parties gaining what they desire. The besieged lord typically relinquishes resistance, minimizing losses on both sides. This practice is colloquially known as buying a sheep number. The refined iron resource in Jiang Chen's territory not only signifies a continuous supply of exquisite equipment, but is also pivotal in determining who can swiftly upgrade to the second level and reap the rewards of the heavenly path. Naturally, this beckons the interest of many. Ing Man declared, "Since you, Jiang Chen, refuse to engage in private conversation, I shall speak plainly. You need not become my exclusive resource. I only wish to partake a little from your territory. I assure you, I shall plunder without destruction. Should I gather enough refined iron to facilitate the upgrade to the second level, I will promptly offer 200,000 spirit stones." Upon seeing this astronomical figure, Jiang Chen could hardly contain himself. A wealthy patron is attempting to entice me once again. Had it not been for the lucrative venture of the refined iron sword, he might have readily acquiesced. Jiang Chen, I apologize for the private messages overwhelming me. I truly have no intention of becoming a lamb for others. Ing Man, all right. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute stance, Ing Man no longer insisted. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo, I am looking to acquire low-level bounty orders. Interested parties may message me privately at a cost. Li Muse, haha. I also wish to join the fray and will pay a high price for bounty orders. Jiang Chen, if you agree to become Lin's lamb, I would find it difficult to pursue you due to my regard for him. Now, you must fend for yourself. Lin Mo, brotherly, let us rely on our own abilities. Li Muse, agreed. In their words, it seemed as though Jiang Chen was a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. And Chu Xiu, you dare. Mu Qing, alas, we are all lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Why must we turn against one another? Tu Shanye, boo-hoo. Jiang Chen is so handsome. Please do not harm him. Wei Ming, bearing treasures brings misfortune. Moreover, it appears the Fox tribe girls are indeed a superficial bunch. I was skeptical before. Lord Jiang Chen has listed a fine iron sword, superior quality, 2 for consignment in the trading post. Consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 10 minutes. Fixed price, 2,500 spirit stones. Mu Qing, little brother Jiang Chen, at this moment, it would be wise not to add fuel to the fire. Perhaps a more low-key approach is advisable? Wei Ming, facepalm brother Jiang Chen, may fortune favor you. Jiang Chen, thank you all for your concern. But I find myself in dire financial straits. After closing the regional channel, Jiang Chen first offered a few words of comfort to Chu Xiu. He then glanced at his spirit stones, 55,013. I have never been this affluent before. What should I enhance next? My equipment, my troops, or perhaps blueprints? Suddenly, a notification from the heavenly Tao emerged. Notification, your troop Dragon 1 has sustained injuries. Jiang Chen was initially taken aback. However, a look of delight soon graced his face. The more formidable the monster, the greater the rewards it promised. Could it be that an epic creature had spawned in the vicinity of my territory? Through the Lord's interface, he promptly contacted Long Yi. Long Yi, report the situation. The voice of Long Yi came through. Reporting to you, my lord. Approximately 10 kilometers to the south of the territory, a giant centaur nest has been discovered, with a level range of 6 to 9, numbering around 1,000. Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity, surely, the lowly centaur warriors cannot inflict harm upon you? Long Yi replied with a hint of frustration among the monsters. There exists a heroic commander, and I found myself under concentrated fire. Jiang Chen suddenly realized, although it was not the epic monster he had anticipated, the centaur lair was indeed a valuable asset. The centaur lair, a structure for field troops, allows the recruitment of centaur warriors. These centaur warriors are elite units. possessing commendable capabilities in both melee and ranged combat. The standard barracks inherent to his territory can currently only recruit militia, and it requires an upgrade to level 4 to enlist elite human swordsmen. As he continues to occupy more resource points, employing dragons to guard these locations feels rather excessive. The emergence of the Centaur lair perfectly alleviates his pressing needs. After gaining a general understanding of the terrain, Jiang Chen immediately broadcasted through the Lord's heart. All individuals, except for the dragons guarding crucial resource points, assemble. The Empress also concluded her training, her face brimming with anticipation as she inquired, "My lord, what about me?" Jiang Chen nodded, "Come with me." As a ranged unit, the concentrated firepower of the Centaur tribe should not be underestimated. To avert unnecessary losses, Jiang Chen felt it imperative to be present on site. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Level up." For radiant halos ascended in succession, elevating Jiang Chen directly to level 5, significantly enhancing his survivability. Yet, this was only the beginning. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before procuring a whiteboard longsword, which emanated a brilliant radiance in his grasp. He expended 20,000 spirit stones to select enhancement direction, transforming it into the exceptional sword, Crimson Holy Word. The substantial fortune he had painstakingly amassed diminished by nearly half in an instant. As the brilliance faded, the whiteboard longsword metamorphosed into a blood-red sword, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, radiating a crimson glow. Crimson Holy Word, exceptional, level 5 sharpness, 22 durability, 18 attributes, physical strength 9, spiritual power 6. Load -4 skill, Blood Arc Holy Word truly worthy of its exceptional classification. The Crimson Holy Word not only boasted explosive fundamental attributes, but also possessed 2 formidable skills, one offensive and one supportive, each complementing the other splendidly. Noticing the gleam of excitement in the Empress's eyes, Jiang Chen casually tossed the sword towards her. "It is yours. Remember, your task henceforth is to protect me." The Empress, captivated by the sword, toyed with it for a moment before patting her chest confidently, assuring him, "Rest assured, my lord." Notification: the Empress, touched by your gift of the sword, has increased her favorability by 1, bringing it to a total of 88 points. You are 1 step closer to intimacy. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen traversed the vast expanse of the grassland, accompanied by the Empress and 8 colossal dragons, arriving at the designated coordinates. The Empress stood beside Jiang Chen, clutching her treasured sword. The 8 dragons, instead of soaring majestically through the sky, were crouched low, endeavoring to conceal their massive forms within the knee-high grass as they advanced stealthily. Not far off lay a formidable Centaur tribe, with squads of Centaur warriors patrolling in meticulous order, a remarkable number of whom were of elite status. Centaur warrior, elite, race, beastfolk level, 8 combat power, 20 skills, barrage, charge, cleave as far as the eye could see. There were hundreds of them. If any other lord were present, even someone like Chu Xiu, known for their extraordinary prowess, would find themselves in despair at the sight of such a vast Centaur tribe. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Jiang Chen. Long Jiu, with his elongated visage, suddenly leaned forward and said awkwardly, "My lord, we are dragons, after all. This posture is rather undignified for our kind. Should I let out a roar to announce your arrival to these mere ants?" With a firm rap on Long Jiu's head, Jiang Chen admonished softly, "Impulsive? Is that all you know? I appointed you as the squad leader. Can't you use your brain in battle? Why charge head-on when you can launch a stealthy ambush?" Jiang Chen felt fortunate for his timely arrival. Nearly 1,000 level 8 monsters, not to mention the elite foes clad in full armor. Given the ostentatious combat style of these dragons, victory in this battle seemed achievable, yet casualties were inevitable. Oh, the legendary dragons. Losing even one would be a source of great sorrow for Jiang Chen. After reprimanding Long Jiu, he meticulously examined the battlefield layout and began to devise a strategy. Line up in a straight formation and fly at maximum speed to the coordinates, he instructed. As a participant in the National High School Tactical Competition, the situation before him was merely child's play. Ensuring the dragons comprehended his orders, Jiang Chen softly commanded, "Charge." Yes. 8 dragons flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Enemy attack. The earlier dragon had returned. A juvenile dragon dared to come back. Tonight, we feast on dragon meat. No, wait. 1, 2, 38 dragons. Quick, be on alert. Oh no, they're heading towards the central camp. Protect Lord Malhan. Hearing the centaur's alarm, Jiang Chen felt satisfied. It was indeed a universal language. It appeared that this centaur's lair possessed lineage and heritage, not merely an uncivilized wild tribe. Impressive. The higher the level of civilization, the greater the potential. 10 seconds later, the dragons reached the designated location. Dark breath. A jet of pitch-black dragon breath erupted, sizzling as it struck the ground. 8 streams of dragon breath unleashed simultaneously, instantly creating a death zone spanning dozens of meters, rapidly spreading forth. The once peaceful camp erupted into a cacophony of anguished cries. The average centaur warrior possessed a combat power just above 10 stars, quickly succumbing to the onslaught. Only the elite centaurs could struggle for a moment. Your unit, Xiu, has slain a centaur warrior, elite, gaining energy 80, spirit stones 8, and a fine treasure chest 1. Click to collect. Your unit, Yi, has slain a centaur warrior, elite, gaining energy 70, spirit stones 5, and a unit soul 1. Click to collect. Your unit Jiangqin's blitzkrieg was triumphant. In an instant, hundreds of notifications appeared. To Jiangqin's surprise, the second notification revealed the soul of the troop. Soul of the troop, elite when used on ordinary troops. It elevates them to elite status. When applied to elite troops, it enhances their star rating. What a remarkable treasure. The Empress gazed at the overwhelmingly one-sided battlefield and sincerely remarked, "My lord, your unconventional strategies in warfare are truly admirable." Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively. This was something any ordinary high school student could do. There was nothing particularly commendable about it. The Empress, intrigued, inquired, "My lord, when might you take me to explore your world? It is called Blue Star, is it not?" "Indeed, it is called Blue Star," he replied casually, while keeping his gaze fixed on the battlefield. "According to the rules of the myriad races battlefield, your favorability must reach 100 points before you can accompany me to Blue Star." The Empress understood that such feelings could not be forced and giggled. "Then my lord must strive diligently to ensure that I willingly submit both body and soul." As their light banner continued, the colossal dragon had already reached the main tent of the centaur tribe. A 3-meter-tall centaur hero, muscles rippling, was fastening his belt while cursing. "Who dares to interrupt my enjoyment? Have they no patience?" Before he could finish his words, 8 streams of searing dragon breath descended upon him. 3 seconds later, the 8 dragons retracted their fiery breath and soared into the sky. The sole centaur hero of the tribe had been reduced to charred remains, undeniably dead. With a powerful ascent to a height of 100 meters, Xiu finally distanced himself from the range of the centaur archers and began to breathe heavily. After exhaling for several seconds, he found it quite difficult to catch his breath. Yi empathized. "My lord is correct. We sisters must practice our lung capacity." Simultaneously, Jiangqin received a heavenly notification. Your unit, Xiu, has slain the centaur chieftain, rare hero, gaining 20,000 energy, 228 spirit stones, 1 wind spirit bow, rare, and 1 bounty order. Click to extract. Jiangqin was filled with joy. What a tremendous opportunity. To his astonishment, a bounty notice had been issued. Upon seeing the decree, his thoughts raced. Should he target Li Muse or Lin Mo? No, this was the first bounty notice, an invaluable item, far too precious to squander on personal use. Why not sell this bounty at a high price and let them come after me instead? Not only would it yield a substantial influx of energy, but it could also result in a significant extortion of spirit stones. However, how could he sell it without arousing their suspicion? As the rules of the trading post surfaced in his mind, Jiangqin devised a plan. Under the command of Jiangqin, the colossal dragon currently stands at level 4. Just a moment ago, it unleashed a breath that lasted over 10 seconds, depleting a significant portion of its spiritual energy. At this moment, the dragon squad is diligently following his instructions, soaring high above to restore their energy. With a sense of relief, Jiangqin opens the list of town lords. Swiftly locating the avatar of Tu Xiu, Jiangqin chose not to engage in a video call. Instead, he opened the chat interface. It was then that he realized this little fox had sent him numerous messages. 929. Hello, Brother Jiangqin. My name is Tu Xiu. You can call me Yaya. You are so impressive, having upgraded to a volume so quickly. May I add you as a friend? 945. Can you conquer a beast tied with just 1 volume? Do you need Yaya's assistance? 1018. The other party requested a video call, but then canceled it. 1019. Whoa, Brother Jiangqin, why are you ignoring me? 1020. Hello. I am a fool. 1220. So much exquisite iron equipment. Brother Jiangqin, you are truly remarkable. Upon reading the little fox's messages, Jiangqin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Why does it feel like this little fox isn't particularly bright? Jiangchen, greetings, Lord Tu Xiu. The little fox swiftly replied. Tu Xiu, woo, brother Jiangchen, you have finally responded to me. Could you possibly call me Ye? Regarding the ladies. Jiangchen has always been direct in his approach. Very well, Ye. I wish to request your assistance. Here is a bounty order, click to view, priced at 10. Which will serve as your commission. Bounty order. Upon usage, you may select a territory for the expedition. Upon victorious combat, you may plunder the resources of that territory. Limited to 1 use per day. Listening to Jiangchen's plan, the little fox readily agreed. Brother Jiangchen, rest assured, Ye guarantees the completion of the task. Hee. Brother Jiangchen, you proactively sold the bounty order to the adversary. It seems you are quite confident in your own strength. Jiangchen, half serious and half joking, remarked. What is meant to be a blessing will not turn into a curse, and what is destined to be a curse cannot be avoided. It is better to take advantage of the value of the bounty order and make a profit while we can. Soon, he spent 100 spirit stones to discreetly transfer the bounty order to Tu Xiu through the secret trading module of the trading post. In secret transactions, the trading post is not obligated to conceal transaction information unless one is willing to pay a fee in spirit stones. From any perspective, the little fox proved to be the most suitable partner. Given the relationship between Chu Xiu and him, selling the bounty order would inevitably raise suspicions. Jiangchen's judgment was indeed remarkably astute. The little fox was quite diligent in her task, and within a minute, she delivered the results. Brother Jiangchen, Tu Xiu announced, I have fulfilled my mission. I sold the bounty order to Li Muse, and the spirit stones will be transferred to you immediately. Notification, Lord Tu Xiu has sent you 45,000 spirit stones. Jiangchen was taken aback. How could so many be sold? Although the bounty order was indeed a rare item in the initial stages, based on past experiences, 10,000 spirit stones would be an exorbitant price. Could it be that the little fox had sacrificed her charm? Tu Xiu replied with a playful giggle. Hee. The bounty order is certainly not worth that many spirit stones. But let us not forget. The one who first obtains the bounty order can be the first to plunder the fine iron from your territory and subsequently upgrade to the second level, thus receiving the rewards from the heavenly path. Moreover, Ye has only taken a 5% commission. Jiangchen considered this and realized that he, a well-fed individual, could not comprehend the profound allure that fine iron held for other lords who were in dire need. Jiangchen, thank you for your efforts, Ye. Tu Xiu, it's no trouble at all. I also stand to gain from this. Hee. Brother Jiangchen, look quickly. Li Muse has issued a decree against you. Jiangchen activated the regional channel. Lord Li Muse issued a crusade order against Lord Jiangchen, with the battle set to commence in 1 hour. Both lords were advised to prepare accordingly. In the battlefield of myriad races, taking a life is not a crime. Once a lord falls, unless their power reaches a certain level, they cannot persist in the form of a heroic spirit. Otherwise, they are truly dead. This news instantly stirred a significant uproar. Wow! The crusade order was issued so quickly. How strange, there are no trading notifications. Did the esteemed Lord Li Muse slay a high-level boss and obtain this himself? Lord Li Muse is truly formidable. Oh heavens, will Lord Li Muse actually resort to eliminating Jiangchen? Yet, Jiangchen might not necessarily be defeated, as the defending side possesses a strategic advantage. Nevertheless, what does that matter? Lord Li Muse hails from the illustrious Li family of the East Sea. With just a single squad of rare troops, he could easily decimate us commoners. And Chu Xiu interjected, Li Muse, if Jiangchen loses even a single finger, I shall annihilate your entire family. Li Muse replied, Chu Xiu, do not misunderstand. I merely seek to claim some resources. As long as Jiangchen understands the situation, I assure you, I shall not harm him. Faced with Li Muse's arrogant demeanor, and Chu Xiu felt helpless, only able to simmer in frustration. Such were the rules of the battlefield of myriad races. Moreover, while the Li family may not rival the Yin family, the Yin family would never genuinely engage in war with the Li family over a mere common lord. Li Muse continued, Jiangchen, listen closely. You have 1 hour to prepare. I hope the quantity of fine iron in your territory will meet my satisfaction. Furthermore, you are not allowed to resist. Should my troops suffer a single loss, I shall destroy your territory. Should 2 perish, you will remain in the battlefield of myriad races forever. Tu Xiu lamented, Woo-woo. You promised me you wouldn't harm brother Jiangchen. Li Muse chuckled, haha, my dear sister, you are adorably naive. Jiangchen chuckled softly. This little fox indeed possessed quite a flair for performance. Wei Ming remarked, Brother Jiangchen, a step back can lead to boundless horizons. Mu Qingshuang added, If Brother Jiangchen were to join the military now, I would immediately negotiate with the Li family of Donghai on behalf of the military, ensuring your safety is guaranteed. Though these two were not without merit, Jiangchen chose to disregard them and promptly closed the interface. At that moment, the dragon's spiritual energy had also recovered significantly. Meanwhile, the Centaur tribe, having endured the recent ordeal, was finally able to tenuously form a battle array, seemingly preparing for a desperate resistance. Jiangchen cast a glance over the battlefield and, through the heart of the Lord, issued a command, Coordinates, continue the dragon's breath to scour the land. After the Centaur hero was swiftly eliminated, the Centaur warriors lost their dominion bonuses, their strength plummeting. The 8 colossal dragons aligned themselves in a straight formation, diving downwards as terrifying black flames once again engulfed the earth. The archers concentrated their fire, aiming to take down one of the dragons. It was truly a sight of the undead. These dragons displayed an uncanny ability to intersperse and provide cover. They are coming. Flee for your lives. The battle formation of the centaurs, hastily assembled, collapsed in an instant. After the dragon's breath, over 200 centaurs were annihilated once more. This time, the dragons did not ascend into the skies. Instead, they landed directly on the ground, engaging in close combat. Leading the charge was the roaring Dragon 9. As the 8 dragons' eyes blazed with black flames, their bodies swelling in size. Berserker's heart. Physical prowess increases by 20, lasting for 60 seconds. Physical prowess is a comprehensive evaluation of strength, constitution, and speed. The combat power of the level 4 Black Dragon had reached a terrifying 56 stars, granting it an overwhelming advantage over elite monsters of levels 7 and 8. Now, unleashing their explosive skills, the disparity grew even greater. The arrows of the centaurs clanged and clattered, most being deflected by the dragon's impenetrable scales. Even those few arrow-based skills that struck the dragon scales merely resulted in superficial wounds. The outcome of the battle had become inevitable. Jiangchen slowly strolled up a hill, gazing down upon the blood-soaked battlefield, his eyes betraying no emotion. The Empress, trailing half a step behind, casually unleashed a blade of sword energy, cleaving several oblivious centaurs attempting to flee towards Jiangchen and Tu. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, My lord, do you not require any captives? Jiangchen shook his head, saying, There is no need. The People's Education Edition provides a comprehensive elucidation of the foundational knowledge of lords, detailing 147 points. Heroes or units that surrender possess a feeble fighting spirit, and the likelihood of their defection increases significantly. Such units can be utilized as cannon fodder, yet they hold no value for cultivation. Although this may not be reflected on their panels, it embodies the accumulated wisdom of countless predecessors. Jiangchen had no reason to doubt this. Furthermore, the ranks of surrendered units and heroes would be reset to 0. Jiangchen had no desire to squander energy cultivating a group of traitors. It would be far more prudent to recruit anew. In no time, the Centaur tribe was utterly decimated. Long Jiu led the dragon squad in pursuit of the scattered, fleeing centaurs. Jiangchen arrived before the centaur nest. A prompt appeared. Discover wild military structure centaur nest. Ignore destruction and occupation. Occupy. The centaur nest stood 10 meters tall. Its exterior adorned with carvings of bows, axes, and spears, rugged and ancient. After the occupation, Jiangchen finally beheld the panel of this military structure, the centaur nest. Unit types: Centaur warriors, 99, Centaur captains, 0, 99, Centaur leaders, 0, 01, production rate, 1 unit every 4 hours stock. Centaur warriors 12 description. This is a centaur nest hailing from the Marhan clan. The Marhan clan, wild and untamed, thrives in the boundless battlefield of myriad races. As a renowned race in this vast arena, centaurs are also stratified by class and lineage. There are known to be 325 different centaur clans, a fact Jiangchen, as an academic prodigy, could recite from memory. There exists a 1% chance to recruit the rare unit, Centaur Captain, and a 1 in 10,000 chance to enlist the exceptional unit, Centaur Leader. The centaur nest produced by the Marhan clan boasts commendable output and quality. He glanced at the recruitment cost. Centaur Warrior, Elite Food 200, Energy 500 recruit all. You have lost food 2400, Energy 6000. Simultaneously, 12 level 1 Centaur Warriors emerged in succession from the structure. Centaur Warrior race, Beastfolk level, 1 quality, Green Elite, Attributes, Stamina 4. 5. Spirit 2, Soul 2, Load Capacity 2. 5. Combat Power, 3-star Skill, Barrage Charge. Observing the attributes of the Centaur warriors, Jiangchen nodded with satisfaction. They were a quintessential physical unit, robust and resilient. Jiangchen adhered to his own naming convention. You shall be called Ma Yi, and you shall be my heir. The empress beside him could no longer contain herself. My lord, with your myriad responsibilities, perhaps you could entrust the task of naming to me. How could that be? Jiangchen furrowed his brow. This is a privilege I bestow upon my subordinates, as their lord. Once the names were aptly chosen, Long Jiu returned with the dragon squad. Reporting, my lord, the enemy has been completely annihilated. Jiangchen nodded, activated the combat dynamics, and selected the option to extract all rewards with a single click. You have acquired energy, 78, 230. You have obtained spirit stones, 3, 280. You have received chests, superior 58. You have obtained chests, common 208. You have acquired the wind spirit bow, rare 1. You have received the soul of troops, elite 54. You have obtained the book of physique, 1. You have received superior equipment, 44 pieces. You have acquired blank equipment, 129 pieces. Gazing at the astonishing bounty, Jiangchen could not help but exclaim. The ancient adage rings true. Riches come from deeds of valor. In addition to the usual spoils, there lay a precious book of physique. Book of physique, enhanced. Bound upon use, it increases physique by 1 point. Each unit, lord, hero, troop, may utilize up to 100 of these annually. An attribute book. Such a rare artifact with an exceedingly low drop rate. Initially contemplating an enhancement, he was dissuaded upon viewing the astronomical number of spirit stones required on the enhancement list. Without further ado, Jiangchen directly applied it to himself, elevating his physique to 22 points. Jiangchen, having tasted the sweetness of success, immediately commanded, Long Jiu, continue to expand the search radius in pursuit of large monster tribes. Yes, my lord, replied Long Jiu, as the 8 colossal dragons soared into the sky. Half an hour later, Jiangchen returned to his territory accompanied by the empress and the newly recruited Centaur warriors. As the expanse of his domain broadened, so too did the acquisition of resource points. Relying solely on 12 colossal dragons for protection had become increasingly untenable. Hence, the cultivation of Centaur warriors became imperative. The principle of maintaining a smaller, yet more formidable army holds true even in a world governed by universal lords. This necessity arises not only from the limitations imposed by the population cap of the territory, but also because the energy expended in upgrading fallen troops dissipates upon their demise. This concept is easily grasped. For instance, a militia member requires 850 points of energy to reach level 10. Should this militia member perish in battle, that energy is rendered utterly wasted. Contemplating this, Jiangchen took out a swirling mass of green ethereal energy, which was precisely the soul of the recently revealed combat unit. Elite Combat Unit Soul, enhanced when utilized on a standard combat unit. It allows for its advancement to an elite status. When applied to an elite combat unit, it enhances its star rating. He opened the enhancement list. Enhancement options, 1. Rare Combat Unit Soul, requiring 1,000 Spirit Stones. 2. Exceptional Combat Unit Soul, necessitating 10,000 Spirit Stones. 3. Epic Combat Unit Soul. Jiangchen currently possesses 320 Spirit Stones. Having resolved to cultivate elite troops, it is imperative that the advancement of military units occurs promptly rather than tardily. He chooses to enhance the direction of the rare soul of the soldier. As the radiance dissipates, Jiangchen gazes at the soldier's soul in his hand, which has transformed into a brilliant blue. The rare soldier's soul, when applied to elite troops, it enables their promotion to rare troops. When used on rare troops, it enhances their star rating. Ma Yi. Upon hearing Jiangchen's summons, Ma Yi senses an impending change. Kneeling before him, he exclaims with fervor, "My lord, I shall remain eternally loyal to you." Jiangchen nodded and pressed the rare soul of the warrior against Ma Yi's forehead. A notification appeared. Your warrior Ma Yi has utilized the soul of the warrior, advancing to a rare quality. Although the level remained at 1, Ma Yi's physique expanded considerably, and its fundamental attributes increased by approximately 30. Yet, this was not the end. Jiangchen continued to enhance the rare soul of the cavalry, bestowing it upon the unit known as Ma Yi. Notification: your unit, Ma Yi, has utilized the rare soul, resulting in an elevation of its star rating, now standing at a rare 2 stars. Notification: Your unit, Ma-yi, meets the advancement criteria and has ascended to the distinguished rank of 1 star. A satisfied expression graced Jiang Qin's face. A total of 4,000 spirit stones and 4 elite soldier souls had been consumed. If other lords were to discover how remarkably inexpensive these exceptional troops were, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. Centaur leader race, half-human level, 1 quality. Purple exceptional, attributes, physique 10, spirit 4, soul 4, load 5. Combat power, 6 stars skills, arrow barrage, charge. Savage tread. Ma Xiu flexed his well-defined muscles and declared, "My lord, if I were to face my former self, I could easily defeat dozens." His companions looked on with envy, their eyes shimmering with admiration. However, this envy was swiftly replaced by astonishment, continuing to enhance the rare soldier souls. Jiang Qin ultimately expended 48,000 spirit stones and 48 soldier souls, elevating the entire squad of centaurs to exceptional quality. Suddenly, a flurry of video requests erupted, within Chu Xiu's avatar flashing frantically in the lower right corner of his vision. As soon as Jiang Qin connected the call, and Chu Xiu exclaimed anxiously, "Jiang Qin, quickly check the regional channel." Jiang Qin was taken aback. What is happening with the regional channel? And Chu Xiu widened her eyes in astonishment. It's the decree of extermination. Jiang Qin was taken aback. Oh, what does it even mean? The battle is set to commence in merely 2 minutes. Do not tell me you have forgotten. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Well, how should I put it? I haven't forgotten, but I certainly haven't taken it seriously. The Empress had already ascended to level 4. Her combat prowess nearing 100 stars. With just her presence, Li Mu's troops would fall like autumn leaves. And Chu Xiu, however, expressed her concern. That fool Li Muse has started a live stream on the regional channel. It seems he is determined to ruin your reputation. Live stream? Jiang Qin furrowed his brow. What a wasteful spendthrift. Even a live stream at the town level consumed 10 spirit stones per minute. Noticing Jiang Qin's indifference, and Chu Xiu cautiously probed. Have you decided to give up resistance? Perhaps that is for the best. Surrendering would only result in the loss of some resources and buildings. After all, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. Once I level up and secure the position of town mayor, I will gain unrestricted access within the town. And then no one will dare to bully you. Indeed, it was said that the emperor was not in a hurry, yet the palace maid would perish from anxiety. However, seeing in Chu Xiu tread carefully with her words, afraid to bruise his pride, Jiang Qin felt a warmth in his heart. The cards were on the table. He was surrounded by legendary heroes and mythical troops. In his eyes, Li Muse was merely a petty figure trying to make a name for himself. After all, she could not be trusted. And Chu Xiu shot Jiang Qin a disapproving glance. Still talking about legendary troops? What a time to be boasting. Jiang Qin felt a sense of helplessness. Though he spoke the truth, he was perpetually met with disbelief. Oh well, if they choose not to believe him, so be it. The mighty dragon had ventured out to hunt, yet he was fortunate to have newly recruited a centaur. Jiang Qin adjusted the camera to face himself. Behold, this is my centaur warrior. Even without legendary units, I can effortlessly vanquish Li Muse. And Chu Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. These centaur warriors must be a rare unit. Judging by their size, they should be level 5. Could it be that your rare treasure chest yielded a warrior emblem? Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders, conceding. If you say so. And Chu Xiu let out a sigh of relief, remarking, in this case, with the advantage of defending the city, you indeed possess a fighting chance. After offering a few words of advice, and Chu Xiu gracefully ended the video call, Jiang Qin swiftly calculated the energy required for the upgrade. Upgrade. A dazzling array of golden light erupted, and in an instant, all the centaur warriors ascended to level 6, their physiques expanding once more. Their combat power soared to a terrifying 30 stars, comparable to that of a level 10 rare unit. Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction, believing that with just this team of centaurs, they would be more than capable of dealing with Li Muse. Soon, Jiang Qin found Li Muse's live stream in the regional channel. In the live stream, Li Muse wielded a sword, donned in silver armor, exuding an air of confidence and invincibility. Behind him stood a beastman hero, a squad of human archers, and a team of trolls, all appearing to be rare units. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric. As the first battle between lords in the novice town, despite the stark disparity in strength between the two sides, it captured the attention of the majority of lords. At that moment, over 800 viewers were present in the live stream. Mu Qingshuang commented, "One should leave a semblance of mercy, so that we may meet again in the future." Wei Ming added, "Killing is merely a fleeting act, however. I am quite eager to watch the stream." Lin Mo chuckled. "Ah, such are the rules of the battlefield among the myriad races. If Jiang Chen fears death, he ought not to participate. Yet, brotherly displays commendable courage. I bid 30,000 spirit stones for this decree of subjugation, thinking it a certainty. Only to discover brotherly is even more ruthless. Li Muse noticed the comments in the live stream and clasped his fists, declaring, "Brothers, behold. My archers and trolls have already reached level 5. Ing Man remarked, "Flattery? I can't shake the feeling that Jiang Chen is mocking you." Li Muse's expression darkened. Just then, a portal materialized beside him. Li Muse addressed the camera calmly. "I am coming, Jiang Chen. Feel the fear." The live feed flickered and, upon regaining clarity, he found himself 100 meters outside Jiang Chen's territory. Li Muse sneered at the sight of the territory. "Look, Jiang Chen hasn't even upgraded his fences. This is utterly lacking in challenge." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when 2 crossbow bolts whizzed through the air and struck with alarming speed. A human archer, caught off guard, was impaled to the ground, realizing he was beyond salvation. Li Muse's eyes widened in disbelief, and it took him a full 3 seconds to react before he screamed, "Ah, my archer." Normally, a human territory could only recruit elite units like swordsmen at level 4 and rare units like heavy cavalry at level 7. Losing a rare unit could haunt him for days. "Damn Jiang Chen, no one can save you now, not Anjia, nor the military. You dare to slay my units? I want you to kneel before me and repent." Another 2 crossbow bolts flew forth, mercilessly pinning another archer. What kind of shooting speed is this? Had those arrows been aimed at me? Li Muse finally snapped out of his fury and shouted as he hid behind the trolls. "What manner of arrow tower is this? Its power is astounding." The live stream erupted with excitement. Jiang Chen actually has an arrow tower. How is he so fortunate? Fortunate? Arrow towers require fine iron. Even if you had the blueprints, you couldn't construct one. Isn't that still luck? But wait, isn't the effective range of an arrow tower 80 meters? The distance between the 2 sides must be at least 100 meters. Those with discerning eyes certainly exist. Wei Ming, simultaneously firing 2 arrows, with a range exceeding 100 meters, possesses the power to obliterate rare archers. Could this be the legendary repeating arrow tower? That is indeed a rare defensive structure. Mu Qingxuang, this is the only plausible explanation. The most delighted among us is none other than Chu Xiu. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chen not only commanded a rare troop, but also wielded the formidable repeating arrow tower. And Chu Xiu, Li Muse, continuing this confrontation will only lead to mutual destruction. It would still be prudent for you to withdraw now. A flicker of regret began to stir within Li Muse. Even if he were to plunder enough refined iron, it would not compensate for the loss of 2 rare troops. Yet he found himself ensnared, unable to retreat. The decree for the attack had cost him nearly 50,000 spirit stones. If he were to abandon 2 corpses and retreat in disgrace, he would become the laughingstock of 10,086 town. If I can annihilate Jiang Chen's territory and seize ample refined iron, I shall be the first to upgrade to the 2nd level, and perhaps even earn the celestial reward from the exceptional treasure chest. With this thought, Li Muse, akin to a desperate gambler, bellowed, "Troll warriors, shield our sharpshooters, breach the barriers, and destroy the arrow tower." Alas, he need not even breach the barriers. The territory of Jiang Chen suddenly swung open its gates. A formidable band of centaurs charged forth from within. Li Muse, both astonished and elated, exclaimed, "Ha ha, splendid. They dare to venture out of the city? They shall pay dearly for their audacity." Suddenly, from the forefront of the territory, Jiang Chen's voice resonated. "Rapid-fire arrows. 4 against 1, concentrate fire." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The centaur warriors drew their bows in unison. Even though the trolls were renowned as formidable tanks, they could not withstand the onslaught. The 3-headed troll, pierced by countless arrows, fell lifeless to the ground. This scene left the lords in the live stream utterly astonished. Is the esteemed Li Muse truly a level 5 rare unit? This combat prowess is exceedingly lackluster. It is not that Li Muse is feeble, but rather that Jiang Chen is exceptionally strong. What an impressive band of centaurs. How foolish of me to have worried for Jiang Chen just moments ago. Li Muse finally grasped the gravity of the situation, trembling as he inquired, "What quality of centaurs are these?" He soon discovered the answer. In the midst of his speech, the centaur chief had already closed in, standing tall and stomping down heavily. With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked, and a wave of earthy turbulence surged forth. All hero units, including Li Muse, lost control over their bodies and fell into a state of dizziness. Wei Ming exclaimed, "Heavens, this is war trample. The signature skill of the centaur chief." Jiangchen actually possesses an extraordinary unit. Combat power can be compensated for with equipment, levels, and even hero leadership. Yet skills cannot be fabricated. Jiangchen has concealed his strength so well. What a hidden trump card. I understand now. It must be that rare treasure chest. There is a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining an extraordinary quality item from a rare treasure chest. A 1 in 10,000 chance. How extraordinarily fortunate. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. The Centaur chief was equally formidable in melee, drawing forth a colossal sword to mercilessly slash at the units Li Muse had summoned. The live stream of Lord Li Muse abruptly ceased. The lords, thoroughly engrossed, were taken aback when he unexpectedly closed the stream. They immediately voiced their discontent in the regional channel. Li Muse, why did you close the live stream? I was enjoying it immensely. Open it back up, or I will blacklist you forever. Li Muse felt darkness clouding his vision, wishing he could disappear into a crevice of the earth. He had intended to showcase his dominance over Jiangchen, yet now he found himself the one being defeated. Continuing the live stream would be madness. He shouted, Jiangchen, let us leave a line for future encounters. Lord Jiangchen established a live streaming room, leaving Li Muse seething with rage, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. What is this madness? He felt utterly humiliated, while Jiangchen reveled in his prosperity. Li Muse, though capable of enduring humiliation, commanded a retreat, withdraw, back to the territory. However, upon turning around, he discovered that 4 Centaur chieftains had already blocked the gateway, leaving no escape. Witnessing his troops fall one by one, Li Muse's eyes blazed with fury. Jiangchen, cease this at once. I concede this defeat, and I assure you I will not pursue the matter of your slaughtering my troops. Do you intend to pursue a vendetta against me? Vendetta? Jiangchen, flanked by the Empress's guards, stepped out of his territory, retorting, you might want to consider speaking such words only if you manage to leave with your life. Upon hearing this, Li Muse was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? You lowly peasant, do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? With a wave of his hand, Jiangchen unleashed a sinister smile, and with swift precision, his blade descended. Li Muse's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah, my arm! Li Muse cried out, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his shoulder, racked with agony. Yet, the pain he endured was nothing compared to the terror that gripped his heart. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, Brother Jiangchen, we are all brothers from the same town. Let us speak amicably. A profound silence enveloped the live stream. The lords gazed upon Jiangchen's serene countenance, a chill running down their spines. Could a mere commoner truly dare to strike against a scion of the second generation of nobility? Did he not fear the retribution of the Li family from the East Sea? Even Wei Ming, Mu Qingxuang, and other second-generation nobles, along with military heirs, fell into hushed contemplation. For a moment, no one dared to intercede. Then, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration blossomed within them all. Ying Man remarked, the world is rife with rules, yet how many can truly revel in the resolution of grievances? This live broadcast is a delight to behold. Let us relish it. Jiangchen pondered, how many spirit stones does this wealthy dog truly possess? Faced with Jiangchen's formidable methods, Li Muse was genuinely terrified. Brother, I am willing. But before he could finish, Jiangchen interrupted him. Kneel first, then speak. He had always been a man who held grudges. If it weren't for the spirit stones, Li Muse would have long been dead. Yet, Li Muse dared not defy Jiangchen's command. He obediently knelt down, forcing a smile, esteemed Jiangchen. I am willing to redeem my life as well as those of my heroes and troops with money. Upon hearing Li Muse's compliance, Jiangchen finally expressed his satisfaction. First, let me see how many spirit stones you possess. At that moment, Li Muse appeared remarkably docile, and to avoid any misunderstanding, he promptly took a screenshot of his Lord interface. Spirit stones, 328, 710. Upon seeing this figure, Jiangchen's heart jolted. 320,000 spirit stones. These noble families. One can only imagine how much they exploit the common folk. They are indeed swimming in wealth. Today, I shall rob the rich to aid the poor. Though elated internally, Jiangchen maintained an unperturbed exterior. This mere amount of spirit stones is only sufficient to purchase your life. After saying this, Jiangchen waved his hand. Ma understood the cue, and, accompanied by the centaur, executed Li Muse's orc hero and the few remaining archers. Li Muse's heart bled, yet he dared not utter a word, only cautiously stating, I shall surrender all my spirit stones, hoping that Brother Jiangchen would honor his word and spare my life. Jiangchen remarked nonchalantly, You are not yet worthy of my fickleness. Lord Li Muse has transferred to you 328, 710 spirit stones. Jiang Chun felt a surge of joy within him. He had genuinely feared that Li Mu's might be a tough nut to crack. The spiritual stones resided within the Lord S domain, should Li Mu's refuse. Even if he were to eliminate him, Jiang Chun would gain not a single spiritual stone. 320,000 spiritual stones. How exhilarating! Li Mu's cautiously remarked, then. Elder brother, I shall take my leave now. Jiang Chun waved his hand, signaling Li Mu's to leave. Li Mu's had already been rendered useless, truly unworthy of any further consideration. As Li Mu stepped into the portal, the various lords in the live broadcast finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Ming remarked, Brother Jiang Chun, you possess the magnanimity of a statesman. I deeply admire you. And Chu Xiu added, Indeed, Jiang Chun is a warm-hearted individual. Yet it is rather lenient of him to let that scoundrel Li Mu off so easily. Lin Mo chuckled, Ha! Jiang Chun displayed such dominance earlier, yet in the end, he still found a way to grant Li Mu an exit. Jiang Chun chuckled, Lord Lin Mo is indeed correct. I am but a commoner. How could I possibly oppose you esteemed noble families? However, should Lord Lin Mo wish to visit my territory to reap the autumn harvest, it would be wise to bring ample spirit stones for his ransom. Jiang Chun kindly offered a reminder, then disregarded Lin Mo's reaction and promptly closed the live stream. The Empress stepped forward, expressing her frustration. My lord, the enemies have breached our home. Why am I still not permitted to take action? Jiang Chun lamented the unyielding nature of iron. Did you not witness the recent live broadcast? If you had taken action, who would dare to wield a decree against me in the future? How would I continue to extort spirit stones? However, the Empress began to interject, only to be interrupted by Jiang Chun. Do not be hasty. The hero power rankings will be released tomorrow at noon, and that will mark your moment of resounding triumph. Very well. The Empress acquiesced, then curiously inquired, My lord, is it truly worth it to let the tiger return to the mountain merely for a handful of spirit stones? Jiang Chun scoffed. What does he even count as a tiger? The Empress remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Chun's enhancements required spirit stones. It mattered not if it were 300,000 spirit stones or even 30 billion. Jiang Chun could effortlessly expend them in mere moments. After his sudden surge of wealth, Jiang Chun's spirit soared. He casually retrieved a spirit stone, directing its enhancement towards option 2, a high-grade spirit stone, consuming 1,000 spirit stones in the process. Moments later, the Empress gazed at the high-grade spirit stone radiating an overwhelming energy in Jiang Chun's hand, her insatiable desire unmistakable. In my former world, spirit stones of such quality were a rarity, appearing only once in a century, and each occurrence would incite a tempest of bloodshed and strife. Jiang Chun casually tossed a spirit stone to the Empress. Go and cultivate. Hasten to restore your cultivation to the transformation realm. The Empress took a deep breath, steadying her excited heart. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Note, the Empress was astonished by your methods and grateful for your generosity, increasing her favorability by 2, bringing her current favorability to 90. Note, the Empress's favorability has reached intimate. Perhaps your relationship could progress further. I shall not disappoint? The Empress has even altered her self-reference upon reaching intimacy. 100 kilometers away, Ing Man was leading troops to clear a large goblin encampment. Before the epic soldiers, the goblins were utterly defenseless. Closing the regional channel, Ing Man exclaimed, Sister Meng, I did not expect this Jiang Chun to hide such depth. An extraordinary troop indeed. If it weren't for that Li Mu's issuing a punitive order against him, he might have kept his trump card for the mayoral competition days from now. Ming Tian rarely displayed admiration. A commoner, yet through sheer will and fortune, Jiang Chun had acquired an extraordinary troop at the outset. He was indeed impressive. With eager anticipation, Ing Man suggested, since Jiang Chun is so exceptional, might I invite him to become my vassal lord? Having been a lord for thousands of years. Ming Tian saw through Ing Man's subtle intentions. Forgetting our Xian Qin, the illustriously family of the 5th heaven, the Xu family of the 6th heaven, and even the now-declined Aizenjaro of the 7th heaven, countless princes and descendants line up to become your highness's vassal lord. Are any of them not starting with epic troops? In contrast, Jiang Chun's acquisition of an extraordinary troop through mere chance pales in significance. If your highness wishes to take him as a vassal, it is perhaps not due to his strength, but rather his handsome appearance. Feeling exposed, Ing Man stamped her foot. Am I such a superficial person? Ming Tian replied earnestly, His Majesty the First Emperor has high hopes for you. Your task is to complete 4 heavenly wars within a century, reaching the 3rd heaven and returning to Xian Qin. No matter how exceptional Jiang Chun may be, becoming a local power is already a blessing from his ancestors. He is destined to belong to a different world than you. Ying Man protested, but the lord of Ming domain, Zhu Yuanzhong, began with a mere bowl. And he is still inferior to Jiang Chun. Zhu Yuanzhong? Meng Tian retorted. How many thousands of years has Long Kingdom seen only one Zhu Yuanzhong? Many city lords like to use him to inspire newcomers, claiming heroes do not ask about their origins. I see that as mere toxic positivity. Ying Man conceded. All right. Meng Tian, sensing the moment had passed, shifted the topic. Congratulations, Your Highness. Once we eradicate this goblin horde, we can seize the fine iron mine. With our epic farmers working at full capacity, our upgrade to level 2 may not lag behind Jiangchun. Indeed, Ying Man felt somewhat better. Sister Ming had already secured the top position on the hero power rankings, and with the first place upgraded to level 2 this time, I shall undoubtedly establish the illustrious reputation of Xianqin. Upgraded to level 2. With a commanding voice, Jiangchun issued an order, enveloping the Lord's mansion in a golden radiance once more. Countdown, 159, 59, immediate completion, costing 1,200 spirit stones. The resources required to upgrade to level 2 are exquisite timber 1,000, refined stone 2,000, and fine iron 1,000. After vanquishing the centaur lair and extorting a substantial sum from Li Muse, Jiangchun found himself in a position of both wealth and leisure. Basking in the glory of success, he resolved to upgrade the mansion to level 2 first. However, he soon realized a significant concern. Enhancement also demanded time. Fortunately, several resource points had yielded some exquisite resources. Otherwise, exhaustion would have surely claimed him. Even so, the acquisition of 2,000 units of resources consumed nearly an hour of his time. Relying solely on enhancement for high-tier resources was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. After a moment's hesitation, Jiangchun commanded, use 1,200 spirit stones for immediate completion. The current lords were numerous and formidable, especially that enigmatic Ying Man. To secure the top position in upgrading to level 2, Jiangchun decided to indulge himself and expedite the Lord's Mansion. Notification: you have upgraded the Lord's Mansion to level 2, unlocking the construction of a target range and a crystal mine. The territory has expanded to 10,000 square meters. The rumbling war fog dissipated once more, revealing an area extending to a radius of 100 meters, surpassing the size of a football field. Naturally, the speed at which Jiangchun ascended to level 2 was astonishing, so much so that the Heavenly Tao had yet to announce the reward system for this level. Consequently, no regional announcements or rewards were available at present. He opened the interface of his upgraded Lord's Manor. Lord's Manor, level 2, Lord, Jiangchun area, 10,000 square meters population, 350 buildings, exchange, 0, 1, warehouse, 1, 15, residential, 1, 20, enclosure, 0, 128, quarry, 1, 5, lumberyard, 1, 6, smelting plant, 1, 3, blacksmith, 1, 1, mysterious cottage, 1, 1, crossbow tower, 1, 1 constructible buildings, shooting range, crystal mine grain, 1, 520 resources, common wood 3, 300, common stone 3, 800. Common iron, or 882, superior wood 12, superior stone 18, refined iron 1, bound, energy, 15, 832, bound, spirit stones, 372, 100. The rapid advancement of his territory to the next level had led to a scarcity of resources, causing the fundamental structures to lag behind. Even the grain supply was beginning to dwindle. With a sigh, Jiangchun opened the trading platform and filtered for grain, sorting it by price from lowest to highest. The grain was priced at 2 units per spirit stone. Given his ample wealth, Jiangchun decided to invest some spirit stones in purchasing grain, thereby eliminating the necessity for the dragon to hunt deliberately, which proved to be quite advantageous. He received a notification. He purchased 10,000 units of grain, expending 5,000 spirit stones. Subsequently, Jiangchun swiftly calculated the remaining construction resources and commanded, upgrade all residences to level 2. Resources were scarce, so enhancing the population cap was a priority, allowing for a greater number of farmers to gather resources. As for the fence, it remained at its initial length of 128 meters. Jiangchun intended to upgrade the 3rd level before directly constructing the city walls. At this moment, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Jiangchun instructed the villagers to prepare their own meals. He then retrieved the final bounty from the eradication of the colossal centaur lair, a treasure trove. In total, there were 58 exquisite treasure chests and 208 ordinary ones. Jiang Chun retrieved an ordinary whiteboard treasure chest. He expended 100 spirit stones to select the enhancement direction, resulting in a superior treasure chest. However, enhancing the chest proved to be an unwise decision. As ordinary chests could only yield resources and basic equipment, it was only the superior chest that held the potential to unveil a category of crucial items, blueprints. Although the odds were slim, he soon consumed 2,800 spirit stones to transform all 208 ordinary chests into superior quality. Gazing at the multitude of superior treasure chests scattered around him, Jiang Chun rubbed his hands in excitement. Come forth, blueprints. As he opened a superior chest, he obtained 50 superior wood. Misfortune struck. Upon opening another superior chest, a noxious gas erupted from within, but fortunately, he managed to dodge it swiftly. He continued to open chests, acquiring 30 spirit stones from one, and in total, he opened 30 chests in one breath, hoping for the best in resources. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before calling out, "Empress, come here." In an instant, the Empress appeared beside him. "My lord, how may I serve you?" she inquired. He gestured towards the treasure chests scattered around, saying, "Let us open a few and see what we find." Your heroic Empress opened a fine treasure chest. Acquiring the blueprint for the arrow tower. Fortune smiled upon you. Your heroic Empress opened another fine treasure chest, obtaining the rare equipment refined steel armor. Furthermore, your heroic Empress opened yet another fine treasure chest, securing the blueprint for farmland. After casually opening 3 chests, the Empress expressed her uncertainty, asking, "Is that sufficient, my lord?" Jiang Chun suppressed the discontent within him and replied with a hint of indifference, "As the lord, I am occupied with numerous affairs. Henceforth, the trivial matter of opening treasure chests shall be entrusted to you." Could it be that even a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining a high-quality item could be triggered? Is it true that legendary heroes are favored by fortune? The Empress glanced at Jiang Chun, then at the treasure chest on the ground, seemingly grasping the situation, and with a playful laugh remarked, "Could it be that the esteemed lord has such dubious luck that he requires me as a mere tool?" Jiang Chun cast a glance at the Empress. Is this how one speaks to their sovereign? The Empress, adorned in her exquisitely cool palace attire, let out a melodious laugh that made her appear even more enchanting, inadvertently revealing the lord's innermost thoughts. This was indeed her fault. As their rapport blossomed, the Empress's transformation became strikingly evident. Although she maintained an air of aloofness before outsiders and even the dragons, frequently referring to herself as this Empress, she often exhibited a more youthful demeanor in Jiang Chun's presence. Before long, nearly 300 exquisite treasure chests had all been opened. The Empress was truly fortunate. While no attribute tomes emerged, the spoils were substantial. Firstly, there were dozens of splendid pieces of equipment. Secondly, she obtained 25 elite class souls and 1 elite hero soul. The elite hero soul, enhanced, can be utilized by a standard hero to ascend to elite status. When employed by an elite hero, it can elevate their star rating. This item holds greater value than a hero's decree. Regrettably, Jiang Chun's finances were insufficient. Otherwise, he could have immediately strengthened a legendary hero soul, promoting the Empress to a legendary 2-star status, significantly augmenting her combat prowess, or enhancing an epic hero to legendary quality. Next, an unexpected skill book was revealed. Rushing Palm enhanced a grade E skill that, when mastered to its utmost depth, allows one to manipulate the bodily fluids of the target, regardless of its application. This technique is quite impressive. Finally, there were blueprints. The Empress uncovered a total of 7 blueprints, 4 for arrow towers, 2 for farmland, and 1 for a kitchen. Farmland, enhanced covering an area of 100 square meters. It can be used to cultivate grains and vegetables. Perhaps, you might seek out some seeds. Kitchen, enhances the culinary provisions for the populace, stabilizing and improving the morale of the territory. You will no longer have to endure that inedible fare. All of these are splendid acquisitions. However, Jiang Chun currently lacks the surplus energy and resources to construct these agricultural buildings, for he is preparing to undertake a significant endeavor. Jiang Chun retrieved a blueprint for an arrow tower, expending 20,000 spirit stones to select the enhancement direction, the Tower of Heavenly Wrath. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had elapsed. During this time, Li Muse had vanished without a trace, not daring to utter even a single harsh word, as if he were genuinely afraid. Indeed, It is true that a villain must be tempered by another villain. Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu and the little fox sent him private messages, urging him to take care of his safety. Jiang Chen invested 140,000 spirit stones, ultimately upgrading all 4 Heavenly Fury Towers to level 2. Heavenly Fury Tower level 2 power, 72 rate of fire, 2 seconds range, 300 meters skill. Explosive arrow of Heavenly Wrath. The level 2 Heavenly Fury Tower stands at a height of 10 meters. Its body intricately carved with glowing red runes. A red energy sphere, with a diameter of 1 meter, rolls tumultuously. Yet it is firmly restrained within the magical crown atop the tower. The Heavenly Fury Tower boasts a combat strength of 72 stars. In terms of destructive power, it surpasses other legendary units of the same level. If it were not for Jiang Chen's mastery of enhancement abilities, any other lord, even with the blueprints, would lack the resources to construct it. Suddenly, a massive dragon head emerged. Long Jiu gazed at the Heavenly Fury Tower and marveled, "My lord, this defensive tower truly instills in me a sense of impending death." Jiang Chen gently patted Long Jiu's head and inquired, "How have you all been resting?" Long Jiu, resembling a lazy husky, comfortably squinted its eyes. "Esteemed lord, I am pleased to report that the Dragon Squad has fully rejuvenated. Following your wise counsel, I am diligently encouraging them to enhance their lung capacity, aiming for a breath attack that can endure for 20 seconds next time." Jiang Chen chuckled softly. This young female dragon was quick to learn and possessed remarkable execution skills, making her a valuable asset. Regardless of whether they were lords, heroes, or troops, rest was essential. Thus, as night fell, Jiang Chen summoned all the dragons back to his territory, even neglecting the defense of resource points. The Empress appeared silently by Jiang Chen's side, stifling a yawn. "My esteemed lord, why are you all awake at such a late hour? Is there yet another battle to be fought today?" "Indeed, there was a battle." Jiang Chen nodded, adding, "And it will be a fierce one." Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Jiang Chen turned his head, and upon seeing the Empress's attributes, exclaimed with delight, "Your heavenly sound art has reached mastery level. How did you progress so swiftly?" Empress, legendary, level 4 affection, 90, intimate, attributes, physique 112, 32, spirit 84, 32, soul 60, 32, endurance 76. Cultivation, heavenly sound art mastery, C grade, combat power, 107. The Empress lifted her chin slightly, her tone laced with quiet pride. "My heavenly sound art was once at the pinnacle of perfection. Relearning it is but a familiar path. Moreover, with the high-grade spirit stones you provided, reaching mastery within a single day is hardly surprising." Though her words feigned modesty, her expression betrayed no such humility. "Excellent. Truly befitting of an empress." Jiang Chen marveled. Level 4, yet already surpassing 100 stars in combat power, unprecedented. If the empress continued to display such formidable prowess, her haughty demeanor was something Jiang Chen could easily tolerate. With all preparations complete, he wasted no further time. "The sooner we finish, the sooner we rest." From his spatial storage, he retrieved the dark lure acquired earlier from the mysterious shop. Dark lure exerts an irresistible pull on dark attribute creatures, capable of summoning a wave of shadowborn monsters corresponding to the territory's current level. Effect doubles when used at night. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen accessed the enhancement menu. Expend 100,000 spirit stones. Select enhancement path, advanced dark lure. To put it into perspective, even an epic treasure chest required only 100,000 spirit stones to forge. A wry smile touched his lips. "I suppose I should thank Li Muse, that unwitting patron of mine. Had it not been for the windfall from their encounter, Jiang Chen would have been forced to settle for a mid-grade dark lure." As the enhancement concluded, the dark lure exuded a lethally sinister aura. Its presence so potent it seemed to devour the very light around it. The Empress inhaled sharply, her voice tinged with unease. "I have never encountered something so malevolent." Jiang Chen averted his gaze and gently cast, "Activate." The dark bait emanated a brilliant glow. Immediately thereafter, a crack of lightning descended from a height of 1,000 meters. What was truly terrifying was that this lightning was black, an abyssal shade of black. When the foul thunder descends upon the world, disaster is surely at hand. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, "Is such a commotion truly necessary? The nearby lords are likely to suffer from insomnia tonight." The black lightning intensified, and at the fringes of the war's fog, countless spatial rifts rapidly materialized. Pairs of crimson eyes peered through the fabric of time and space, greedily observing the vibrant world before them, accompanied by shrill cries. A squadron of 4-meter wingspan black crows burst forth from the rifts, spiraling ominously over the territory. Jiangchen spoke softly, the rare unit from the dark dimension. The six-eyed black crow is of level 8, quite impressive. After all, the stronger the monster, the greater the rewards. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of at least rare quality units surged forth from the rift. Dark rangers, enigmatic mages, great phantoms, evil eyes, and then, upon catching sight of the imposing figure riding a nightmare at the rear of the Dark Legion, Jiangchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was an epic-level terrifying duke, a 5-star epic. For many lords, tonight would undoubtedly be sleepless. 30 kilometers away, in a certain territory, Wei Ming exclaimed. "What is that sound?" He sprang out of bed in the lord's mansion and hurried to the window. There, amidst the war fog stretching for miles, lightning flashed ominously. To his astonishment, the lightning was black. What in the world is this, a heavenly calamity? Such a terrifying display of light and shadow. Was it the birth of a demonic entity, the emergence of a treasure, or perhaps an invasion of darkness? As an accomplished second-generation lord, Wei Ming's insight was considerable, and he quickly contemplated several possibilities. Yet, regardless of which scenario it was, it would be a significant challenge for him as a novice lord. "It's so unfair," Wei Ming grumbled. "That guy Jiangchen is both fine iron and spirit rice. He even opened a superior unit from a rare treasure chest. He could make that luck goddess, Tina, call him daddy." Frustrated, Wei Ming thought about how he had intended to conserve his strength today, planning to eliminate a medium-sized goblin tribe at dawn and then mine fine iron. Why is my fate so harsh, when we are both lords of 10,086 town? Despite his discontent, Wei Ming knew he could not afford to be lax. He quickly summoned his rare heroes and units to be on high alert. "Mon sister, did you hear that sound?" Meng Tian activated her divination technique, her expression grave as she gazed into the distance. What a powerful aura! Such overwhelming presence here in a novice town? Of course, anything can happen on the battlefield of myriad races. Ing Man, however, felt a surge of excitement. Is it a monster? Should we go and hunt it down? Meng Tian rolled her eyes. "Your Highness, that aura is at least 100 kilometers away. By the time we arrive, it will be too late." Shaking her head, Meng Tian added, "I wonder which unfortunate soul is in that vicinity." "Your Highness, just wait. Perhaps soon the celestial decree will announce a fallen lord." Terrifying Duke race, dark creature level, 10 quality, orange epic, combat power, 128 skills. 5-star epic, with just one more star. It could evolve into the legendary terrifying sovereign. The dark bait used at night would double the effects, but who would have thought it would draw out such a formidable boss? Without the 4 towers of wrath, even if victory is achieved in this battle, it is uncertain how many troops would perish. The Empress licked her lips and declared, "Leave this one to me, Jiang Chun." "Certainly." However, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoed through the night sky. The terrifying Duke, towering at 3 meters, donned in blood-stained armor, emerged from the realm of darkness astride a nightmarish steed. Wherever he tread, a series of dark flames marked the ground beneath him. As a 5-star epic powerhouse, the terrifying Duke commanded an undeniable presence. Other creatures of the dark, whether they be the rare and enigmatic mages or the distinguished dark rangers, all bowed their heads slightly in a gesture of respect. The essence of the dark primordial power was so rich, it was an irresistible allure. The terrifying Duke inhaled deeply, his expression one of rapture. "In return, insignificant humans, I shall grant you a moment of respite before your demise." Yet, before he could finish, the 4 towers of heavenly wrath simultaneously emanated a terrifying red glow. Why does Jiangchen waste time on a mere wild creature? With a furious blaze of wrath, he unleashed a torrent of orange flames, engulfing the terrifying Duke in an instant. The Tower of Heavenly Fury vanquished the evil eye, rare, earning him 800 in energy and 112 in spirit stones. Click to extract. The Tower of Heavenly Fury also defeated the Dark Ranger, exquisite, granting him 7,000 in energy and 1350 in spirit stones. Click to extract. The Tower of Heavenly Fury. A dozen nearby dark creatures were caught in the wave and were obliterated in an instant. The Empress stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Wasn't this fellow supposed to be my responsibility? Jiangchen, rest assured, he shall not perish. I now entrust this to you." The 4 towers of Heavenly Fury unleashed their combined wrath, sufficient to annihilate any dragon under his command. The fearsome Duke, too, found himself in dire straits. As the flames receded, His disheveled form was revealed, bearing the marks of considerable injury. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Kill!" Jiang Chun waved his hand, signaling his formidable army to launch a full-scale assault. To prevent damage to the structures, he decided to confine the battlefield to the lands beyond his territory. 12 black dragons soared into the sky, unleashing their fiery breath upon the ground. 12 centaur leaders formed a protective formation to safeguard the domain. Although the 4 towers of heavenly fury were still in their cool-down phase, the destructive power of the explosive arrows remained equally terrifying, capable of annihilating a rare dark creature with each shot. The Empress boldly confronted the wounded, terrifying Duke, and in an instant, the battle erupted into chaos. Jiang Chun retreated a step, entering the Lord's mansion. He feared the presence of stealthy units like the shadow assassins among the monsters. With no watchtower or true sight structures to counter invisibility, and the Empress absent, caution was paramount. As long as the durability held, the Lord's mansion remained a bastion of safety. The terrifying Duke gazed at the suddenly materializing black dragon, and after a moment of shock, his face twisted into a mask of insatiable greed. A legendary black dragon, a level 4 young dragon, favored by the Dark Sovereign. Precisely what I lack is a legendary steed. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, 9 ominous sword energies enveloped him. Following this was a chilling voice. As a creature of darkness, why do you persist in daydreaming? C-class minor perfection skill, heavenly sound 9 kills. The Empress's most formidable finishing move. The terrifying Duke roared in fury, attempting to break free from the assault, but it was too late. His body bore several new, ghastly wounds. Jiang Chun, observing from the rear, quickly realized he had been overly cautious. Although the terrifying Duke possessed greater combat strength, the Empress's skills predominantly surpassed minor perfection. Upon engagement, she immediately suppressed the terrifying Duke. The situation on the other battlefields mirrored this one-sided dominance. After all, this was akin to a wave of level 2 monsters. Though the dark creatures were of higher levels, mostly ranging from levels 7 to 10, even a 5-star exceptional unit could not exceed 50 stars in combat power and was entirely overpowered by the dragons. Occasionally, a few 2-star and 3-star exceptional monsters met their demise at the hands of the dragons in concert. Your unit, Dragon 9, has slain the Dark Ranger, exceptional 2-star. You have gained Energy 9600, Spirit Stone 1650, exceptional treasure chest 1. Click to extract. Your unit, Dragon 1, has slain the Evil Eye, exceptional. You have gained Energy 8000. Spirit Stones 1450, Book of Divine Souls 1. Click to extract. Since the outbreak of battle, the reports of conflict had not ceased in Jiang Chen's ears. In a brief span, he had amassed over 80,000 energy, comparable to the spoils from the daytime eradication of a colossal centaur territory. Moreover, the Empress required only 62,000 points of energy to ascend to level 6. Jiang Chen raised his hand, contemplating the possibility of elevating the Empress, thereby securing a decisive victory. However, upon witnessing the Empress's exuberant demeanor, he reconsidered his decision. After all, it was rare to encounter a worthy opponent. He resolved to allow her the thrill of battle. The current dynamics of the battlefield were firmly within his control. A minute later, seeing the tide turn against him, the terrifying Duke bellowed, "You have forced my hand." The Empress, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Do you still possess a trump card?" Yet, unbeknownst to her, the terrifying Duke was merely posturing and swiftly turned to flee. In anticipation of such a scenario, Jiang Chen had already devised a contingency plan. Long Jiao had positioned 3 black dragons at the rift in space. Dark creatures excel at sowing discord, and the terrifying Duke shouted, "As beings of the dark race, why do you willingly serve as slaves to a human? Preposterous." Long Jiao retorted with indignation, "We are not of the dark race. Our skin may be slightly darker, but that is merely a shade of tan." Jiang Chen chuckled softly. What a fool. He then raised his hand and pointed at the Empress. 2 beams of light instantly descended upon her, elevating her to level 6 and catapulting her combat power beyond 150 stars. The sudden surge of formidable strength rendered the Empress momentarily speechless, and she bowed to Jiang Chen, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Lord, for your benevolence." Her keen intellect allowed her to swiftly grasp Jiang Chen's intentions. Leveling up amidst battle, the terrifying Duke, sensing the Empress's newfound strength, was engulfed in despair. It roared in fury, "What of your dignity as a powerful being?" In response, the Empress unleashed her ultimate move, Heavenly Sound 9 slaughters. With her combat prowess soaring, the terrifying Duke suffered repeated devastating blows. The balance of power shifted irreversibly. leaving it unable to withstand the Empress's lethal assault. No, I refuse to accept this. The menacing sword aura obliterated the terrifying Duke, reducing it and the nightmare beneath it to mere fragments. Jiangchen could not help but scoff. You, a peculiar being, why engage in so much drama? Making yourself appear as the protagonist? At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao chimed in, announcing, your heroic Empress has vanquished the terrifying Duke. Epic. Granting you energy 180,000, Spirit Stones 20,000, an Epic Treasure Chest 1, an Epic Soldier Talisman 1, Phantom Armor, Epic 1, and an Intermediate Tome of Physique 1. By the heavens, an Epic Soldier Talisman has actually dropped. The unexpected delight caused Jiangchen to exclaim in astonishment. None of the other rewards, even the Epic Treasure Chest or the legendary equipment, nor the Intermediate Tome of Physique that permanently enhances attributes by 10 points, stirred him as much. The drop rate for soldier talismans is exceedingly low. Moreover, their worth is evident from the enhancement costs. To enhance an Epic Treasure Chest requires merely 100,000 Spirit Stones, while enhancing an Epic Soldier Talisman demands a staggering 1,000,000 Spirit Stones. The Epic Soldier Talisman signifies that Jiangchen is on the verge of acquiring another squad of Epic Soldiers. Reflecting on the day, he had exerted tremendous effort just for a squad of extraordinary centaurs. In Jiangchen's eyes, the value of the Epic Soldier Talisman surpasses even that of legendary equipment. After regaining his composure, Jiangchen could not help but marvel. The terrifying Duke truly lives up to its reputation as a boss teetering on the brink of legend, possessing immense wealth. However, it was not yet the time to tally the spoils, for the battle was not yet concluded. With the 5-star epic terrifying Duke defeated, the other dark creatures immediately began to waver in their resolve. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Jiangchen immediately bellowed, Empress, unleash your full power. Allow not a single one to escape. The creatures drawn forth this time were of at least rare quality, each akin to a formidable boss in the wild. The thought of losing even one pained him deeply. Rest assured, my lord, the Empress replied, brandishing her sword with a flourish. A sweeping arc of sword energy, spanning over 10 meters, sliced across the battlefield. Like a harvester cutting through wheat, it cleaved through a dozen dark entities, leaving them in agonizing cries. The sanguine arc of light emanated from the Empress's sword, the scarlet sacred word, a skill intrinsic to it. Although its ability to execute single targets paled in comparison to the Heavenly Sound's 9 kills, its capacity for clearing foes was undeniable. The dark beings finally succumbed to despair. Flee. This woman is a veritable demon, they cried. Is this truly a second-tier lord? The new human lord is terrifying. Our own new lord in the dark realm is far gentler. The sword energy surged, a tempest of lethal intent. Each stroke from the Empress's blade claimed yet another monster. At level 6, she faced these generally sub-50-star combatants with an overwhelming advantage, rendering the encounter a mere slaughter. Even the dragons displayed visible trepidation. Longjiu murmured, this human woman is exceedingly ruthless. Jiangchen was pleasantly surprised to discover that, under the formidable intimidation of the Empress, the loyalty of his troops, the dragons and centaurs, had significantly increased once more. Soon, the battlefield fell into a serene silence. After a moment of sensing, the Empress softly proclaimed, my lord, I am honored to fulfill your command. All the invading foes have been vanquished. Excellent. Jiangchen approached the Empress, gently smoothing her slightly disheveled long hair. You have worked hard. The seemingly intimate gesture rendered the once imperious Empress momentarily flustered. Please refrain from such actions. There are so many onlookers. With a hearty laugh, Jiangchen conjured 10 high-grade spirit stones and placed them in the Empress's hands. As your lord, I am clear in my rewards and punishments. This is a token of your merit. The Empress accepted them with delight, exclaiming, with these high-grade spirit stones, my heavenly sound technique can soon be perfected. Observing the spirit stones, Longjiu eagerly leaned forward, subtly implying, my lord, little Jiu has also toiled hard. Jiangchen affectionately patted Longjiu's head as a gesture of commendation. After a moment of anticipation, Longjiu realized that her lord was merely jesting with her, and she couldn't help but pout in protest, exclaiming, my lord, you are biased. Jiangchen cast a glance at her, questioning her inability to move forward upon encountering something dazzling. What use is your spirit stone, aside from mere collection? He mused. In the hands of the Empress, a high-grade spirit stone could swiftly be transformed into formidable combat power. Yet, as a dragon of the colossal breed, Long Jiu simply had a fondness for glittering objects. It is well known that the hobby of collecting is the most extravagant of pursuits. At that moment, the Heavenly Tao also provided the battle assessment. Battle summary: annihilation of enemies, 308 rare units, 24 exceptional units, 1 epic unit. Our casualties, 0. Duration of combat, 11 minutes and 26 seconds. Combat evaluation, B. Basic reward: Spirit Stones 200, Energy 2000, click to extract. Evaluation reward: Spirit Stones 2000, Energy 20,000, Premium Chest 2, click to extract. For any Tier 2 Lord, these rewards from the battle assessment would be deemed a windfall. However, Jiang Chun, accustomed to lavish feasts, found them somewhat unimpressive. Yet, he had no recourse. The rewards from the battle assessment were solely determined by the territory level and combat evaluation. Fortunately, this time, the gains had significantly surpassed Jiang Chun's expectations. With a single click, he extracted all rewards. You have obtained Energy 534800. You have obtained Spirit Stone 63820. Excluding the over 80,000 energy extracted during the battle, he received another 530,000 energy. In comparison, the 60,000 Spirit Stones seemed less significant. The terrifying Duke had yielded an epic military talisman, an epic chest, an epic piece of equipment, and a book on intermediate physique enhancement. Soul armor, epic, level 10 durability, 42 attributes, physique 15, spirit 15, soul 10. Carrying capacity -10 skills, fearful devour, soul guardian, spectral glide. A masterpiece. Not only did its attributes soar, but among the 3 skills, one was a control skill, another a passive defense skill, and the last an invisibility skill. Its only drawback was the substantial carrying capacity required. Jiang Chun resolved to don this armor himself. Although his participation in battle was not necessary, who would ever begrudge an enhancement to their survivability? Intermediate physique book, bound upon use, increases physique by 10 points. Each unit, lord, hero, unit, may utilize a maximum of 100 books per year. Unquestionably, the attribute book was to be used personally. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene. Jiang Chun's physique has once again surged by an impressive 10 points. In addition to the formidable contributions of the terrifying Duke, the spoils from the minor monsters are equally remarkable. 1 low-tier attribute tome, 3 exquisite chests, 22 rare chests, 2 exquisite souls of the warrior class, 24 rare souls of the warrior class, and 18 pieces of rare equipment. Jiang Chun stifled a yawn. The hour had struck midnight. After a long day of toil, he felt a tinge of fatigue. He did not hasten to open the treasure chest, but instead retrieved the epic soldier token. Though unverified, a rumor had long circulated on the Lord's Forum that the tokens dropped by formidable monsters would summon even mightier troops. He fervently hoped this was indeed the case, and that he would summon a powerful unit. The token shot forth, transforming into a radiant portal that stood erect in the void. Not only Jiang Chun, but also the Empress and the Colossal Dragon watched with bated breath as the new unit was about to materialize. Soon enough, a tall, golden figure emerged from the portal. To Jiang Chun's astonishment, it was a female soldier. Even more surprising was the fact that this cohort of female warriors came equipped with armor and weapons. Each one bore an exquisite visage, their golden, form-fitting armor accentuating their perfect proportions, far surpassing any supermodel from Jiang Chun's previous life. Their weaponry was equally remarkable, consisting of 2 golden pistols, with arcs of lightning crackling at the tips, emitting sharp crackles. In no time, 12 soldiers stood resolutely before Jiang Chun, and the crimson-haired female warrior stepped forward, her right hand striking her chest with respect. "I am Cynthia, leader of the goddess warriors. Honored to meet you, Lord." Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. "Do you have names?" he inquired, for even the legendary black dragon summoned that morning bore no name. Xingxia nodded, responding, "To our esteemed Lord. We of the goddess warriors tribe are beings of longevity, having existed for millennia. We have willingly forsaken our formidable powers and eternal life in answering your summons, seeking merely the hope of continuing our lineage. Goddess warriors." Such a race was entirely unfamiliar to him. Yet, in the vast battlefield of myriad races, the exact number remains a mystery. Thus, Jiang Chun's surprise was fleeting, and he soon regained his composure. He smiled and ventured, "I possess a certain talent for naming, and I would be inclined to bestow upon you a more melodious title, should it please you." It was not that Jiang Chun harbored any compulsion. Rather, names like Warrior 1 and Warrior 2 or Divine 1 and Divine 2 were simply more memorable. At this juncture, the Empress could no longer contain herself. I doubt the dragons would share your sentiment, she interjected. Xingxia, displaying her keen intellect, cast a glance at the nearby dragon and swiftly comprehended the implications. With a solemn demeanor, she replied, "Our names have served us for over 10,000 years. There is no need for your esteemed lord to trouble himself with that." Jiang Chun cast a glance at the Empress and then sighed in regret. What a pity. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the attributes of Xinxia. Xinxia race, goddess warrior level, 1 quality, orange epic attributes, physique 22, 8, spirit 6, soul 6, endurance 6. Combat power, 10 stars skills, thunder body, master of spear techniques. Thunder projection innate equipment, thunder god spear, thunder armor. Ah, Jiang Chun exhaled softly as he observed the attributes and skills of the goddess warrior. Suppressing the tumult of excitement within him, he was genuinely thrilled. Much akin to certain online games from his previous life, the most abhorred trait among lords, heroes, or troops is mediocrity. Given the same combat power, the more extreme the attributes, the mightier the being. For instance, the legendary troop known as the Golden Behemoth, renowned across countless realms, nearly forsakes all other attributes to solely amplify its physique. This is precisely why, among legendary troops, the Golden Behemoth is said to be capable of tearing dragons asunder with its bare hands. The goddess warrior embodies a similar essence. Although Xinxia's initial combat power is merely 10 stars, her impressive physique growth of 22 points, coupled with 3 physical skills, ensures her melee prowess rivals that of dragons. Other goddess warriors may fall slightly short, yet they too possess an epic 2-star quality. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and declared, "Let us commence with your upgrades." With a gentle wave of his hand, countless rays of golden light cascaded upon the heads of the divine warrior maidens. Your unit, Cynthia, has ascended to level 2, consuming 700 points of energy. The experience required for upgrading a 3-star epic unit is approximately equivalent to 70 of that needed for a legendary dragon, while a 2-star epic unit requires around 60. A dazzling flash of golden light enveloped the scene, and all the divine warriors were elevated to level 5, expending a total of 300 points of energy. Following this, Jiang Chun proceeded to elevate all dragons to level 5, further consuming 156,000 points of energy. With 17,000 points of energy remaining, Jiang Chun refrained from any rash actions. The battlefield of myriad tribes is ever-changing. Tomorrow, he shall allocate resources according to the actual circumstances. Jiang Chun stifled another yawn. It had been a long and arduous day for everyone, and it was time to rest. As he departed, Cynthia suddenly turned to her sisters and declared, "Ladies, we have accomplished nothing, yet we have ascended 5 levels, which is a disgrace to the honor of our warrior spirit." The vice leader, Giselle, nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. We shall venture forth to hunt monsters and repay our Lord's generosity." The proud warrior goddesses rallied to the call, each filled with fervor and determination. The Empress observed the enthusiastic response of her divine warriors, nodding in satisfaction before departing alongside Jiang Chun. Upon returning to the Lord's chambers, Jiang Chun first placed nearly 100 pieces of unusable fine iron equipment, along with the fine iron sword he had recently forged, onto the trading platform. Subsequently, he posted several purchase requests before lying down in bed to rest. Just as he reclined, he received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Your unit, Xinxia, has slain a lizardman warrior, gaining energy 3. At that moment, the voice of the Empress echoed from the bedroom door. They have ventured out to hunt monsters. I understand, Jiang Chun nodded. Given their current strength, they could easily surround and defeat even a fearsome duke. He then gazed at the graceful figure of the Empress and curiously inquired, "Is there something to attend to at this late hour?" The Empress pouted, "My lord, where shall I sleep?" "You shall sleep." Just as Jiang Chun was about to say, "You sleep in a humble dwelling." He suddenly recalled his earlier commitment to show respect to the powerful Empress. The environment of a second-rate lodging was scarcely worthy of any regard. Shall we endure this together for one night? This is indeed a privilege befitting a lord. With that, Jiang Chun shifted closer to the bed, encouragingly saying, "Do not harbor any reservations. Feel free to join me and rest boldly. With my character, what ill intentions could I possibly have?" He exhibited a complete lack of gentlemanly decorum. The Empress cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chun and remarked, Forget it, I shall sleep on the floor. Please provide me with a mattress and a blanket. Jiang Chen readily agreed. All right. Even in reverence for the powerful, one cannot allow the Lord to sleep on the floor. Thus, the two of them, one above and the other below, drifted into a deep slumber. Jiang Chen slept peacefully, unaware that the regional channel was thrown into chaos during the deep of night. Wei Ming exclaimed, "A foul thunder has descended upon us, brothers, and it is right on the edge of my territory. Please help me analyze which divine being is responsible. I am trembling with fear." Night had not completely faded, yet this calamity had erupted forth. Mu Qingxuang remarked, "It looks terrifying. My territory should be quite distant. I feel nothing at all." Naturally, there were other lords near Jiangchen besides Wei Ming. "Brother Wei, I have seen it too. Our territories are not far apart. Henceforth, I shall ally myself with you." Wei Ming replied, "I do not even know if I can survive the night, and you wish to join me? I dare not close my eyes, fearing that if I do, I may never awaken." Yin Man expressed, "I truly envy your fortune. How wonderful it would be if I were nearby." Wei Ming countered, "Stop joking, it could lead to tragedy. Look, Brother Wei, the foul thunder has ceased." He added, "Indeed, it has stopped. However, this does not signify that the danger has passed," Wei Ming warned. And Chu Xiu stated, "Exactly. If this is indeed an invasion of darkness, you must remain vigilant from this moment on." Thankfully, after several minutes had elapsed, no celestial notification of fallen lords had been received. Just as the regional channel was about to descend into silence, Lord Jiangchen has consigned 126 pieces of exquisite iron equipment at the trading post. The consignment method, auction or fixed price. Auction duration, 6 hours. Fixed price, 2,000 spirit stones. How many pieces? 126, if I am not mistaken. The iron Bodhi bow? Only a level 2 blacksmith shop can forge such bows. Could it be that Lord Jiangchen has reached the second level? Not just bows, but also armor and other equipment. Thus, these items are not forged. It startled me. To upgrade to the second level within just one day of opening the server is indeed unprecedented, with such a plethora of attribute-rich equipment. Could it be that Lord Jiangchen has discovered a monster gathering ground? Wei Ming. Indeed, exceptional units are formidable. I too have found a goblin gathering spot. Yet today I dared not make a move. I wonder if I will have another chance tomorrow. Rest assured, Lord Wei Ming, you shall surely witness the sun of tomorrow. Wei Ming, I appreciate your comforting words. Soon thereafter, Jiangchen's purchasing information has once again taken the spotlight. Lord Jiangchen has released a procurement notice at the trading post. Desired, any seed bags, 1,000 spirit stones per bag, limited to one of each type. High-quality seeds can be contacted via private message. Please annotate seeds. Desired, monster bait of any attribute, 10,000 spirit stones each. Desired, any blueprints, price negotiable. Please annotate blueprints in private messages. Seed bags? It seems that the esteemed Jiangchen has unearthed the blueprint for a farm. Such incredible fortune. Who wouldn't desire monster bait? But it is not something that can be produced at this stage. Wei Ming, Brother Jiangchen is so affluent. He hardly resembles a commoner. Yin Man, who among us is close to Jiangchen? Does anyone know how many spirit stones he extorted from Lin Yu's? And Chu Xiu, I do not know. Tu Shanyeya, I am also unaware. And Chu Xiu, sister of the Fox tribe, Yin Man is inquiring who is close to Jiangchen. Do you share a close relationship with him? Wei Ming, is Yin Man confident about tomorrow's hero power rankings? Yin Man, even if I am confident, it is of little use. Our small town has too many prodigies and affluent individuals. The one who proposed the betting pool, Lord Lin Mo, must have a greater chance than I. Wei Ming, Quail's Feast. Tu Shanyeya, I had no idea until I looked. The stakes in the hero power ranking betting pool have already soared to 200,000 spirit stones. Wei Ming, indeed, no one is foolish. 60 of the stakes are placed on the two lords, Lin Mo and Yin Man, to seize the top spot, thanks to the formidable hero units. Jiangchen felt no pressure at all, allowing him to sleep in until he naturally awakened the next day. When he rose, refreshed, the Empress had long since disappeared. Following his usual routine, he opened the regional channel to catch up on the latest news. As he scrolled upwards, a particular message caught his attention. And Chu Xiu, an epic boss has appeared in my territory, inviting nearby lords to join forces in its extermination, with rewards distributed according to contribution. Jiangchen naturally remembered. Yesterday, and Chu Xiu purchased a substantial quantity of exquisite iron swords from him, intending to vanquish this epic monster. Initially, and Chu Xiu had been brimming with confidence, yet now she was seeking collaboration for its subjugation. Could it be that unforeseen circumstances had arisen? And Chu Xiao's failure surprisingly brought him a sense of joy, which he felt was utterly inappropriate. Since Chu Xiao had already faltered, his intervention would not be deemed as seizing the opportunity, but rather as providing assistance. Nonetheless, he needed to ascertain the specifics of the situation first. While pondering this, Jiangchen initiated a video call to Chu Xiao. The call connected swiftly. In the past, Jiangchen's decision to reach out via video would have thrilled Chu Xiao immensely. Yet now, she appeared haggard, asking, "Did you see the message I sent?" Jiangchen nodded. Then inquired with curiosity, "What transpired? With your D-rank Lord talent, the source of power, rare heroes, and 3 teams of unique soldiers, it seems implausible that you could not conquer even a single epic monster. Normally, a level 10, 1-star epic creature possesses a combat strength of approximately 70 stars. Under the enhancement of your territory and heroes, Chu Xiao's troops should boast a combat power of at least 30 stars. Given Chu Xiao's formidable tactical acumen, defeating that epic monster should be well within reach. Don't even mention it." And Chu Xiao lamented, "That wretched black-striped tiger demon possesses a camouflage ability. The information I received earlier was misleading." Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be more than level 10? This is simply wonderful. And Chu Xiao, unaware of Jiang Chen's expression, shook her head and replied, "Indeed, it is level 10, but it is not a unit. It is a level 10 epic hero. A hero of the demon clan. It possesses the ability to command a small squad of exceptional wraiths, judging by the combat prowess exhibited by the wraiths. The black-striped tiger demon must have at least a B-level dominion. A B-level dominion can enhance all attributes of the unit by 30. Jiangchen was uncertain whether to regard Chu Xiao's fortune as fortunate or unfortunate. However, one thing was unequivocal. To have such formidable monsters merely 3 kilometers outside the territory evoked a profound sense of envy within him. Jiangchen sighed. And Chu Xiao shot him a glance and exclaimed, "I am utterly exasperated. Not only have I suffered significant losses this time, but there is also this single iron mine near my territory. If I cannot seize it, how am I to upgrade to level 2? Jiangchen chuckled, "Do not fret. I shall assist you immediately. A level 10 epic hero possesses an astounding 200,000 in slaying energy alone." And Chu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Is your territory in such close proximity to mine?" She had witnessed the combat prowess of the Centaur chief, and a squad of exceptional troops would undoubtedly prove to be a tremendous advantage. "Not far at all." Jiangchen replied candidly, "It is merely a little over 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers? And Chu Xiao's voice soared an octave higher, quickly adding, No, that's far too distant. Moreover, who can say what terrain lies along the way or what creatures we might encounter? What if danger were to arise?" Jiangchen pondered for a moment, acknowledging that Chu Xiao's words held merit. Although his troops were numerous and of epic legend, their levels were not particularly high, nor were they invincible. Thus, he refrained from making grandiose promises. "I shall do my utmost." After disconnecting the video call, Jiangchen directed his gaze towards his Lord panel. Energy, 223 for 100. Spirit Stones, 198, 850. Last night, only 17,000 energy had been accumulated. It appeared that the goddess warrior had indeed toiled through the night. Observing such a substantial amount of energy, Jiangchen began to formulate a plan. He first issued a command to Long Jiu through the heart of the Lord, "Little Jiu, come here." Long Jiu replied, "At your command, my lord." Shortly thereafter, Long Jiu alighted in the center of the territory. Jiangchen gently waved his hand, channeling an immense surge of territorial energy into Long Jiu's form. Upon expending 18,000 points of energy, your unit Long Jiu ascended to level 6. After consuming 23,800 points of energy, Long Jiu upgraded to level 7. A series of 5 radiant upgrade auras enveloped him. With a staggering expenditure of 156,000 points of energy, Long Jiu surged from level 5 directly to level 10, his body visibly expanding before the eye, until he reached a colossal length of 10 meters and a wingspan of 20 meters. It was only then that he ceased growing. Long Jiu, astonished, exclaimed, "My lord, have you fallen under a mental enchantment? Why are you suddenly so benevolent towards me?" The newly arrived empress regarded Jiangchen with a look of confusion, not out of jealousy, but rather perplexed by his unexpected actions. Jiangchen chuckled, "Do not be afraid, little Jiu. I merely wish to ride you. Dragon Jiu race, Dragonkin level, 10 quality, golden legend, attributes, physique 260, spiritual power 220, soul 240, capacity 0. Combat power, 180 skills, Dark Breath, Magic Dragon Scales. Berserk Heart, Passenger Flight. Upon reaching level 10, the dragon acquires an additional skill, Passenger Flight. Jiang Chun is finally able to transform into a Dragon Knight. Faced with an epic heroic monster, it is imperative for Jiang Chun to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, who can predict what unforeseen complications may arise? The aerial units not only boast remarkable speed but also possess the ability to disregard terrain, significantly reducing travel time. At this moment, the appearance of the epic monster has set the entire 10,086 regional channel ablaze with excitement. Whether it be energy, items, or materials, one need not feast on the flesh. Merely being in the presence of the great ones to partake in a sip of their bounty promises a windfall. And Chu Xiu, it turns out our territories are adjacent. I shall dispatch my troops immediately. Though I am a bit farther away, I will surely arrive before noon. Brothers, wait for me. Why am I so far away? A full 200 kilometers. Li Muse lamented. Alas, Chu Xiu, it is unfortunate that my troops have been vanquished by the illustrious Jiang Chun. Otherwise, even if I had to sacrifice an arm, I would traverse mountains and rivers to assist you. Ying Yiman added, I was just having breakfast and nearly lost my appetite. Those nearby are ecstatic, while those at a distance are despondent. To everyone's surprise, 2 second-generation heirs from smaller clans were found in proximity to Chu Xiu's territory. Thank you all. If this operation goes smoothly, I promise that all the spoils from this extermination will be distributed according to contribution, and Chu Xiu assured. Suddenly, an unexpected individual chimed in. Lin Mo, random door click to view, and Chu Xiu, I wonder if I might be permitted to participate? The junior random door is a one-time item that opens a portal between designated coordinates, with a maximum distance of 500 kilometers. Given Lin Mo's previous antagonism towards Jiang Chun, his relationship with Chu Xiu has always been strained. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, he has set aside his pride to seek favor, even resorting to the use of a precious one-time item, revealing the formidable allure of the epic monster. After a brief silence, Chu Xiu replied, I did not expect Senior Lin Mo to carry a random door among his initial supplies. This is truly unexpected. With Senior Lin Mo's assistance, our chances of success in this endeavor have undoubtedly increased. As a member of a prominent family, Chu Xiu is not one to act impulsively, Wei Ming remarked. It is a pity my distance is too great. Moreover, the price of a random door is not less than that of a rare military talisman. Senior Lin Mo is indeed generous. Lin Mo responded, You flatter me, Wei. For the sake of the epic hero, what is one random door? By the way, Chu Xiu, when is the operation scheduled to commence? Chu Xiu stated, I have assessed the distances of the nearby lords. Let us convene at 11:30 a.m. Everyone should arrive at the designated coordinates. We shall not wait for latecomers. Upon reading this, Jiang Chun closed the regional channel. It was 11:30. And with the speed of a level 10 dragon, there was ample time at his disposal. How intriguing. The announcement of the hero power rankings by the Heavenly Dao was scheduled for noon, a mere 30 minutes away. With such time to spare, I can first open the treasure chests, then enjoy a breakfast before setting off. Soon enough, all the treasure chests were laid out on the ground by Jiang Chun, including the epic chest. My Empress, I leave this trivial matter to you. The Empress chuckled softly but dutifully replied, As you command, my lord. You open the epic chest and receive Dragon Tooth, Rice 100. You open the outstanding chest and received Random Portal 1. Jiang Chun revealed a smile. The Empress was indeed fortunate. The items she produced were of at least a commendable quality. Particularly noteworthy was the Dragon's Tooth Rice procured from the epic treasure chest. Dragon's Tooth Rice, nurtured by the essence of divine dragons, significantly enhances attributes and root qualities when consumed over time, with a certain probability of triggering the ascension of troop grades. The lower the current grade of the troop, the higher the probability of ascension. According to the records in the People's Education edition of the Compendium of Ethereal Beings, it is said that although heroes and troops of legendary quality can also experience a slight enhancement in attributes through the consumption of Dragon's Tooth Rice, the probability of triggering ascension is exceedingly low. Thus, this Dragon's Tooth Rice is primarily reserved for myself and the Divine Warrior. The rice measures 3 feet and 3 inches in length, resembling a large radish, and its entire surface gleams like jade. When tapped, it surprisingly emits a sound akin to gold and jade. How heavy! Jiang Chun cradled the Dragon Tooth Rice in his arms, weighing a staggering 100 kilograms per grain. This time, he had harvested a total of 100 grains, amounting to 10 tons. Today's breakfast would be a feast of this extraordinary rice. The empress beside him remarked, visibly moved, "This dragon-tooth rice exudes an astonishing spiritual aura, far surpassing that of a millennium-old ginseng by 100-fold. And it seems to harbor an imposing and majestic essence within." Jiangchen chuckled. "The dragon-tooth rice harbors a trace of the divine dragon's essence." Note: it is the divine dragon, not the colossal dragon. What is wrong with our colossal dragons? Why emphasize the divine dragon? Is its mythical status truly so illustrious? Long Jiu murmured softly, then salivated. "My lord, I yearn to taste it." Jiang Chun cast a piercing glance at Long Jiu and remarked, "Do you not hold the divine dragon in contempt? If you dare, refrain from consuming it." Long Jiu quickly smiled apologetically. "It was a slip of the tongue, my lord. Please forgive a humble servant for his folly." The finest ingredients, of course, merit the simplest methods of preparation. Before long, a rich dragon's tooth rice porridge was presented. The spiritual porridge emanated vibrant energy, transforming into miniature dragon-shaped ethereal wisps, frolicking joyfully. Truly, it is worthy of being classified as an epic spiritual entity. Jiangchen took a deep breath. Compared to the dragon tooth rice, the spiritual food consumed yesterday was nothing short of dog food. A bowl of spiritual porridge was consumed. Jiangchen felt a rush of warmth enveloping his entire being. Prompt: you have consumed dragon tooth rice, enhancing your physique by 2 and your spiritual power by 1. Impressive. Overjoyed, Jiangchen exclaimed, "Bring me another bowl." Before the feast commenced, the goddess warriors were summoned back by Jiangchen through the heart of the Lord. Having spent the entire night in battle, they appeared somewhat disheveled, yet their stunning beauty remained undeniable. The leader of the goddess warriors, Cynthia, expressed her heartfelt sentiment. "Such precious food, we sisters feel undeserving of it." The vice leader, Giselle, swallowed hard, lamenting, "Alas, I have yet to repay the favor owed to our esteemed lord. And now I find myself indebted even further." Jiangchen has also discerned the ways of these divine warrior maidens. Despite their existence spanning millennia, they have remained uncontentious, preserving their innate purity. Bound by unwavering loyalty, they repay kindness and settle debts without fail. Jiangchen's attention unexpectedly burdened them with anxiety. Notably, the vice leader Giselle, with her flowing golden locks, bore an uncanny resemblance to a model of the same name from a past life. However, the goddess warrior surpassed her in both grace and physique. "Do not hesitate to eat. Your strength will be required shortly." After breakfast, Jiangchen, accompanied by the empress and the 2 goddess warrior leaders, ascended onto the back of Dragon 9. "Let us depart." Currently, the skill for manned flight could only accommodate 4 individuals. After synchronizing with Meng Tian on the regional channel, Ng Inman furrowed her brow. 11:30, is it? Time is rather tight. With the speed of the Xian Qin Iron Eagle, let us hope we arrive in time. Meng Tian smiled reassuringly. "Your Highness need not worry. 11:30 is merely their assembly time. Even if they arrive first, an epic monster should occupy them for some time, and we can step in to handle the aftermath." Yet, Ng Iman felt conflicted. Classmate and Chu Xiu has exerted great effort to gather the lords. If a battle has already commenced, it would be improper for us to swoop in and claim the spoils. Meng Tian affectionately ruffled Ng Inman's hair. "My dear princess, you should understand the origin of the name Dragon Nation." With pride, Ng Inman replied, "Indeed, because my father is the ancestral dragon." Precisely. The legendary leader Meng Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor. "With your status, is there anything in Dragon Nation, or even the entire Blue Star, that you cannot do? Moreover, the battlefield of myriad races is inherently about the survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. If you truly feel guilty, you can always offer them some compensation later. After all, you are not lacking in a few million spirit stones." Ng Inman pondered and agreed. "Very well. Then I shall provide them with some spirit stone compensation." The Iron Eagle warriors are a renowned combined troop type of Xian Qin. The Xian Qin Iron Eagle and Flying Knights are both exceptional units, and when combined, they form the epic unit known as the Iron Eagle Warriors. The 2 Flying Knights relinquished their mounts. "Sister Meng, let us set forth." "Indeed." Wei Ming yawned. "Damn it, I was on high alert for nothing. I spent the night awake, and yet, all was calm. Nothing transpired. Not just me, but all the lords are safe and sound." Sporting dark circles under his eyes, he commanded his rare hero, Ava, "Assemble all troops in the territory. We shall assault that medium-sized goblin camp. Today, I, the Lord, will spare no effort to secure the iron ore." The curvaceous human female hero responded solemnly, "Yes, my lord." She then took her leave. Wei Ming watched the hero's graceful figure, swallowing hard. I've been treating Ava like a deity. I'm turning into a sycophant like Li Muse. But my favorability has only increased by 4 points. When will it reach 90? Half an hour later, Wei Ming arrived at the goblin encampment with his army. However, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. The goblin camp lay in ruins, littered with corpses. The valiant heroine, Ava, examined the surroundings for a moment before gravely stating, "My lord, there are remnants of dark energy present. Moreover, this battle occurred merely a few minutes ago, and the goblin camp offered no substantial resistance. It was a one-sided massacre. Dark energy. A one-sided slaughter." In an instant, Wei Ming's mind raced with terrifying implications. The dark invasion. This was the same incident that transpired last night. He shouted, "Alert! This dreadful dark race must be lurking nearby." With that, Wei Ming snapped a photograph and sent it to the regional channel. Wei Ming, photo, click to view. Wei Ming, brothers in the vicinity, be cautious. This devastation was wrought by the dark race that invaded last night. Wei Ming, attention, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. At that moment, Jiang Chun, who was idly scrolling through the regional channel atop Long Jiu, suddenly froze. This photograph looked strikingly familiar. Wait, isn't this just when we happened upon a medium goblin camp while traveling? With ample time on their hands, Jiang Chun instructed Long Jiu to descend, casually unleashing a few breaths of dragon fire. After all, this was energy and spirit stones. How did I become associated with the dark race? Wei Ming's photograph sent nearby lords trembling with fear, while the instigator, Jiang Chun, remained at ease. Long Jiu flew swiftly, the fierce wind whipping against their faces. Jiang Chun possessed merely average prowess. In a moment of helplessness, he could only embrace the slender waist of the empress from behind to steady himself. Wei Ming, the second-generation leader, was not without merit. At least he exhibited a sense of loyalty and righteousness, though his intellect left much to be desired. With the acquisition of Dragon Tooth Rice, Jiang Chun could no longer find any appeal in ordinary sustenance. Now, with time on his hands, he decided to enhance the hundreds of fast food portions he carried into basic spirit food, listing them at the trading post for 200 spirit stones each. Thus, the dragon and its 4 companions raced ahead, encountering no formidable creatures along the way. 2 hours later, a notification chimed, "Level up." With the expenditure of 18,000 energy, his level increased to 10. At last, he had reached the 10th level. Jiang Chun swiftly donned the legendary phantom armor, his strength dramatically augmented. Glancing at the time, it was just 11 o'clock. To the east, based on the photograph initially shared by Chu Xiu, he quickly located the formidable black striped tiger demon. This demon measured a staggering 8 meters in length, enveloped in a menacing aura that exuded a terrifying presence. The black striped tiger demon resided in a gorge, a crucial passage leading to the other side of the mountains. It was no wonder Chu Xiu was anxious. If this tiger demon were not vanquished, the map on the opposite side of the mountains could never be explored. Black striped tiger demon race. Demon level, 11 quality, orange epic, combat power, 115 heroic command, wraith, B, skills, assisting the tiger, heart extraction, stealth strike. Indeed, it possessed a B-level command. Moreover, it was not merely a level 10 hero but rather an 11-level entity. The attributes of heroes are typically about 50 stronger than those of units of the same level. Thus, this tiger demon boasted an impressive combat power of 115 stars. As Jiang Chun beheld the tiger demon, in turn, regarded him. With a fierce roar, it appeared that it had yet to refine its horizontal bones, rendering it incapable of speech. Yet, the meaning in its gaze was unmistakable. A diminutive human has come to meet his demise once more. At that moment, the colossal figure of Long Jiu descended from the heavens, proclaiming loudly, "My lord, I have found your beloved." Jiang Chun exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Long Jiu hastily corrected himself. "I meant to say, we have located Lord in Chu Xiu. She is situated 2 kilometers to the west, surrounded by nearly 1,000 troops." Jiang Chun nodded, then instructed several subordinates, "Let us proceed together and resolve this swiftly." He had no intention of encountering in Chu Xiu. After all, the heroic power rankings would soon commence, and he yearned to profit immensely from the ensuing wagers. Having known Chu Xiu for many years, he found her to be relatively dependable. However, at this moment, she was surrounded by a multitude of rather unreliable lords. Suddenly, Xin Xia spoke up, "My lord, may we take charge of this tiger demon, along with Giselle? Just the 2 of you?" Jiang Chun harbored some doubts. Although the combat prowess of the divine warrior far surpassed that of the same ranked troops, the level disparity was indeed considerable. All right. However, seeing Xinxia's insistence, Jiangchen nodded and said, 10 minutes. I shall grant you 10 minutes. If the battle is not resolved within that time, I will summon the Empress to intervene. Xinxia replied, thank you, my lord. The two divine warrior leaders erupted with terrifying electrical energy, their eyes transforming into a striking azure hue. Thunder battle form. With a resounding boom, their bodies surged forth like cannonballs, causing the ground to crack and dust to soar into the air. At that moment, the black-striped tiger demon was utterly bewildered. As Long Jiu landed, its eyes widened in astonishment. What did it see? A dragon? Judging by its stature, it appeared to be of considerable rank. Following the eruption of the two divine warriors, the black-striped tiger demon felt its mind short-circuit. What manner of race was this that possessed a physique even more formidable than its own? There was no time for contemplation. Roar. In a moment of desperation, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a pitch-black abyss, reminiscent of a portal to the underworld. 12 wraiths surged forth, positioning themselves before the tiger demon. Their expressions were grotesque and varied, comprising humans, beasts, dwarves, and even a colossal whale warrior from the deep sea. The 5-meter-tall whale warrior wraith was struck by Xinxia, dissipating into a cloud of darkness. It struggled to restore its form, but the tendrils of electrical energy proved to be its nemesis. Ultimately, the wraith could only fade away, a look of relief gracing its countenance. You have slain a wraith, exquisite, and you have gained energy 10,000, spirit stones 800. Instant kill. Upon witnessing this, the tiger demon finally succumbed to fear, for the ominous dragon had yet to make a move. Where do you think you're going? Seeing the tiger demon attempt to flee, Giselle shouted and pursued it. Although her combat rating stood at only 58 stars, her physical prowess reached an impressive 134, rivaling that of the epic tiger demon. With a resounding clash, Giselle collided with the tiger demon, both being sent flying several meters. A deep gash, exposing bone, marred the tiger demon's forehead. The two beings, whose sizes differed by dozens of times, surprisingly matched each other blow for blow. Giselle, though not unscathed, became increasingly emboldened, landing strike after strike with relentless vigor. Jiangchen sighed, observing the battle of the goddess warrior, finding it to be a true form of stress relief. Perhaps this is what one might call the beauty of violence. Despite Giselle's formidable strength, she ultimately remained merely a 5th-tier unit and gradually began to falter. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Xinxia eliminated all the specters, and the two of them joined forces to besiege the tiger demon. A few minutes later, your unit Giselle successfully vanquished the black-striped tiger demon, epic hero, granting you an energy reward of 220,000, spirit stones 30,000, and an epic hero token 1. Hero token. Jiangchen, who had been rather indifferent, suddenly exclaimed. Although only a single item was dropped, its worth was equivalent to 10 epic treasure chests. For opening 1,000 chests might not yield a token of the same tier. In addition to the epic hero token, this battle netted a total of 320,000 energy and nearly 40,000 spirit stones. It was certainly worth my journey here. With a mere wave of his hand, Jiangchen made the colossal corpse of the tiger demon vanish into thin air. Unlike the dark races, the bodies of the demon tribe are laden with treasures. Fortunately, even the most substantial items can be stored within a single grid of the Lord's space. After collecting his spoils, Jiangchen felt a surge of satisfaction. Xiaojiu, let us return. The journey, from arrival to battle's end, consumed no more than 10 minutes. Perched upon Long Jiu's back, Jiangchen couldn't help but exclaim, this went remarkably smoothly. It feels as though we are merely restocking our inventory. Long Jiu interjected, my lord. Should we inform Lord Chu Xiu? She is likely still devising a strategy to conquer this tiger demon. No need. Why not? Because I am like Lei Feng. He chose to disregard Long Jiu's idle curiosity. Jiangchen accessed the exchange, for the hero power rankings were soon to be unveiled. He intended to place one final bet at the last moment. Half an hour had passed since Jiangchen departed. 12 colossal iron eagles descended upon the battlefield. Ying Yiman surveyed the desolate expanse and questioned, Sister Meng, the coordinates you calculated are indeed here, correct? Meng Tian leaped from the iron eagle, scanning the surroundings. Her expression changing abruptly. This is bad. Someone has gotten here first. Ying Yiman gasped in astonishment. Could it be that classmate and Chu Xiu acted prematurely? Not likely. Meng Tian pondered. The traces on the battlefield indicate that no large forces engaged in combat. Moreover, if it were indeed a level 10 demon hero, their combat prowess would exceed 100 stars. How could a group of novice lords have eliminated them so swiftly? Ying Yiman speculated wildly. Could it be that the tiger demon fled upon seeing too many people? Just as Ming Tian was about to respond, she suddenly turned her head. Someone is approaching. Soon, dozens of lords accompanied by over 1,000 heroic troops appeared at the valley's entrance. Upon spotting Ying Yi Man and the imposing Iron Eagle warriors, and Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. You are Lord Ying Yi Man? In the list of lords from the small town. Each individual had an avatar, and it was no surprise that this renowned figure was instantly recognized. Having come to seize monsters, Ying Yi Man felt a twinge of insecurity. I am Ying Yi Man. Greetings to all. Beside her, Lin Mo's expression changed as he observed the battle traces. What remarkable prowess. Truly befitting the winner of the immortal Qin. We, a multitude of lords, have gathered here tirelessly for this epic hero. Yet unexpectedly, you have claimed it first. Ying Yi Man was left speechless. Although she had indeed intended to seize the monster, she had not succeeded. It was like this when I arrived. If you don't believe me, I cannot help that. Lin Mo's eyes burned with fury. To participate in the extermination of an epic monster, he had expended a precious item, the Anywhere Door. Now, to have the prize snatched away and not even acknowledged was infuriating. Fortunately, he retained his composure. It was pointless for Ying Yi Man to say such things. In the battlefield of myriad races, strength was revered. A theft had occurred, and it was acknowledged. He had no objections. Ying Yi Man, already vexed, narrowed her eyes at the mounting pressure. Not having stolen it means not having stolen it. Your claims are of no concern to me. Seeing this, and Chu Xiu quickly interjected, let us prioritize harmony. This encirclement operation is based on contributions, and Ying Yi Man's acquisition was achieved through skill. Ying Yi Man was left speechless. Suddenly, a second-generation leader from a minor family shouted, dare to act, yet shrink from responsibility? Is this the legacy of Qin Shi Huang? And Chu Xiao's expression shifted, and she rebuked. Do not speak recklessly. But it was too late. To disrespect the sovereign was to face execution. Ming Tian issued a sharp command, her form transforming into a streak of light as she charged toward the opposing forces. What are you doing? Ying Yi Man exclaimed, control your heroes. Alas, a hero charges forth. Is this a quest for demise? Let us engage in civil discourse. Sister Ming, spare us from bloodshed. No one anticipated a hero's sudden intervention, seemingly driven by their own volition. A cacophony of gasps erupted on the scene. Even more astonishing was Ming Tian's formidable prowess. She formed a yin-yang seal with her hands and gently thrust forward. The yin-yang harmony hand seal. A terrifying surge of crimson spiritual energy erupted forth. The multitude of soldiers, along with an elite hero shielding the Lord, were sent flying, their bodies contorting, clearly beyond salvation. Fortunately, Ying Yi Man spoke in time. After effortlessly eliminating dozens of soldiers, and under the fearful gaze of the Lord's second generation, Ming Tian waved her hand lightly. Consider this a lesson. Be grateful for the kindness of my lady, or else your neck would be severed. With a swift motion, the Lord's arms fell away, the severed edges smooth as glass. Just as Jiangchen had severed a limb yesterday, today I have taken both your arms. Ying Yi Man raised her hands, kindly suggesting, my dear classmate, after you return to the main world, please visit the hospital for reattachment. Don't forget to keep the medical bill receipt. Ensure it's the yellow copy. And then come to me for reimbursement. Ming Tian's ruthlessness left all the lords in shock. They gasped in unison, retreating 3 steps. What a terrifying hero. One at kill. Zhang Hao, whose strength was comparable to mine, realized, if he provoked the formidable Ying Yi Man, she could dispatch a hero to annihilate my territory. Truly, the descendants of the Xianqining family, what caliber of hero is this? Surely, they are exceptional. The second-generation lord named Zhang Hao trembled, both in pain and fear. He dared not utter further bravado, only able to vent. Jiangchen, you wretched creature, look at the mess you've caused. Why do you keep losing limbs? And Chu Xiu was displeased. How is this related to Jiangchen? Ying Yi Man concurred. Indeed, this has nothing to do with classmate Jiangchen. Suddenly, Lin Mo let out a pain scream. Ah, my spirit stones. He hurriedly opened the trading platform. Bet details, the hero power rankings top spot. All who predict correctly shall partake in the spoils. If multiple predictions are correct, the prize pool shall be divided according to the betting ratio. Current bets, 200. 000 spirit stones on Lin Mo, yourself, securing the top position. Locked in, locked in. Lin Mo muttered distractedly. Those slow to react wondered, what has happened to the esteemed Lin Mo? However, those quick on the uptake shouted in unison. Ah, quickly, the hero power ranking. In less than half an hour, the rankings will be unveiled. The betting will close 20 minutes before the announcement. There are only a few minutes left. Hurry and place your bets. Bet on what? Are you foolish? The formidable prowess of the esteemed Ing man has seemingly secured their position at the pinnacle, as evidenced by the reactions of the distinguished Lin Mo. This time, I have brought forth 50,000 spirit stones, all wagered on Ing man. The crowd has descended into a frenzy, disregarding the recently disarmed Zhang Hao. In truth, Zhang Hao himself, unperturbed by his injuries, hastily placed all his spirit stones upon Ing man. Even the once formidable epic boss has been forgotten by the assembled lords. Yet, amidst the chaos, there are those who remain lucid. With so many of us backing Ing man, the odds must be unreasonably low. However, such sentiments are quickly drowned out. Foolishness. Even with odds of 10, it equates to a guaranteed return akin to a fixed deposit. A risk-free venture, one would be remiss not to partake. Indeed, what was once a battlefield brimming with tension now resembles a bustling marketplace, the air thick with the stench of copper. Faced with this situation, Ing man appeared taken aback. Ming Tian, after a moment of silence, humbly offered her apologies. It is all my fault. I have hindered your ability to profit on the hero strength leaderboard. Please, punish me. You exaggerate, Sister Ming. Ing man quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, the profit of 1,000,000 spirit stones is scarcely enough for my daily allowance. I merely thought it would be amusing if I, like a dark horse, seized the top position and astonished these fellows. And now, they are indeed astonished. This revelation brought Ming Tian some solace. At that moment, Lin Mo finally regained his composure, muttering to himself, I still possess 300,000 spirit stones, which I intended to reserve for the final seconds to raise my stake. Moreover, with the reputation of the divine Riverland family, I could potentially borrow hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. If I place my entire wager on Ing man, even if this gamble yields no profit, my losses will be minimal. With this thought, he cast aside his embarrassment and swiftly opened his contact list. Brother Wei, in the name of the divine Riverland family, may I borrow 100,000 spirit stones from you? Minutes passed swiftly. The betting was locked in, and no new wagers were accepted. With 20 minutes left until the celestial decree was announced, the assembled lords felt a sense of contentment. To their delight, Ing man's odds had soared to an impressive 28. It was to be expected. After all, they were but a handful of lords with limited financial means. Their frenzied betting inevitably inflated the odds for Lin Mo and the other lords. With the odds elevated, some were tempted to gamble small amounts for substantial returns. Although the epic hero had not been besieged, securing a steady profit of 28 could certainly be deemed worthwhile. Haha. We ought to express our gratitude to the goddess of early summer for this opportunity. Otherwise, how would we have acquired such inside information? Or perhaps we should thank Brother Zhang Hao for inciting the wrath of the esteemed Ing man. Haha. Brother Wang, how much did you wager? Not much, just 80,000 spirit stones. I envy Brother Wang's immense wealth, for I possess a mere 40,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, someone pointed at the betting situation on the gambling board and burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Everyone, look. Someone has wagered 10,100 spirit stones on Jiangchen. Could it possibly be him placing the bet? Does he truly possess confidence in his heroic prowess? Humph. This is the blind self-assurance that arises from a lack of information. Perhaps, apart from his exceptional troops, Jiangchen has a rare hero as well. It's no wonder he seems so audacious. Had he not witnessed the might of the illustrious Ing man's hero, he might have actually succeeded in outsmarting others. Lin Mo scoffed. Even without the formidable Ing man, that lad Jiangchen is simply overestimating himself. At this juncture, I shall lay my cards on the table. I am an extraordinary hero. Otherwise, I would not be foolish enough to wager 200,000 spirit stones on myself. As he spoke, Lin Mo lamented deeply. Someone murmured, even the extraordinary hero Lin Mo feels inferior. Could it be that the illustrious Ing man is truly an epic hero? On the back of Long Jiu, Jiang Chun was so exhilarated that he nearly fell off. He understood that before any betting pool is sealed, substantial sums inevitably flood in. However, he did not anticipate such an overwhelming amount. According to the rules, unless someone bet higher than him, he would only need to wager a single spirit stone to claim the betting pool of several million spirit stones. Yet, to be on the safe side, in the final moments, he decided to stake 10,000 spirit stones. It proved to be a wise decision, as someone indeed placed a bet on him. However, after the initial excitement, Jiangchen pondered curiously, who placed the additional 100 spirit stones. A notification chimed as a friend sent a message. It was in Chu Xiu. Could it be that this girl wagered 100 spirit stones on him? In Chu Xiu, Jiangchen, I am currently organizing an army to tackle the epic boss. It is inconvenient for a video call, so I can only send messages. Jiangchen, I comprehend. It is rather inconvenient for me to video call while soaring through the skies. In Chu Xiu, Jiangchen, have you pressed down your own top rank of 10,000 spirit stones? There is no need for further concealment. Jiangchen, indeed, it was I who imposed this upon myself. In Chu Xiu, I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but alas, it seems your spiritual stones may be destined to go to waste. Oh? Jiangchen was naturally unaware of the events that transpired after his departure. Upon hearing in Chu Xiu's words, although he possessed confidence in himself, curiosity began to stir within him. Jiangchen, what is the matter? Is Lin Mo's rank as a hero significantly elevated? He is aware that Lin Mo also participated in the expedition. In Chu Xiu, indeed. His rank is exceptionally high. Lin Mo is an extraordinary hero. However, what is even more astonishing is Xing Yiman. Jiangchen, what happened with Yiman? In Chu Xiu, she seized our epic boss. Jiangchen, somewhat taken aback, listened intently as Chu Xiu elaborated on the terrifying capabilities of Meng Tian. And Chu Xiu remarked, her prowess as a hero is nothing short of extraordinary. It may even be legendary. Unfortunately, the events unfolded so rapidly that I was unable to capture any footage. In any case, be prepared for what lies ahead. Jiangchen, you didn't place your bet on Yiman as well, did you? In Chu Xiu, of course. It would be foolish not to. I wagered all my 500,000 spirit stones with a fixed return of 28, which is equivalent to obtaining 140,000 spirit stones for free. When I think about it, it brings me quite a bit of joy. Jiangchen, in Chu Xiu, what is the matter? Jiangchen, no. Nothing at all. He finally comprehended why, at the critical moment, millions of spirit stones surged into the betting pool. This Xing Yiman truly is my fortune bringer, possessing extraordinary heroes, and even epic ones. It appears that Xing Yiman is no ordinary scion of wealth. She is most likely of direct lineage. Upon realizing this, Jiangchen imparted a word of caution to Chu Xiu. Jiangchen, in early summer, the third day of the new district opening will arrive the day after tomorrow. The Lord may travel to Blue Star once. Upon your return to Blue Star, investigate the background of this Xing Yiman. Jiangchen, additionally, when you return home, perhaps you could request some funds from your mother. In Chu Xiu, indeed, even without your suggestion, I would have looked into it. As for the spiritual stones, considering the profits from this occasion, I find myself sufficiently equipped for the time being. Jiangchen, you are truly adorable. And Chu Xiu closes the chat interface. If she is indeed an epic hero, she poses a certain threat to the Empress, primarily without witnessing this hero's combat prowess firsthand. It is rather challenging to assess her strength. Fortunately, Chu Xiu provided this information. Otherwise, one might easily find oneself in dire straits. In light of this, Jiangchen gently tapped the waist of the Empress. Level up. At once, the Empress tensed, her face flushed with indignation as she retorted, if you wish to embrace me, do so properly. If you continue to be so intrusive, perhaps you should embrace Xinxia instead. As her words faded, a resplendent golden aura burst forth, consuming 47,600 energy. Your hero, the Empress, has leveled up to 7. With an expenditure of 60,800 energy, your hero, the Empress, has ascended to level 8. At the cost of 75,600 energy, your hero, the Empress, has reached level 9. Finally, consuming 92,000 energy, your hero, the Empress, has attained level 10. Upon reaching this pinnacle, the Empress's combat prowess surged, officially surpassing 200 stars. With a pained expression etched across his face, Jiangchen whispered to the Empress, 27,000 energy. Truly deserving of the title of legendary hero. Empress, this endeavor has essentially resulted in us laboring for you without recompense. Upon witnessing the divine warrior's combat prowess, which surpassed that of her peers, Jiangchen initially intended to elevate the divine warriors first. A sum of 30,000 energy would suffice to raise all divine warriors to level 7. However, a remark from Chu Xiu prompted him to reconsider. The millions of spirit stones in the betting pool were a prize he was determined to secure. With these millions of spirit stones, Jiangchen could even contemplate constructing the Empress's exclusive epic unit building, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. After her upgrade, the Empress remained momentarily dazed, only to realize her misunderstanding. Suddenly, she recalled the gesture she had just made, which, in the Lord's terminology, seemed to be referred to as preparation. I beg your pardon, my lord. I mistakenly believed you to be a scoundrel. I truly apologize for my indiscretion. Jiangchen sighed. It's quite all right. next time I experience a similar foreplay. I hope you won't misunderstand again. As he spoke, he playfully patted the Empress on her waist. Blushing, the Empress replied, I won't. I promise. The sound of a notification pinged again, this time from the little fox. Their previous collaboration had been delightful, thus the little fox had become Jiang Qin's second friend. Chu Xiu messaged, Brother Jiang Qin, in the final moments, I wagered 100 spirit stones on you, only to discover that someone else had bet 10,000 spirit stones. Be honest, did I perhaps wager too little? Jiang Qin was utterly exasperated. It was none other than that little fox. Jiang Qin, why are you pressing me? Is it a compulsion? You haven't T-pressed less, but rather excessively. It would be better if you didn't T-press at all. The little fox pressed 100 spirit stones, which equates to a share of his profits. Tu Shanyaya, Wuwa, your words only affirm that I indeed pressed too little. I feel as if I've missed out on a fortune. Jiang Qin was amused. Jiang Qin, you are not foolish at all. Tu Shanyaya, Brother Jiang Qin, you are so confident. Is it possible that, in addition to exceptional troops, you also possess extraordinary heroes? Before Jiang Qin could respond, the little fox shifted the topic. Tu Shanyaya, oh my goodness, Brother Jiang Qin, quickly look at the regional channel. A suspected epic hero has emerged. Tu Shanyaya, how careless of me. Why did I press you? Oh no, I have squandered 100 spirit stones. Jiang Qin glanced at the regional channel and then retorted at the little fox. Jiang Qin, are you truly so devoid of principles? When the enemy approaches, you must undoubtedly be a traitor. Tu Shanyaya, humph. Yaya is already 10 years old, of age now, and shall never become a traitor. Jiang Qin lamented, 10 years old, truly impressive. In the regional channel. Goodness. Why has the odds of defeating the esteemed E-Man suddenly dropped to 28? Ha ha ha, you bunch of country bumpkins, I am currently alongside the illustrious E-Man. You must have not witnessed the sheer prowess of Inmon's hero. Astounding. With a single strike, he can obliterate dozens of units. Alas. The incident occurred so abruptly that I failed to start recording. In any case, the betting pool has already been locked. The lords who have witnessed Ming Tian's prowess are now devoid of any reservations, eagerly flaunting their triumphs in the group chat. Yet, there are only a few dozen lords present, while the town boasts nearly 1,000. Such provocative behavior naturally invites scorn. What are you so proud of? A petty triumph. Winning a bet may bring a fleeting thrill, but losing leads to ruin. We still have the esteemed Lin Mo. Since he dared to propose the betting match, he must possess immense confidence. Indeed, Lin Mo is bound to emerge victorious. This is quite awkward. Lin Mo, fearing a deluge of disdain, has refrained from uttering a word. Someone has caught on. Wei Ming remarked, Lin Mo, you borrowed 100,000 spirit stones from me just to wager against the esteemed E-Man. Did you not? I kindly lent you spirit stones, and you failed to inform me of such crucial information. Lin Mo responded, Wei brother, please choose your words carefully. Let us not forget that I still owe you money. Wei Ming replied, Lin brother, forgive my indiscretion, it was a slip of the tongue. May your magnanimity overlook my folly. Lin Mo replied, well said, well said. Mu Qingshuang sighed, it is those in debt who hold the upper hand, truly. The world is in decline. A wager involving millions of spirit stones had never before stirred such excitement in the regional channel. Messages surged forth, only to be swiftly drowned by subsequent notifications. Thus, 20 minutes swiftly elapsed. 1098, a well-meaning lord initiated a countdown in the regional channel, causing Jiang Qin to feel a tinge of anxiety. Unlike the rankings for leveling up a book, the hero combat power rankings are announced collectively, rendering the spectacle all the more grand. Before the eyes of all lords, list of battlefields, each spanning an acre and inscribed in golden universal script, appeared above the war mist, soaring 1,000 meters high, evoking awe. Moreover, in the eyes of every lord, the listings were directly facing them. Hero Combat Power Ranking 100, Lord Wang Jie, Hero Andrew, Reward, Excellent Treasure Chest 1, Reputation 1, Hero Combat Power Ranking 99, Lord Li Xuan. Damn it. They are indeed announcing from the back to the front. It is said that thousands of years ago, the lists were revealed starting from the first place. Unfortunately, it seems the Heavenly Tao has adopted this undesirable habit from human variety shows. This cannot entirely be blamed on the Heavenly Tao if they announce from the top. Would you still pay attention to the later positions? That makes sense. However, the Heavenly Tao also requires attention, does it not? While it may not demand attention. If the Heavenly Tao announces the rankings and you do not watch, it would be quite embarrassing for them. Oh, I see. Patience, let's wait a moment. One name will be revealed every second. We shall soon witness the top 10. Wang Jia. Ha! I've made it into the top 100. What a touch of prestige. That indeed is prestige. Another one has gone mad. If you can enter the top 100, perhaps your performance is not even on par with his. The Heavenly Order only ranks, without disclosing specific combat power, attributes, or even grades. This is quite humane, for such information constitutes the greatest secrets of a lord, once leaked. It becomes all too easy for opponents to target them. In less than 2 minutes, the rankings from 11 to 100 were entirely revealed. Although the items are all exquisite treasure chests, the prestige rewards differ. In the Hero Combat Power Rankings, the 10th position is held by Lord Wei Ming, with the Hero AI Hua rewarded with a rare treasure chest and 20 prestige points. Wei Ming, our little town has so many big shots, even with my rare hero. I only ranked 10th, but thankfully, I've made it into the top 10 and secured a rare treasure chest. Mu Qingxuang, congratulations. This world is utterly distinct from the Earth of Jiang Qin's previous life. Blue Star is home to formidable royal dynasties such as the immortal Qin, the prosperous Tang, and the Great Ming, alongside countless millennia-old lordly families, resulting in a relatively low degree of centralization. Consequently, the majority of resources are monopolized by these lordly clans, leaving the military increasingly impoverished. Mu Qingxuang, a lieutenant in the military, is merely an elite hero. Lin Mo, 10th place is quite commendable. What does my 2nd place amount to? It too is just a rare treasure chest. Wei Ming, at least the prestige is higher. Odd. Why has the 9th place not yet been announced? Is your lordship's class taught by a music instructor? The interval between the top 10 should be appropriately extended. Don't you know? It is only reasonable. After all, for the top 10, there should be some formality. The renown must linger for a while. Soon, the glory belonging to Wei Ming faded, and a new line of golden characters emerged. In the Hero Combat Power Rankings, the 9th position is held by Lord Tu Shanyaye of the Celestial Fox Clan, with the hero Xin Rue, rewarded with a rare treasure chest and 30 prestige points. Goodness, is this Fox Clan sister truly that formidable? I had always assumed she was merely an adorable girl. Indeed, she is an adorable girl, but also a formidable one. An adorable powerhouse. Tu Shanyaye. Woo, I invested 100 spirit stones into myself. Now I've suffered a great loss. Jiangchen, did you place a bet as well? Just how many have you wagered on? While he expressed his frustrations, a sense of astonishment lingered in Jiangchen's heart. This little fox turns out to be a rare hero? And Chu Xiu, the only daughter of the East Sea City Lord in Luoxi, is merely a rare hero as well? Ranking 8th on the hero power list, Lord in Chu Xiu. The top 10 were announced in succession. Unsurprisingly, apart from Tu Shanyaye, the other names were all renowned 2nd-generation lords. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the 3rd place was announced, an eerie silence ensued. Hero power list, 3rd place, Lord Lin Mo, Hero Garcia, reward, rare treasure chest 1, reputation 100. After a brief silence, Lin Mo exclaimed, 3rd place? How could I possibly be in 3rd place? Was he the esteemed Lin Mo a remarkable hero? Goodness, our humble town conceals another lord with a remarkable hero. Truly a hidden gem. Generally speaking, a single rare hero would suffice to crown a novice town as the best. Wei Ming, I'm quite excited. I must know who this esteemed individual is. In Chu Xiu, it will be revealed shortly. The 2nd place will be announced soon. Tu Shanyaye, it wouldn't he happen to be brother Jiangchen, would it? Lin Mo, what nonsense are you spouting, sister? Yingyin Mei, to have 2 remarkable heroes in a novice town, Jiangnan province indeed brims with talent. Lin Mo, Yingyin Mei, please spare us the sarcasm. Compared to Longo, our Jiangnan province is vastly inferior. Yingyin Mei, it's still quite commendable. Not everyone in Longzhou possesses my strength. The interval between the announcements of 3rd and 2nd place stretched once more. Suddenly, look, the 2nd place has been revealed. I am eager to see who this esteemed individual is, hidden so profoundly. Everyone looked up, and upon seeing the line of golden characters illuminating the sky, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Hero power list, 2nd place, Lord Yingyin Mei, Hero Ming Tian, reward, rare treasure chest 1, reputation 100. A silence stretched for a full 10 seconds. Surprisingly, the first to react was not Yingyin Mei. Lin Mo, impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. I have witnessed the prowess of Yingyin Mei as hero firsthand. My remarkable hero is certainly no match. How could she not be first? Lin Mo was on the brink of madness. He had wagered a significant portion of his fortune on himself and an even larger amount on Yingyin Mei, even accruing debts amounting to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Not just Lin Mo, but all lords who had bet on Yingyin Mei found themselves in despair. My spirit stones. My entire fortune. I can't go on living. Those who had wagered on Lin Mo felt a sense of relief wash over them. Though I too am left with nothing, you have lost your entire fortune. Indeed. What of that little villain who was so pleased with himself moments ago? Ing Mei. Second. Then who could possibly be first? Is there a royal descendant among us in this novice town? Quickly. Peruse the lord list to see if there are any others bearing the surnames Zhu, Li, or Ing. If none can be found, perhaps Aiz and Jorah will suffice. But then again, considering how our dragon kingdom has been oppressed by the Sakura nation in the seventh heaven, it may be best to avoid that. Before long, someone noticed something peculiar. The name Ming Tian sounded oddly familiar. Ming Tian, the very sister of the legendary Lord Ming Tian from the mythical realm of Xianqing. What a fanciful dream. That esteemed Ming Tian is a legendary lord, revered in the Hall of All Immortals within Xianqing. A figure who has graced our history textbooks on numerous occasions. How could she possibly become a hero? I never claimed it was the same person. Merely that the names are identical. Wei Ming interjected, have we discovered which illustrious figure holds the top position? The silence that followed was palpable, as the gap between the second and first place seemed to stretch indefinitely, leaving everyone anxious and restless. Yet, Ing Man, with her vast knowledge, calmly addressed the crowd. Please. Everyone, let us remain quiet so that the heavenly Tao may reveal its verdict. At times, the Tao behaves like a computing program. The more fervently we discuss, the longer the announcement is delayed, as it allows us time for contemplation. Wei Ming encouraged, do not be disheartened, esteemed Ing Man. To which she replied with a chuckle. Disheartened? It is merely an extraordinary treasure chest. I find this quite amusing. Indeed, as the discussions waned, the list belonging to Ing Man gradually faded from view, replaced by a new line of golden letters. Top position revealed. Heroic combat power ranking, first place, Lord Jiangchen, the Heroic Empress, reward, extraordinary treasure chest 1, reputation 200. The blinding golden title in the sky left all present in a state of awe, mouths agape. The once vibrant regional channel fell into an eerie silence. Curiously, the name of Jiangchen lingered in the sky for merely half a minute before swiftly fading away. It was only then that the crowd began to comprehend the situation. Wait, why has it vanished so soon? I can't help but wonder if I misread it. Someone chuckled bitterly, remarking that the lack of discussion made the celestial realm feel rather awkward. It is not that we are unwilling to engage in conversation, but rather, how can we possibly discuss this? Jiangchen is at the top? That seems utterly preposterous. He is but a commoner. It turns out that the 10,000 spirit stones were indeed amassed by Jiangchen himself. Could it be that Jiangchen is truly a scion of the Jiang family from the provincial capital? Even the Jiang family from the provincial capital wouldn't be so extravagant as to present an epic hero's token. Who says it must be an epic hero? This is the hero combat power ranking, not the hero quality ranking. Perhaps his hero level is indeed high. Let us not forget that he commands a squad of exceptional centaurs, capable of acquiring energy at a remarkable pace. Indeed, the name of this hero, Empress, resonates with an air of majesty. In the annals of history on Blue Star, only the martial family patriarch from the fifth heaven, who reigns over the sun and moon, would dare to adopt the title Empress. Jiangchen, esteemed one, could you enlighten us as to the caliber of this Empress hero? Unlike the previous campaign, this time, Jiangchen is genuinely the center of attention. 3 kilometers outside in Chu Xiu's territory. Ing Man stared in disbelief at the name atop the ranking, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. She contemplated countless possibilities, yet Jiangchen was the last name she expected. Sister Ming, do you truly believe that Jiangchen is merely a commoner? Could he possibly be a descendant of a royal lineage fallen into obscurity? Ming Tian appeared equally dazed. Perhaps there is a slight possibility of that. And Chu Xiu murmured to herself, no wonder this fellow asked me to return home to procure some funds from my mother. He must have known he was destined for the top all along. Oh no. My 50,000 spirit stones. Yet, this could be fortuitous. Previously, when I wished to gift him spirit stones, he declined. This time, let it be considered my charitable contribution. Hee. Lin Mo swayed slightly, barely managing to remain upright with the support of a nearby hero. How could it be him? The one who caused me to lose 1,000,000 spirit stones is merely a commoner? He still vividly recalled the haughty manner in which he had attempted to recruit Jiangchen just the day before. How foolish of me to designate him as my sheep. Reflecting on it now, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide within. Curse it. What on earth is this fellow's true identity? With a pair of centaur leaders at his disposal, and now adding at least one exceptional hero to his ranks, his strength likely surpasses my own. In just 2 days, I will be able to traverse Blue Star. I must thoroughly investigate his background. Lin Mo forced himself to regain composure, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Thankfully, the assault order was purchased by that fool Li Muse. Had I ventured to attack Jiang Qin's territory, I fear the outcome would have been no different. Mutual destruction would have been the best-case scenario. With this thought, Lin Mo began to strategize silently. A wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. Should we first issue a decree to relocate the territory? With my prowess, I could effortlessly secure the position of mayor in any novice town, rendering the competition in 10086 town unnecessary. Compared to Lin Mo, the performances of the other dozens of lords are even more lamentable. They grit their teeth in frustration. Jiang Qin. It is indeed Jiang Qin. If he were truly a member of the royal family like Yin Man, I might concede. But he is merely a commoner. What right has he? A small fraction of them are second-generation lords, and a few 100,000 spirit stones may deeply wound them. However, upon returning to Blue Star, it is not impossible to gather another sum of spirit stones. Yet, the majority are genuinely bereft, having even sold their properties on Blue Star for the sake of the Wanzhou battlefield. Suddenly, a young lord's eyes gleamed with madness. It is all Jiang Qin's fault. It is all Jiang Qin's fault. If it weren't for Jiang Qin, the esteemed Yin Man would be at the pinnacle, and we would have amassed a fortune. Upon this utterance, many others immediately chimed in. While Jiang Qin deserves punishment, we need not demand his demise. Indeed, as long as he returns our spirit stones, I shall forgive him. Merely returning the principal is insufficient. We also deserve the 28-fold odds. And what if Jiang Qin refuses? Who does he think he is to offend so many lords simultaneously? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. If you cannot afford to lose, then do not gamble. And Chu Xiu stepped forward. Who dares to speak ill of Jiang Qin again? A second-generation lord's expression darkened. And Chu Xiu, what do you mean by that? If I recall correctly, you two wagered everything on an Yin Man. And Chu Xiu scoffed. So what if I did? One must accept the outcome of a wager. Are you still weaning? Unable to grasp such a simple principle? Another lord retorted. And Chu Xiu, what nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for your gathering, we would not have come here. Had we not come here, we would not have witnessed Yin Man's strength, nor would we have staked all our possessions. Therefore, you must also bear responsibility for our losses. Ha ha ha, and Chu Xiu laughed in fury, no longer wishing to converse with these insolvent gamblers. Get out of my territory. The lord's expression changed drastically, ready to explode. Yet, another calm voice interjected. By your reasoning, I must share in the responsibility as well? He turned to seeing Yin Man taking a gentle step forward, gazing at him with tranquility. He opened his mouth, finally recalling Ming Tian's terrifying presence, and chuckled nervously. Ha ha ha. If your strength is a fault, then there would be no right in the world. You acknowledge my prowess. Yin Man chuckled. Jiang Qin's valor surpasses even that of Sister Ming. Who gave you the audacity to question his guilt? The second-in-command was momentarily taken aback, then with a face full of reluctance, remarked, but you are of royal descent. And he is merely a commoner. Yin Mei interrupted him, saying, if there is nothing else, be gone. Instead of scheming and plotting, wouldn't it be more delightful to focus on leveling up? Under the pressure exerted by Yin Mei, the lords, including Lin Mo, departed in dismay, their unwillingness evident in their eyes. And Chu Xiu sighed, greed has clouded their judgment. This group of gamblers, who have squandered their fortunes, will surely not relent. I must alert Jiang Qin. However, Yin Mei replied, to not be envied is to be mediocre. In the battlefield of myriad clans, resources are scarce. If one fears trouble, it would be wiser to return to Blue Star and retire. Cough. Meng Tian leaned closer to Yin Mei and whispered, Your Highness, it's a matter of scarcity. And Chu Xiu smiled and said, Thank you very much, Sister Ing. By the way, I am 19 years old. Is it acceptable for me to call you sister? Yin Mei exclaimed with enthusiasm, Then I shall call you Sister Chu Xiu. Meng Tian quietly suggested, if your highness is fond of this young lady, you might consider reaching out to her family and having her serve as your maid. Besides, you are only 18. Yin Mei replied, Shu, keep your voice down. Do you wish for me to have a younger sister? Meng Tian, feeling helpless, fell silent. Yin Mei laughed. Sister Chu Xiu, you must have lost all your money. Allow me to transfer you some pocket money. If it's not enough, feel free to ask me again. Yin Mei's lord sent her 1 million spirit stones. And then she waved her hand gracefully, saying, Sister is off. As she watched the Xianqin iron eagle fade into a distant, and Chu Xiu was left in astonishment. Calling her sister had seemingly cost her 1 million spirit stones. Does this person have a mine at home? In the lofty heights of 100 meters, Yin Mei flew alongside Meng Tian, fuming, Sister Meng, It must be that Jiang Chun snatched the epic boss before us. He takes all the benefits for himself and leaves me to clean up his mess. Cough, cough. Ming Tian gently cleared her throat, reminding her, Your Highness, please mind your language. This time, it was my oversight regarding the hero power rankings. I took it lightly after discovering Lin Mo's relatively low heroic strength through the divination technique, but little did I expect that the one hiding most deeply was Jiang Chun. Ying Mei comforted her, though Sister Ming is only level 7. With the 2 pieces of epic equipment, her power has already reached 125 stars. By this calculation, Jiang Chun either possesses an epic hero or has risked everything to elevate his extraordinary hero to level 15. Meng Tian sighed, whichever the case. Jiang Chun should not be underestimated. I previously underestimated him. Upon hearing this, Ying Mei's eyes glimmered with intrigue, since Sister Ming recognizes Jiang Chun's strength. Then I could consider him as a vassal lord, correct? In silence, Meng Tian felt a sense of awe. His Highness had been laying the groundwork for so long, only to be waiting for her all along. A message appeared. You have secured the first position in this hero power ranking, receiving an exceptional treasure chest 1 and prestige 200. A beam of light enveloped the exceptional treasure chest as it descended, which Jiang Chun promptly stored in his lordly domain. 200 points of prestige. An exceptional treasure chest had ceased to hold significance for Jiang Chun, yet 200 points of prestige were indeed a valuable asset. Prestige not only allowed one to purchase rare treasures in the Hall of Prestige, but a high prestige also facilitated the triggering of various events, such as merchant caravans passing and strong warriors seeking refuge. The Heavenly Tao-S notifications continued without pause. You have successfully bet on the top spot in the Hero Power Ranking S betting pool. Your wager of 10,000 amounts to a 99,001 share of the winnings, yielding 4,752,480 spirit stones. A staggering sum of 4.75 million spirit stones. It would be disingenuous for Jiang Chun to claim he was not exhilarated. He had never experienced such wealth before, including the sale of 126 high-quality pieces of equipment last night, along with the hundreds of spirit dishes just sold. The spirit stones in his possession had surpassed the monumental threshold of 5 million. Naturally, there were myriad ways to utilize this wealth. Enhancing equipment, acquiring the Flowing Palm skill book, perhaps recruiting additional epic troops, or should he invest in strengthening the farmland and kitchen, or even constructing the Celestial Sound Pavilion? The Empress, closely beside Jiang Chun, immediately sensed his unusual excitement. My lord, you seem quite exhilarated. You will be too shortly. Why is that? Because Jiang Chun paused momentarily and said with ease, I have made the decision to construct the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Ultimately, he resolved to allocate a significant portion of his funds for this endeavor. After all, as an epic building intrinsically linked to the Empress, it possessed the capability to summon 9 legendary units, the Celestial Holy Maidens, as well as an unlimited number of disciples from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Upon hearing the news of the revival of her former sect, the Empress was naturally elated, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. Note, you have chosen to build the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and the Empress's gratitude has increased your favorability by 1 point, bringing the current total to 91 points. It is indeed a costly endeavor, as millions of spirit stones were required to elevate her favorability by just 1 point. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chun opened the chat window with Chu Xiu. Jiang Chun, have you lost everything? And Chu Xiu, Jiang Chun, would you like me to lend you some silver? Just a modest interest of 3% per day. And Chu Xiu, screenshot clicked of you, take a look for yourself. 1 million spirit stones? Jiang Chun nearly exclaimed in surprise. Hadn't Chu Xiu already triumphed over Yin Man? How could there still be 1 million spirit stones remaining? Jiang Chun inquired. From where did this come? And Chu Xiu replied, It was given to me by Sister Ing. I found myself devoid of funds. Thus I had no choice but to accept her as my sister. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's explanation, Jiang Chun felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Despite his tireless efforts and favorable circumstances that earned him merely a few million spirit stones, others casually presented 1 million spirit stones as a token of their first meeting. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Chun, could you do me a favor? And Chu Xiu, speak your mind. Jiang Chun, please inquire if Yin Man is in need of a brother. And Chu Xiu, understood. Before returning to the territory, Jiang Chun passed by the Centaur lair. In just 1 day, the lair had successfully recruited 6 Centaur warriors. Jiang Chun completed the recruitment of all units, subsequently enhancing the souls of the fortified troops to an exceptional quality. The level 5 Centaur chief, proved to be quite adept at guarding resource points. 10 minutes elapsed thereafter. Jiang Chun leaped down from Long Zhou's back, exclaiming, "At last, we have arrived home." He stretched lazily and addressed the women. "Thank you all for your hard work. From now on, feel free to pursue your own endeavors, whether it be hunting monsters or engaging in cultivation. If anyone wishes to take a moment to rest, that is perfectly acceptable." "Understood." Long Zhou, Xinxia, and Giselle departed the territory to hunt monsters, while the Empress continued her cultivation. Such is the advantage of high-tier troops. There is no need for concern. Jiang Chun extended his hand and pointed. With a resounding thud, the colossal corpse of the epic tiger demon fell in the center of the territory square. A few farmers, upon witnessing this, skillfully approached to begin the dismemberment. However, Jiang Chun called out to them, "Wait." It seemed an utter waste to allow ordinary farmers to disassemble the body of an epic boss. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a recruitment order from his warehouse. The ordinary recruitment order, enhanced upon use, it allows the recruitment of one ordinary farmer. In the battlefield of myriad races, there are two methods to recruit farmers. The first involves consuming a certain amount of food and energy at residential quarters, requiring a specific queue time. The second method utilizes a recruitment order, enabling instant recruitment. Previously, Jiang Chun had been mistaken for possessing a multitude of recruitment orders when he upgraded a book within half an hour, allowing him to gather sufficient resources. Recruitment orders are not particularly rare items. Quite a few emerged during yesterday's Dark Beast Tide. However, high-quality recruitment orders are a different matter altogether. Upon selecting the plus option, the enhancement options revealed themselves. Enhancement direction, elite recruitment order, consuming 50 spirit stones. Enhancement direction, legendary recruitment order, consuming 500,000 spirit stones. With the decision to expend 500,000 spirit stones and choose enhancement direction, the legendary recruitment order manifested, resplendent in golden hues, intricately engraved with the image of a farmer wielding a golden pickaxe. Was he truly to till the land bearing such a magnificent tool? Jiang Chun made a light-hearted remark before gently tossing out the command, "Recruit." Soon after, a farmer emerged from the summoning portal. He was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of simplicity, yet his eyes were as tranquil as still water, evoking the adage, "Great wisdom appears as foolishness." Clearly, the man was a native of the Myriad Realms battlefield and showed no surprise at his circumstances. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, he immediately performed a respectful bow, saying, "I, a humble citizen, pay my respects to my lord." The man's demeanor perfectly aligned with Jiang Chun's expectations. "Rise, henceforth." There is no need for such formalities. What pleased Jiang Chun the most was that the man bore no name. "From now on, you shall be called Farmer One." "What a wonderful name!" Farmer One exclaimed. "Thank you, my lord." His speech was equally pleasant to the ear. Jiang Chun felt increasingly satisfied with Nong-E. Nong-E race, human level, 1 quality, golden legend combat power, 7 stars traits, Shinong model worker Shinong. When engaged in activities such as gathering, disassembling, and mining, work efficiency is increased tenfold, output is quintupled, and there is a 10 chance of quality enhancement by 1 tier, not exceeding legendary quality. Model worker, under his influence, the work efficiency of the farmers in his domain is elevated by 20. The Shinong trait seemingly defies the law of conservation of mass. Meanwhile, the model worker trait is akin to that of a minor hero. His combat power is impressive as well, starting at 7 stars, undoubtedly far superior to that of his lordship. Nong-E, proceed to disassemble this tiger demon. Nong-E gazed at the carcass of the tiger demon in astonishment, exclaiming, "An epic demon hero. My lord truly possesses remarkable skills." With that, Nong-E waved his hand, enveloping the demon's corpse in a green light. Instantly, a series of notifications resonated. Disassembly yielded tiger meat. Shinong activated. Output increased 5-fold. Obtaining tiger meat. Epic. X5. Disassembly yielded tiger bones. Shinong activated. Output increased 5-fold. Obtaining tiger bones. Epic. X5. Disassembly yielded tiger whips. Shinong activated. Output increased 5-fold. Quality enhanced by 1 tier. Obtaining tiger whips. Legendary. X5. In less than a minute, a tiger demon weighing over 10 tons was transformed into various materials. With the blessing of Shinong, a total of 1,500 portions of tiger meat, 200 tiger bones, 5 tiger skins, and 5 tiger whips were acquired, among which were also a tenth of legendary quality ingredients and materials. It was utterly astonishing. It is important to note that these materials are all at least of epic quality. Jiang Chen sighed, remarking that the mere cost of these ingredients had already recouped the 50,000 spirit stones he had just spent. What surprised him the most was that the Tiger Whip had unexpectedly triggered the advancement effect of the Divine Farmer, achieving legendary quality. Tiger Whip, legendary, a man's refueling station. A woman's beauty salon. Experience the effects for yourself? Jiang Chen was certain that he himself would have no use for it, indeed. However, the legendary Tiger Whip could undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. Well done, Farmer One, he acknowledged. Farmer One quickly responded with humility, Your Excellency, you flatter me. After storing all the materials in the warehouse, Jiang Chen opened the Empress's panel. After reaching level 10, the Empress's combat power had escalated to a terrifying 234 stars. After admiring the Empress's formidable attributes for a moment, Jiang Chen navigated to the hero building section. Heavenly Sound Pavilion, a unit building that can recruit the 9 heavens sacred princess and disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Required materials: Heavenly Sound Wood, Epic, 2000. Mysterious Een Stone, Epic, 1000. Stellar Gold, Epic, 1000. Energy 10000, occupying an area of 1000 square meters. The two materials, Heavenly Sound Wood and Mysterious Een Stone, could be enhanced using ordinary wood and stone. As for Stellar Gold, since ordinary iron ore would not suffice, if his assumptions were correct, gold ore would likely be necessary. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen opened the regional channel. Jiang Chen, I am willing to purchase the specific coordinates of a gold mine for 10,000 spirit stones. Payment will be made upon confirmation of accuracy. First come, first served. Although this resource is rare, there must be a gold mine within the novice town. It's just that the opening time has been short, and his territory has yet to uncover it. Alas, after such a long time, the esteemed Jiang Chen has finally made an appearance. My dear, come quickly to witness the divine. Could the illustrious Jiang Chen share what remarkable treasures the extraordinary chest has yielded? With his luck, surely he won't unveil an epic item this time, will he? Oh, how I regret not choosing the E-grade lush landscape that once lay before me, opting instead for the energy enhancement. If only the heavens could grant me another chance. My younger sister, merely 18, fair and beautiful, would Jiang Chen need some warmth in his bed? A moment of privacy, if I may, to speak with my brothers above. He is currently the renowned figure of the 10,086 town. His mere appearance instantly draws countless onlookers. Wei Ming, impressive. I recall that gold mines are inherently rare quality resources. Could it be that Jiang Chen has unearthed a blueprint for a rare building? The opening day has barely passed. Wei Ming, once known as the second-generation leader, has seen his title evolve from Jiang Chen to Brother Jiang Chen, and now to esteemed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, Brother Wei, your insight is commendable, indeed. It pertains to the realm of architecture. There is nothing to conceal, for anyone who has attended junior high can surmise this. Yet, no matter how imaginative they may be, they could never fathom that what Jiang Chen intends to construct is not a rare edifice, but rather a monumental military structure. Wei Ming, then, esteemed Jiang Chen, what are your coordinates? Surely, the location of the gold mine cannot be too distant from you. Jiang Chen, the anywhere door. Wei Ming, the anywhere door? Jiang Chen, you are impressive. Could it be that it just emerged from the extraordinary treasure chest? An man suddenly appeared. Is the anywhere door for sale? I will take it for 1 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen nearly gasped in astonishment. On Blue Star, the cost of a portal is approximately 100,000 spirit stones. The reasoning Enan offered such an exorbitant price is merely due to the limitation of carrying only 10 slots of items per round trip to Blue Star. Truly, the extravagance is beyond comprehension. In the presence of such wealth, Jiang Chen must also maintain a courteous demeanor. Jiang Chen, winning E-Man, you are truly impressive. I still have the use of the portal this time. I will definitely reach out to you next time. Winning E-Man, Jiang Chen, you must have gained quite a bit today. If you have any high-tier items that you do not require, feel free to sell them to me. And I assure you a satisfactory price. That is indeed a viable option. He currently possesses several dozen rare and exceptional pieces of equipment lying idle. Jiang Chen, let us first become friends. I will organize everything this evening and send it to you to see what you require. E-Man, all right. Wei Ming, esteemed Jiang Chen, please add me as well. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, all right. Although Wei Ming was a second-generation leader, his initial impression was quite favorable. Thus, Jiang Chen's circle of friends expanded to 4, and Chu Xiu, Tu Shanye, Yin Man, and Wei Ming. Upon hearing the news of new friendships, the other leaders instantly perked up. Jiangchen, Great One, could you add me as well? I also bear the surname Jiang. Perhaps we are long-lost brothers. Does my elder brother Jiangchen need a sister? Please add your little sister as a friend. I wouldn't mind calling you brother, or even letting little sister call you father. Jiangchen sighed, lamenting the evils wrought by wealth. Suddenly, He Chi interjected, esteemed Jiangchen. I once stumbled upon a gold mine. Should you desire it, I can take a photograph for you at once. The prospect of a lead ignited a spark of excitement in Jiangchen's eyes. Jiangchen, excellent. Send it to me privately. With matters progressing so smoothly, Jiangchen felt elated. However, just as he closed the regional channel, Chu Xiu initiated a video call. As soon as the connection was established, Chu Xiu's expression turned grave as she said, Jiangchen, I am unaware of your intentions regarding the gold mine, but you must absolutely avoid that He Chi's territory. Jiangchen inquired with curiosity, why? Chu Xiu replied, that He Chi is also a second-generation leader, one among those I have summoned today, to jointly eradicate the epic boss. Your sudden emergence on the hero power rankings has caused these individuals to squander their fortunes. They are currently contemplating how to take revenge on you. This could very well be a trap. To deal with me? Jiangchen exclaimed with delight. So, it appears my 10,000 spirit stones can be spared. Chu Xiu paused. Then with a hint of exasperation remarked, Jiangchen, your unique line of reasoning leaves me at a loss for words. They boast dozens of leaders, if they truly unite. It would be akin to you facing numerous heroes and thousands of troops simultaneously. During the day, if it weren't for Sister Ying's noble status, she likely wouldn't have been able to intimidate this group. Jiangchen chuckled. Your call of Sister Ying is truly melodious. Chu Xiu retorted, I was speaking seriously. Do not forget the most vital quality of a lord. It is steadiness. Jiangchen ceased his jesting, assuring her, rest assured. I possess a sense of measure in this matter. I shall not act rashly without complete certainty. Chu Xiu exhaled in relief. That is reassuring. I trust you are not an impulsive individual. After disconnecting the video, Jiangchen clasped his hands to the heavens. Heavenly fate, I sincerely hope this is a trap. He had never prayed so earnestly before. A mere 10,000 spirit stones was trivial, but the energy was monumental. With dozens of lords, countless heroes, and thousands of troops. How much energy could they provide me? The anticipation was exhilarating. If heaven intended Jiangchen's demise, it would first drive him to madness. He Chi proclaimed passionately. The location of the gold mine lies within a valley, with only 2 entrances. If we can lure him into a trap, Jiangchen will be unable to escape. Yet, before his hero, a lord, could finish speaking, He Chi interrupted. Even if he were truly an epic hero, what of it? With our thousands of troops focusing their fire, not even an epic hero could withstand us. He Chi's fervent words ignited a strong resonance among the crowd. Indeed, this brash young man, Jiangchen, had become too arrogant, prompting the heavens to send them to rein him in. I calculated that, with Jiangchen's profits from selling exquisite equipment and spirit food, he must possess at least 5 million spirit stones. We are destined for wealth. Since it is the will of heaven, why not forge a blood oath of alliance for our mutual advancement? This declaration sent the group of youthful dreamers into a frenzy. Unite the novice town, overthrow the decaying Qing state, and tread among the stars. They exclaimed, wait for me, I shall fetch a bowl. The fervent atmosphere greatly pleased He Chi. After we capture Jiangchen, we shall employ the same method he used against Li Muse, first severing an arm. Once we force him to surrender all his assets. He Chi made a downward slicing motion, his eyes aflame with intent. Then, He Chi turned to Lin Mo, who was frowning and silent. What say you, Lin Mo? Lin Mo's expression shifted, his fist clenched and then relaxed, only to tighten again. After a tense 10 seconds, Lin Mo finally stood and declared, I truly cannot engage in acts of murder and robbery. I can only wish my brother's success in your endeavors. He Chi breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Mo were to participate, his position as leader would be precarious. Watching Lin Mo depart with his troops, He Chi scoffed. What do you mean cannot engage in acts of murder and robbery? It is merely cowardice. He then proclaimed loudly, brothers, follow me to the gold mine. Lest we delay too long and arouse Jiangchen's suspicions, a procession of over 1,000 individuals set forth with great fervor. After a lengthy 2 hours, they finally arrived. At this moment, the sky had darkened. After arranging an ambush with the lords, He Chi took a distant photograph of the gold mine. The next step was the most crucial part of the plan, to draw Jiangchen out, to gain Jiangchen's trust. Qi mustered his courage and initiated a video call. The connection was almost instantaneous. Jiangchen, appearing displeased, remarked, "Why did it take so long?" Qi bowed respectfully, explaining, "Due to the considerable distance, it took 2 hours. I beg your pardon, esteemed one." "Enough." Jiangchen waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Have you located the gold mine?" Qi promptly sent the photograph. "Please take a look, esteemed one." Jiangchen frowned and remarked, "It certainly resembles a gold mine, but it appears to be rather distant." Qi, adhering to the prearranged explanation, elucidated, "The light is somewhat dim, and the guardian creatures of the gold mine are level 12 earth spirits, thus I could only capture a few photographs from a distance." Jiangchen appeared to accept this explanation. "In that case, I shall personally inspect the goods before remitting your spirit stones." Qi was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his seat. "Here is my coordinate. Simply open the portal here, and I shall await your esteemed presence, Jiangchen." What struck him as peculiar was that Jiangchen seemed even more elated than he was. However, Qi dismissed the thought, attributing Jiangchen's enthusiasm to the significance of the gold mine. After ending the communication, Qi pumped his fist in triumph. Success. Shortly thereafter, a portal materialized beside Qi, with Xinxia and Giselle emerging first. The two goddess warrior leaders confirmed the area was safe before gesturing for the others to follow. Immediately thereafter, as Jiangchen stepped through the portal, accompanied by the Empress and 10 divine warrior maidens, he was soon followed by a dozen farmers, including Nongyi. Observing the breathtakingly beautiful Empress and the 12 impeccably statuesque warrior maidens, Qi instinctively swallowed hard. His heart was a tumult of jealousy and relief, jealousy for Jiangchen's extraordinary fortune and relief that Jiangchen, in his audacity, had not summoned the elite centaur leader for protection. "Welcome, esteemed Jiangchen. Please take note, the gold mine lies within that valley." Qi gestured, indicating it was about several hundred meters away. Jiangchen patted Qi's shoulder, praising, "You have performed admirably. Come, accompany me to inspect the goods." Qi quickly forced a smile, replying, "You jest, my esteemed leader. I am not as robust as you. Venturing into the realm of level 12 monsters is far too perilous." The resplendent woman in imperial attire beside Jiangchen must be the Empress, the foremost figure on the heroic combat power rankings. If I were to follow her inside, what would happen if a battle erupted and I were swiftly defeated? Jiangchen did not press the matter further. "I merely wish to ensure that the gold mine is devoid of any issues before I transfer the funds to you in person. Since you are unwilling, let it be." With that, Jiangchen, accompanied by the Empress and the Valkyrie, ventured into the valley. Qi trembled, exclaiming, "This has gone remarkably smoothly. It seems the heavens themselves wish for Jiangchen to serve as a stepping stone on my path to ascendancy. It is as if Jiangchen is willingly cooperating. My lord," he continued, "approximately 1,000 low-level troops are situated several hundred meters away, with combat power mostly ranging between 10 to 30 stars." The Empress walked alongside Jiangchen, her lips barely moving as she inquired, "Shall we not engage?" Jiangchen spoke calmly, "There is no need for haste. They are currently too dispersed and too distant, making the eradication quite troublesome." There was another reason that Jiangchen refrained from voicing. Although in the battlefield of myriad races, strength is the ultimate truth, humanity, being a sentient species, possesses a fundamental sense of morality distinguishing good from evil. As he was about to eliminate dozens of lords, Jiangchen was reluctant to tarnish his reputation without any tangible benefit, risking becoming a public enemy. A thought occurred to him, and he said to Xinxia, "Before Qi makes his move, the battle against the guardian of the gold mine should be somewhat protracted." "Protracted?" Xinxia was taken aback, frowning as she replied, "My lord, that would be quite taxing for the sisters." Jiangchen was aware that this was somewhat challenging. "Then let us strive to endure the anxiety." The Empress chuckled lightly, saying, "My lord, what you are doing is akin to entrapment." Jiangchen cast a piercing glance at the Empress and retorted, "Nonsense. I am the victim, compelled to defend myself." Yet, the Empress's expression grew serious as she softly remarked, "My lord, the hawk above your head is being manipulated by someone." "Hawk?" Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled something. The man stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let us see who plays the role of the spring cicada and who embodies the oriole. 3 kilometers away, in a dense forest, Lenemo addressed his hero, Garcia. "What is the status?" Garcia, an exceptional hero known for his remarkable qualities, served as a guardian of the jungle. At that moment, Garcia's eyes were vacant as he observed the surroundings of the gold mine through the shared vision of his pet falcon. "My lord," Jiang Chun has entered the ambush zone. However, he has not brought centaurs this time, but rather a squad of female soldiers previously unseen by his subordinates. Female soldiers? Lin Emo was taken aback, then furrowed his brow, muttering, "It seems I have overestimated Jiang Chun. One of his trump cards, that squad of exceptional centaur leaders, has inexplicably been left behind? Did he truly believe that securing the top position on the hero power rankings would render this town free of challengers? Such naivety." Garcia expressed his doubts. "Wouldn't it be better if we could smoothly eliminate Jiang Chun?" Lin Emo shook his head. "What I desire is for them to be mutually destructive. With those centaur warriors, even if Jiang Chun meets his demise, he could still inflict severe damage on this group of lords. At that point, I will step in to tidy up the aftermath and reap the benefits." But who could have anticipated that Jiang Chun would be so arrogantly overconfident, leaving me profoundly disappointed? Suddenly, Garcia spoke rapidly. "My lord, the battle at the gold mine has commenced." Within the valley housing the gold mine, Abigail exclaimed, "Chief, I have never engaged in such a challenging battle." Olivia added, "Indeed. When will we be able to unleash our full strength?" Amanda lamented, "Oh no, I accidentally killed another one." The goddess warriors, while venting their frustrations, cautiously exchanged blows with the guardians of the gold mine. Occasionally, an arrow would strike, leaving a mark on their thunderous armor, a testament to the battle's intensity. Cynthia sighed. "Sisters, hold on a little longer." Giselle encouraged, "Victory is within our grasp." Amanda, "Be mindful. You have already slain 3 monsters. It seems somewhat lacking in intensity." Jiang Chun watched the clumsy performance of the goddess warrior, his expression one of utter numbness. Beside him, the Empress struggled to suppress her laughter. Fortunately, this torment did not last long. "Ha ha." A boisterous laugh echoed through the air. From the front and rear entrances of the valley surged a dense throng of figures. Among them were humans, demons, elves, dwarves, and even a rare contingent of insectoid serpents. They rushed forward, ultimately halting 50 meters away from Jiang Chun. He, concealed in the back, exclaimed with spirited enthusiasm, "Jiang Chun, in this moment, I dare say you never imagined such a scene in your wildest dreams." Jiang Chun sighed and remarked, "Indeed, I never anticipated this." Just as He was about to display a triumphant smile, Jiang Chun continued, "I never expected you to be so foolish." Enraged, He retorted, "How dare you talk back when your end is near?" Jiang Chun chuckled, "What I mean is, you should have requested the 10,000 spirit stones as a commission from me first." He frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "I had previously mentioned after Li Mu's employed a bounty against me that the next time someone dared to target me, they ought to be prepared with spirit stones as a ransom for their life." Jiang Chun continued nonchalantly, "Have you made the necessary preparations?" He's breath caught in his throat. Jiang Chun's calmness stirred an unsettling feeling within He. "Allow me to interject." Xian Xia suddenly shouted, "My lord, if this continues, the sisters will not be able to hold on any longer." "Ha ha." He laughed heartily, mockingly saying, "Jiang Chun, look at your female warriors. Each one wears a face of agony, unable to withstand even the wild beasts, and you still dare to puff yourself up." With that, He bellowed in anger, "You have brought ruin upon our brothers. Now hand over all your spirit stones and items, and I may grant you a swift end." Behind He, a second-generation lord's eyes gleamed as he added, "And make Jiang Chun surrender this group of female warriors." Goodness, I have never seen such an exhilarating troop. Observing the lords before him, completely blinded by greed, Jiang Chun retracted the last vestige of his compassion and sighed, "What a night of darkness and wind, perfect for murder." He then turned to Xian Xia and said, "Since you can no longer endure, unleash your full potential." Taking a deep breath, Xian Xia bellowed, "Sisters, unleash your battle prowess." With a resounding roar, the goddess warriors relaxed their expressions and immediately unleashed their full power, a violent aura soaring into the sky. Bolts of thunder surged across the valley, echoing with the agonized cries of the ghost archers as they met their demise. The Empress marveled, "Indeed, they are an elite troop. If they were of the same level, their combat power would surely rival that of legendary units." Jiang Chun elucidated that the divine warrior is endowed with a set of innate thunderous armor, the attributes of which elevate in accordance with the character's level. Taking Xia as an example, with each level gained, she can augment her physique by 26 points. This enhancement in physique surpasses that of the overwhelming majority of legendary troops, rivaling even that of mythical dragons. I have just expended all available territory energy to elevate her to level 7. Xinxia's physique has now reached an impressive 186 points. Jiang Chun was exceedingly pleased with the goddess warriors, to the extent that he would not exchange them even for legendary units. Should he acquire wealth in the future, he would undoubtedly cultivate all the goddess warriors into legendary units, enabling them to wreak havoc upon dragons. Meanwhile, the other lords were in utter dismay. Chi emitted an involuntary groan as he gazed at the battlefield, his face contorted in shock. What manner of unit is this? The thunder illuminated his astonished visage. The other lords fared no better. The second-generation lord who had just demanded Jiangchen surrender the goddess warriors found himself paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. His pants soaked in a large patch. As they witnessed the impending annihilation of over 100 Earth Ghost archers, Chi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If Jiangchen survived today, they would undoubtedly be picked off one by one in the future. It had come to this. It was either Jiangchen's demise or their own. Brothers, we must charge together. We have to overwhelm him. The other lords, realizing the truth of the matter, concurred. With enmity towards Jiangchen, they found themselves with no path of retreat. Thus, they directed their heroes and troops to surge forward, while they themselves, in a tacit understanding, took a few steps back. Jiangchen lamented, "Your intellect and tactics are commendable, yet alas, your strength is lacking, Empress." Indeed, in the face of the approaching myriad of troops, the Empress stepped forward, softly intoning, "Crimson arc of light." With a fluid motion, she drew her sword, unleashed it, and retracted it in one seamless action. A blood-red sword aura, spanning several dozen meters, swept forth, a manifestation of the innate skill of the Scarlet Holy Word. When the Empress was at level 6, this move could effortlessly annihilate level 10 elite troops. Now, having reached level 10 herself, she faced these warriors, boasting a maximum combat power of 30 stars and heroes exceeding 40 stars, with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The hundreds of charging troops, whether they were ordinary militia at level 5 or the rare level 7 serpent assassins, were all bisected by her single strike. The Empress, originally a melee hero, now wielded a sword aura that surpassed the range of most ranged units. Many of these ranged troops perished without ever entering her effective range, their deaths occurring in a bewildering manner. Only a few stray arrows were fired, but they posed no threat to Jiangchen, clad in epic armor. A handful of dwarven units, relying on their height advantage, narrowly evaded disaster, standing frozen in confusion. Crimson, green, and yellow blood stained the ground, while severed limbs twisted and writhed in agony. The battlefield transformed in an instant into a hellish realm of carnage. The Empress returned to Jiangchen's side, shaking her head and declaring, "So weak." On the battlefield, aside from the divine warriors still engaged in dispatching the remnants of the fire archers, time seemed to have been momentarily suspended. The lords remained unharmed, yet their minds felt as though someone had struck a gong violently beside them, resonating with a deafening buzz. Goodness! A sword aura that exceeds even the range of archers? How are we to contend with this? Chi murmured, "Is the Empress truly this formidable a legendary hero?" Just then, the divine warrior, having finished off the gold mine guardians, silently positioned herself beside Jiangchen. With a wave of his hand, Jiangchen declared with a fierce intensity, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." This group of individuals was unlikely Muse. Their pockets were as empty as their faces, devoid of any value to exploit. In pursuit of energy, Jiangchen found no justification for sparing any lives. Though Xinxia, the leader of the divine warriors, lacked strategic insight, she was undoubtedly a master of tactics. Without the need for Jiangchen's command, she glanced at the tightly packed formation of the enemy and called out, "Thunder projection." Understood. The divine warriors responded in unison. With a swift motion, two short guns clicked together, instantly transforming into a spear exceeding 2 meters in length. Their movements were precise and synchronized. They then stepped back slightly, their bodies bending with the grace of a dragon, their arms drawn like bows. The spear crackled with entwined lightning, a sound that echoed ominously. Project. The thunderous eruption was not the sound of arrows whistling through the air, nor the cries of thrown projectiles. It was akin to the roar of a tempest. 12 thunder spears surged forth like rampaging dragons of lightning, howling through the battlefield. Any creature that stood before the thunder spears, be they soldiers, heroes, or lords, whether ordinary, elite, or rare, was obliterated into a mist of blood under the sheer force of the onslaught. Ultimately, the 12 thunder spears pierced through the entirety of the Lord Alliance's army, soaring over 100 meters before losing momentum and embedding themselves in the ground. In their wake lay 12 gaping chasms of death, littered with remnants of flesh and bone. The sheer aesthetic brutality stirred Jiangchen's spirit, prompting him to exclaim in exhilaration, "What a release! Truly a release!" The Empress, her expression grave, remarked, "If Xinxia were to unleash her thunder spears upon me simultaneously and block my escape routes, I would possess merely a 30% chance of surviving." Qi, whether fortunate or unfortunate, found himself at the rear of the army, where the power of the thunder spears had diminished to less than 30%. Nonetheless, he was still pierced through the chest, the overwhelming force extracting every organ from his thoracic cavity, leaving only a few ribs to tenuously support his upper body. His last words remained unspoken as Qi crumpled to the ground, lifeless. He managed to leave behind a whole corpse, albeit barely. The surviving lords finally succumbed to despair. Run for your lives. Please, don't kill me. Jiangchen, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Spare me. You, a mere commoner, if you dare to kill me, my family will ensure you can never return to Blue Star. Cries for mercy, pleas for life. And threats echoed through the night sky. Some of the sharper minds finally recalled Jiangchen's preferences. Jiangchen, I possess money for my life. As long as you spare me, I am willing to surrender all my spirit stones. Though I am out of money. My little sister hails from the Zhang family of Baya City. They would surely be willing to pay a substantial ransom. Moreover, while the young lady could warm the bed, Jiangchen remained indifferent. He understood that if he fell into the hands of these individuals, it would undoubtedly mean certain death. As a commoner, he knew that the second-generation heirs would harbor no qualms. After all, even the military would retreat in the presence of powerful noble families. The most pressing concern was that these ruffians had run out of money. Thus, the optimal choice was to leave no one behind, without receiving new orders. Xin Xiao was naturally aware of Jiangchen's decision. She extended her hand in a grasping motion, and the spear, which had been embedded hundreds of meters away, instantaneously vanished from its spot, only to reappear in Xin Xiao's grasp. Jiangchen looked on in envy. How cool. Truly a legendary weapon. It possessed a spatial array. The goddess warrior class was becoming increasingly appealing to him. Other goddess warriors followed suit, recalling their weapons, and charged towards the surviving nobles. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It was in Chu Xiu. Jiangchen, where are you? Are you in danger? If you can't win, don't be reckless. There are too many of them. How does this girl know I am in a fight? Jiangchen was momentarily perplexed. Then smacked his forehead. How could I forget that the death of a lord is announced in the regional channel, with enemies still present? He refrained from hastily replying to Chu Xiu. Unbeknownst to him, the regional channel was already in an uproar. As night fell, the lords, while enjoying their dinner, engaged in light-hearted banter on the regional channel. Once darkness descended, the visibility for lord factions was significantly diminished. To play it safe, many lords opted to conserve their energy or train in low-level monster areas. The hero power rankings had been a roller coaster today, although a small sum was lost. The thrill was undeniable. Our little town is teeming with hidden talents. Lin Mo is quite formidable. Yet who would have thought Jiangchen would surpass the prowess of a Ying man? Who do you think will become our mayor in the future? Naturally, it will be my brother Chen. To the girl upstairs, I understand that Jiangchen is handsome, but idol worship is unwarranted. Although Jiangchen is impressive, he lacks the depth of experience. If he provokes a Ying man, who knows what might happen upon her return to Blue Star? Perhaps acquiring a few epic soldier tokens for herself. Nonetheless, Brother Jiang is the best. Shall we wager once more? All right. Only when 100 lords in the town reach level 3 can the town's barrier be breached, thus initiating the mayoral contest. Currently, no one has even reached level 2. So why worry? Speaking of level 2, why hasn't the Heavenly Dao announced the upgrade reward system yet? Amidst the lords' peaceful discussions, an announcement echoed. Lord Qi has been slain by Lord Jiangchen. It shouldn't take long. Announcement. Lord Wangqin has been slain by Lord Jiangchen. Announcement. Lord Wang Ming has been slain by Jiangchen. A series of 12 death announcements rendered the regional channel abruptly silent. For a full minute, not a single lord dared to send another message, seemingly stunned by the shocking news. The myriad race's battlefield is a realm of reality. Once dead, one remains so. There are no resurrection points. Perhaps that is not entirely accurate. It should be said, there may be means of resurrection, but they have never been documented in human history. Is today April Fool's Day? Finally, someone could no longer endure the suffocating silence. Counting. A staggering 18 lords had perished in an instant. What on earth transpired? It's terrifying. Within just one day of the server opening, our town had lost a total of only 8 lords, and now, suddenly, 18 had fallen. Qi, Wang Can, and the like hail from lord families. While they may not compare to the Yin or Lin families, they are still of noble lineage. What kind of enmity could compel Jiangchen to turn against so many lord families? The tides are changing. And Chu Xiu exclaimed, Jiangchen is not responding to my messages. What should I do? I declare this. Whoever dares to lay a finger on Jiangchen, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth. Dear sister, is Jiang Chun not the one slaughtering others? And Chu Xiu exclaimed, I am indifferent to it. Finally, a reasonable conjecture emerged. Perhaps Jiang Chun had inadvertently set off a trap. How did I not realize it was merely an accident? As soon as the thought left my lips, an announcement echoed. Lord Kongguang was slain by Lord Jiang Chun. Such brutality! Who can reach out to Jiang Chun and implore him to cease this carnage? Another announcement followed. Lord Zhongming has fallen to the hands of Lord Jiang Chun. Even the women are not spared. Perhaps it is due to their unappealing appearances. Before the witnesses of 10,086 town, these lords were mercilessly slaughtered by Jiang Chun at a pace of one every few seconds. At last, someone could no longer endure it. Brothers, I am feeling unwell. I shall take my leave. This is sheer massacre. Has Jiang Chun lost his mind? Is he intent on adopting the path of the Bloody Lord? It is said that Jiang Chun is an orphan, devoid of siblings or a home, the quintessential embodiment of a bloody overlord. Upon hearing the term Bloody Lord, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. In the realm of the myriad races, there exist three predominant factions among lords. 1. The entertainment lords, who prioritize the development of the entertainment industry, including film, tourism, sports, and dining, exemplified by the renowned Lord Shinwanchan of the Sixth Heaven. 2. The agricultural lords, who focus on resource cultivation within their domains, often fervently constructing defensive towers. It is said that the greatest agricultural lord of the Qing dynasty, Hishin, had amassed millions of defensive towers in his territory. 3. The warlord, who emphasized the development of heroes, troops, and personal strength, actively participating in national wars, racial conflicts, and even external battles. The most illustrious among them include Han Xin, Hu Zubing, and Li Jing. Each of these three paths, when pursued to their fullest potential, offers boundless prospects. As for the more obscure factions, there are those like the Bloody Lord, Bounty Lord, and Deductions Lord, among others. Among them, none are as infamous as the Bloody Lord. They possess no moral compass and engage in the slaughter of other lords as a means to expedite their ascension, committing heinous acts of pillage and violation, rendering them public enemies. The moment a Bloody Lord emerges, the Dragon Kingdom's authorities will promptly recruit Bounty Lords to hunt them down, and if necessary, dispatch formidable lords to confront them directly. Thus, as the speculation surrounding Jiang Chun being the bloodthirsty lord emerged, a wave of trepidation swept through the crowd, each fearing the sudden wrath of Jiang Chun. Fortunately, Chu Xiu promptly intervened to clarify the situation. Chu Xiu, what do you truly know? He Qi, having lost everything in the heroic power rankings, harbors resentment towards Jiang Chun, which led him to rally a group of lords in a quest for vengeance against him. Jiang Chun is merely acting in self-defense. To Shanyeye, brother Jiang Chun is gentle and kind. He would never resort to bloodshed. Ingi man, I was present during the incident. The one responsible for the killings was Rinheng. If what Sister Chu Xiu claims is accurate, then their demise is no great loss. However, should Jiang Chun indeed become the bloodthirsty lord, I shall personally take action to eradicate him without mercy. Wei Ming, I concur, a bloodthirsty lord deserves to be vanquished. Yet we must not wrongfully accuse the innocent. The prominent figures expressed their agreement, and others recalled the events that had transpired. It became evident that Ichi had claimed the presence of a gold mine within his territory merely to lure the esteemed Jiang Chun into a trap. This explained the situation. Had they remained within their own domains, how could they have faced such a fate? Jiang Chun was not capable of duplicating himself. Li Muse, woe is me. I am deeply grateful to Grandmaster Jiang Chun for sparing my life yesterday. I shall surely pay my respects in due time. Witnessing the fallen lords around him, Li Muse was gripped by fear. He had dared to challenge the notorious killer Jiang Chun, a truly foolish decision. Had he not possessed wealth at that moment, he might have been the first to perish. After several minutes, the carnage finally ceased. The assembly counted a total of 41 lords. In Chu Xiu, it is over. Thankfully, Jiang Chun remains unharmed. Dear Goddessin, your bias is rather evident. In Chu Xiu, bias? These lords may have perished, but Jiang Chun was the one who faced terror. The motive behind Jiang Chun's actions has become clear. However, another question now plagues the minds of many. Jiang Chun, through sheer determination, managed to vanquish dozens of lords. Even if he truly possessed the qualities of an epic hero, such feats would seem implausible. Did he employ cunning strategies? Capitalize on the terrain? Or perhaps utilize one-time artifacts? The battlefield lay strewn with corpses. And as Jiang Chun surveyed his spoils, he could not help but reflect. The acquisition of 46,000 energy points elucidated why the path of the Bloody Lords is widely regarded as a one-way street. Yet still, there are those who dare to tread it. Particularly, The energy gained from slaying lords amounts to thousands, if not tens of thousands, of energy points comparable to that of an exceptional level boss. Indeed, a substantial portion of this 46,000 energy was contributed by the lords themselves. After meticulously tallying his gains, Jiang Chun immediately set about constructing a smelting factory, swiftly elevating it to level 2. Only then did he respond to Chu Xiu. Jiang Chun, rest assured, I have taken care of everything on my end. Chu Xiu, are you hurt? Jiang Chun, not at all. Chu Xiu, was the battle particularly fierce? Jiang Chun, the scene was one of carnage, utterly devastating. He spoke the truth. Chu Xiu immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Were there many casualties? Casualties? Certainly, there were none lost, but a farmer did sustain an arrow wound to his arm. He is expected to recover by tomorrow. Jiang Chun, there have been some casualties, yet they remain within an acceptable range. Chu Xiu, that is reassuring. Alas, although they deserve their fate, your impulsiveness is concerning. Those noble families will not let this matter rest easily. Jiang Chun, are they unwilling to let it go? How could they not be? I am unburdened on Blue Star. Did they dare to seek revenge on me in the battlefield of myriad races? Chu Xiu, yet. You cannot remain in the battlefield of myriad races for eternity. I need not elaborate on the reasons, do I? Jiang Chun chuckled, stating, I am well aware that Blue Star is the foundation of life's continuity, and I certainly cannot abandon it. However, given my rate of advancement, it is those few noble families who should be apprehensive. Once I attain a combat power equivalent to 10,000 stars, not only will those minor clans show deference, but even the Yin family and the Li family will treat me with respect. After closing the chat interface, Jiang Chun turned to the Empress and inquired, Empress, are you able to pinpoint the location of the Falcon's master? The Empress shook her head in response. Jiang Chun did not press the matter further and said to Chu Xiu, proceed. A fish that slipped through the net was not worth his time to pursue. Moreover, he speculated that this individual was most likely Lin Mo. The thunder gun was once again unleashed, and in an instant, the falcon soaring at a height of 100 meters erupted into a mist of crimson. Immediately after, Jiang Chun activated the regional channel. Jiang Chun, a light punishment, let this be a lesson. Everyone assumed that Jiang Chun was reflecting on his own acts of slaughter. Except for Lin Mo. Ah, Garcia shrieked, covering his eyes, startling Lin Mo. What happened? Garcia shouted, my lord, while our position remains undiscovered, we must flee. Although Lin Mo had already witnessed the outcome of the battle through the regional channel, he still found it hard to believe. Was Jiang Chun truly that powerful? Did he not employ magic scrolls, talismans, or explosive devices? No, if I am not mistaken. Garcia hesitated for a moment before softly uttering 8 words. Epic hero, epic class. Lin Mo's expression turned to one of horror. Soon after, he noticed Jiang Chun's warning, his countenance shifting between light and shadow. With the legendary farmer Nongyi present, the first unit of gold was quickly extracted. Gazing at the lengthy enhancement list following the gold, Jiang Chun revealed a smile. Enhancement direction 634, Starlight Gold. Consuming 1,000 spirit stones. At last, all materials were accounted for. Jiang Chun issued his command. Nongyi, you shall remain here and devote yourself entirely to the extraction of gold. Chu Xiu, lead half of the goddess warriors to guard this place. In unison, they replied, yes. My lord, the duration of the basic portal is but 1 hour, and Jiang Chun had no intention of lingering. The nearby lord of the gold mine had been nearly vanquished by his hand. Among the 6 goddess warriors, only one was needed to safeguard the mine, allowing the others to engage in monster hunting without interference, as no one had attempted to encroach upon their territory. After arranging the gold mine, Jiang Chun stepped back into the portal with the others. Upon returning to the territory, the Empress clutched her abdomen and exclaimed, I am famished. Jiang Chun felt hunger pangs as well. It was only then that he remembered he had been on the road all day, having not eaten anything since breakfast. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun, the Empress, and the divine warrior maidens gathered around a makeshift dining table at the heart of their territory, taking their seats in a manner that conveyed both hierarchy and camaraderie. In front of Jiang Chun lay a bowl of congee and a large platter of roasted meat. The congee was crafted from the legendary dragon tooth rice, an extraordinary spiritual grain. The meat, on the other hand, was derived from a mythical beast, expertly roasted to perfection. Jiang Chun let out a sigh. Just a simple bite. He was already aware of the effects of dragon tooth rice. However, he was curious about the benefits of consuming the meat from a legendary beast. Prompt. You have consumed the meat of a legendary beast. Physique 8. Spiritual power 4. Soul 4. Well, Upon reading the heavenly prompt, Jiangchen exclaimed in astonishment. A single bite had augmented his attributes by a remarkable total of 16 points. Is this the extraordinary effect of legendary spiritual entities? Jiangchen clenched his fist, reveling in the surge of formidable power coursing through his body. This was merely a standard barbecue. The effects would undoubtedly be amplified with meticulous preparation. Suddenly, he recalled the enhancement list from the kitchen blueprint, which contained numerous high-quality culinary structures. At that moment, the Empress, with a look of satisfaction, remarked, "To think that I could augment my physique by 1 point. Truly. It is a legendary ingredient." Giselle, rarely displaying a smile, added, "My lord, I have increased my physique by 2 points." As Jiangchen listened to the reports of those around him, he expressed profound satisfaction. Come, everyone, let us continue to indulge." The crowd eagerly feasted. However, as Jiangchen observed the delighted diners savoring their meals, he fell into deep contemplation. It was said that legendary quality spiritual meat amounted to merely 150 units, and this one meal had consumed 10 of those units. If only he could slay a legendary beast. Contemplating this thought, Jiangchen instinctively glanced at the eager Long Jiu, who foolishly inquired, "My lord, may I have some meat?" A profound sense of guilt surged within Jiangchen. Xiao had always remained unwaveringly loyal, and yet I harbored the thought of extinguishing her life for the sake of sustenance, though it was merely a subconscious impulse. It was utterly inexcusable. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiangchen tossed a substantial piece of spiritual flesh into the air. Xiao catch. Long Jiu opened his enormous maw and clamped down on it with a decisive bite. Jiangchen inquired with concern, "Is it delicious?" After swallowing, he found it rather tasteless. Long Jiu smacked his lips a few times. "Could you possibly provide another piece?" Jiangchen slammed the table and exclaimed, "Do you not know how to chew?" "Chew?" Long Jiu replied, looking aggrieved. With such a large piece of meat, was there really a need to chew? If he didn't swallow it quickly, it would end up wedged between his teeth. Observing Long Jiu's head, which was as large as a modest house, Jiangchen sighed. The Empress smiled reassuringly and said, "Little Jiu, you dragons can transform at level 20, right?" Long Jiu's eyes brightened momentarily, but then he expressed his apprehension. "I wonder what I will look like after transforming. If I could be half as beautiful as Sister Empress, I would be content." After spending so much time together and fighting side by side, the Empress had developed a harmonious relationship with the dragons. As everyone enjoyed their meal, a sudden notification sound interrupted their conversation. Could it be a decree from the Heavenly Tao? Due to the overwhelming messages in the regional channel, Jiangchen had set a specific alert for announcements. He opened the regional channel to find the following announcement. Announcement: the reward system for the next ranking phase is hereby revealed. The first place Lord who upgrades to his second level will receive an exceptional treasure chest. Lords ranked 2nd to 10th who upgrade to a first level will each receive a rare treasure chest. Lords ranked 11th to 100 who upgrade to a first level will each receive a refined treasure chest. Upon reading the announcement, Jiangchen's face broke into a smile. The reward system for the second level had finally been revealed. He had upgraded to the second level yesterday. Surely, he would secure the first place, right? Although he had somewhat lost interest in the exceptional treasure chest, the prestige rewards were something even the realm lords and domain lords would covet. The sudden notification from the Heavenly Tao enlivened the regional channel. The rewards for upgrading to the second level were finally announced. Another exceptional treasure chest. Why were the rewards for this new district so generous? Perhaps only our little town has such splendid rewards. Why is that? What could be the reason? It's simply because we have many formidable figures in our town. Everyone chimed in, speculating on who would claim the top spot. This time I bet on Jiangchen. He secured the fine iron mine yesterday and has already begun mass-producing fine iron equipment. I also support Jiangchen. Interestingly, this time the majority of lords reached a consensus, believing that Jiangchen would indeed secure the top position. Wei Ming remarked, "Brothers, shall we place another bet? Just on the first place? I will set up the betting pool." Mu Qingshuang teased, "Does Wei Ming also have confidence in Jiangchen for the top position, just like Linimo?" Wei Ming replied modestly, "Oh, it's just a small wager for fun." However, Mu Qingshuang was quite accurate in her guess. Earlier that morning, as Jiangchen passed by, he casually eliminated the goblin tribe occupying the fine iron mine. Wei Ming, who had mined for a day, managed to gather enough resources just in time to upgrade to the second level before the Heavenly Tao announced the rankings. Tu Shanye exclaimed, "Great. From now on, regardless of the ranking, I will always bid on brother Jiangchen." Seeing this, Jiangchen felt utterly exasperated. "Jiangchen, have you found it quite delightful?" Tu Shanye, "Yes, indeed. Today, I earned over 40,000 spirit stones in one go. How exhilarating. Wei Ming, since no one has any objections, I shall proceed to open a betting pool at the trading post. Yet, the heavens had other plans for him. Announcement. Lord Jiangchen has achieved first place, upgrading to a level 2 Lord's Mansion, and is rewarded with an exceptional treasure chest. Announcement. Lord Jiangchen has achieved first place, upgrading to a level 2 Lord's Mansion, and is rewarded with 100 points of reputation. Wei Ming fell silent. Astonishingly, he was not the first. Thankfully, he did not place a bet. Shortly thereafter, the announcements continued. Announcement. Lord Ing Man has achieved second place, upgrading to a level 2 Lord's Mansion, and is rewarded with a rare treasure chest. Announcement. Lord Ing Man has achieved second place, upgrading to a level 2 Lord's Mansion, and is rewarded with 50 points of reputation. Wei Ming felt as if he might lose his mind. Remarkably, he was not even second. Announcement. Lord Wei Ming has achieved third place, upgrading to a level 3 Lord's Mansion, and is rewarded with a rare treasure chest. Announcement. Lord Wei Ming has achieved third place, upgrading to a level 3 Lord's Mansion, and is rewarded with 30 points of reputation. Wei Ming finally exhaled softly. However, the others were left speechless. Tu Shanyaya. Wu, I was right. It's indeed Brother Jiangchen again. I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. The rankings for the second tier began and concluded. Though it may seem somewhat irreverent, they truly are a bunch of cunning old foxes. I implore you, esteemed lords, could you not leave a glimmer of hope for us ordinary lords? I must have accumulated a lifetime's worth of bad luck to find myself in the same novice town as these peculiar individuals. The lords were filled with grievances. Under normal circumstances, those who can upgrade to the second tier within 3 days are considered formidable. After all, the Iron or Guardian requires clearing. Yet, in merely a day and a half, there were 3 individuals reaching the second tier? What a sight to behold. Thankfully, I refrained from betting. I intended to place my wager on the underdog, betting on the esteemed Ing Man. Ing Man? Am I the underdog? My apologies for the slip of the tongue. Please do not take offense, esteemed one. Meanwhile, Jiangchen remained unfazed by the banter in the regional channel, even disregarding the rare treasure chest. Instead, he focused on the divine prompts. Prompt. Your reputation has exceeded 300 points, and you have gained a modest renown within the county town. Prompt. A merchant caravan has heard of your esteemed name and has set forth towards your territory. Perhaps you should prepare a sufficient quantity of spirit stones. A peculiar glimmer appeared in Jiangchen's eyes. Had he truly triggered a special event? Could it be that his status as the first lord to attain the reputation of some renown was the cause? Such is the advantage of elevated prestige. From what Jiangchen understood, the goods within this caravan were replete with valuable items. With a stroke of good fortune, it might even yield epic artifacts. Naturally, the prices of the goods in the caravan were far from inexpensive. If Ing Man were to encounter this, she could very well purchase the entire caravan. Jiangchen silently muttered to himself, of course. Jiangchen harbored no desire for epic items. Rather, he yearned for those obscure, low-tier tools, such as seeds, various blueprints, martial arts techniques, and skill books. At that moment, unexpectedly, the Heavenly Tao issued another announcement. Announcement. In light of the fact that the combat strength of the units in Town 10086 generally surpasses that of other towns, the unit combat power ranking has been triggered. The lord whose unit ranks first will receive an epic treasure chest. Lords ranked 2nd to 10th will be awarded an exceptional treasure chest, while those ranked 11th to 100 will receive a rare treasure chest. Calculation rule. The sum of the combat power attributes of all units under the lord's command. Settlement time. Noon the day after tomorrow. A single stone stirred ripples in a pond. After a brief silence, the regional channel erupted with excitement. The emergence of an epic treasure chest in a novice town was nothing short of unprecedented. It was no surprise that the stronger the units of participating lords, the more substantial the rewards. The settlement time coincided perfectly with the opening of the passage back to Blue Star. Suddenly, one lord discerned a crucial detail. Attention everyone. The calculation rule refers to the total combat power of all units, not merely the highest combat power of a single unit. Does this imply that we can construct residences to increase our population cap, thereby flooding the field with units to boost our overall strength? Alas, this finally offers us ordinary lords a glimmer of hope. I do not require an epic treasure chest. A single rare treasure chest would suffice. Even Jiangchen, the formidable, had turned his fate around with but a rare treasure chest. Upon realizing the opportunity to alter destiny, all lords descended into a frenzy. Even Jiangchen felt a stir of envy. While he was no longer overly concerned with exceptional treasure chests, the prospect of an epic treasure chest was different. The last epic treasure chest had yielded 10 tons of dragon tooth rice. If the calculation rule indeed summed the combat power of all units, then should someone truly unleash a flood of units to amass power, I too would be unable to withstand the combined might of thousands of low-tier units. However, Jiangxin remained supremely confident. Mass-producing troops? Child's play. With the heavenly sound pavilion at his disposal while others churned out common soldiers. He would summon elite forces, let them compare whose combat prowess truly exploded. With this thought, he issued commands through the Lord's Corps. All peasants in the gold mining district were to work overtime until they extracted 1,000 units of gold. With no rest until then, Peasant 1 declared solemnly, "Lord, we pledge to complete this mission even at the cost of our lives." Meanwhile, Yin Man glared at the rewards for reaching Tier 2, grinding her teeth in frustration. Damn it, he's showing off again. The day before, she had discovered an iron mine and deployed 10 epic tier peasants to mine it at full capacity, allowing her to instantly upgrade her lord's manor to Tier 2 within 2 hours. A prodigy, a high spender. And blessed with luck, she had achieved what should have been impossible on the first day. Yet, no matter how fast she was, she still couldn't surpass Jiangxin, that cheat. Even Meng Tian was baffled. Even if Jiangxin found the iron mine before us, how could his mining speed be so absurdly fast? Could he also have epic tier peasants? But wasn't he supposed to be a commoner? Seething with irritation, Yin Man muttered maliciously, "Sister Meng, do you think Jiangxin might actually be some royal family's illegitimate but favored descendant?" Meng Tian considered it. "It's not impossible, Your Highness. When we return to Blue Star the day after tomorrow, you could have someone investigate." Meng Tian had willingly become a hero, though her body perished, her soul endured. Bound by loyalty to the first emperor, her favorability toward Yin Man could never reach 100. Thus, she could never return to Blue Star. Yin Man nodded, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Perfect." Meng Tian blinked. "What is it, Your Highness?" "It's the combat power ranking for troops. The Heavenly Tao just triggered the first ranking event." Yin Man's face lit up with delight. "And the top reward is an epic tier treasure chest. Such a high tier reward must be because my troops are overwhelmingly powerful." Meng Tian sighed in admiration. "To think an epic tier chest would appear so soon. With our squads of epic tier soldiers, Your Highness will finally claim the top spot as you deserve." Yin Man nodded, then her tone shifted. "But Jiangxin is too unpredictable. As they say, even a lion must exert full force when hunting a rabbit. To ensure victory this time, I'll mass-produce low-tier troops to inflate my combat power." "Mass-produce low-tier troops?" Meng Tian frowned. "Your Highness, food isn't an issue. We can simply buy more. But wasting energy on low-tier troops for just an epic chest seems inefficient." Yin Man's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Sister Meng, I've lost the top spot 3 times in a row. If I become second again, not only will I be humiliated, even Father Emperor's face will be tarnished." Meng Tian stiffened, then sighed in resignation. "Very well. With the first emperor invoked." What more could she say? Yin Man beamed. "Thank you, Sister Meng." Yin Man first nodded emphatically, then suddenly recalled something. Jiangxin had mentioned selling her equipment in the evening. But now, what time was it? Had he forgotten about her? With that thought, she directly initiated a video call to Jiangxin. Upon witnessing this, Meng Tian furrowed her brows. The prince, at merely 18 years of age, was at the tender stage of budding emotions and seemed to have let loose a bit since entering the battlefield of myriad races. Should she report this to His Majesty? The first emperor? Your friend request for a video call. Jiangxin had originally assumed it was in Chu Xiu, but to his surprise, it was an unexpected individual. Upon connecting, Jiangxin politely inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, esteemed Yin Man? Regardless of gender, be it man or woman, or even a mere creature." Jiangxin would treat a financier of Yin Man's caliber with utmost seriousness. Though his motivation was financial, the moment he beheld Yin Man's holographic image, a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. In terms of beauty, Chu Xiu possessed a delicate charm, while Yin Man exuded an indomitable spirit. Both were remarkable in their own right. However, the innate regal aura of Yin Man was a quality that Chu Xiu could not hope to match. "Have you forgotten?" Yin Man's expression was unyielding. "Who was it that said they would sell something to me tonight?" Jiangxin had indeed forgotten. How could he forget? "I have nearly prepared everything. I will send you the illustrated guide now." "Wait," Yin Man suddenly interrupted Jiangxin, her expression turning serious. "You have just slain dozens of lords. Although Chu Xiu has already defended you, and I trust her, the fact remains that this involves numerous lives. I would appreciate it if you could recount the events that transpired. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to ascertain that you are not a bloodthirsty lord. I hope you do not take offense." Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with admiration, truly deserving of the title of the immortal Qin victor and a descendant of the first emperor. Yin Man demonstrated remarkable responsibility in addressing the issue of the bloodthirsty lord. It is indeed a matter that warrants understanding. The bloodthirsty lord is one that ought to be vanquished by all. Here is a video I recorded at that time. Esteemed sir, please take a look. With that, Jiang Chun sent over a segment of the video, capturing the moment when He Qi surrounded him and taunted him. Jiang Chun possesses the ability to embody the archetype of the invincible hero, refusing the request of Yin Man. However, why should he allow a matter that could be clarified with a few words to devolve into misunderstandings and provoke unnecessary conflict? After watching the video, Yin Man breathed a sigh of relief and remarked with a smile, "Although you are engaging in entrapment, their greed has led them to a fate they deserve." She then extended her hand, inquiring, "What is it that you wish to sell? Let me take a look." Jiang Qin chuckled, "Please hold on." He then proceeded to send a plethora of unnecessary rare equipment, including several exceptional items, to Yin Man. To his astonishment, there were indeed exceptional items, all ranging from levels 8 to 10. A look of delight spread across Yin Man's face, followed by a hint of concern as she inquired, "Such exquisite equipment? Are you certain you do not require it for yourself?" Jiang Qin sighed in resignation. "My troops are unable to equip themselves. This is indeed the truth. The dragon, in its true form, has a carrying capacity of 0 and cannot don any gear. The goddess warrior comes with her own divine attire, while the centaur leader merely requires a long sword and a bow." "Oh, I see. This works to my advantage." Yin Man waved her hand, declaring, "In total, there are 36 pieces of equipment. 7 are exceptional, and 29 are rare, all for a fixed price of 2 million spirit stones." "How much did you say?" Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. 2 million. Yin Man furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is that too little?" "Not at all." Once Jiang Chun was certain he had heard correctly, a radiant smile spread across his face. "It's a deal." The price of exceptional equipment was roughly equivalent to that of rare military tokens, amounting to around tens of thousands of spirit stones. Jiang Chun calculated that the combined market value of these items is approximately 1 million spirit stones. Even considering the premium due to high demand, it would not exceed 150,000 spirit stones. Hence, it is evident that Yin Man is indeed a true connoisseur. The transaction proceeded smoothly, leaving both parties exceedingly pleased. After the deal was concluded, Yin Man hinted fervently, "By the way, Jiang Chun, should you ever acquire any epic-grade tiger demon meat or the like, do not hesitate to contact me. I assure you, the price will satisfy you." With that, she abruptly terminated the video. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Given his achievements over the past few days and various rankings, it was hardly surprising that this girl could deduce it was he who had vanquished the epic tiger demon. However, why must she beat around the bush instead of speaking plainly? In this transaction, Jiang Chun once again profited by 2 million spirit stones, which significantly bolstered his confidence. After enhancing the legendary recruitment order, he had 5 million spirit stones remaining. The Tianyin Pavilion required a total of 4,000 units of epic materials, and at a reinforcement cost of 1,000 spirit stones per unit, that amounted to 4 million spirit stones. Thus, prior to this, Jiang Chun had refrained from spending recklessly. But with the sudden influx of 2 million spirit stones, his mind began to race with possibilities. What should he enhance? Ultimately, Jiang Chun retrieved the blueprint-labeled kitchen. After meticulously sifting through the enhancement list for quite some time, he finally stumbled upon a design that truly pleased him. It required the expenditure of 1 million spirit stones, with the enhancement direction set to, for the epic establishment known as the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The ingredients, dragon tooth rice and beast meat, seemed excessively extravagant. Upon inspecting the materials needed for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he noted, azure stone, exquisite, 1,000, golden sandalwood, exquisite, 2,000. Gluttonous stone, epic, 500, energy 20,000, occupying an area of 500 square meters. The total cost for enhancement materials amounted to 800,000 spirit stones. Adding the 1 million spirit stones for the blueprint, the total expenditure for this epic tavern would be 1.8 million spirit stones, precisely depleting the earnings he had just acquired. However, it indeed occupied a substantial area of 500 square meters. Jiang Chun cast a glance at his territory. The level 2 domain spans merely 10,000 square meters, and the impending construction of the Tianyin Pavilion will require an additional 0.000 square meters, which is still merely a level 0 structure. It appears imperative to swiftly locate a crystal mine in order to upgrade to the 3rd level. Moreover, upon reaching the 3rd level, he will be able to recruit a second hero. Moving forward, Jiangchen commenced the tedious process of enhancement. Before midnight, he finally gathered the requisite materials to construct the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. A structure towering 20 meters emerged at the designated location. Countdown, 7:59, 59, immediate completion, consuming 800 spirit stones. 8 hours, just in time for completion by dawn. There was no need to squander spirit stones on instantaneous construction. Jiangchen stifled a yawn and remarked, "It's time for a rest." Just as he had the previous night, Jiang Chun was above, while the Empress was below. They exchanged no words throughout the night. The following morning, upon awakening, he discovered that the Empress had vanished without a trace. Truly diligent, indeed. Jiangchen stretched languidly and then stepped out of the Lord's manor, just in time to encounter the Empress, who had just finished her training. "Good morning, Empress." "Good morning, my lord." The other villagers, upon seeing Jiang Chun, promptly set aside their tasks and respectfully bowed to him. As Jiangchen greeted others, he approached the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, which had just been completed. This structure epitomized traditional Eastern architecture, featuring elegant eaves adorned with glazed tiles, a golden roof, jade walls, and dragon columns that reached toward the heavens. Each level boasted a corridor for leisurely strolls, exuding grandeur and shrouded in ethereal mist. Upon accessing the property panel, Jiang Chun observed the following attributes of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion: quality, epic category, dining population, 1 manager, 1 epic chef, 1 epic brewer. 30 staff members floor area, 4,000 square meters, 1 heavenly suite, 5 earthly suites, 20 human suites, 100 tables, maximum capacity, 700 specialty, immortal drink, epic spirit wine. Enhances physical potential upon consumption, increasing all attributes by 50 for a duration of 10 minutes. Characteristics: culinary marvels of the world, blessing of the culinary god. Spirit gathering array: culinary marvels of the world, a compilation of culinary recipes from various mainstream races on the battlefield. Blessing of the culinary god. When preparing dishes within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, flavors are enhanced by 50, and additional attributes are increased by 20. Applicable only to epic and lower-tier dishes. Spirit gathering array. The concentration of spiritual energy in the heavenly suite is elevated by 500, in the earthly suites by 200, in the human suites by 100, and at the tables by 50. As Jiangchen contemplated the attributes of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he marveled, "Truly, it is an epic structure, and this is merely its level 0 attributes. Possessing such a building, even if I were to become a leisure lord from now on, I could entertain guests aplenty and live a life of wealth." Especially noteworthy was the specialty drink, Immortal Drink, which raised all attributes by 50. Even though its effects lasted only 10 minutes, it could be a decisive item in a critical moment. However, after glancing at the materials and energy required for upgrading the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a twitch of disappointment crossed Jiang Chen's lips. Upgrading it by just 1 level demanded 30,000 energy, not including materials. Indeed, an epic building was not something a typical low-level lord could easily manage. At that moment, the manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion emerged, exclaiming, "Little one Wang Kai, at your service, esteemed lord." "What a splendid name it is." Jiangchen marveled softly, then retrieved a selection of ingredients from the storeroom. He instructed the kitchen to promptly prepare breakfast for 5 and opened the Tianzi private room. Gazing at the array of ingredients of the lowest epic quality, the innkeeper's eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment as he respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord. Please allow me a moment. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Note: the loyalty of the subjects has increased by 15 points, currently standing at 80. The relationship between heroes and lords is fundamentally interdependent, thus termed affection, while the soldiers and subjects are referred to as loyalty. Half an hour later, Jiangchen addressed the Empress and the 2 goddess warriors on leave, proclaiming, "From this day forth, our territory finally boasts a dining hall." The Empress gazed upon the Zue Xian building and couldn't help but exclaim, "What an impressive dining hall." The moment she stepped into the Zue Xian building, a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes. It was evident that she sensed a shift in the spiritual energy of this place. Jiang Chun smiled gently and led the group of ladies to the top floor. The so-called Tianzi private room encompassed the entire upper level of the Zue Xian Lu, spanning several hundred square meters and capable of comfortably accommodating dozens of diners simultaneously. The private room was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the entire territory. The Empress took a deep breath, astonished, and exclaimed, "What a terrifying density of spiritual energy!" Before long, several impeccably dressed attendants brought forth the breakfast for everyone. The longya rice and tiger demon meat, expertly prepared by an epic chef, not only boasted a flavor 100 times more delightful, but their attributes were also significantly enhanced. Furthermore, a lavish spread of side dishes crafted from ordinary local ingredients adorned the table. Yet, even these accompaniments were the work of the epic chef and had been further enhanced by the Zuasian Lu, each imbued with additional effects. Such an extravagant breakfast brought immense joy, not only to the Empress and her companions, but also to Jiangchen himself. A notification appeared. By consuming the heavenly fragrant spirit meat, your physique increases by 7, spiritual power by 7, and soul by 7. Observing the remarkable surge in attributes, Jiangchen sighed. Now this is what life is all about. Amanda, her mouth full, exclaimed, this is so delicious. Compared to this food, what Sister Giselle makes is hardly fit for a dog." As Jiang Chun was finishing his meal, Long Jiu's head suddenly appeared at the window. "My lord, I have matters to report." Jiang Chun picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, saying, "Speak now." "During our exploration of the map, we discovered other lords." Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. However, he was not taken aback. Given the formidable strength of the dragon and the goddess warrior, it was only natural that they would traverse the map with remarkable speed. In just 2 days, their exploration had extended several dozen kilometers. The novice town's map was limited in size, and it was only a matter of time before it bordered other lords. After some contemplation, Jiangchen remarked, "Let us avoid conflict for the moment. Please elaborate on the situation." Long Jiu immediately began reporting. "My lord, you are already too late. Giselle has captured the individuals and they are now outside the territory." Jiangchen, not long ago, while Wei Ming and his heroic companion, Iva, were leading an exploration of the map, a sudden message arrived from the heroes. "My lord, I have discovered the second iron mine." Before Wei Ming could express his excitement, Iva continued, "However, this iron mine has already been claimed by someone else." Soon, Wei Ming beheld the iron mine and, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Which lord is so ignorant of the rules to mine on another's doorstep?" According to the customary agreements of the myriad races on the battlefield, each lord begins their exploration centered around their own territory. This iron mine was situated less than 10 kilometers from his domain, essentially at his doorstep. Such an act was tantamount to declaring war. What infuriated him further was that the opposing side had only dispatched a single centaur to guard the precious iron mine. It was a blatant act of contempt. Iva, slay that solitary centaur. Yes, Iva commanded the rare human soldiers, the gladiators, to surround and attack the centaur. The battle commenced, and in an instant, one gladiator was slain by a single sword stroke. Wei Ming's face contorted in disbelief. Are they insane? That's the combat strength of at least a level 10 elite unit. Such a powerful unit guarding a mine. Suddenly, a realization struck Wei Ming, and in terror, he exclaimed, "An elite centaur? No way. Could it be that perverse individual?" He shouted, "Stop, stop." Alas, his epiphany came too late. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, a lithe golden figure emerged from the fog of war. To his astonishment, his prized rare units were utterly powerless against this figure. Reacting swiftly, Wei Ming shouted, "Misunderstanding. I'm friends with Lord Jiangchen." Upon hearing this, the golden figure halted. "You know my lord?" It was a stunning blonde warrior, her physique striking and her beauty captivating, leaving Wei Ming momentarily speechless. The hero Iva, whom he had been preoccupied with, paled in comparison to this enchanting warrior. Suddenly, a thought struck him. So powerful? Could you be Lord Jiangchen's hero, the Empress? Giselle did not respond. Instead, she abruptly seized Wei Ming by the neck and vanished into the fog of war. This individual had invaded her lord's resource point, yet claimed to be a friend of the lord. Giselle, indifferent to reasoning, decided to bring him back for Lord Jiangchen to deal with. "I am merely a warrior. Why ponder so much?" Upon seeing Wei Ming, Jiangchen grinned. "Is that not Wei? I heard you attacked my resource point. It is undoubtedly a misunderstanding." Wei Ming forced a smile, though his legs trembled. "It was my hero who issued the orders without my knowledge." "My apologies, Iva." Jiangchen furrowed his brows and remained silent, causing the atmosphere to become instantly tense. Wei Ming soon found beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiangchen is no ordinary man, but rather a formidable figure capable of slaying dozens of lords at a mere disagreement. Wei Chun, unable to endure the stifling atmosphere any longer, initiated a conversation, saying, "This must be the Empress, the foremost on the heroic power rankings. Her strength is indeed terrifying." Jiang Chun cast a glance at Giselle beside him, realizing that Wei Ming had been mistaken. Before he could respond, Amanda burst forth from behind Jiang Chun, clasping Giselle's arm. "Sister Giselle, come with me quickly. This morning, the Lord prepared an abundance of delectable treats." Hearing Amanda's address and noticing the identical battle armor the two donned, Wei Ming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. She is not the Empress. She is not even a hero, merely a unit. How could a single unit overpower all of my subordinates? What caliber of unit is this, and how many such units exist? No wonder even the exceptional Centaur leader is relegated to merely being a security guard at the mine. Countless thoughts raced through Wei Ming's mind. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiangchen smiled warmly, since it is a misunderstanding, then regarding that fine iron mine. Wei Ming patted his chest, assuring, "Boss Jiangchen, feel free to extract it. That fine iron mine is relatively close to me, and I will certainly dispatch troops to safeguard it for you." The path ahead has indeed widened. Jiangchen silently sighed and hinted, "Brother Wei, if you encounter any formidable monsters that you cannot handle." Wei Ming, perceiving the unspoken meaning, thumped his chest with a resounding clap and declared, "If I discover a high-tier boss, I will be the first to inform Boss Jiang. After all, isn't it simply about seizing the boss? Why must it be articulated so elegantly?" Jiang Chen's smile deepened. "Moreover, should Brother Wei discover any crystal deposits, I am willing to purchase them at a premium price. Crystals are indispensable resources for upgrading to the third-tier base." Wei Ming responded with displeasure, "Brother Jiang, mentioning money makes this feel distant. What's mine is yours, and what's yours remains yours." Seeing Wei Ming's accommodating attitude, Jiang Chun felt slightly embarrassed. "I won't invite Brother Wei to my territory today. Here are a few modest dishes, local specialties from my domain. Please take them back to sample." With that, Jiang Chun traded the leftover dishes to Wei Ming. Wei Ming glanced at them and gasped in astonishment. A 50 increase in spiritual affinity for 3 hours after consumption? This is far too generous. To Wei Ming, these were rare treasures. Yet for Jiang Chun, they were merely dishes prepared by his legendary chefs using ordinary ingredients, plentiful and easily replaceable. Magnanimously, he remarked, "Consider this a token to ease your earlier distress." Wei Ming, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, your generosity knows no bounds." After seeing Wei Ming off, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. "Recently, I have been exhibiting an unsettling ferocity. Just moments ago, I nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate Brother Wei and convert him into energy. Could it be that my rapid enhancement of strength is to blame?" 27 kilometers to the east of Jiang Chen's territory, 6 golden figures deftly navigated through a primordial forest. With a swift shot, Giselle shattered the skull of a jungle predator. The headless corpse convulsed wildly for a time before succumbing to silence. The forest was strewn with carcasses, permeated by a heavy stench of blood. "Amanda, do you require assistance?" Amanda was engaged in battle with an 18-level superior boss, the Jungle Slayer. No. It's just that this behemoth possesses an extraordinarily tenacious vitality. Give me another minute." The Jungle Slayer, measuring an impressive 20 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, was covered in dense scales. This 18-level superior creature, with a combat power surpassing Amanda's, was currently being dominated by her. At this moment, its body was riddled with ghastly wounds, and as it lost blood, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. 50 seconds later, a thunderous strike from Amanda landed on the giant serpent's jaw, resulting in a cacophony of shattering bones. The tremendous force propelled the serpent's head and massive body upwards over 10 meters before crashing down, sending leaves swirling into the air. All done. At that moment, Giselle received a command from Jiangchen and paused briefly to respond. "Yes, my lord." She then addressed Amanda. "This crystal mine is currently of great importance to the territory. The surrounding area is teeming with monsters above level 15. The centaurs may struggle to protect it, so I entrust you to defend it for now." Amanda grimaced slightly. "All right. Sister Giselle." Giselle then turned to Abigail. "This Jungle Slayer is a superior level monster and can yield a considerable amount of spiritual flesh. Please bring it back to the territory for our lord." Abigail, a composed and mature goddess warrior, replied calmly, "Understood, deputy leader." With the tip of her spear piercing the serpent's tail, she dragged the massive body, weighing several tons, into the mist. "You have captured the crystal mine." Finally, the crystal mine was located. The moment it was seized, information about this new resource appeared in Jiang Chen's Lord Resource interface. The yield was promising. Construct the crystal mine. This occurred shortly after Wei Ming's brief interlude. Jiangxin received a report. A crystal mine had been discovered. The guardian monsters were jungle predators ranging from level 15 to 18. In such a primal forest environment, large dragons were ill-suited. Thus, Jiangxin dispatched all the goddess warriors. With the crystal mine in hand, I could upgrade the 3rd level tomorrow and then recruit a 2nd hero. However, it is said that enhancing the legendary hero token requires a staggering 10 million spirit stones. In Jiangxin's possession lay an epic hero token, one that had been dropped by the tiger demon just the previous day. However, the allure of epic heroes had begun to fade in Jiangxin's discerning eyes. The pressing need for gold weighed heavily upon him. With no other recourse, he resolved to take the risk of selling the epic hero token. Soon after, Abigail returned to their territory, dragging the corpse of an 18-level jungle predator. Given its status as a rare and formidable creature, it seemed rather wasteful to simply disassemble it. Jiangxin pondered for a moment, then extracted 500,000 spirit stones from the remaining 700,000 to once again forge a legendary farmer's recruitment order. The second legendary farmer was named Nong Air, who similarly possessed the passive effect of the divine farmer. Upon decomposition, he acquired snake meat, with the divine farmer's effect. The yield increased 5-fold, and the quality elevated by 1 tier, resulting in 5 units of epic-grade snake meat. Further decomposition yielded snake gall, thanks to the divine farmer's effect. The yield soared 5-fold, resulting in 5 units of superior-grade snake gall. Additionally, he obtained snake skin. The abundant materials continuously flowed into the Zue Xian building. Jiangxin suddenly recalled a dish he had seen in the morning's menu at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Wang Kai, prepare a portion of Dragon Tiger Duel for lunch. Wang Kai promptly replied with utmost respect, as you command, my lord. The ensuing moments unfolded, as Jiangxin patiently awaited the extraction of gold from the mine. He simultaneously fortified the starlight gold. Approaching noon, Nongyi finally mined 1,000 units of gold. 10 seconds later, the final unit of starlight gold was also enhanced by Jiangxin. Construct the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. A structure even grander than the Drunken Immortal Tower rose majestically from the ground. Jiangxin glanced at the construction timer. Countdown, 71, 59, 59, complete immediately, consuming 43. 200 spirit stones. As a military structure, the construction of the Tianyin Pavilion spans a considerable duration of 3 days. Jiangxin had no time to wait any longer. Completed immediately. Notification: you have consumed 200 spirit stones, and the construction of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion is complete. Notification: your hero, the Empress, has gained 4 favor points, bringing her current favor to 95 points. Notification: your hero, the Empress, has attained the epic title of Sovereign of Heavenly Sound, enhancing all attributes by 30. Notification: your hero, the Empress, has comprehended the skill imparting knowledge and teaching. Jiangxin was taken aback. An epic title? A 30 enhancement to all attributes? This truly was an unexpected delight. After acquiring the title of Celestial Sound Sovereign, the Empress's combat power instantaneously soared beyond 300 stars. With a level 10 hero and a combat power of 300 stars, it would be hard for anyone to believe such a feat. The establishment of the Celestial Sound Pavilion brought immense joy to the Empress herself. However, after the initial excitement, she began to harbor some doubts. My lord, it seems rather small, doesn't it? Jiangxin couldn't help but chuckle. It is evident that you lack experience. While a larger size may be preferable, it is not the most crucial aspect. Rather, superior performance holds far greater significance. Jiangxin gazed upon the panel of the Tianyin Pavilion. Tianyin Pavilion quality, epic type, barracks interior area, 8,000 square meters. Troop types, 9 Heaven Sacred Maidens. Tianyin Disciples current troop count, Sacred Lord 11, 9 Heaven Sacred Maidens 09. True transmission of Tianyin 0, Tianyin Disciples 0, Sect Techniques, Tianyin Decision, C grade, Sect Skills, Tianyin 9 Kills, C grade, 9 Sword Technique, D grade, Spirit Explosion, E grade, Basic Swordsmanship, F grade, Basic Palm Techniques, F grade, Art of the Guqin Sect Benefits, Insight Chamber, Level 0, 20, Spirit Gathering Chamber, Level 0, 20, Energy Gathering Chamber, Level 0, 20, Training Tower, Level 0, 1 Insight Chamber, Skill Comprehension Speed is doubled. Spirit Gathering Chamber, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is doubled. Energy Gathering Chamber, during cultivation, additional territory energy can be acquired. Training Tower, Tianyin disciples who have undergone training can be promoted to true transmission of Tianyin epic. The ordinary troop buildings offer only the function of recruiting troops, whereas the capabilities of the Tianyin Pavilion are vastly superior. Jiang Chen gently exhaled, particularly regarding the trial tower. Even ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect could ascend to the epic level directly through it. The sole downside was that the sect's techniques and skills were somewhat lacking. Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled that the Empress had recently comprehended a new skill called imparting knowledge and teaching. Imparting knowledge and teaching, as the sovereign of Heavenly Sound. Any technique or skill mastered by the Empress could automatically be recognized as the sect's techniques and skills. All disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion could simultaneously grasp them. This was truly a miraculous ability. Jiang Chen could not help but curse. Just a moment ago, he had remarked that the sect's skills were somewhat lacking. This implies that if he were to acquire an S-rank technique for the Empress to learn, it would be tantamount to all the troops recruited by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion mastering this S technique. With this single factor, the Empress's worth would far surpass that of the vast majority of legendary heroes known to Jiang Chen. But why is the Empress so formidable? Is it merely because she is not a native of the myriad realms of the battlefield, but rather summoned from the countless worlds based on her memories of a past life? Jiang Chen guessed correctly. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. You have created an extraordinary troop, the Tianyin disciples, and have obtained the privilege to announce it in the 7th Heaven, District 666, Blue Star Domain. Will you make the announcement? If you do, you shall be rewarded with 10,000 prestige points and 100 legendary points. Upon seeing this celestial notification, even with Jiang Chen's formidable composure, he momentarily lost his focus. This was a global announcement. Once made, all the newly appointed Lords of Blue Star, numbering in the billions, would be able to see it. Even the 2 realms altars in the main world would experience strange phenomena. Such occurrences have been documented in the annals of the renowned. Centuries ago, when Zhu Yuanzhang established the legendary troop, the Jinyui, all 2 realms altars on Blue Star resonated for 3 days in celebration. However, Jiang Chen never anticipated that such an event would transpire in his own life, and so swiftly. I understand now. After several minutes, Jiang Chen finally calmed himself and exhaled gently. The Empress and the Tianyin Pavilion were never part of the Myriad Races battlefield. A troop that had never appeared in the Myriad Races battlefield being deemed as a self-created troop was indeed reasonable. Moreover, the limit for the 9 Heaven Sanduses was only 9 individuals, and they were not a fully developed troop, thus not qualifying as a created troop. Once he comprehended the underlying reasons, Jiang Chen's thoughts raced. The announcement must be made, even if it attracted the attention of formidable powers or even hostility. It was a risk worth taking. After all, it was a matter of 10,000 prestige points and 100 legendary points. Of course, the timing for the announcement was not now. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen finally chose an opportune moment, determining to announce it after the settlement of the troop power rankings tomorrow. If word were to spread that I can mass-produce exceptional troops, most lords would likely retreat in trepidation. However, that cunning little vixen, Yin Man, would undoubtedly unleash a frenzy of troops, even at the cost of disbanding all her farmers, to compete with me for the epic treasure chest. This would result in mutual depletion for both of us. Only when I stand first and she second can we achieve a win-win scenario. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen temporarily set aside the global announcement matter. He then accessed the recruitment options of the Tianyin Pavilion. 9 Heavens Sacred Princess, Legendary Food 5,000, Energy 10,000. Tianyin Disciple, Exceptional Food 800, Energy 2,000. Fortunately, the energy Jiang Chen acquired from slaying lords yesterday remained untapped. He proceeded to recruit the legendary troop, 9 Heavens Sacred Princess. The Tianyin Pavilion radiated brilliance. 10 minutes later, an enchanting beauty emerged from the Tianyin Pavilion. The woman, around 30 years of age, donned royal attire akin to that of the Empress, exuding an air of captivating charm. She seemed to have assimilated the basic information of the heavenly Tao, understanding her situation, and knelt slightly before Jiang Chen, greeting him. I am Fanning Tian. At your service, my lord. There is no need for such formalities. Jiang Chen extended his hand to offer a tentative support, then immediately directed his gaze towards the attributes of Fanning Tian. Fanning Tian race, human level, 1 quality, golden legend attributes, physique, 20, dominance 8, technique 8, spiritual power, 18, dominance 8, technique 8, soul, 12, dominance 5. Technique 8, Carrying capacity, 14, dominance 6, combat power, 28 technique, heavenly sound decision, beginner, skill, 9 kills of heavenly sound, minor accomplishment. A combat power of 28 stars. How terrifying. Jiang Chen sighed. I recall that the initial battle power of the Empress was merely 26 stars, while the dragon possessed a meager 18 stars. Naturally, in addition to the modest enhancement from the celestial sound technique, the power of the Brahma sound heaven also benefited from the Empress's A-grade dominion, which provided a comprehensive boost of 40 to all attributes. As Jiang Chen expressed his astonishment, Fanning Tian unexpectedly approached the Empress, exclaiming with fervor, I pay my respects to your majesty. After 2 years, I have finally located you. The Empress, equally exhilarated to see her subordinate, was momentarily taken aback by Fanning Tian's words. What do you mean by 2 years? Could it be that she was unaware of her own disappearance for such a duration? I have only been in the battlefield of myriad races for merely 2 days, she murmured to herself, and then turned to Jiang Chen, inquiring, My lord, do you comprehend the nature of this situation? Jiang Chen gazed at the two individuals, recognizing them as acquaintances, which left him in a state of bewilderment. The Empress's inquiry only deepened his confusion. How was he to know what was happening? Such matters were not covered in high school textbooks. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had perused numerous web novels in his previous life. He replied nonchalantly, in the celestial realm, a single day equates to a year on the earthly plane. The battlefield of myriad races is the very source of all realms, hence the flow of time is naturally slower here. The Empress, enlightened by his words, transformed into a curious child and asked, Might I inquire, esteemed lord, if we can ever return to our original world? A wave of exasperation surged within Jiang Chen. Of course, he replied with a firm nod, his eyes reflecting the profound weight of time's passage. Yet, this path is fraught with thorns. Are you truly prepared? A flicker of realization crossed the Empress's gaze as she respectfully replied, Thank you, my lord, for your enlightening words. I now comprehend. Fortunately, at that moment, the second of the 9 celestial maidens made her appearance, alleviating Jiang Chen's discomfort. Greetings, my lord. The Empress addressed him. We have all missed you dearly. It is such a relief to see you well. Soon enough, all 9 maidens were successfully recruited, namely, Fanning Tian, Zizai Tian, Miaocheng Tian, Xinjing Tian, Duowen Tian, Guangmu Tian, Yangyin Tian, Pasua Tian, and Yanimo Tian. Each possessed a unique charm. The eldest among them was in her 30s, while the youngest, Zizai Tian, was merely 14 or 15. Nevertheless, without exception, they were all enchanting beauties, a delight to behold. Jiang Chen was exceedingly pleased, and with a wave of his hand declared, All shall be upgraded. A cascade of golden light enveloped the surroundings as all the holy maidens ascended to level 5. This magnificent transformation consumed a total of 279,000 energy, including the 90,000 energy expended during recruitment. The accumulated territorial energy of an entire day was swiftly diminished by more than half. The holy maidens at level 5 boasted a combat power that had surpassed 100 stars, even exceeding that of the level 7 goddess warriors. 9 heavenly holy maidens proceed immediately to hunt creatures of level 15 or higher, located 20 kilometers from the territory. The 9 exchanged glances and replied in unison, As you command, my lord. The next events unfolded. Jiang Chen activated the troop recruitment mode. He simultaneously constructed residences to enhance the population cap of his territory while diligently recruiting disciples of the heavenly sound. Each decision made by the Lord in the early stages would resonate profoundly in the future. Thus, as the territory expanded, certain choices could no longer be based solely on subjective intuition. They required careful deliberation. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was an academic prodigy. He picked up a twig and inscribed a multitude of formulas upon the ground. Given conditions. 1. Recruiting a heavenly sound disciple requires 2,000 energy. Advancing to level 2 necessitates 500 energy. To level 3 requires 1080 energy. And to level 4 demands 1800 energy. 2. The territory currently possesses 24,000 energy. 3. The energy acquisition rate of the territory is 9,200 points per hour, which will increase by 10 points per hour with the continuous rise in troop types. 4. To maintain the population cap, for every 10 heavenly sound disciples recruited, 1 level 0 residence must be constructed, consuming 100 points of energy. The question is, what is the maximum level of the newly recruited heavenly sound disciples that the current energy of the territory can support? The Empress observed Jiang Qin's calculations on the ground with curiosity, inquiring, "My lord, what are you doing? Do you think being a lord is an easy task?" Jiang Qin, with swift strokes of his writing instrument, and without looking back, replied, "This is what we call territorial mathematics, a prerequisite subject for territorial simulation." The calculations swiftly yielded results. Jiang Qin gazed at the three following the sign and pointed towards the newly recruited Tianyin disciple. Upgrade. Ascend to level 3. Soon, the territory blossomed with vibrant life. A delightful sight to behold. Jiang Qin elevated them all to level 3, then calmly instructed, "Form pairs and venture forth to hunt monsters. But do not stray beyond a 10-kilometer radius of our territory." The Empress observed Jiang Qin's strategic prowess, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Note, your abilities have earned the Empress's respect, increasing your favorability by 1 point, bringing the current total to 96 points. Jiang Qin marveled at the allure of a leader, realizing that even in the absence of formidable power, such charisma prevails. Just 4 more points, and the Empress's favor would reach a perfect 100. At that moment, he could not help but chuckle with delight. As night descended, Jiang Qin has successfully recruited 80 disciples of Tianyin in one breath. He had just finished dinner in the private room of the Tianzi. Suddenly, a disciple of Tianyin hurriedly entered the room. "My lord, there is a caravan outside the territory that claims to hail from the county town." A caravan? A surge of spirit coursed through Jiang Qin. This was a special event triggered by his reputation reaching a modest level of renown. After such a lengthy wait, the moment had finally arrived. Jiang Qin approached the window. Standing on the top floor of the drunken immortal tower, he could clearly see that the caravan consisted of dozens of horse-drawn carriages and nearly 100 guards. Soon, within the penthouse of the drunken immortal tower, Jiang Qin encountered the supervisor of the merchant caravan, the imposing Tian Ding, who was the steward of the Tian family business and had previously met the lord. Jiang Qin courteously remarked, "Welcome, Manager Tian, to travel from afar. Please, take a seat." Tian Ding, impressed by the opulence of the tavern, exclaimed, "I have long heard in Qingyang County that the esteemed lord has repeatedly claimed the top position on the leaderboard of the novice town. Now, it is evident that the reputation is well-deserved. Qingyang County. So this is the county where the novice town, 10086, is located." Jiang Qin silently noted this information. Manager Tian's praise was excessive. Jiang Qin spoke directly, inquiring whether the esteemed merchant association's goods could be displayed for his younger brother's enlightenment. Without hesitation, Tian Ding waved his hand and produced a detailed inventory. The list was a dazzling array of hundreds of items. The exquisite iron sword, superior quality, was priced at 1,000 spirit stones, while the cold blade, rare, was valued at 6,000 spirit stones. Jiang Qin's gaze wandered, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with excitement. The Territory Advancement Talisman, E rank upon use. It can elevate an F rank Lord's talent to E rank, priced at 10,000 spirit stones. There were 3 copies of the Territory Advancement Talisman, E rank, and without hesitation, Jiang Qin purchased them all, continuing to peruse the offerings. He soon encountered the long-desired martial arts and skill manuals. The Tombe Fist, F rank priced at 1,000 spirit stones. The Fireball Technique, F rank priced at 1,000 spirit stones. The Breathing Technique, E rank priced at 5,000 spirit stones. The Iron Cross Technique, E rank priced at 5,000 spirit stones. In total, there were 23 low-tier martial arts and skill manuals. With a grand gesture, Jiang Qin claimed everything once more. Although Tian Ding was elated, he kindly cautioned, "My lord, one cannot indulge in too many martial arts at once. It would be wiser for you to select a single, high-quality technique to master." Jiang Qin smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Seeing that Jiang Qin did not take it to heart, Tian Ding ceased his persuasion. Next came the blueprints. Jiang Qin purchased 5 blueprints for farmland, 5 for arrow towers, and 5 for pastures in one breath, then inquired, "Are there no seeds for plants?" "The most ordinary ones will suffice." "Seeds?" Jiang Qin's request left Tian Ding momentarily taken aback. Low-tier seeds hold little value, and indeed, there are no high-tier seeds available. Jiang Qin, feeling helpless, replied, "Very well." He wished to express that all he required were lower-tier seeds. Jiang Qin continued to sift through the list. Most of the remaining items were equipment, which did not pique his interest in the slightest. However, when he reached the very bottom of the list and beheld the final item, he was taken aback, the heroic token. An epic heroic token, to be precise. Epic heroic token, priced at 10 million spirit stones. Indeed, it was the epic heroic token, a treasure that, for a novice lord such as yourself, seems utterly unattainable. Tian wore a proud expression, and then, with a hint of mockery, added, "But, my lord, can you truly afford it?" Jiangchen could not help but chuckle. An epic hero's token, when enhanced, is merely worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Moreover, he currently possesses one such epic hero's token. If it were not for the fear of attracting undue attention, he would have long since sold this token for a handsome sum. Indeed, Jiangchen's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Was this not the perfect opportunity for a clever ruse? Seizing the moment, he contemplated selling the hero's order in his possession. 10 million spirit stones would be just sufficient to summon a second legendary hero. With this thought in mind, he felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Chun took a photograph of the list. The first buyer he sought was, naturally, the wealthy landowner Ing Man. Jiang Chun. Image, esteemed one. Do you require a purchasing agent? Soon, he received a response. Ing Man. Epic Hero S token? Have you triggered a caravan event? Jiang Chun. I will sell you the 10 million spirit stones at a reasonable price, without making a single cent of profit. Ing Man, appearing in high spirits, replied, Sure. It's delightful to see you thinking of your elder sister in such fortunate matters. However, my collection of epic hero tokens is already overflowing in every drawer. Jiang Chun nearly choked on his breath. What more could he possibly say? Jiang Chun, Master, you are remarkable. Upon reflection, it appears that none among the others is more suitable than a Chu Xiu. Jiang Chun, Image, early summer. Do you need a purchasing agent? And Chu Xiu's reaction was even more intense than that of Ing Man. My goodness, is that an epic heroic token? The merchant caravan actually produced an epic heroic token? You are extraordinarily fortunate. Jiang Chun, I can procure it for you at a reasonable price. I will secure it for you with 10 million spirit stones. It is evident that Chu Xiu is quite anxious, but I do not possess that much money. Jiang Chun urged. Why not leverage your status as the beloved princess of the Yin family to raise funds? If all else fails, you could always consider borrowing money from your sister, Ing. And Chu Xiu replied, Even then, I would still fall short of gathering 1,000,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chun, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, I can sell it to you for 9 million spirit stones. And Chu Xiu was utterly astonished, remarking, 9 million? This is the first time I've encountered a purchasing agent at a loss. Jiang Chun slapped his forehead, realizing he had been overly anxious. Jiang Chun, I meant to say, I will attempt to negotiate a better price with the merchant caravan. Can we possibly lower it a bit? And Chu Xiu, however, 9 million is an exorbitant amount. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment and suggested, How about this? Upon your return to Blue Star tomorrow, you should inform the lord of the city about this matter. Surely, he would not relinquish the chance of acquiring an epic hero medal. And Chu Xiu replied, The merchant convoy's stay should not exceed 3 hours. I recall that this question was included in the Huanggong secret strategy examination. Jiang Chun promptly assured, Rest assured. I guarantee that I will secure the epic hero token for you, even if it requires a considerable sacrifice. And Chu was deeply touched, exclaiming, Jiang Chun, your kindness overwhelms me. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Perhaps this will suffice. I recently obtained an item that I intended to keep for myself, but now I shall gift it to you. Notification, and Chu Xiu, the Lord, has sent you a deep-sea bait via the trading post. Please be sure to check your correspondence. Deep-sea bait. A bait capable of summoning a tide of deep-sea monsters? Jiang Chun was overjoyed. While this item would merely signify a standard beast tide in the hands of an ordinary lord, its worth in Jiang Chun's possession surpassed that of an epic treasure chest by tenfold. Jiang Chun still recalled the substantial gains from the last dark lure. However, later, he had made high-priced purchases in the regional channel, yet for several days, he remained empty-handed. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon success without intention. Closing the chat box, Jiang Chun expressed his satisfaction to Tian Ding, saying, Manager Tian, I have no need for anything else. Tian Ding was taken aback for a moment, then curled his lips in disappointment. He had initially thought he was dealing with a significant client, only to discover that Jiang Chun had merely acquired a collection of low-tier items. At this moment, Jiang Chun was in high spirits, thus uncharacteristically generous. Manager Tian had traveled from afar, so it would be courteous to share a meal before his departure. Half an hour later, Tian Ding gazed at the simple meal before him, his expression finally turning solemn. The exquisite quality of the cuisine. Indeed, the Lord concealed his talents well. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Perhaps due to the considerable value he demonstrated, before departing, Tianding hesitated for a moment and inquired, although the Lord hails from beyond the realm. It seems you are also of the Hua lineage, correct? Ah, in your domain, it must be referred to as the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen nodded, of course. Tianding suddenly adopted a solemn expression and cautioned, My lord, be mentally prepared. The situation for the Huazis in Qingyang County is far from what you might envision. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and inquired, What do you mean? Tianding replied, It is not appropriate for me to elaborate further. Once your town completes the breach of the domain, the Lord will naturally be informed. Farewell. As he watched the silhouette of the merchant caravan fade away, Jiang Chen raised his middle finger, muttering, Damn riddlemaker. Tianding's words did not significantly affect Jiang Chen. With his current foundation, he would confront any obstacle, be it a Buddha or a deity. Furthermore, he had an Yin man, a descendant of the first emperor brimming with a sense of justice, leading the way. After bidding farewell to the merchant caravan, Jiang Chen reclined comfortably on a wrought-tin chair in the territory square, continuing his endeavor to recruit new disciples for the Tianyin sect. However, a rather pragmatic issue reared its head once more. He found himself devoid of funds. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had anticipated this predicament. Although the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was not open for regular business, it was still feasible to prepare some takeout. Upon accessing the trading post, he listed Spirit Serpent Soup 1000, priced at 2,000 spirit stones per serving. This exquisite dish, crafted from high-quality serpent meat, was elevated to a rare quality thanks to the influence of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It was fortunate that Jiang Chen had an Epicurean chef at his disposal who managed to prepare such a copious amount of delicacies within a single day. Enhancement. You successfully sold 50 servings of Spirit Serpent Soup to Lord Yin Man, earning 100,000 spirit stones. Notification. Your Spirit Serpent Soup was purchased by Tu Shan. A flurry of purchase notifications followed shortly after the listing. Leisurely, Jiang Chen opened the regional channel to peruse the screens. Rare-grade delicacies? My goodness, 1,000 portions. It appears that the esteemed Jiang Chen has constructed a culinary establishment of considerable caliber. While I am still subsisting on fast food, he has already commenced the sale of exquisite dishes. The disparity between us is truly disheartening. I must be content. Having gnawed on the coarse black bread of my territory for 3 days, I am nearly at my wit's end. Some lords, unable to afford such prices, seethed with envy. 2,000 spirit stones per serving. What a rapacious merchant. I deem 500 spirit stones to be a more reasonable price and hope that the esteemed Jiang Chen might earnestly contemplate this. Support. Oh, Jiang Chen. Do hasten to lower the prices. Do not let the brethren feel disheartened over such a trifling amount of spirit stones. However, these voices were soon met with vehement rebuttals. Could those above employ their intellect? A permanent increase of 1 point in physique for a troop is equivalent to a volume of a low-grade physique book. Rare delicacies seldom provide permanent attribute enhancements. Thus, the price of 2,000 spirit stones for such a premium is hardly exorbitant. I shall take 10 portions. Those without funds should refrain from embarrassing themselves. Regarding the market response to the spirit snake soup, Jiang Chen felt quite satisfied. Indeed, the spirit snake soup can enhance troop attributes, provided the quality remains below rare and only the first serving takes effect. Even so, it has become a coveted item. In merely 10 minutes, the spirit snake soup was entirely sold out. Already gone? I had just been out battling monsters and rushed here upon hearing of the rare delicacies, only to find that I was too late. Esteemed Jiang Chen, could you possibly list a few more portions? Your humble servant has arrived too late. Jiang Chen replied. I apologize, brothers. The production is limited, and we shall continue the sale at the same time tomorrow. Indeed. The output has reached the maximum capacity of the Drunken Immortal Tower. After all, the Drunken Immortal Tower not only provides takeout, but also serves as the cafeteria for the territory. Once profits are earned, they must be swiftly converted into strength. Jiang Chen currently has 4 options. 1. Empower the territory's advancement rune to enhance the Lord's talents. 2. Strengthen the martial arts manuals and skill books. 3. Reinforce the deep-sea bait to initiate the beast tide tonight. 4. Upgrade equipment to enhance the combat prowess of the troops. After careful consideration, he concluded that the first option, while entertaining, would not directly bolster strength. The second option, enhancing martial arts, would yield results too slowly and was not urgent. The third option was promising, as the crystal mine was already being excavated, allowing the territory to upgrade 3 levels the following day. The rewards from 3 levels of the Beast Tide would far surpass those from 2 levels. Therefore, Jiangchen ultimately opted for the last choice. He retrieved an ordinary longsword, expending 20,000 spirit stones and selecting the enhancement path of 3 and 6, the Crimson Holy Word. The Crimson Holy Word is the epitome of cost-effectiveness among the enhancement options, a superior weapon of exceptional quality. Not only does it possess high attributes and aesthetic appeal, but its 2 skills are also remarkably practical. The Blood Arc is a powerful area of effect skill, frequently wielded by the Empress. The Holy Word technique serves as an explosive skill. Even now, the Empress remains enamored with the Crimson Holy Word. Jiangchen, in one breath, forged 100 swords, including the 9 Heaven Saints. Every disciple of the Tianyin Pavilion possessed one. The disciples of Tianyin were already adept at wielding swords, and with the Crimson Sacred Words equipped, their combat prowess surged dramatically, significantly increasing their efficiency in slaying monsters. However, the cost of this endeavor was that Jiangchen found himself once again devoid of funds. The following day, Jiangchen unusually rose early. The first matter upon awakening was to examine the number and status of his troops. After all, in just a few hours, the time for the announcement of the troop strength rankings would arrive. Overnight, the number of Tianyin disciples had reached 230. Before the unveiling of the troop strength rankings, it was anticipated that the number would approach 300. Jiangchen lamented that under the dominion of the Empress, the combined battle prowess of merely these 300 disciples of Tianyin exceeded an astonishing 6,000 points. Securing the top position was virtually akin to plucking a fruit from a tree. The term formidable, when applied to military forces, inherently possesses a certain allure, bestowing upon the lord a substantial sense of security. Jiangchen admired the scene for quite some time before finally opening the battle log. Within it, there were an astonishing 210 unread entries. Indeed, the strength of many is formidable. Under Jiangchen's stringent policies, the disciples of the Tianyin Pavilion worked in shifts. Within a 10-kilometer radius of his territory, monsters were relentless. In a single night, over 21,000 creatures were vanquished, a number surpassing the total slain in the past 3 days. Furthermore, the territory maintained a perfect record of 0 casualties. The might of his forces provided a sense of ease. With such an abundance of logs, Jiangchen felt no inclination to peruse them. Extract all. You have acquired energy, 261. 200 you have acquired spirit stones, 31. 800 you have acquired chests, excellent. 26 you have acquired chests, ordinary. Undoubtedly, the greatest reward of the night was the 26,000 units of energy. As for the other items, Jiangchen swiftly stored them in his warehouse, intending to sort through them at a later time. The morning slipped by in no time. The territory of Jiangchen is flourishing steadily, and tranquility envelopes the town. The time reads 11:40 a.m. With merely 20 minutes remaining until the announcement of the military strength rankings. At this moment, Jiangchen sits in the elegantly appointed private room of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Positioned by the window, he relishes a delectable lunch while indulging in the soothing massage provided by Zizaichen. Zizaichen, the youngest among the 9 Heaven's sacred maidens, has achieved mastery in the E-level skill of massage, just a step away from transcendence, and was originally the Empress's personal masseuse. How delightful! A little lower, please. Zizaishen's hands ventured downward tentatively. My lord, is it here? Yes, precisely. Jiangchen almost let out a groan of comfort as he hurriedly opened the regional channel, diverting his attention. In just half an hour, the rankings of troop strength would be announced, and he felt a surge of excitement. The speaker, Huang Xian, was a second-generation heir of a minor family, someone Jiangchen recognized. Wei Ming remarked, "It seems Brother Huang is well prepared." Brother Huang replied, "Since it's Brother Wei inquiring, I shall lay it all bare. I have newly constructed 3 barracks and 100 civilian residences, frantically recruiting troops for an entire day." Wei Ming exclaimed, "Goodness, that must mean over 1,000 militia." Huang Xian corrected him, "It's actually over 1,400. Brother Wei, you may not realize, but I am still at a level 1 territory, occupying merely 4,000 square meters. The place is overcrowded, and if this drags on for a few more hours, there may be a mutiny." Wei Ming admired, "Brother, your all-in gamble is truly commendable. By my estimation, your troop strength has already surpassed 3,000, placing you firmly among the top 10. Huang Xian responded, "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Wei. I have invested all resources into troop recruitment, sacrificing at least a day's development for my territory. If I do not secure a favorable ranking, it would indeed be a total loss." Wei Ming sighed, "Indeed." Tu Shanye interjected, Why is no one placing bets this time? I wish to wager on Brother Jiang Chen's profits. Mu Qingshuang laughed. Haha, you are so adorable. Little sister. A novice suddenly posed a question. I've never understood why so many troops are necessary. Can't upgrading troop types also enhance strength? This inquiry stirred a hornet's nest, drawing the disdain of the entire town as straight men. You should return to Blue Star. The battlefield of myriad races is not suited for you. Did you buy your elementary school diploma? You haven't even memorized the energy upgrade mantra? Foolishness knows no bounds. Perhaps the girl thought that displaying a touch of ignorance would render her even more endearing. The distinguished figures above, with their handsome appearances and eloquent speech, were indeed captivating. Wei Ming chose not to descend, but instead offered an explanation. To upgrade a militia from level 10 to 11 requires 5,500 energy points, which increases strength by 2 points, whereas recruiting a new militia only necessitates 100 energy points, also providing a strength increase of 2 points. Now, do you understand? This explanation was straightforward, and the girl seemed to recognize the folly of her question, falling silent. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reflect on the madness of it all. The 1,400 mediocre troops recruited by Huang Xian were utterly unworthy of training, destined only to serve as cannon fodder. It amounted to a waste of over 10,000 energy points. However, he understood Huang Xian's reasoning. A single extraordinary treasure chest, with a stroke of luck, could indeed change one's fate, not to mention the prestige rewards. Had Jiang Chen not been an invincible player, he might have considered taking a risk as well. At that moment, a video call request pinged from a friend. Jiang Chen glanced at the message. It was from Chu Xiu. Upon connecting the call, Chu Xiu straightforwardly inquired, Jiang Chen, have you unleashed your troops today? With the power rankings set to be announced shortly. Her question bore no hint of hesitation. Jiang Chen candidly remarked, it barely reached 300. Barely 300? And Chu Xiu furrowed her brow. With such a quantity, aspirations for the top 10 were futile. You are aiming to secure a position within the top 100, aren't you? And Chu Xiu initially believed it to be 300 militia, but in reality, it was 300 exceptional troops. Jiang Chen did not elaborate, instead smilingly inquired, what about you? I haven't, I replied. Even if I were to unleash my forces, securing the first position would remain beyond my reach. And Chu Xiu shook her head, stating, if it were merely for an exceptional treasure chest, it would hardly be worth sacrificing a day's development time in my territory. A rational choice indeed. Jiang Chen commended, raising his thumb, then curiously asked, but why are you so certain that you cannot claim the first prize? And Chu Xiao's expression was one of resignation, because Ying Jiejie has also unleashed her forces. Ying Yinman has unleashed her forces too? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Does she only need one epic treasure chest? Jiang Chen still vividly recalls the grandiose declarations from the drawer of epic heroic orders at Ying Yinman's residence last night. And Chu Xiu seemed to have thought of something amusing, covering her mouth as she chuckled. It's not surprising that you were provoked, after all. You seized the top spot on the Heavenly Dao leaderboard 3 times in a row. This time, you must ensure absolute certainty. Ah, I see. Jiang Chen quickly inquired. Do you know how many troops she unleashed? Ying Yinman could indeed pose a significant threat if she went on a rampage. Are you probing into Sister Ying's secrets? And Chu Xiu retorted playfully, then giggled. Actually, Sister Ying asked me to assess your situation too. You two are quite something, at this stage. Why not just ask each other directly? Without hesitation, and Chu Xiu declared, Sister Ying unleashed 2,000 militia. She revealed a staggering figure. With the addition of several squads of high-tier troops under Sister Ying's command, her combat strength likely approaches 6,000 points, making the top position an effortless endeavor. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, saying, with your words, I feel reassured, even without considering the colossal dragon. The holy princess of the 9 heavens, and the divine warrior, his power level had already surpassed 6,000 points. And Chu Xiu, with a sense of satisfaction, remarked, Sister Ying will surely be delighted to know how much you care for her. She then swiftly shifted the topic, Jiang Chen. Do you recall the epic tiger demon that was outside my territory 2 days ago? Jiang Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Of course I remember. The tiger demon had been vanquished by him. How could he possibly forget? However, aside from Ying Yinman who harbored some suspicions, no one else was aware of this matter. How unfortunate I truly am. And Chu Xiu began to lament, initially believing that after eliminating the epic tiger demon, she would be free to explore the mountain range. Yet she encountered yet another formidable opponent. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, you haven't encountered another epic monster, have you? Not quite. And Chu Xiu replied with a countenance marred by frustration, though her situation was hardly any better. With a gloomy expression, she lamented, I encountered a full squad of level 14 mountain guardians. After a skirmish, I lost 3 wolf cavalrymen, leaving my melee units on the brink of annihilation. Today, upon returning to Blue Star, I must recover my losses. Jiang Chun took a deep breath. Mountain guardians? Moreover, a whole squad. The mountain guardians are among the formidable warrior classes of the dwarven race, distinguished by their exceptional quality. The worth of 12 mountain guardians undoubtedly rivals that of an epic creature. Jiang Chun sincerely expressed his envy, saying, They all claim that Tina, the goddess of fortune, has graced my bed. It seems she has instead favored yours. And Chu Xiu shot him a glare, replying, I am already thoroughly exasperated. And you still choose to speak in such a teasing manner? Fortunately, Sister Ing has promised me that upon our return from the Blue Star, she will mobilize her forces to assist me in clearing out the monsters. If only you were not so far away. I would have loved to invite you to join me in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun murmured to himself, In that case, there is still time. The Blue Star portal will also open at noon. It will take them several hours to return to Blue Star at the very least. Jiang Chun resolved to set off shortly, confident that he could arrive before them. And Chu Xiu, unaware of Jiang Chun's intentions, nodded in agreement. Indeed, believing there was still time. After ending the video call, Jiang Chun immediately furrowed his brow. Why is it always Chu Xiu who encounters high-level monsters? Does this girl truly possess some extraordinary constitution? 3 days have passed since the opening of the region. He has explored nearly 100 kilometers of the territory and has only come across a single exceptional grade monster, that being the jungle slayer guarding the crystal mine. Furthermore, the mountain guardian, as an elite unit, would be regarded as an ultimate boss within a large dwarven tribe. Now, to his astonishment, a small squad had suddenly appeared. Could it be that there exists a dwarven military structure hidden within the mountains? If that were the case, the monsters lurking deep within the mountains would undoubtedly exceed this mere squad of mountain guardians. With this thought igniting a fervor in his heart, Jiang Chun promptly issued a command through the heart of the Lord. Long Jiu, Long Yi, Long Wu, Long Lu, return to the territory at once. All goddess warriors stationed at the crystal mine, except for Amanda, are to return immediately. All 9 heaven saint maidens return to the territory without delay. As a hero, the Empress holds authority second only to the Lord within the territory and naturally received Jiang Chun's orders. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, My lord, are we embarking on another expedition? With curiosity, Jiang Chun inquired, How did you deduce that? The Empress chuckled and replied, The 9 heavens holy maiden, 5 divine warrior maidens. And together with you and me, we total 16 individuals. Coincidentally, the 4 colossal dragons can accommodate exactly 16. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chun burst into hearty laughter. My Empress is truly becoming increasingly astute. Increasingly. The Empress shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, I have always been this clever. Yet she did not contest the phrase my Empress. Soon, all the elite forces within their territory gathered together at Jiang Chun's summits. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chun commanded, Upgrade. Consuming 800 energy, your unit, Dragon 1, ascended to level 7. An additional 400 energy was expended. Radiant golden halos emerged beneath Dragon 1, Dragon 5, and Dragon 6, shimmering magnificently. In an instant, the 3 colossal dragons surged from level 6 to level 10. Their forms rapidly expanding until they transformed into magnificent beings with wingspans of 20 meters. The 4 dragons jostled against one another, swiftly filling the small square at the center of their territory. Jiang Chun gazed with a touch of concern, realizing the urgency of upgrading to level 3. Otherwise, not only would the buildings be inadequate, but the troop types would also be unable to accommodate further expansion. The forthcoming upgrade would necessitate a total energy expenditure of 414,000 units. Last night, he had amassed 260,000 units, and with the gains from this morning, he barely had enough. The time read 11:57:28. With merely 3 minutes remaining until the leaderboard announcement, Jiang Chun declared, Prepare yourselves. Once the troop strength leaderboard concludes, we shall trigger it immediately. In unison, the crowd, including the Empress, responded, Yes, my lord. In the territory of Yingyin-mei, laughter erupted as they remarked, Ha ha, that fellow Jiang Chun only scored 300. It appears his aim is merely to maintain a position within the top 100. Yingyin-mei, her face alight with joy, proclaimed, At last, the top spot shall be mine. Meng Tian, with a hint of exasperation, said, Your Highness, you are friends with Jiang Chun. Why not inquire directly rather than through Miss Chu Xiu? As in Chu Xiu grew closer to Ying Mei, Meng Tian's tone towards her softened with newfound respect. How can that be? Ying Mei hastily shook her head. I must feign indifference towards this leaderboard. I want to appear nonchalant about claiming the top position. Do you understand this feeling, Sister Meng? I comprehend, Meng Tian retorted, recalling how Jiang Chun had exuded a similar demeanor during previous celestial rankings. At the stroke of midnight, the sky above the war-torn realm suddenly burst forth with golden radiance. The troop strength leaderboard had commenced. All the lords of Town 10086 awaited with bated breath. It has begun. How exhilarating. The Blue Star channel is also open. Let us wait for the leaderboard to be fully revealed before returning to Blue Star. It is but a matter of minutes. That makes sense. Soon, rows of rankings began to materialize. In the 100th position, Lord Qi Yuan was rewarded with a rare treasure chest 1 and reputation 2. In the 99th position, Lord Zhang Qian. The leaderboard unveiled itself from the bottom up, revealing one name per second, and those who made the list erupted in joyous celebration. Aha! I made the list. I have finally made the list. I am on the list too. I am merely a commoner, let alone an extraordinary hero. I lack even exceptional troops. This time, I took a gamble. And fortune smiled upon me. Ha ha ha. A rare treasure chest. If I could acquire an exceptional troop, I would become the next Jiang Chen. Yet, some posed a pressing question. To those who made the list, what is your troop strength approximately? Qi Yuan replied, I am around 530 points. Zhang Qian added, I have 550. Upon hearing this, despair struck some. My total combat power is 520. I am just 10 points shy. I thought I could enter the top 100. Had I known, I would have unleashed a few more militia. To the brothers above, please take heart. Thus, it was said. The most crucial aspect of competing for the leaderboard is to avoid indecision. If one chooses to engage, one must commit wholeheartedly. The leaderboard was unveiled at a remarkable pace. In the 89th position, Lord Tu Shanyu was awarded a rare treasure chest 1 and reputation 4. Tu Shanyu exclaimed, Yay, perfect. It is evident that the little fox has also unleashed its troops, albeit with the sole intention of securing a position within the top 100. This way, it not only acquires the treasure chest but also minimizes the impact on its territory. After all, both the 11th and the 100th positions yield rare treasure chests. Mu Qingxuang, Sister Yeye, your calculations are remarkably precise. I am truly impressed. Tu Shanyeye, Sister Mu, you flatter me. On the troop strength leaderboard, the 72nd position is occupied by Lord Lin Mo, who is rewarded with a rare treasure chest and 10 points of prestige. Mu Qingxuang, the strength at the 75th position is 1,000, which implies that Lin Mo has deployed 300 militia troops. It seems he may have overexerted himself. Lin Mo. Since being startled by Jiang Chen previously, Lin Mo has adopted a more low-key demeanor. In the 10th position on the troop strength leaderboard is Lord Huang Xian, who receives an extraordinary treasure chest and 20 points of prestige. He has just unleashed 1,400 militia troops. Wei Ming sincerely remarks, Congratulations, Brother Huang Xian, on achieving your desires. Huang Xian, haha, indeed, the way of heaven supports every dream. I am grateful for the favor of the heavens, the nurturing of my family, and finally, the support of everyone. Huang Xian is so exhilarated that his words become somewhat incoherent. Wei Ming, if you manage to summon troops, or even a hero, Brother Huang will truly soar to new heights. Huang Xian, haha, I appreciate Brother Wei's auspicious words. Heaven continues to announce. In the 9th position on the troop strength leaderboard is Lord Sun Gang. Surprisingly, positions 4 through 10 are all occupied by the second-generation leaders of small families, with even one commoner among them, until the 3rd position is revealed. In the 3rd position on the troop strength leaderboard is Lord Mu Qingxuang, who receives an extraordinary treasure chest and 100 points of prestige. To everyone's astonishment, the 3rd place is held by Mu Qingxuang, a lieutenant from the Jiangnan military district. And Chu Xiu, Sister Mu, you have also unleashed your troops? Mu Qingxuang, I apologize, dear Chu Xiu. You know how tight the military district's budget is. So I had to rely on my own efforts. Shortly thereafter, Mu Qingxuang appears somewhat regretful. What a pity, despite my utmost efforts. Achieving a strength of 4,200 points only earned me 3rd place. After a moment of silence, Wei Ming speculates, the top 2 positions must be occupied by the formidable Jiang Chun and Ying Man, right? Ying Man, why wouldn't they be? Jiang Chun, indeed, why not? And Chu Xiu, ha, Jiang Chun, you have amassed 300 troops. What are you trying to stir up? Wei Ming, hee hee, Do not underestimate my boss Jiang Chun. He is truly formidable. The reason for this assertion dawned upon Wei Ming. If Jiang Chun indeed summoned 300 troop types, coupled with the goddess warriors, he should not have fallen short. Yet, with no rankings from 3rd to 100th place, one can only surmise he is among the top 2. And Chu Xiu and Ding Yiman, being the parties involved, surprisingly overlooked this detail. Just then, the 2nd place was announced. The 2nd rank on the troop strength leaderboard goes to the Lord Ding Yiman, rewarded with an exceptional treasure chest and 200 prestige points. After a brief silence, everyone's spirits soared. Ha ha ha, once again, the esteemed Ding Yiman claims the 2nd position, a ranking on the hero strength leaderboard, and this marks her 4th time, does it not? The perennial 2nd place. How dare you speak of Ding Yiman in such a manner? Do you wish to court disaster? No, what I mean is, maintaining such consistent results is no small feat. And Chu Xiu was equally astonished. How can this be? With Ding Jia's remarkable strength, how could she possibly be in 2nd place? She is well aware of Ding Yiman's total strength. Ding Yiman, it must surely be Jiang Chun behind this. And Chu Xiu quickly clarified, Ding Jia, Jiang Chun never lies. If he claims to have summoned 300 troops, then he has indeed summoned exactly that. Ding Yiman, are you certain, Chu Xiu? And Chu Xiu, absolutely, without a doubt. Oh, this is infuriating. How dare these individuals claim I am perpetually in 2nd place? Ding Yiman exuded a majestic aura, her flowing black hair rising as if caught by an unseen wind. Astonishingly, her eyes gradually transformed into a sandy hue, with a pair of vertical pupils slowly manifesting deep within. Ming Tian, both astonished and elated, exclaimed, has the princess's bloodline evolved due to her anger? This is truly a sight to behold. Notification, your soul wave has exceeded the limit, triggering bloodline evolution, with the concentration of ancient dragon bloodline, SS grade, reaching 0.04. Notification, your soul the sudden celestial notification caused Ding Yiman's vertical pupils to fade, gradually restoring her clarity. My bloodline has evolved? Ming Tian shouted, Your Highness, do not cease your anger. Perhaps further evolution awaits. Ding Yiman shot Ming Tian a glance. Seeing the evolution halted, Ming Tian lamented, Your Highness, you do not comprehend how precious such an opportunity is. Precious, you say? Ding Yiman ran her fingers through her hair, expressing her frustration. I feel that if I were to remain in 10,086 town, opportunities like this would abound. That sounds splendid. Ming Tian responded with excitement. Such an evolution. Not even a single epic treasure chest could be exchanged for 100 of them. Very well, very well. Ding Yiman, unable to contain her frustration, lamented. If my sister Chu Xiu is so certain that Jiang Chun has only summoned 300 troops, then who could possibly be in 1st place? No sooner had the words left her lips than the radiant light belonging to Ding Yiman faded from the sky. The top contender finally emerged. Upon seeing the golden letters that announced the victor, Ding Yiman felt a surge of indignation threatening to overwhelm her. Through gritted teeth, she uttered 2 words, Jiang Chun. This deceitful charlatan. The top position on the troop strength leaderboard was claimed by Lord Jiang Chun, rewarded with an epic treasure chest and a prestige of 300. Taking a few deep breaths to regain her composure, Ding Yiman turned to Ming Tian and asked, Is there any possibility that all of Jiang Chun's 300 troops are advanced units? Ming Tian immediately shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. The only way to acquire a substantial number of advanced units at this stage is through troop tokens, and the server has only been active for 3 days. Where would he procure so many advanced troop tokens? At this point, Ming Tian suddenly exclaimed, Wait, there is another possibility. What possibility? Creating advanced units from scratch. Are you joking, Sister Ming? Ding Yiman shot her a skeptical glance. It has been over a century since anyone in Blue Star has heard of a lord creating advanced units. Ming Tian shrugged. I'm merely presenting a possibility. So, this fellow has indeed deceived Chu Xiu. I cannot believe Chu Xiu trusted him so completely. As far as Jiang Chun was concerned, the troop strength leaderboard had reached its conclusion. He glanced at the list of lords in the town and noticed that several lord avatars had turned gray, signaling their departure from the myriad battlefield and return to Blue Star. As more lords left, he planned to announce the creation of troops globally, timing it so that the impact would be diminished to at least 1/10. For now, he needed to set off to explore the mountain range without delay. To avoid any unforeseen complications, there was no choice. Both energy and spirit stones were exceedingly scarce for Jiang Chun at present. Just as he was about to embark on his expedition, he received a video request from Ding Yiman. Could it be that this girl was still unsatisfied after her defeat? Nevertheless, given that Ding Yiman was his most significant benefactor, Jiang Chen would not dare to neglect her. As soon as Jiang Chen opened his mouth, Ying Yi Man unleashed a barrage of accusations. Jiang Chen, you deceitful scoundrel. It would be one thing to deceive me, but to betray someone as kind as Chu Xiu? Does your conscience not ache? Jiang Chen, what more can I say? You should reconsider and add a 0 to that figure of 300 troops. Jiang Chen, no. Let me reiterate, when Chu Xiu asked you, there were merely 20 minutes left. Are you really lying just to toy with us? Is such a malicious amusement truly enjoyable? Jiang Chen, your territory must be overrun with militia by now, right? Would you like me to introduce you to a lord of the undead to assist in converting them into skeleton soldiers? As Jiang Chen gazed at the disconnected video call, he was tempted to redial. Even if he refrained from retorting, he felt compelled to clarify the situation. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. Never mind. There is no need to engage in a serious debate with a mere girl. Besides, I am about to issue a global announcement shortly. It will be intriguing to see her expression then. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that this girl possesses quite the talent for retorting. Subsequently, Jiang Chen greeted the Empress, the sacred princess of the 9 heavens, and the goddess warriors. Let us depart. With a cadre of 16, they ascended upon the back of the dragon. Jiang Chen patted Long Jiu, saying go. Long Jiu retorted, I am a dragon, not a horse. Well, not a horse. Jiang Chen chuckled, surely, little Jiu remembers the way. With a powerful flap of its wings, Long Jiu soared into the clouds, exclaiming, of course. Jiang Chen, alongside the Empress, Zizishan, and Giselle, shared a single steed. As was customary, he wrapped one arm around the slender waist of the Empress, while with the other, he retrieved the recently acquired epic treasure chest. My Empress, it is time to put our hands to work. The Empress, having grown accustomed to Jiang Chen's affectionate gestures, brightened at the sight of the chest. Indeed, one could hardly deny that she had developed a certain addiction to opening treasure chests, particularly those of the epic variety. Jiang Chen was taken aback. No, I cannot afford this addiction. The Empress chuckled softly, then proceeded to open the treasure chest. Fortune smiled upon her. An A-grade skill book. Jiang Chen could not restrain himself, and he impulsively pressed a fervent kiss upon the Empress's delicate visage. My goodness, you are truly my lucky star. Grade B corresponds to epic, while Grade A aligns with legendary. In the realm of treasure chests, the Empress has never failed to astonish. At the very least, she has consistently secured several epic chests without falter. Today, she has even triggered a 1 in 10,000 chance, unveiling an item of a higher tier. Jiang Chen immediately gazed at the description of the skill book. The Great Susumi Sword Technique. A rank the most formidable defensive sword technique of the Susumi Immortal Sect. Capable of harnessing the power of the void to create a barrier. When mastered to perfection, it can establish a domain with a single strike. An A-rank skill. It may seem unimpressive. However, one must acknowledge that the most powerful skill in the hands of the Empress, the Heavenly Sound 9 kills, is merely a C-rank skill. Furthermore, the renowned Ming Domain's Mountain River Bright Moon is only a B-rank skill. An A-rank skill book can no longer be enhanced. Jiang Chen unhesitatingly entrusted the Empress with the task. Empress, it is your turn to learn, he proclaimed, eager to witness the efficacy of her newly acquired divine skill in imparting knowledge. The Empress responded without pretense, yes, my lord. Your heroic Empress successfully grasped the fundamentals of the Great Sumeru Sword technique, and the skill of imparting knowledge became effective. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion acquired the sect skill of the Great Sumeru Sword technique, enabling all units within the pavilion to learn it, with the learning process incurring no costs. Excellent. As Jiang Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction, he felt a profound sense of contentment. The most significant aspect was that the decision regarding who could learn this skill and who could not lay entirely in his hands. Typically, a competent lord would wield both benevolence and authority, ensuring that a skill of A-rank caliber would be treated as a treasured heirloom, reserved for true disciples or those who had rendered great service. However, after some contemplation, Jiang Chen recognized that his territory was currently in a phase of rapid development, and there was no need for such formalities. Let everyone learn, he decreed. After all, the disciples of the Tianyin Pavilion were laboring tirelessly to vanquish monsters. This would serve as a well-deserved reward. Your unit, the Vanine Celestial, has successfully comprehended the introductory level of the Great Sumeru Sword technique. Your unit, the Zizishan, likewise. In an instant, whether it was the 9 Heaven Saintess or the hundreds of Tianyin disciples, they all mastered this A-rank skill. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, Empress, your skill is truly extraordinary. It is akin to transforming a single tome of skills into countless volumes. Beside him, Zizaixian sensed a moment of inspiration and remarked in delight, such a formidable sword technique. Although it consists of but one stance, it can give rise to myriad transformations. As he spoke, Zizaixian could not restrain himself from drawing forth the scarlet sacred word, exclaiming with fervor, Sumeru, though only at the introductory level. Visible ripples emerged in the void, ensnaring Zizaixian within their embrace. Nearby, Giselle sensed the phenomenon and marveled, what a powerful defense. Even my thunder projection could not shatter it in a single blow. Truly worthy of an A-rank skill. Suddenly, the voice of Long Jiu interjected, Zizaixian. You can practice a bit later. Training your sword on someone else's back is rather disrespectful to Long. Zizaixian then came to his senses, crouching down to gently touch Long Jiu's scales. Apologies, little Jiu, your flight is so steady that I completely forgot I was in the sky. That's more like it. Long Jiu seemed pleased, shaking his head and declaring, and little Zizai, I arrived before you, so you should call me Sister Jiu. An hour and a half later, the 4 dragons, bearing 16 individuals, descended once more at the entrance of the valley where they had previously vanquished the tiger demon. The Empress gazed upon the undulating mountains before her and mused, no wonder Lord Chu Xiu is so determined to conquer this mountain range. It likely occupies 3/4 of her territory. If she does not develop this mountain range, her prospects for growth are futile. Jiangchen, exuding an air of righteousness, declared, otherwise. Why would I traverse 100 miles to assist her in eliminating the boss in this mountain range? Such grandiloquent justification for competing over monsters could only be attributed to Jiangchen. The Empress shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, So, my lord, shall we commence our work now? Please wait a moment. He responded amid the crowd's skepticism. Jiangchen once again opened the list of lords in the town. He discovered that the majority of the lord avatars had transformed into monochrome images, prompting a satisfied nod from him. I shall issue a global announcement. Unlike significant events triggered by individuals such as Jiangchen, the protocol for rewards from the heavenly Tao ranking operates differently. The decision to announce, as well as the timing of the announcement, rests solely with the Lord. Regardless, issuing an announcement grants prestige rewards, while abstaining results in none. There is no option to issue an announcement while concealing one's identity. Hence, even with the knowledge that this announcement could introduce unforeseen variables, Jiangchen, motivated by the prospect of immense prestige and legendary points, resolved to proceed. Thus, in the 7th heaven of the 10,000 races battlefield, Zone 666, Blue Star Domain, on the 3rd day of service, at 13:47:18, a remarkably simple announcement reverberated throughout the Blue Star Domain. Announcement. In the 7th heaven, Zone 666, Blue Star Domain, Lord Jiangchun of Town 10086 has created the exceptional troop type, the Tianyin Disciples. Jiangchen also received a message from the Heavenly Tao. Notification. You have gained Prestige 10,000, Legendary Status 100. Notification. Your prestige has reached world-renowned. Notification. An esteemed hero from the elven race is on their way, soon to appear in your tavern. The effect is immediate. Jiangchen sighed, remarking that as soon as he gained renown across the realm, the tavern was inundated with illustrious heroes. Such is the advantage of prestige. Although Jiangchen held little regard for any singular illustrious hero, it did not imply that they were commonplace. It is worth noting that in Chu Xiu, the daughter of the city lord, was merely a rare hero at the outset. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. Now, Chu Xiu and the winner's maid should comprehend that I have not deceived them. When I spoke of 300 troop types, I indeed meant 300. Suddenly, Jiangchen was taken aback. It appeared that there were still friends who had not returned to Blue Star. Tu Shanye exclaimed, Brother Jiangchen, please tell me that I did not misread. Jiangchen replied with exasperation, You must be mistaken. Tu Shanye exclaimed, Ah. A master who has created an exceptional military faction is actually from the same small town as me, and he is my brother. How delightful. I wish for his patronage. It was evident that the little fox was overwhelmed with excitement, likely bouncing around in her own territory. Upon hearing the mention of patronage, Jiangchun immediately perked up. But upon recalling the little fox's age, he couldn't help but retort, That sounds rather severe. To his surprise, Tu Shanye instantly comprehended his implication. Though I am merely 10 years old, as a member of the Tianhu clan, I am equivalent to your human age of 18. Jiangchen naturally understood that the little fox was jesting. Curiously, he inquired, Yeye, do you happen to have a sister named Tushan Susu? Tushan Yeye replied, How does brother Jiangchen know? That is my younger sister. Jiangchen, Tu Xiu, brother Jiangchen, you must take a look at the regional channel. It has already become a frenzy. Jiangchen, once again, it is merely the insipid flattery that holds no nourishment for me, devoid of novelty. And I find myself weary of it. Tu Xiu, after swiftly dispatching the little fox, Jiangchen, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, all hands, advance towards the mountains. Yes. Following the announcement, Jiangchen joyfully set off to slay monsters and level up. Yet, in that very moment, the world erupted in fervor because of him. Even though Jiangchen had deliberately chosen the timing of the Blue Star Passage to issue his proclamation, at this moment, the battlefield of myriad races was teeming with countless new lords. This announcement appeared simultaneously at the center of the vision of all lords. In an instant, not just the lords of the Dragon Nation, but also those from the Lighthouse Nation, the Northern Bear Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Southern Stick Nation were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was as if the entire world had been paused. Moments later, their expressions turned frenzied. And they shouted, 3 days since the opening of the district, and he has created his own troop type? Am I seeing this wrong? Not only has he created a troop type, but it is also an exceptional one. How many years has it been since we heard of anyone creating an exceptional troop type in the Blue Star domain? 80 years? Or perhaps 100? Oh, my God! A troop type that wholly belongs to him. If this Jiangchen does not fall, he could undoubtedly dominate a state. How marvelous! Jiangchen. This esteemed individual must surely be one of our Dragon Nation? Nonsense! It cannot be a citizen of the Dragon Nation. While the Dragon Nation is indeed formidable in the 1st to 6th heavens, the Qing Nation in the 7th heaven has already fallen. How could such a genius possibly exist? It won't be long before our great Cherry Blossom Empire launches a racial war to eradicate all lords of the Dragon Nation in the 7th heaven. The name Jiangchen sounds distinctly South Stick Nation, Semida. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg. In the main world of Blue Star, all the 2 realms altars in every city resonated with a deep humming. Such an anomaly left the city lords astounded, prompting them to investigate the situation immediately. The reason city lords hold high authority is that they are chosen as administrators from the battlefield of myriad races, with powers far exceeding those of ordinary people. When they utilized their administrative privileges to view that heavenly announcement, their eyes widened in astonishment. To become a city lord, one must naturally be a formidable force, possessing insights far beyond those of ordinary new lords. Exceptional troop types? This signifies that it won't be long before he can mass-produce the insignias for this troop type. Not merely insignias? Those capable of creating their own troop types can often reverse-engineer troop-building blueprints. If we can cultivate a good relationship with this esteemed individual, perhaps decades later, our city of Covenant will be endowed with countless exceptional troop types. The Dragon Nation does not deserve such talent. We must uncover the identity of this Jiangchen. Money, beauty, status, whatever he desires, we free will shall provide it all. All factions are curious about the true identity of Jiangchen, except for in Luoshi, the lord of East Sea City. In a spacious and well-lit office, and Chu Xiu meticulously recounted to her mother the events of the past 3 days. The resemblance between in Luoshi and in Chu Xiu is striking, with a similarity of nearly 90%. Given that a Tier 9 powerhouse can live up to 2 centuries, they appear more like sisters than mother and daughter. Jiangchen, that commoner, has astonishingly claimed the top position on the Heavenly Dao leaderboard 4 times, and Luoshi expressed her astonishment. As a renowned warlord of the Dragon Kingdom, this was the first time she had heard of such a feat. Furthermore, you mentioned that his territory has spawned a merchant caravan to procure an epic heroic order on your behalf. This lad's fortune is truly remarkable. Yes. And Chu Xiu eagerly nodded, then sweetly implored, Mom, could you please buy the epic heroic order that Jiangchen procured for me? And Luoshi replied, an epic heroic order is a rare treasure indeed. 10 million spirit stones would be an exceptional bargain. And Chu Xiu rejoiced, so, does that mean you agree, Mom? However, and Luoshi swiftly changed her tone, but how can you ensure that Jiangchen will actually hand over the heroic order to you after purchasing it, rather than keeping it for himself? And Chu Xiu quickly defended, I've known Jiangchen for so many years. He never lies. He never lies? And Luoshi scoffed. He just claimed to have only summoned 300 troop types? How could 300 troop types possibly secure the top spot in the troop strength rankings? That would require at least extraordinary troop types. And Chu Xiu resorted to her charms. Jiangchen was just joking. At the very least, it proves that Jiangchen is a reliable person. And Luoshi spoke earnestly. He already has 2 books. With 3, he can recruit a second hero. In such circumstances, How could a commoner remain indifferent to the temptation of an epic heroic order? That is an epic hero. With a pitiful expression, and Chu Xiu pleaded, "Please, Mom. I've already promised Jiangchun. How can I explain to him without the 10 million spirit stones?" She regretted mentioning the 300 troop types to her mother. And Luoshi, infuriated, exclaimed, "Truly, a daughter is hard to keep. Do you think my spirit stones fell from the sky?" At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. And Luoshi's expression shifted, and she sprang to her feet. This sound signified a blue star domain announcement. Could there be significant happenings in the myriad races battlefield? Saying this, she took to the skies, heading towards the nearby Two Realms altar. Achieving a battle power of 1 million stars allows one to harness the magnetic primordial force, soaring through the air, hence the title of Tier 9 powerhouse. And Chu Xiu shouted, "Mom, wait for me." By the time Chu Xiu arrived, a crowd of citizens had already gathered outside the square. My goodness, an anomaly at the Two Realms altar. Could something momentous be occurring in the myriad races battlefield? The buzzing sound was melodious and pleasant. Perhaps it heralded good news. Alas, even amidst favorable circumstances, the vastness of Blue Star bears little relevance to my EC city. In her identity as in Chu Xiu, the guards dared not obstruct her, allowing her to effortlessly approach the altar below. Here, apart from Luoshi, two esteemed elders from EC city were also present. Although Chu Xiu remained obediently at a distance, her ears had perked up with keen interest. One elder, of the Huang surname, solemnly inquired, "My lord, what has transpired?" At that moment, Luoshi's eyes were filled with astonishment. The Heavenly Tao had issued a proclamation that a lord named Jiangchen had independently created an exceptional troop type in the new district. Upon hearing the name Jiangchen, a fleeting change flickered in Luoshi's gaze. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, there were no fewer than 800,000 individuals named Jiangchen. So he naturally did not associate it with his daughter's classmate. "What?" Elder Huang exclaimed in shock. "You mean to say he has independently created a troop type, and an exceptional one at that?" After confirming the information repeatedly, Elderly S. eyes shone with reverence. The new district may not be filled with mere novices. To have established an exceptional troop type merely 3 days into the opening, this esteemed Jiangchen must surely be a powerful figure who has reincarnated in a new district. Elder Huang concurred, "Indeed. I recall a decade ago, there was a predecessor dissatisfied with his initial circumstances who resolutely abandoned a territory cultivated for over a century. And at the venerable age of 130, ventured into a new district to start anew." And Luoshi nodded in agreement. Elderly continued, "Lorden, does the announcement indicate the location of this esteemed predecessor's novice town?" And Luoshi's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, is it the novice town numbered 10,086? Indeed. That is the town where Chu Xiu resides." And Luoshi spun around, spotting his daughter just behind him, and quickly confirmed, "Chu Xiu, if my memory serves me correctly, your novice town is numbered 10086, correct?" And Chu Xiu, having grasped the situation, excitedly nodded, "Yes, yes." And Luoshi's voice trembled slightly. "Then how many individuals named Jiangchen are there in your town?" And Chu Xiu exclaimed, "There are 4 with the surname Jiang, but only one named Jiangchen. I can assure you unequivocally, the Heavenly Tao does not err. The Heavenly Tao does not err." And Luoshi swayed slightly, murmuring to himself, "Could it truly be him? But how is that possible?" And Chu Xiu shouted, "How can it be impossible? I've always said that Jiangchun never lies. Now everything makes sense. He truly possesses only 300 troop types, and they are all exceptional troops of his own creation." At this moment, Chu Xiu felt a mix of shock, joy, pride, and a tinge of guilt. How could I have doubted Jiangchen? The two elders began to understand as well. Elderly trembled. Could it be that the girl Chu Xiu knows this esteemed Jiangchen who created the exceptional troop types? After all, based on past experience, once one creates a troop type, they can generally reverse engineer the architectural blueprints within a century. Those are blueprints for exceptional troop types. Do not speak of the architectural blueprints for military units. Even a modestly productive field fortress can unleash a tempest of bloodshed if it attains an extraordinary quality. Establishing a connection with such a formidable figure could elevate the status of EC City significantly. Naturally, I am acquainted. And Chu Xiu declared with pride, "Grandfatherly. Your esteemed predecessor Jiangchun was my classmate." The elder of the Li clan remained speechless, while the elder of the Huang clan was equally astounded. Despite the undeniable reality before them, and Luoshi and the two elders felt a sense of disbelief. At that moment, however, and Luoshi's body trembled. A celestial notification, visible only to the Lord of East Sea City, finally convinced her of the truth. She murmured, "It is indeed real." Notification: the East Sea City's dual realm altar has successfully nurtured new talent, promoting Administrator in Luoshi to level 3 authority. Upon reading this notification, and Luoshi finally relented, "Chu Xiu, I agree to the matter of the epic hero's order." And Chu Xiu exclaimed, "Thank you, Mom." And Luoshi continued, "Once we gather the necessary funds, I shall accompany you to your territory." And Chu Xiu was momentarily stunned. "What? You are coming with me? How can you, the warlord of Zone 642, journey to your own domain?" It was Elder Huang who understood more, exclaiming in shock, "City Lorden, you have ascended to level 3 administrator authority. It is precisely this level of authority that has just granted me a reward from the celestial realm." And Luoshi nodded, then smiled wryly. "I never anticipated that I would attain level 3 authority so swiftly, and it would be thanks to my daughter's classmate." Indeed, the Mountain Guardians had arrived. Mountain Guardian race, Dwarven level, 14 quality, Purple extraordinary, combat power, 69 skills. As the group ventured 2 kilometers into the mountains, they beheld an entire squad of Mountain Guardians before them. Jiang Chen's spirits soared to extraordinary heights. Their party made no effort to conceal their presence. Thus they were swiftly discovered by the sentinels of the opposing mountain range. "Intruders, you have disrupted the tranquility of the Dwarven kingdom, a crime deserving of the gravest punishment." Upon uttering these words, the once ordinary Dwarven sentinels rapidly expanded, transforming within a mere second into towering behemoths standing 3 meters tall. Nevertheless, in terms of proportion, they still retained the stout and robust physique characteristic of standard dwarfs. Dwarven Berserker skill, Battle Stance. Battle Stance, transform into a giant dwarf, enhancing physical attributes by 50%. Lasting for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen immediately recognized the skill and exclaimed, "Empress." The Empress licked her lips, eager to engage, and declared, "Yes. Protect me and eliminate the others." The Empress. With the presence of the 9 Heavens Holy Princess and 5 Divine Warriors, there were a total of 14. Thus, 2 more creatures were still required. Giselle, seasoned in battle, successfully seized a Mountain Guardian. The thunder gun collided violently with the Dwarven warhammers, generating immense force that compressed the air and even created a circular shockwave. Following this, the Mountain Guardian's eyes widened in disbelief as it stumbled backward, taking a dozen steps before barely regaining its footing. "Human, how could you possess such formidable strength?" Giselle merely shook her head, too weak. Although she was only level 7 with a combat power of 78 stars, her physique had reached a terrifying 188 points. The Mountain Guardian, seemingly insulted, retorted in anger. "What use is brute strength alone? A warrior requires skill." This statement seemed more fitting for a human to say to a dwarf, rather than the other way around. Giselle advanced, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "A dwarf lecturing me on skill? You must be jesting." With that, Giselle combined her 2 short guns into a long spear. Until now, the Divine Warriors had encountered no formidable foes, causing them to overlook their passive skill known as Master Marksman. As the 2 clashed once more, Giselle deftly tapped the Dwarven Warhammer, causing the Mountain Guardian to lose its balance. Before it could regain its composure, a glint of cold light rapidly magnified in its terrified eyes. The thunder gun pierced through the Mountain Guardian's mouth, the tip protruding a foot from the back of its head. "Your troops have been vanquished." Giselle slayed the Mountain Guardian, exquisite, earning 14,000 energy, 200 spirit stones, and 1 exquisite treasure chest. A splendid start. An exquisite treasure chest. Jiang Chun expressed his profound satisfaction. In contrast to the brute force of the goddess warriors, the combat style of the 9 Heavens Holy Princess is far more graceful and agile, yet her speed in vanquishing foes is undeniably swift. Your troops effortlessly annihilate the Mountain Guardians. The sound of notifications incessantly resonates. In less than 30 seconds, the Mountain Guardians, who nearly led to the annihilation of Chu Xiu's forces, were effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Chun. The total yield amounted to a staggering 168,000 in energy, along with several spirit stones and various items. This fleeting 30 seconds equates to the harvest of an entire half-day in the territory. Jiang Chen sighed softly. He did not hasten to utilize the energy for an upgrade. Instead, he quietly instructed, "Let us delve deeper." The group progressed onward, eliminating foes along their path. As they ventured further, Jiang Chen observed that the terrain ahead became increasingly expansive. Moreover, the variety of troops grew more intricate and diverse. Half an hour later, They once again encountered a squad of formidable heavy-armored goat cavalry. Jiangchen finally confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, there existed a military structure within this mountain range, and its rank was quite significant. Half an hour later, before Jiangchen stood a dwarven city, nestled against the mountains, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Could it truly be the royal palace of the dwarves? How fortunate couldn't Chu Xiu be? Within her territory, there existed an edifice of epic military significance. Although Jiangchen speculated that there might be a military structure here, he could never have imagined it would be of epic quality. A guardian boss of the dwarven palace would not be insignificant. Just then, a profound horn suddenly resonated. Within the dwarven palace, ranks of various troops emerged in succession. The ordinary troops were the dwarven miners, while the elite forces comprised dwarven musketeers and bearded warriors. The distinguished unit was the heavy armored goat cavalry. As one of the most renowned races on the battlefield of myriad clans, Jiangchen was naturally well versed in their troops. Finally, when he beheld the majestic figure emerging from the palace, flanked by a legion of mountain guardians, Jiangchen took a deep breath. The legendary hero, King of the Hills. At this moment, Jiangchen halted a kilometer away from the dwarven king's palace. Several colossal dragons soared in a line above, providing him with a sufficient vantage point to discern the enemy across the way. King of the Hills. Oz's Storm Race. Dwarven level. 18 quality. Golden Legend combat power. For 20 heroic command. Dwarven Miners. A. Dwarven Musketeers. A. Longbeard Warriors. B. Mountain Guardians. B. Heavy Goat Knights. B. Mountain Guardians. B. Skills. The King of the Hills donned a suit of bronze royal armor and wielded the Storm Warhammer, standing 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Yet he was no mere sphere. Rather, his bronze-hued musculature bulged grotesquely, instilling terror. The King of the Hills was undoubtedly the Dwarven King, yet the Dwarven King need not be the King of the Hills. Thus, within the Dwarven realm, the status of the King of the Hills surpassed that of an ordinary Dwarven King, though the skills of the King of the Hills were obscured. Jiangchen's reputation as an academic was not earned in vain. Hailing from the Storm clan, one of the 10 prominent Dwarven clans, it was likely that the skill battle stance had advanced to the A-grade skill Divine Descent. Furthermore, he had surely mastered the C-grade Martial Skill Stormhammer. An A-grade command enhances attributes by 40, while a B-grade command increases all attributes by 30. Under the command of the King of the Hills, the elite troops would undoubtedly rise by at least 2 star levels. This was rather daunting. After all this time since the opening of the realm, it was the first occasion Jiangchen felt disdain for an adversary's overwhelming strength. The Empress gazed at the King of the Hills, eager to take action. "My lord, please issue your command. I shall handle this King of the Hills." The Valkyries tightened their grips on their thunder spears, their fighting spirits soaring to the heavens. Jiangchen spoke softly. "Wait, if there were only a single Hill King, it would be manageable." However, in addition to the Hill King, there were dozens of high-tier units and nearly 1,000 mid to low-tier soldiers. Should a battle commence now? While defeat may be unlikely, casualties would be inevitable. Most importantly, the Hill King could only be confronted directly by the Empress, who would protect oneself in such a scenario. Suddenly, the towering Hill King took a step forward. He first glanced up at the 4 colossal dragons circling the sky, then shifted his gaze to the Empress beside Jiangchen, a flicker of apprehension passing through his eyes. "Young human lord, my dwarven kin have always maintained amicable relations with your kind. Why do you seek to invade my territory? Withdraw now, and I shall overlook your previous transgressions." Even when confronted at their doorstep, who said the dwarves were quick to anger, Jiangchen could not help but scoff inwardly. However, this was precisely in line with his intentions, as the defenses of the Dwarf King's palace were impenetrable. Even with Jiangchen's mastery in tactics, he could discern no flaws whatsoever. Jiangchen spoke with utmost sincerity. "This is a misunderstanding." Just then, a notification chimed as a friend sent a video call request. Jiangchen was taken aback. And Chu Xiu? Had she returned from Blue Star so swiftly? However, upon reflection, the sun had already set, and it had been 4 to 5 hours since Chu Xiu departed from the battlefield of the myriad clans. It was not an opportune moment for a video call, so Jiangchen declined. "Jiangchen, I am currently quite occupied." And Chu Xiu quickly messaged, "You have truly created an extraordinary troop. Jiangchen, you are simply remarkable. Everyone out there believes you to be some esteemed senior expert. Since you are busy, I shall be brief. I have already gathered 10 million spirit stones. Once you are free, do not forget to assist me in procuring that epic hero's token." Jiangchen good. Just as he was about to send a few more words, His eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly opened the territory panel and navigated to the resources section. Crystals, 1068. Jiang Chun was elated. His territory was merely 3 crystals away from an upgrade. After a day of relentless mining, he finally amassed enough crystals. Coincidentally, Chu Xiu had sent him 10 million spirit stones, enabling him to upgrade to level 3 and immediately recruit a second legendary hero. Jiang Chun promptly changed his tune. Jiang Chun, I find myself unoccupied once more. Grant me 10 million spirit stones, and I shall assist you with the procurement immediately. How is it that the mere mention of spirit stones renders you so available? And Chu Xiu first sent an exasperated expression. Then continued, it seems my mother's conjecture was astute. Each individual's method of creating their unique troops remains a closely guarded secret. And your approach to this endeavor is through monetary investment. Despite the jest, Chu Xiu nonetheless proceeded to transfer the spirit stones. Your friend, Lord Chu Xiu, has transferred 10 million spirit stones to you through the exchange. Jiang Chun waited for 10 seconds before transferring the epic hero token dropped by the legendary tiger demon to Chu Xiu. Jiang Chun, it's all settled. I wish you smooth recruiting and great success. Chu Xiu's gratitude was palpable in her words. Thank you, Jiang Chun. This 3 million spirit stones are your commission. Please be sure to accept them. Your friend, Lord Chu Xiu, has transferred 3 million spirit stones to you through the exchange. Jiang Chun was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. Could this be considered an olive branch? However, that girl Chu Xiu is not so worldly wise. It seems most likely to be the behest of Lord and Luoshi. Jiang Chun, all right, I shall accept it. And Chu Xiu, yes, you may go about your business. With an epic hero at my disposal, I shall swiftly seek vengeance upon that band of dwarfs in the mountains. Jiang Chun, you may find that opportunity elusive. Within Chu Xiu's domain, she declared, I have always asserted that Jiang Chun is a man of his word, waving the hero's medallion in her hand. And Chu Xiu's face radiated excitement. And Luoshi candidly remarked, I previously underestimated him, judging him by my own narrow standards. The fact that Jiang Chun hastily traded this epic hero's medallion to you indicates he acted without a moment's hesitation after his purchase. Hailing from humble beginnings, yet able to resist such formidable temptations, his willpower is truly extraordinary, befitting a genius lord capable of creating exceptional troops. At this moment, Luoshi appeared somewhat peculiar. A faint layer of white light, reminiscent of bubbles, enveloped her body. Glancing at the epic hero's medallion, Luoshi felt a surge of exhilaration. All right, Chu Xiu. Recruit your epic hero without delay. You must understand, it was only after I reached level 25 that I acquired my own epic hero. And Chu Xiu was taken aback. I have yet to reach level 3. I possess only 1 hero slot. And Luoshi replied nonchalantly. Then you must dismiss your current hero. And Chu Xiu gasped in astonishment. Dismiss? And Luoshi gently ruffled Chu Xiu's hair. As a competent lord, parting and loss are commonplace, let alone dismissing a hero. Moreover, the sooner you recruit an epic hero, the greater your advantage will be. Ultimately, Chu Xiu acquiesced. Very well. I shall recruit my epic hero promptly, so I can seek revenge on those wretched dwarfs sooner. I truly abhor those dwarfs. Before long, a radiant light coalesced before Chu Xiu. Upon witnessing the colossal figure emerging from the light portal, she was overtaken by despair. Oh heavens, spare me. My lord, the dwarf king Greeny Storm reports to you. The dwarf king, patting his gleaming head, chuckled amiably. Though your territory appears somewhat modest, I must inquire, is there any wine available? Jiang Chun, having severed communication, promptly issued an order. Upgrade the territory. Execute immediately. Jiang Chun, exceptionally affluent, made a rare splurge and promptly acquired the building without a second thought. Notice, you have upgraded your lord's manor to level 3, unlocking the building's portal and stable, expanding your territory to 30,000 square meters. You have unlocked a new hero slot, bringing your current hero count to 12. Jiang Chun paid no heed to the changes brought about by the territory upgrade. Instead, he promptly retrieved a whiteboard hero token. Despite the exceedingly low drop rate of hero tokens after such an extensive period of grinding, he had managed to acquire several low-quality tokens. Consuming 10 million spirit stones, he chose to enhance Direction 6, resulting in a legendary hero token. Before the two armies, a magnificent beam of golden light soared into the heavens. As the brilliance dissipated, a golden hero token appeared in Jiang Chun's hand. Recruit. Such a powerful commotion inevitably alerted the enemy. The resounding voice of the King of the Hills echoed forth. "Human Lord, what do you intend to do?" Jiang Qin paid no heed to his surroundings, instead fixating intently on the figure gradually becoming discernible within the luminous portal. Was another trip necessary? It all hinged on whether the second legendary hero would prove formidable. Throughout the afternoon, he had vanquished nearly 1,000 foes, the majority of which were high-tier monsters, amassing a total of 620,000 units of energy. Coupled with the bounty from his territory, his energy reserves had now surpassed an impressive 800,000. This was more than sufficient to instantaneously cultivate a fully fledged legendary hero. As Jiang Qin pondered, the silhouette of the second legendary hero finally stepped forth from the portal of light. Clad in resplendent silver armor and adorned with a golden crown, a pair of magnificent, pristine wings elegantly enveloped her form. She possessed a statuesque figure, gracefully curvaceous. Merely standing there, an aura of majesty and sanctity enveloped her, upon beholding her exquisitely refined visage. Reminiscent of a character from a comic, Jiang Qin instinctively murmured, "North of the galaxy." The arrival of this hero unequivocally confirmed Jiang Qin's suspicions. Indeed, he had summoned the heavens. At that moment, the hero finally opened her eyes and softly intoned, "The battlefield of myriad races, the competition of countless factions. A brand new world, a novel system of power. Could this be the unknown universe we have long sought? Having just crystallized my sacred form, perhaps only in my departure can Aini Shide ascend as the new angel king, carrying forth the just order of my sovereign, Kaisha. This place is truly my finest sanctuary." With that, the angelic hero raised her long sword and offered a slight bow to Jiang Qin, her voice deep and resonant. "My lord, the angel, Yin, is at your service." Jiang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely concerned that this angelic figure, Yin, might throw a tantrum upon her arrival, much like the Empress did. Jiang Qin immediately glanced at the attributes of Angel Yin. Yin, Legend, Level 1 Affection, 70 Attributes, Physique 38, plus 100, plus 5, Spiritual Power 33, plus 100, plus 5, Soul 15, plus 100, Burden 15, plus 100. Equipment, Thunder Sword, Silver Blade Armor. Technique, Sacred Body Novice, a level. Skills, Heavenly Blade Strike, Grand Perfection, a level. Thunder Power Grand Perfection, a level. Wormhole Defense Barrier Minor Perfection, a level. Sacred Knowledge Repository, a level. Angelic Martial Arts Transcendence, C level. Troop Command, Angel Race, B. Combat Power, 128. So formidable. The renowned Sacred Body has actually been classified as an A-level technique by the Tao of Heaven. Although it is merely at the novice stage, it possesses the terrifying effect of an additional 100 points to all attributes. Naturally, as the hero's level increases, the contribution of the technique to the attributes will diminish unless a breakthrough to a higher tier is achieved. Furthermore, Angel Yin also inherently possesses 4 A-level skills, along with the transcended angelic martial arts. Jiang Qin could not help but exclaim, "What a valiant hero this is." The term valiant hero refers to a hero unit whose abilities are predominantly centered around individual combat, also known as a high-level soldier. This is by no means a derogatory term. Although Angel Yin does not possess the innate ability to summon unit buildings like the Empress, and her hero command is merely rated at level B, her personal combat prowess undoubtedly enables her to effortlessly vanquish a dragon squad of equal rank. Jiang Qin was exceedingly pleased with this recruitment. Jiang Qin declared, "Yin, the king of the hill before us shall soon be your adversary." The angel Yin, able to share Jiang Qin's vision, glanced at the king of the hill situated a kilometer away and shook her head, saying, "My lord, I must report that my powers have been diminished by the battlefield of myriad races. I am not currently a match for it. However, if you insist, I am willing to perish for the sake of glory. Rest assured, I do not wish for your demise." Jiang Qin replied, waving his hand to shower a cascade of golden light, proclaiming, "Level up." With the expenditure of 2,000 energy points, your hero Yin has ascended to level 2. A further 5,600 energy points were consumed, resulting in the angel Yin advancing directly to level 10. Additionally, with the expenditure of 18,000 energy points, your unit, the Brahma Sound Celestial, has reached level 6. Furthermore, 23,800 energy points were consumed, elevating all 9 heavenly sanuses to level 7. By the afternoon, the energy reserves had once again been depleted. Following her upgrade, the combat prowess of the Angel Yin instantaneously soared to 380 stars. with her physical attributes reaching an impressive 530 points. Jiang Chen inquired, "What about now?" After a moment of contemplation, the angel Yin responded, "We are prepared for battle." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed once more. "Your hero Yin has unlocked an A-class skill, Dark Dimension Branding." Another A-class skill, indeed. Jiang Chen swiftly glanced at the skill description. Dark Plane Imprint. It allows the current life state of a unit to be inscribed into the dark plane of Yin. When the marked individual suffers a fatal injury, the angel Yin instantly expends 100 points of spiritual power to restore them to their life state prior to the imprint. Currently at the novice level, it can imprint a maximum of 10 units and can resurrect 1 unit per day. If the angel Yin lacks sufficient spiritual power, the skill cannot take effect. Ha ha ha, is this not akin to a resurrection spell? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Yin, imprint the 9 Heavens Holy Princess. Although the 9 Heavens Holy Princess is a legendary class of warriors, enhanced by the Empress's dominion, she truly lacks the substantial strength of a divine warrior. Yin nodded in agreement and, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed 9 streams of dark energy, enveloping the 9 holy princesses. All set. Jiang Chen nodded and then loudly outlined the strategy. The dwarven gunmen will undoubtedly concentrate their fire, possibly even employing the headshot skill. Therefore, 9 Heavens Saints, you and your companions shall employ the Great Samurai Sword technique to unite the void barriers, safeguarding our forces. Goddess warriors, you must. Long Jiu, lead the charge and commence the assault. Indeed, the Empress did not hear her name. My lord, shall I still protect you? Jiang Chen declared with solemnity. Your mission is of utmost importance. The Empress replied, very well. This moment is far removed from the safety of her lord's estate within the territory. Soon, under the leadership of Angel Yan, the forces of the territory charged directly towards an enemy, vastly outnumbering them. A great battle was imminent. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there was a glimmer of anticipation. Slaying an 18th level legendary hero would yield an immense energy of 1,000,000, not to mention the treasures that would be dropped. Along with the Dwarven King's palace, as the two sides approached within 300 meters, 9 sacred princesses simultaneously etched a line in the air with their swords. Visible threads instantaneously wove together, forming a void barrier that enveloped everyone on their side, except for Angel Yan. Almost simultaneously, the void barrier erupted with hundreds of protrusions the size of bowls. The Empress, witnessing this, marveled, the range of these dwarven gunners is remarkable. Their lethality is quite impressive. Jiang Chen elucidated that although the dwarven gunner is merely an elite unit, nearly all their attributes are concentrated in spirit and mental power. A level 12 dwarven gunner can achieve a formidable power of 50 stars with a single ordinary shot. Should they aim for a headshot, the power can soar to an impressive 2 times that of a standard bullet. The Empress sincerely remarked, my lord, your vast knowledge is truly admirable. I am but a diligent learner. Jiang Chen waved his hand and spoke eloquently. If hundreds of musketeers concentrate their fire, even a dragon of equal caliber would face a lethal threat. However, their vulnerability is apparent. The loading time for their spiritual bullets is excessively long. As if to validate Jiang Chen's assertion, Long Jiu seized the opportunity while the dwarven musketeers were busy reloading. He descended with 3 colossal dragons. The dragons are coming. Focus your fire on one. Panic ensued among the dwarven musketeers. Oh no, my bullets are not yet loaded. Throwers, quickly help us fend off these dragons. The cries of alarm erupted from the ranks of the dwarven musketeers, but it was already too late. The 4 dragons were now merely a few dozen meters from the ground, their elongated necks lifting slightly, followed by a terrifying surge of black flames. In an instant, the squad of over 100 dwarven musketeers was engulfed by the dragon's fiery breath. Notification: your unit, Long Jiu, has slain the dwarven musketeer, elite, gaining 130 energy and 18 spirit stones. Notification: your unit. The dwarven musketeers are a typical high attack, low defense class, even if they were several levels above the dragons. They could not withstand the dark breath. Curse that dragon, leave me alone. The dwarven musketeers were annihilated in an instant, driving the Hill King into a furious rage. A massive blue hammer shadow spanned 100 meters through the air, arriving ahead of time, seemingly poised to strike Long Jiu. Storm Hammer, even as a sea-level skill. When wielded by an 18-level legendary hero, it could deal devastating damage or even slay Long Jiu. Fortunately, Yan's figure suddenly appeared before Long Jiu. The hammer, imbued with storm energy, collided with the thunderous sword in Yan's hand, producing a resonant clash of metal. However, the hammer soon reached its breaking point, shattering and unleashing a tempestuous force that swept in all directions. Yin stepped out of the storm and scathed. "Hill King, your opponent is me." Though Long Jiao had narrowly escaped disaster, he maintained his composure. "Newcomer, I am not afraid of him, but I appreciate your assistance." With that, he made a hasty retreat. The Hill King, having failed in his strike, uttered no further words and soared into the sky, the tremendous recoil causing the dwarven palace to tremble. The gods descend. As the boundless power of the storm coursed through him, the King of the Hills rapidly expanded, soon transforming into a colossal figure towering at 8 meters. In an astonishing display, he accelerated again in midair, descending upon Angel Yin with a fierce momentum. Angel Yin, invigorated by the thrill of battle, summoned the might of thunder, producing a terrifying resonance that drew the attention of the goddess warriors, who shared the same lightning affinity. Moments later, a cataclysmic clash erupted as storm and thunder collided in the air. The fierce confrontation of two legendary heroes at the A-grade skill level unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, creating a miniature tidal phenomenon that swept through the surrounding space for 100 meters. The Empress, sensing the intensity of their battle, sighed, reflecting. "If only my great samurai sword technique were perfected, perhaps I could engage the King of the Hills in a prolonged struggle, even wear him down. Yet, in truth, I am no match for him now." Jiang Chun hastened to offer reassurance, stating, "As a bodyguard, your strength is more than sufficient." This provoked the Empress to the brink of exasperation. Moments earlier, Jiang Chun had employed a subtle strategy, rendering the dwarven riflemen utterly ineffective, leading to their total annihilation. What remained was the close combat. Thunder projection. At a distance of several dozen meters, 5 divine warriors seized the initiative, swiftly dispatching 5 heavily armored goat knights. Thunder battle form. They then unleashed their ultimate abilities, plunging into the fray. The 9 heavens holy maiden, without waiting for the great samurai sword technique to dissipate, began to unleash a barrage of skills. Holy word technique. Crimson arc. Heavenly sound 9 kills. The 4 colossal dragons, after circling in the air, entered a state of fury, descending upon the enemy ranks. Your unit, Giselle, eliminated a heavy armored goat knight, excellence, earning 18,000 energy and 2,000 spirit stones. Your unit, Zizishan, vanquished a long-bearded warrior. Despite the higher tier of the Dwarven Palace's troops, the disparity in unit grades was significant. Beneath the King of the Hills lay only the excellent units, lacking even the epic-level Storm Guardians. The battle instantaneously tilted in favor of Jiang Chen's side. The melodious reports of victory echoed incessantly in Jiang Chen's ears. Within mere minutes, the dwarven forces had been entirely decimated, while Jiang Chen's side sustained only minor injuries to the 4 massive dragons due to their size. Even Yan's revival technique remained unnecessary. At this moment, only the combat involving 2 legendary heroes persisted. If it were up to Jiang Chen, he would prefer a collective effort to swiftly conclude the battle. However, Yin beseeched, "My lord, as a warrior, may I request the opportunity to complete this battle independently?" The 5th principle from the People's Education Edition, the Lord's Guide. If possible, one should grant heroes and units ample freedom and respect, as their rewards may be even greater in return. The current situation was entirely within control. Furthermore, considering the somewhat over-the-top personalities typical of characters in such passionate tales, Jiang Chun pondered. Jiang Chun did not refuse, but rather, with fervor, urged, "Go and relish your battle, Yin." The Empress nearby shivered in response. Notably, Yin felt the respect emanating from him, resulting in a rise of 5 points in his favorability, now totaling 75. The Hill King recognized that the tides of fate had turned against him. Yet, he chose not to flee. The Storm Dwarves vowed to resist until death, preserving the last vestige of dignity for their clan. After several more minutes, the Hill King's spiritual energy was depleted, and he exited his divine state, looking weary. "I have lost, and in a one-on-one confrontation at that. This is the consequence of the divine descent." Angel Yin took a deep breath, his expression grave as he declared, "My wormhole defense barrier is on the brink of collapse. If the divine descent continues for a few more minutes, you shall be the victor. You are a formidable opponent." His eyes transformed into a brilliant white as he slowly lifted the thunder sword, its weight seemingly immeasurable. Astonishingly, energy coiled in the void, and a colossal energy sword, several meters wide and dozens of meters long, materialized above the Hill King's head. "I shall bestow upon you the dignity of the strong." As Angel Yin swung his sword down, the immense energy sword followed suit. The A-class skill, Blade of the Heavens, was unleashed. The Hill King's massive form was cleaved in 2 by the strike. Your hero Yin has slain the Hill King legendary hero, earning 6 million energy, 500,000 spirit stones, 1 legendary hero token, and 1 advanced body tome. Glancing at the battle log, Jiang Chun triumphantly raised his fist. Another legendary hero token? I recall the slogan of the Storm clan in the city of 10,000 realms. Storm products are guaranteed to be exquisite, and it seems that was no exaggeration. In just a few days, the contest for the town chief will commence. And the most significant territorial bonus upon becoming town chief is an increase of 1 in the hero slot. Furthermore, there is an advanced body tome. Advanced body tome. Bound upon use, it enhances physical prowess by 100 points. Each year, each unit, lord, hero, troop, may utilize a maximum of 100 tomes. Jiang Chun opted to utilize the rewards himself. The foundational bounty of 6 million vitality and 500,000 spirit stones, though astonishing in magnitude, was well within Jiang Chun's expectations. This rarity and preciousness are indeed characteristic of high-tier bosses. It is noteworthy that elevating the Empress from level 10 to level 20 requires merely 3 million vitality. At this moment, Angel Yin descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Jiang Chun. My lord, I have fulfilled my duty. Well done. Jiang Chun generously expressed his admiration. Come, accompany me to the Dwarven Palace. Certainly. Angel Yin replied, immediately taking her place alongside the Empress, flanking Jiang Chun on either side. As they stepped into the Dwarven Palace, a notification from the Heavenly Path echoed. Notification, detected wilderness structure unit, Dwarven Palace. Will you disregard destruction and occupation? Jiang Chun spoke softly. Occupy? A burst of radiance flashed by. Jiang Chun has ascended to become the new master of the Dwarven Palace. Without delay, he activated the palace's interface. Dwarven Palace production. Hill King, 1 head every 30 days. Storm Guardian, 1 head every 3 days. Heavy Armored Goat Knight, 1 head per day. Mountain Sentinel, 1 head per day. Dwarven Gunslinger, 10 heads per day. Inventory. Hill King 1, Storm Guardian 2, Dwarven Gunslinger 20. Description. This is a Dwarven Palace produced by the Storm clan. A hallmark of quality. Truly an epic military structure, it offers a vast array of Dwarven units that Jiang Chun could readily name. Prior to the occupation, while Jiang Chun held some expectations for the palace, he remained somewhat reserved. To his astonishment, however, he discovered a delightful surprise. This Dwarven Palace could mass-produce Hill Kings. It is important to note that the Hill Kings mentioned here are mere units and not heroes. Ordinarily, a Dwarven Palace would undoubtedly be capable of recruiting epic units. But legendary units are contingent upon fortune. Furthermore, the production rate is quite substantial. In just 10 years, he could amass 120 Hill Kings. While a decade may seem lengthy for a novice lord, for seasoned lords with over a century of experience, it is merely the duration of a few grand campaigns. Should the information regarding this Dwarven Palace be disclosed, it would undoubtedly incite a maelstrom of bloodshed. After some contemplation, Jiang Chun commenced recruitment. Recruiting 1 Hill King. Recruitment successful. You have lost 5,000 food and 10,000 energy. Recruiting 2 Storm Guardians. Recruitment successful. You have lost 3,200 food and 4,000 energy. Recruiting 20 Dwarven Gunslingers. Recruitment successful. You have lost 4,000 food and 10,000 energy. The Hill Kings require no further elaboration. The more legendary units, the better. As for the epic units, the Storm Guardians, Jiang Chun felt somewhat ambivalent. The reason was straightforward. Although his Tianyin disciples are currently merely exceptional units, they can ascend to true Tianyin disciples through the trials of the Tianyin Pavilion. With the A-grade skill, great subtlety sword style, coupled with Jiang Chun's enhancement capabilities, this has become a tangible aspiration. Under the Empress's dominion, the combat prowess of true Tianyin disciples will vastly surpass that of the Storm Guardians. Nevertheless, since the opportunity has arisen, recruiting 2 as guards is not amiss. After all, their considerable size is well suited for shield bearing. As for the inferior exceptional and rare units, Jiang Chun dismissed them outright, choosing to forego their recruitment. Jiang Chun originally harbored but a singular ambition, to acquire a Dwarven Marksman. Though the quality of the Dwarven Marksman may not be exceptional, it possesses an exceedingly rare attribute akin to that of the Goddess Warriors, rendering it a paragon of cost-effectiveness. Moreover, the advanced troop types of the Dwarven Marksman are intriguingly captivating. Before long, a King of the Hills, 2 Storm Guardians, and 20 Dwarven Marksmen materialized before Jiang Chun. They knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "We pay homage to our esteemed lord." Jiang Chun nodded and stood up, stating that henceforth there was no need for grand formalities. The King of the Hills came equipped with formidable abilities, the Storm Hammer, Thunder Strike, and the Divine Descent, each a powerful skill. The effect of Divine Descent far surpassed the dragon's frenzied heart, rendering its overall combat prowess slightly superior to that of a dragon of the same level, marking it as a highly cost-effective unit. In contrast, the Storm Guardian, while possessing commendable skills such as Charged Heavy Strike and Storm Hammer, boasted rather mediocre attributes. Under equivalent conditions, a goddess warrior could easily contend against two foes. As for the Dwarven Gunslinger, Jiangchen deftly extracted 2 souls of military units, and hence, one was transformed into a rare military unit soul, while the other ascended to an extraordinary military unit soul. Following this, he proceeded to advance a Dwarven Gunslinger. Notification: your unit Dwarven Gunslinger utilizes a rare military unit soul to evolve into the rare unit Dwarven Sniper. Notification: your unit Dwarven Sniper employs an extraordinary military unit soul to advance to the extraordinary unit Dwarven Rocketman. In the Lord's Forum, the Dwarven Rocketman is also referred to as Dwarven RPG. This unit is particularly intriguing. They are not an original military unit of the Dwarven race and are not even recognized by the major clans of the dwarves. This is because they can only be enhanced from military unit souls. It is said to be the creation of a well-meaning lord from millennia ago. However, the drop rate for high-quality military unit souls is exceedingly low, rendering the Dwarven Rocketman extremely rare. Dwarven Rocketman race, Dwarven level, 1 quality, Purple Extraordinary, attributes, Physique 2. Spiritual power 10, Soul 7, Carrying capacity 2. Combat power, 5 skills, Rocket Mental Guidance Overload quite impressive. Jiangchen was exceedingly pleased with the extreme attributes of the Dwarven Rocket Soldiers, continuing to enhance the essence of the troop type. Soon, having consumed 220,000 Spirit Stones and 40 exquisite troop essences, he successfully advanced all 20 marksmen into RPG units. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangchen waved his hand decisively. Upgrade. Elevate everything to level 10. Having just acquired 360,000 units of mana, Jiangchen felt financially extravagant. He commanded the elevation of all dwarf units, including the King of the Hills, to level 10, consuming a total of 768,000 mana. He then addressed the 20 dwarf rocket soldiers. Commence a rocket barrage, targeting the ground 300 meters directly ahead. Yes, my lord. The dwarf rocket soldiers responded. They began to channel their spiritual energy, meticulously preparing the munitions. It took a full half-minute for the rockets to fully materialize. Each rocket measured approximately 1.2 meters in length, entirely composed of condensed spiritual energy, yet appearing as substantial as physical objects, with intricate, delicate runes flickering in and out of visibility. With a whoosh, 20 rockets, trailing long streams of spiritual flames, soared into the sky. Jiangchen suddenly bellowed, "Alter the strike target. The new objective is the hill situated 300 meters to the left." Jiangchen was testing the agility of his mental power guidance, and the results were most gratifying. 20 rockets traced a perfect 90-degree arc in the void before accurately penetrating deep into the target mountain. A second later, a thunderous cacophony of explosions resounded, sending debris and dust soaring 100 meters into the sky. As the haze dissipated, the towering hill, several dozen meters high, had been utterly obliterated. Everyone, save for Jiangchen, stood in stunned silence, including the newly manifested angel of this world, Yin. Long Jiao, frightened, desperately concealed himself behind Jiangchen, exclaiming, "My lord, is this what you call an exceptional weapon? If a few of those hit, little Jiao would be no more." The empress remarked, "Such power may indeed surpass the thunderous projection of the goddess warriors, and its range extends for hundreds of meters. It can effectively combine armor penetration with area damage." Angel Yin murmured to himself, before posing the pivotal question, "My lord, how many of these rockets can they condense?" Jiangchen cast an appreciative glance at Yin. 2 shots. If the overloaded condensed super rocket was employed, only 1 shot would suffice. This would deplete one's spiritual energy, rendering one vulnerable. It necessitates sacrificing physical prowess, mobility, and even ordinary offensive capabilities, all in exchange for 2 strikes that far surpass one's inherent rank. This is the allure of the ultimate military faction. Angel Yin remarked, "This is indeed a formidable weapon for both defense and assault." Jiangchen smiled faintly and remarked, "Each military unit possesses its own unique role. The strategic value of the Dwarven RPG is immense. However, do not expect them to excel in slaying monsters or leveling up. The group could not help but envision the terrifying sight of a rocket shell obliterating a level 1 goblin. As nightfall descended, Jiangchen resolved to return. Giselle, you and the goddess warrior shall escort the newly recruited dwarven warriors overland and return to the territory overnight. The rest of us shall ride the dragon back. The crowd unanimously responded, understood. Jiangchen continued, Empress, Fanine Tian, Zizai Tian, Long Jiu, accompany me. The Empress inquired, where are we going? Jiangchen contemplated and declared, let us embark on a grand venture. And Chu Xiu gazed at the dwarf king Grainy the Storm, who was indulging in copious amounts of drink. Her expression clouded with concern. Utilizing the hero's order was an entropic process, irrevocable in nature. Therefore, and Chu Xiu had no choice but to accept the circumstances as they came. Chu Xiu, based on your description, it is highly probable that there exists a dwarven military structure within those mountains. And Luoshi comforted her with a smile, if we succeed. It would indeed complement our dear dwarf king. Indeed. And Chu Xiu nodded in agreement. Sister Ing and I share the same sentiment. We have made plans to explore the mountains tomorrow. Upon mentioning Ing Man, and Luoshi's expression turned slightly grave. The esteemed Qin family appeared to still have direct descendants. Having such a friend for his daughter was a matter of both fortune and misfortune. Has Jiangchen not responded to you yet? Not yet. And Chu Xiu replied. He is likely quite occupied. Very well. And Luoshi wished to converse with Jiangchen, yet acknowledged that his busyness was beyond her control. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared from the watchtower. And Chu Xiu rose. What is happening? A ranger swiftly appeared, panic evident in his demeanor, my lord. The watchtower has detected a colossal flying creature rapidly approaching the territory. It appears to be. At this moment, the ranger gulped anxiously. What is it? Speak. And Chu Xiu demanded. It is a dragon. The ranger's eyes widened with fear, noting its size as that of a level 10 dragon. A legendary creature? A dragon? And Chu Xiu's voice escalated by several octaves. Just days ago, it was an epic creature, and now it is a legendary one? My luck is truly abysmal. Meanwhile, the disheveled dwarf king set down his barrel and exclaimed, Isn't it I who is truly unfortunate? I have only just arrived. Regardless, the dwarf king grasped his war hammer and stood resolutely by Chu Xiu's side. All units, prepare for defense. And Chu Xiu commanded fiercely. At that moment, the colossal beast was visible to all with the naked eye. My lord, the dwarf king remarked, I sense no malice. Perhaps it is merely passing through. That would be ideal. And Chu Xiu responded swiftly, yet she remained vigilant. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the heavens. Ha ha ha, Chu Xiu, it has been quite some time. I have come to pay a visit. Wait, Jiangchen. And Chu Xiu's face was overtaken by astonishment, swiftly followed by excitement. You have become a dragon knight? Unexpectedly. Jiangchen was equally astonished. Am I mistaken? Is that esteemed lord beside you the city lord? The warning was lifted as Long Jiu descended gracefully into the heart of the territory, his formidable presence inducing tremors among all units within the domain. Jiangchen leaped down from the dragon's back, gazing at Luoshi in astonishment. Is it truly the city lord? How can this be? To Jiangchen's surprise, he effortlessly discerned in Luoshi's attributes. In Luoshi level, 0 attributes. Physique 1, Spiritual Power 1, Soul 1, Capacity 1 status, Invincible 0, Invincible. Could it be that she is a GM? What exactly is a GM? Though Luoshi could not comprehend entirely, her expression indicated that she had gleaned Jiangchen's thoughts. Fear not, Jiangchen, she reassured him. This is merely one of the privileges of a city lord. As I stand now, I possess no abilities. Only the capacity to enjoy the scenery and engage in conversation. Jiangchen exhaled in relief. I see. A celestial tier powerhouse with a combat strength of 1,000,000 stars could effortlessly traverse the new districts. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to engage in this endeavor. And Luoshi scrutinized Long Jiu, her eyes still reflecting astonishment. This was, after all, a legendary unit. As a formidable warlord who had toiled for over 20 years. Her own legendary units scarcely numbered more than 100. And Luoshi quickly deduced the truth of the matter, exclaiming, I never imagined that Jiangchen, having just garnered 10,000 points of prestige at noon and gained worldwide renown, would attract the attention of the Dragon Clan. It seemed that Jiangchen possessed not only exceptional talent but also immense fortune. Indeed, my journey here has not been in vain. Regarding Luoshi's speculative thoughts, Jiangchen found himself genuinely admiring her insight. Your Excellency, the Lord of the City, possesses a discerning eye. Perhaps this truly is the will of heaven. Gazing at Long Jiu and Luoshi finally resolved, Jiangchen, if you do not mind, I would like to have a private conversation with you. Jiang Chun replied with enthusiasm, excellent. Initially, he intended to engage in business with Chu Xiu, but with the arrival of the esteemed boss, the situation could not be more favorable. As he spoke, Jiang Chun turned to the dwarf king beside him and remarked, is this the new hero of classmate Chu Xiu? Indeed. A spirited young man. The dwarf king remained silent. Soon, only Jiang Chun and Luoshi were left. Luoshi began with a grave tone. What I am about to share with you is my greatest secret, as well as Chu Xiu's. I hope you can keep it confidential. Jiang Chun felt somewhat uneasy. Thinking to himself, if it is a secret, perhaps it is best that I do not listen. His curiosity was not so insatiable. He had come solely to pursue a significant business opportunity. Jiang Chun currently possesses 3 million spirit stones, yet this amount proves somewhat inadequate for his forthcoming plans. Luoshi, however, remains unfazed, her gaze imbued with a sense of profound weariness as she inquires, are you aware of who Chu Xiu's father is? Goodness. She broaches the subject of an ex-husband right off the bat. Could Annie be hinting at something? Unbeknownst to Luoshi, Jiang Chun's thoughts are far removed from her intentions as she proceeds to drop another bombshell. In fact, I do not know either. The weight of this revelation is staggering. Jiang Chun could only strive to offer consolation, saying, even the Almighty forgives the errors of the young. I completely understand you. Luoshi was momentarily taken aback, then retorted with indignation, what are you implying? Jiang Chun was taken aback. Did you not mention this? Sigh and Luoshi sighed. Then suddenly posed an unrelated question. Classmate Jiang Chun, you must understand why the countless deities of the first heaven, who are immortal and indestructible, still cannot relinquish their ties to the main world, Blue Star? Naturally, Jiang Chun replied earnestly, the first reason is the propagation of life. The second is the inheritance of power. Exactly. Luoshi nodded. We, the foreign lords, are unable to reproduce in the battlefield of myriad races. However, as territories grow, the intervals for lords to travel back to Blue Star lengthen. Take the first emperor as an example. He can only return to Blue Star once every 100 years. And his last return was 19 years ago. Wait a moment. A spark of realization illuminated Jiang Chun's mind. Are you saying that the first emperor's last return to Blue Star was 19 years ago? Luoshi replied with clarity. While this matter is not classified information, it is not widely publicized, so it is not surprising that you were unaware. Jiang Chun's heart raced with excitement. He finally understood why the naming Yin Man seemed somewhat familiar. He had previously thought he had encountered it during the National Lord competition. However, it now appeared that he had merely glimpsed it on some social media platform in his past life. Zhengge is truly remarkable, even after thousands of years. He is still capable of procreation. Jiang Chun swiftly steadied his emotions and inquired with curiosity, what relevance do these matters have with Chu Xiu's father? Luoshi, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, perhaps my knowledge is limited. Yet Chu Xiu is indeed the only human individual I am aware of who has thrived in the battlefield of myriad races. At this juncture, Luoshi inexplicably added, moreover, it is through asexual reproduction. Jiang Chun was taken aback. It turned out that Chu Xiu was a child without a father. Luoshi's eyes were filled with reminiscence. I recall that year when I unveiled a mythical item, the maternal source liquid. Yet the description merely stated, drink it for an unexpected delight. I was so exhilarated at the time that I did not ponder further. However, after consuming it, I realized that unexpected delight is simply a euphemism for being with child. It is all due to the absence of journey to the west in this world. Jiang Chun silently scoffed and then inquired curiously, but why are you telling me all of this? In response to Jiang Chun's question, Luoshi's expression turned grave as she remarked, do you not realize? In just 3 days since the opening of the region, Chu Xiu has already encountered 51 rare monsters, 14 exceptional monsters, and 2 epic monsters. This does not even account for the mountain sentinels from a certain squad. Fortunately, among the epic monsters, one tiger demon was slain by an Yin Man, and the other did not recklessly initiate an attack. Otherwise, Chu Xiu would have been in grave danger. Jiang Chun was somewhat at a loss for words. Do you mean to say that due to Chu Xiu's extraordinary origins, she possesses a unique constitution that attracts formidable beings? Just this morning, he was lamenting about this very matter, and to his astonishment, it swiftly transformed into reality. Moreover, unbeknownst to Luoshi, he had just vanquished a legendary creature several kilometers away. Jiang Chun began to comprehend why Luoshi had chosen to confide in him so openly. Although this remains my conjecture, it is quite likely to be accurate. Indeed, Luoshi rose and performed the customary greeting befitting a lord. In 3 days, You shall be able to construct a teleportation array. Should Chu Xiu encounter peril, I hope you will extend your assistance. In return, I shall take upon myself the grievances you hold against those noble families. If you wish, you may return to Blue Star at once. Jiang Chun was indifferent towards those noble families. Yet how could he refuse a boss presented to him so conveniently? Though elated within, he still questioned. Do you trust me so readily? And Luoshi replied with composure. Firstly, I have just reviewed your dossier. The ventures you have undertaken, such as Alipay and Pinduoduo, may seem ludicrous, yet they undeniably reflect your expansive thinking and unorthodox approach. Secondly, perhaps it is precisely such boundless imagination that enables you to be the creator of exceptional troops. Thirdly, your recent procurement of the Epic Hero Order clearly demonstrates your integrity and sincerity. After all, not everyone can resist the allure of an epic hero. Ultimately, what solidified my decision was your dragon. Though in Luoshi's analysis was entirely mistaken, it was reasoned and persuasive, earning trust. My lord, I accept your proposal. Jiangchen also rose to return the greeting, then proceeded to the main topic. I came here with the intention of engaging in a significant transaction with Chu Xiu. Since I have encountered the esteemed lord of the city, it is even more fortuitous. A significant transaction? And Luoshi was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the military faction you created can now reverse engineer the military talismans? Jiangchen immediately shook his head. What a joke. He created his own army solely because the Empress came with a unique military structure. Who could possibly reverse engineer the military symbol? Please, let the city lord take a look. Jiangchen waved his hand, revealing a photograph of the Dwarven King's palace interface. With a gasp, and Luoshi, who had weathered countless storms and possessed a shrewd disposition, could not help but exclaim, the Dwarven King's palace? The very palace capable of producing the King of the Hills. Her reaction was swift, and she spoke in a low voice. This Dwarven King's palace, it cannot possibly be located in the mountains to the east of the early summer territory, can it? Jiangchen replied with composure, indeed. And Luoshi observed Jiangchen with a calm demeanor. So, you intend to negotiate terms with Chu Xiu using the military structures from within Chu Xiu's territory? Jiangchen stood his ground firmly. Yet now, this dwarven palace is under my dominion. The crux of the matter is, do you truly believe that with the current military strength of Chu Xiu, we could seize a dwarven palace? Moreover, if the Xian Qiningjiao were to intervene, would there be any share left for Chu Xiu in this dwarven stronghold? And Luoshi fell into deep contemplation. She could not deny the validity of Jiang Chen's argument. Furthermore, as she turned to gaze at Long Jiao, his body marred with scars, her thoughts raced with urgency. Jiangchen possesses no fewer than 300 elite troops. Such formidable strength compelled even a precious dragon to participate in battle and sustain injuries at that, underscoring the ferocity of the conflict. With this reflection, and Luoshi felt a sense of equilibrium restore within her. What are your terms? Jiangchen proclaimed. A fixed price of 20 million spirit stones grants Chu Xiu the right to recruit all types of units within this dwarven palace, save for the Hill King. Should Chu Xiu wish to enlist the Hill King, it can be arranged at a separate cost of 5 million spirit stones. By exchanging units he deemed utterly worthless for a staggering sum of 20 million, Jiangchen has undoubtedly extracted the utmost value from this dwarven palace. However, and Luoshi appeared somewhat taken aback, for in her estimation, this price was indeed not exorbitant. Seemingly perceiving in Luoshi's thoughts, Jiangchen offered a graceful bow. As you rightly pointed out, this dwarven palace lies within the territory of Chu Xiu. With this, and Luoshi found both her dignity and interests preserved, her countenance once again blossoming into a smile. I agree. But the cash flow in my territory is nearly depleted by your demands. I can only pay 10 million now, with the remainder to be settled upon the reopening of the interdimensional passage. Furthermore, I expect you to provide after-sales service. Jiang Chun was taken aback. What after-sales service? And Luoshi responded, a dwarf king's palace cannot remain concealed for long. Inevitably, it will attract the attention of other formidable powers. I hope you will assist Chu Xiu in safeguarding it. Jiangchen promptly declared, this matter does not require Chu Xiu. Leave it to me. Having already savored the delight of slaughtering other lords, how could he possibly let such a blatant opportunity slip away? The deal was struck. Jiangchen once again received a sum of 10 million spirit stones, with another 10 million yet to be settled. And Chu Xiu presented the finest delicacies from the territory, hoping to entice Jiangchen to share a dinner with her. However, upon glancing at the spread, Jiangchen could not help but chuckle. It turned out to be the spirit snake soup he had sold the previous day. Considering the pleasantness of their collaboration and the potential for future opportunities, Jiang Chun waved his hand, and a magnificent feast materialized upon the table. Aside from 2 servings of epic-quality dragon and tiger duel, the rest were exquisite dishes. These culinary delights were specialties of my territory, and Lorden and Chu Xiu were invited to savor them. Yet, I truly have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave now. With that, he disregarded the astonished gazes of the mother and daughter, mounting the dragon. Homeward bound, Xiao. Certainly, my lord. It was only as the mighty dragon soared into the skies that Chu Xiu regained her senses, shaking her small fist and shouting, Jiang Chun. With my epic hero and commanding troops, I will certainly not be defeated in the mayoral contest against you. Jiang Chun did not look back. He merely waved his hand and said, Stop dreaming. At last, he returned to his domain. As soon as he leaped from the dragon's back, he caught sight of Angel Yan, who was rubbing his belly with a contented expression as he emerged from the drunken, immortal pavilion. Jiang Chun chuckled softly. Yan, how's the food at the territory's cafeteria? The angels of the Malua celestial realm, being warriors, are oblivious to the delights of cuisine, and Yin found herself ensnared. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, one must admit that the Lord is a connoisseur of life, but gluttony only leads to one's downfall. Haha. Jiang Chun laughed heartily at Yan's obstinacy, then turned to the Empress and the others, saying, Come, let us dine. Leaving the angel Yin in a state of confusion, she pondered, why did he laugh so? Have I shattered my persona? In the private dining room marked by the character Tian, Jiang Chun did not hasten to dine. Instead, he opened the regional channel and posted a message seeking to purchase. Jiang Chun, brothers, I seek to acquire armor sets of around level 10, preferably from the ranger class, and I am willing to pay a handsome price. Please note in your private messages, a single stone has stirred up 1,000 ripples. Alas, half a day has passed, and the great ones have finally made their presence known. Everyone, come forth and behold the deity. Brother Jiang Chun, if you allow me to rest for a night, I shall gladly offer you 10,000 spirit stones. Creating an exceptional unit that shatters a century-old record in the Blue Star, can it be true? I say, my brothers, we have spoken for an entire afternoon, and you still do not believe? Present me with the screenshots, and I shall be convinced. Are you foolish? This is not a regional channel. How can I provide a screenshot? Wei Ming, enough. Everyone, do not pay heed to that fool. If anyone possesses the armor set that our esteemed Jiang Chun desires, do not keep it hidden. Huang Xian, Brother Wei, your sycophantic demeanor is rather unbecoming. Brother Wei speaks truthfully. If anyone has what the great Jiang Chun seeks, quickly present it. Under the mobilization of the small town, Jiang Chun soon received private messages from several lords. Jiang Chun, now affluent and influential, effortlessly acquired everything. He casually retrieved a pair of exquisitely crafted courage boots and accessed the enhancement list. A smile graced his face as he seemingly uttered a trivial observation, as expected. After enhancement, it remains a complete set. Jiang Chun began to meticulously examine the enhancement list of several sets of equipment, seeking gear that would befit the disciples of the heavenly sound. Given the expenditure of millions of spirit stones, he dared not act hastily. After a thorough comparison lasting a full 10 minutes, he finally discovered a set that met his expectations. This is the one, he declared. He expended 3 million spirit stones to select enhancement direction for the Flowing Cloud celestial armor, and 2 million spirit stones for the same enhancement direction for the Flowing Cloud celestial shoes. The Flowing Cloud set comprises 4 pieces: armor, helmet, shoes, and weapon, each a legendary artifact. For beams of golden light erupted towards the heavens, startling those present. Once the radiance dissipated, the 4 pieces, exuding immense spiritual power, floated 3 feet above the ground. Jiang Chun's heart swelled with excitement upon witnessing the formidable attributes of the Flowing Cloud set. With this equipment, he could finally mass-produce epic troops. Flowing Cloud celestial armor, legendary, level 10 durability, 150 attributes, physical strength 45, spiritual power 15, soul 15. Carrying capacity -15 skill. Cloud Ring Flowing Cloud celestial sword, legendary, level 10 sharpness, 145 durability, 100 attributes, physical strength 35, spiritual power 15, soul 10. Carrying capacity -12 skill. Cloud Sword Flowing Cloud Celestial Shoes Flowing Cloud Celestial Helmet Set bonus. All attributes, excluding carrying capacity, increase by 40. Additional passive effect body like Flowing Cloud, enhancing speed by 50. The Flowing Cloud set is a quintessential physical equipment set, yielding an impressive increase of 165 points in physical strength alone, with a manageable carrying requirement. making it perfectly suited for a level 10 disciple of heavenly sound. The skills Cloud Sword, Cloud Ring, Cloud Shadow, and Cloud Clarity are equivalent to skills of an A-grade proficiency, with comprehensive coverage in attack, defense, agility, and resistance. It possesses no weaknesses. Observing the attributes of this equipment, the Empress was even more elated than Jiangchen. My lord, adorned in such a powerful set. You surely won't require my protection the next time you venture out to battle monsters, will you? Jiangchen shook his head, saying, The flowing cloud ensemble is not meant for me. The Empress, incredulous, responded, Is it intended for me, then? Not at all. With a mysterious smile, Jiangchen remarked, This is intended for the disciples of Tianyin. The Empress's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting? Just then, the figure of Angel Yin suddenly darted through the window, exclaiming, My lord, I have just sensed a tremendous surge of energy. Could there be an enemy approaching? Following this, she gasped in awe. Such formidable equipment. Moreover, it appears that the four pieces can resonate with one another. Have you all had your fill? Once satisfied, join me at Tianyin Pavilion. Jiangchen rose and said to Tian Shiyin, Yin, come along as well. Although it was already nighttime, disciples continued to enter and exit the Tianyin Pavilion. After all, the pavilion boasted special cultivation areas such as the Enlightenment Room and the Spirit Gathering Room, where training proved far more effective. Jiangchen observed for a moment and selected a disciple with a commendable level of skill proficiency. What is your name? He inquired. The disciple, petite in stature and possessing delicate features, quickly responded upon noticing the presence of both the Lord and the Holy Master. Reporting to you, my lord. My surname is Li and my given name is Yin. A fine name indeed, he remarked. Jiangchen waved his hand, scattering a cascade of golden light. Consuming 1760 energy points, the unit Li Yin leveled up to level 4. With an expenditure of 35,000 energy points, Li Yin ascended directly to level 10. Upon reaching level 10, the disciples of Tianyin would be able to commence their trials. Immediately thereafter, Jiangchen waved his hand once more, and the flowing cloud set materialized before Li Yin. Put it on and enter the trial tower. A series of unexpected events left Li Yin in a state of astonishment. Is this legendary equipment? The Empress, who had been holding back her frustration for quite some time, finally spoke softly. My lord, the purpose of the trial tower is to temper their willpower and skills. Is such a shortcut truly appropriate? Jiangchen retorted. What is the purpose of honing one's will? The Empress replied. Naturally, it is to become a formidable being. Then what am I doing now? Jiangchen remarked with a faint smile. If one is fortunate enough to be born in Rome, why would one embark on a long journey to reach it? Is it a quest for suffering? The Empress was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, her statement held a semblance of truth, yet it did not apply in the context of the battlefield of myriad races. As a competent lord, Jiangchen sought to maximize benefits. Meanwhile, Li Yin had already donned the flowing cloud ensemble. Under the Empress's command, her basic attributes were as follows. Li Yin, level 10. Attributes: Physique 288, Spiritual Power 182, Soul 128, Capacity 3. Skills: Great Samurai Sword Technique. Jiangchen could not help but exclaim, What on earth is this? This is hardly the panel of a level 10 extraordinary unit. Li Yin's physique has already surpassed that of a level 10 legendary dragon. And with 5 formidable skills at her disposal, she could likely defeat Long Jiao single-handedly. Jiangchen encouraged loudly, Go ahead, my dear, become the foremost disciple of the Tianyi. Li Yin responded with exuberance, Thank you, my lord, for your support. With that, she excitedly entered the trial tower. Your troops, Li Yin, have applied for the trial. Shall it be approved? Activating the trial tower will consume 36,640 energy points. Approved. The energy required for an epic troop to reach level 10 is approximately 2 to 2.5 times that of an extraordinary troop. If activating the trial tower did not require energy, one could simply wait for the Tianyin disciples to attain higher levels before advancing. Alas, the heavens did not grant Jiangchen the luxury of such an opportunity. The first layer of the trial tower illuminated, immediately attracting the attention and whispers of many Tianyin disciples. Observing this, the Empress remarked, My lord, the trial tower consists of 9 layers. It may take several hours for the disciples to conquer it. I shall remain here to guard it. You may take your rest. Several hours? Jiangchen chuckled. That would be an affront to the legendary set. No sooner had he spoken than the second layer of the trial tower lit up. The Empress was rendered speechless. It had only been a matter of seconds. During the waiting period, Jiangchen placed the 1. servings of spirit serpent soup produced by the Drunken Immortal Tower on the trading platform, maintaining a unit price of 2,000. Although notifications of sales rang out incessantly, the fervor of the previous day was no longer present. Jiang Chun had long been mentally prepared for this. After all, there were only a limited number of affluent second-generation heirs in the novice town. Half an hour later, a notification appeared. Your unit, Li Yan, has successfully passed the trial and ascended to the rank of Heavenly Sound True Disciple Epic. Almost simultaneously, a beam of light descended from the pinnacle of the trial tower, enveloping Li Yan's figure. With an expression of exhilaration, Li Yan exclaimed, My lord, I have succeeded. I am now a true disciple. Jiang Chun immediately inquired, How does it feel? Is it difficult? Li Yan pondered for a moment and replied, Like a swift and effortless destruction. Excellent. Jiang Chun was exceedingly pleased. He opened Li Yan's panel and confirmed that the true transmission of Tianyin was indeed within the Empress's domain. He then addressed the onlooking disciples of Tianyin. Who will be next? The disciples eagerly volunteered, their loyalty significantly increasing, with most attaining scores exceeding 90 points. The astute Fanning Tian stepped forward to maintain order. One at a time, please line up with a spacing of 1 meter. Observing her disciples' reactions, the Empress sighed. It seems I was indeed mistaken. Angel Yin smiled and remarked, In our Meluo celestial court, the combat prowess of angelic warriors scoring 90 derives from the dark planes of the civilizational supreme deity. Thus I wholeheartedly support the Lord's approach. At this moment, night had deepened. Although there were still tasks pending, Jiang Chun, having labored throughout the day, felt a sense of fatigue. Jiang Chun stifled a yawn. He first elevated all the Tian disciples, preparing for their promotion to level 10, and then set the training tower to automatic mode. Following this, he instructed the 9 Heavens Holy Maiden to organize shifts for the Tian disciples to participate in the training. After completing these tasks, Jiang Chun returned to the bedroom of the Lord's mansion. To his astonishment, the area of the mansion had more than doubled with his recent promotion to level 3. Not only was the master bedroom significantly more luxurious, but there were also 2 additional guest rooms. You arrived at the perfect time, Sister Yin, the Empress remarked enviously. You have no idea. I've been sleeping on the ground for several days. Angel Yin hesitated for a moment before saying, I am already 7,000 years old. The Empress. Meanwhile, in Long City on Blue Star, at the Xianyang Palace, Ng Man also let out a yawn, having just awakened. She had been so furious earlier that her bloodline evolved, exhausting her physical functions immensely. Upon returning to Blue Star, she had given a few instructions before collapsing into sleep, causing a commotion within the palace. At this moment, seeing Ng Man awake, a middle-aged female official quietly appeared, saying, Your Highness, the military talismans and hero orders you required have been prepared. Also, Your Highness must be hungry. Perhaps you should have dinner before returning to the battlefield of myriad races. Ng Man rubbed her flat stomach and replied, I am indeed a bit hungry. A sumptuous late-night feast was soon laid out on the table, and as she ate, she casually asked, By June, have there been any significant events happening in the battlefield of myriad races recently? What was initially a casual inquiry took her by surprise when the female official responded, In the new area, a lord has created an exceptional troop type and announced it in the Blue Star domain. Ng Man's gaze sharpened, and she bit into a piece of dragon rib, exclaiming, An exceptional troop type? Could it be that some great figure has entered the new area for a rebirth? Not at all. The official's eyes flashed with confusion. It is actually a youth named Jiang Chun from Donghai City in Jiangnan Province. I know this sounds unbelievable, but this news has been verified through multiple channels. Ng Man was taken aback. Please repeat that. What is his name? Jiang Chun. Impossible. Ng Man hastily probed further. Which novice town does this Jiang Chun hail from? 10,086. The dragon rib slipped from Ng Man's hand and fell onto the table as she murmured, It really is him. This means that the 300 troop types are indeed real. Reflecting on her earlier scornful remarks about Jiang Chun before returning to Blue Star at noon, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The satisfaction she felt in that moment was now overshadowed by the awkwardness of the present. Yet, this fellow has proven quite the gentleman. Refraining from retaliating, at this juncture, the official continued. We suspect that this Jiang Chun is the reincarnation of a celestial being and has already unraveled the mysteries of his birth, although this hypothesis is still under verification. Impossible. Ng Man immediately retorted, How could a country bumpkin who is dazzled by 2 million spirit stones possibly be a reincarnated celestial being? I shall not linger any longer. I shall return to the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Within the palace of Xianyang, it naturally possessed its own dual-realm altar. With a flash of brilliance, Yingman materialized in her domain. Your Highness, you have returned. Meng Tian, as a hero, was not entitled to receive the heavenly Dao announcement. Upon hearing this news from Yingman, she was momentarily struck dumb, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, without regard for the late hour. Yingman promptly initiated a video call to Chu Xiu, just as Chu Xiu was about to retire for the night. Upon seeing her friend, she instantly perked up. Sister Ying, you have finally returned. I knew it. Jiang Chen never tells a lie. Moreover, I have now become a distinguished figure with an epic hero status. Wonderful, wonderful. Jiang Chen must be doing splendidly. Although Yingman feigned indifference, she was genuinely happy for Chu Xiu. With a face full of anticipation, she inquired, what time shall we meet tomorrow? This time, I have brought back 6 epic soldier talismans, including 3 battalions of Iron Eagle warriors. These talismans are bound to specific soldier types. How extravagant! And Chu Xiu sighed in admiration. Then, somewhat shyly, replied, however, there is no need, sister. Jiang Chun has already cleared that mountain range today. This matter could not be concealed for long. So Chu Xiu decided to reveal everything. Moreover, within that mountain range, there exists a dwarven royal palace. An epic soldier-type building, the dwarven royal palace? Yingman exclaimed in astonishment, then gritted her teeth. He has actually beaten me to it again. And Chu Xiu responded, why do you feel the need to add the word again? The next day, Jiang Chun had just risen from his slumber when he learned that the dwarven troops, under the leadership of Giselle, had returned to their territory overnight. Intrigued, Jiang Chun prompted Li Yin to engage in a duel with a storm guardian. As anticipated, Li Yin emerged victorious with an overwhelming display of prowess. Following a night of advancement, the Heavenly Sound's true inheritance had reached a total of 16 individuals. However, the staggering energy expenditure of over 1.7 million had certainly caused Jiang Chun some distress. Including the upgrade of the Dwarven Warriors, the 3.6 million energy consumed from vanquishing the Hill King the previous day had been significantly depleted. After partaking in breakfast, Jiang Chun swiftly assessed the current state of his territory. Heroes, Empress, Yen, troops, 12 Black Dragon elites, 12 Goddess Warriors, 9 Celestial Holy Maidens, 16 true inheritors of Heavenly Sound, 284 disciples of Heavenly Sound, 1 King of the Hills, 2 Storm Guardians, 20 Dwarven Rocketmen, and 16 Centaur leaders. Farmers, 552 farmers, and 2 legendary farmers. Resource points, 41 wood mines, 35 quarries, 25 iron mines for fine iron mines, 1 crystal mine, and 1 gold mine. The forces are formidable and the supplies are abundant. Jiang Chun boasted to himself and then, following his customary routine, opened the mysterious chamber to inspect the day's offerings. A door to anywhere? Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly a promising start. He wondered if he would also win against Yingman. The mysterious little house did not always yield remarkable treasures, aside from the dark bait obtained on the first day. The past few days had only produced materials and equipment. Today, however, it finally yielded something worthwhile, and the price was merely 20,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chun, without a moment's hesitation, initiated a video call with Yingman. The connection was swiftly established, and Yingman appeared somewhat taken aback. The renowned Jiang Chun, a luminary of Blue Star, has reached out to me directly. I am truly flattered, she expressed with astonishment. Jiang Chun chuckled. Are you joking, esteemed one? I have just acquired a portal of my own. Do you wish to have it? Yingman replied eagerly. Yes. However, after 3 books, the territory would allow for the construction of teleportation portals, thus diminishing the practical value of the random portal significantly. Nevertheless, Yingman did not even blink, prompting Jiang Chun to once again marvel at the significance of having a good father. The transaction concluded, and Jiang Chun received another 1 million spirit stones. Yingman continued. Classmate Jiang Chun, I was just about to seek you out. Jiang Chun chuckled. Is there something you wish to discuss, esteemed one? Yingman, with a solemn expression, proclaimed. At this moment, I, Yingman, descendant of the first emperor, formally extend an invitation for you to become my vassal lord. Jiang Chun was utterly astonished. A vassal lord? Are you jesting? He exclaimed. Who invites someone to become a vassal lord at such an early hour? However, considering Yingman's true identity, such an act was not entirely surprising. Yingman, slightly anxious, responded, My identity is unique. I cannot disclose it to you just yet. Nevertheless, trust me. You will not regret becoming my vassal lord. How about I sponsor you with 50 million spirit stones as initial capital? What do you think? Jiangchen remained silent. It must be said, the allure of a wealthy woman is indeed irresistible. However, being a vassal lord entails more than mere words. Under the witness of the heavenly principles, one must not only enjoy power but also fulfill obligations. Noticing Jiangchen's silence, Ing Yiman continued to raise the stakes. How about 100 million? Jiangchen feared that if this continued, he would inevitably succumb. If my memory serves me right, one can only attain the title of vassal lord after becoming the town mayor. Is it merely the position of mayor? Ing Yiman scoffed, considering the current pace of development. It is likely that the contest for the mayoral position will commence in just 2 days. Jiangchen inquired, but what if you cannot become the mayor? Is that so? Ing Yiman finally comprehended, laughing in astonishment. Are you implying that you wish to contest the position of mayor with me? Jiangchen chuckled and said, shall we make a wager? Yiman, brimming with confidence, replied, very well. If you can seize the position of mayor from my grasp, I shall become your vassal lord. Become my vassal lord? Jiangchen felt a flicker of temptation. To claim the daughter of the ancestor dragon would certainly be an impressive feat. However, upon further reflection, he ultimately declined the notion. I still have a fondness for that 100 million spirit stones. The thought of the ancestor dragon descending in wrath with an army from the third heaven truly unsettled him, although the cost of such an action would be substantial. History had shown that it was not without precedent. It seems you are blinded by wealth. Jiangchen's decision left Ing Yiman feeling somewhat affronted. Very well. I shall concede 100 million spirit stones to you, but if you lose, you must become my vassal lord. Jiangchen was elated. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's reins. Ing Yiman was equally delighted. Do you truly believe, Jiangchen, that with merely an epic hero and a host of exceptional troops, you can contend for the position of mayor against me? In the battle for the mayoralty, it is not the quantity of troops that matters, but their quality. Moreover, any examination within the bureaucratic system extends beyond mere combat. It encompasses construction, resource gathering, agriculture, and more. Do you possess high-quality farmers? Prepare to submit and become my vassal lord. Ha ha ha. After proclaiming her victory, Ing Yiman promptly ended the video call. With a sense of resignation, Jiangchen remarked, still as impetuous as ever. However, there was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He pondered the format of the upcoming lord competition. Would it be a secret realm, a tower defense, a series of challenges, a tournament, or perhaps an all-out brawl? Regardless of the method, he found no justification for his potential defeat. Bound by the limitations of heavenly principles, the highest quality items that could be brought into the new zone from the main world were of epic grade. No matter how formidable Zhengge might be, he could never surpass the celestial order. Thus, Jiangchen was confident he would emerge victorious in this wager. The thought of 1 million spirit stones flowing into his coffers in a few days had him cheerfully humming a tune as he retrieved an exquisite talisman. E-grade territory advancement talisman. Add upon use, it can elevate an F-grade lord's talent to E-grade. At the time, there were 3 such talismans in the merchant caravan, all of which he acquired. If memory serves, upgrading green mountains and clear waters to E-grade should render it picturesque. While it might enhance the happiness of his subjects slightly, its practical utility was negligible. But what are the higher grades? The worth of a territory advancement talisman was no less than that of a heart of a lord of equivalent quality. Hence, no one had ever considered using high-grade territory advancement talismans on a leisure-oriented lord talent like green mountains and clear waters. After all, with that kind of money, it would be far more cost-effective to purchase a finished product. But I am different. I possess the ability, yet lack the choice. With this thought, Jiangchen sprang into action. He expended 100,000 spirit stones to select Enhancement Direction 2, acquiring a D-grade territory advancement talisman. He then spent 1,000,000 spirit stones to choose Enhancement Direction 3, obtaining a C-grade territory advancement talisman. Once the enhancements were complete, Jiangchen gently tossed the 3 territory advancement talismans into the air. The territory advanced, directly elevating his lord talent to C-grade. The 3 talismans transformed into shimmering particles of energy, which were absorbed into the Lord's mansion. Notification: you have used the E-grade territory advancement talisman. Your Lord talent has been upgraded to picturesque. Effect retained from the original talent. Notification: you have used the D-grade territory advancement talisman. Your Lord talent has been upgraded to spring-like all year round. The effect is immediate. Jiang Chun, having invested significantly in various attribute books, has now attained a modest level of expertise with a keen sense of perception. He senses that the surrounding environment has instantaneously adjusted to his utmost comfort, and with a deep inhalation, he feels invigorated and refreshed. Moreover, according to the description of his talent, this effect appears to vary from individual to individual. For instance, if Jiangchen were to recruit a Flame Lord, that particular Flame Lord would also experience an environment most suited to their needs. A prompt indicates, you have utilized a C-grade territory advancement talisman, elevating the Lord's talent to Mist of Spirituality. A crackling sound reminiscent of an eggshell shattering resonates. Wisps of spiritual energy manifest from the void at a visible pace. Soon, the 30,000 square meters encompassed by the territory is suffused with abundant spiritual energy, with occasional glimpses of vapor spiritual essence. Remarkably, the concentration of this spiritual energy is likely tenfold compared to before. The Empress, having appeared beside Jiangchen at some point, notes that the spiritual energy concentration within the Heavenly Drunken Pavilion's premier suite is merely 5 times. Under this heightened concentration of spiritual energy, not only does the speed of cultivating skills accelerate, but the recovery rate of spiritual power also quickens. Consequently, disciples of Tianyin can frequently unleash their skills, and the Great Samurai Sword technique can swiftly advance from proficiency to mastery. Jiangchen gazed out and discovered that, indeed, the disciples of Tianyin, who were currently taking a respite in the territory, were celebrating joyously, their loyalty once again on the rise. Jiangchen nodded and remarked, while it is undoubtedly advantageous for martial arts and skills to be as formidable as possible, one must not forsake the essentials for trivial pursuits. The foundation of the myriad races battlefield remains the attainment of higher levels. After the territory has advanced, Jiangchen found himself with no pressing matters at hand, finally experiencing a rare moment of leisure. He did possess a deep-sea lure, yet he intended to employ it for a grander purpose. Thus, he resolved to wait until he accumulated a greater number of the Tianyin true transmissions before utilizing it, for prudence remained paramount. With time on his hands, he decided to organize his inventory from the past few days. The term inventory primarily referred to low-tier treasure chests, 845 exquisite chests and 623 ordinary chests. Just then, a notification suddenly echoed. Oh, was there yet another announcement in the regional channel? Jiangchen cast a glance at the announcement. In light of the remarkable development of Town 10086, the resource collection leaderboard has been activated. The Lord in first place will receive an epic treasure chest, while those ranked 2nd to 10th will be awarded an extraordinary treasure chest. Lords ranked from 11th to 100 will receive a rare treasure chest. Calculation rules dictate that during the ranking period, each unit of common resources obtained will earn 1 point, exquisite resources will yield 10 points, and so forth. The resource points leaderboard is updated in real time. Settlement will occur at noon tomorrow. Resource collection? Intriguing. Jiangchen opened the leaderboard below. 1. Wei Ming, 11-2. Ying Yiman, 9-3. Huang Xian, 8-4. Tu Shanyaya, 7. The scores on the leaderboard are updated in real time. Perhaps Wei Ming had just produced 1 unit of exquisite resources, propelling him to the top. Yet, merely 5 seconds later, he was surpassed by Ying Yiman. Observing the leaderboard, Jiangchen silently took out 1 unit of crystal. He consumed 100 spirit stones to enhance direction 2 and 1, resulting in empty crystals. Empty crystals are a byproduct of ordinary crystal mines, possessing a rare quality and are essential for constructing teleportation portals. Other lords in the town might scarcely possess even 3 levels. Thus, Jiangchen was not in a hurry to build the portal. The moment he enhanced and obtained the empty crystals, in an instant, Jiangchen garnered an additional 100 points, ascending to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. Indeed, the resources acquired through enhancement are considered part of territorial resource collection. Meanwhile, the regional channel was already abuzz. Resource gathering. This is perhaps the only equitable ranking since the inception of the server. The prominent figures commenced with superior quality farmers, yielding several times the output. Can one truly call that fair? How on earth did the esteemed Jiangchen suddenly accrue 100 points? Does anyone recall the bloody incident triggered by that gold mine? Gold is a scarce commodity, each unit worth 100 points. Soon, another underdog emerged. As in Chu Xiu swiftly and steadily climbed to the first position. How astonishing is Goddess in S prowess. She has reached the top. And Chu Xiu remarked, Most of the resource points near my territory are of high quality, leaving me short on ordinary resources. Such a display of opulence inevitably evoked envy and resentment. Only Jiangchen comprehended the underlying truth. It appears that in Chu Xiu's constitution not only attracts formidable entities but also high-quality resources. Truly enviable. Ing Man exclaimed, Chu Xiu's luck is simply extraordinary. With a multitude of epic farmers, Ing Man surged to the second position, and Chu Xiu offered, if you need, Sister Ing, you may come to my territory to gather resources. Ing Man promptly replied, No. You possess high-tier resource points, and I have epic farmers. Let us compete for the first position on our own merit, creating a legendary tale. And Chu Xiu exuberantly agreed. Very well. Indeed, within 10 minutes, the two women distanced themselves from Jiang Chun, as he only had 2 legendary farmers. Wei Ming remarked, epic farmers. It seems that the first position will be decided between these 2 goddesses. Huang Xian added, could this be the breaking of Jiang Chen's first-place curse? Suddenly, someone exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, resources obtained from treasure chests also count. Had I known, I would have hoarded my treasure chests earlier. Ha. I have accumulated dozens of unopened chests. Previously, I feared obtaining resources, but now I genuinely hope they are all resources. Dozens of treasure chests? I am utterly envious. Observing this, Jiangchen cast a glance at the thousands of treasure chests filling his warehouse. His expression tinged with doubt. Is this a fortuitous gift of first place? Do I possess some special constitution? Shaking his head to dispel the peculiar thoughts, Jiangchen called out, Empress, it's time to open the treasure chests. Upon hearing treasure chests, the Empress instantly appeared beside Jiangchen, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Are there epic treasure chests? None, Jiangchen replied. Could your abilities conjure some? This truly has become addictive. Jiangchen retorted with irritation. Absolutely not. We must focus on our tasks. If we work diligently today, we shall reap the rewards by tomorrow. Naturally, the ordinary treasure chests held little significance. Jiangchen remained resolute in his intention to enhance them all into the most cost-effective exquisite chests. After all, the exquisite chests at least have the potential to yield blueprints. And in any case, 100 spirit stones are not overly expensive. Thus, the plan was set. Jiangchen and the Empress, each with their distinct roles, one enhancing, the other initiating, were busily engrossed in their tasks. Upon opening a splendid treasure chest, Jiangchen acquired the cow-slaying blade, Exquisite 1, followed by the procurement of 70 units of exquisite timber from another chest. However, the lords who had been monitoring the leaderboard became increasingly agitated. Merely a minute later, the Empress unveiled an astonishing quantity of exquisite resources, amounting to thousands of units and over 10,000 points, propelling Jiangchen to the pinnacle of the rankings with remarkable ease. Wei Ming remarked, Boss Jiang seems to be indulging in treasure chests, doesn't he? Ing Man retorted. How much can one truly gain from treasure chests? It's merely a fleeting ascent to the top, utterly meaningless. Tu Shanyeya interjected, Sister Ing, shall we place a bet? Let's wager on this. Ing Man questioned, you still believe Jiangchen will emerge victorious, yeah? Tu Shanyeya replied, indeed. I wish to profit. Ing Man chuckled, haha, yeah. You are adorably naive. And Chu Xiu advised, yeah, heed your sister's counsel. Jiangchen's rise to the top through treasure chests is but temporary. Once the chests are depleted, he will be left with no strength, especially with over a day remaining until the final tally. This reasoning was sound, causing Tu Shanyeya to waver. In her hesitation, the betting pool never materialized. Jiangchen's points have surged to 20,000. Wei Ming, Jiangchen is truly remarkable. He must have opened over 100 exquisite treasure chests. Ing Man, what does it matter? He can open 100, but can he open 1,000? Several minutes passed. Jiangchen's score has surpassed 100,000. Tu Shanyeya inquired, Sisterin, is it still time for me to open a betting table? And Chu Xiu was equally astonished and began to feign ignorance. It appears that the situation is quite tense. The majority of the lords paused their tasks, fixated on the rapidly and steadily fluctuating numbers at the top of the leaderboard. In less than an hour's time, Jiangchen's score has finally surpassed the remarkable milestone of 500,000. Ing Man could no longer contain her frustration. This cheat. Tu Shanyeya lamented, oh no, I've missed another opportunity for a fortune. And Chu Xiu remained silent. The excitement among everyone was palpable. The esteemed Jiangchen has surely opened 1,000 exquisite treasure chests. What an astonishing drop rate. Could it be that the talent of green waters and blue mountains truly possesses an undisclosed attribute of luck? Perhaps it does, for just yesterday, The Lord's heart imbued with the green waters and Blue Mountains talent was sold out in Donghai City. Yet, regardless of their frenzy or envy, nothing could impede the swift ascent of Jiang Chen's score. At noon, the resource leaderboard stood as follows. 1. Jiang Chen, 1, 563, 252. In Chu Xiu, 48, 253. Ing Yiman, 46, 672 4. Tu Shan Yeye, 12, 365 5. Wei Ming, 11, 0, 82 6. Jiang Chen, I have completed my task. Although my younger brother has surged to the top of the leaderboard, as the esteemed Yin Man recently stated, this is merely a temporary position. After all, there remains a full day, so let us all strive diligently. Yin Man, with over 1 million points, even if we were to bind Yin Man and Chu Xiu together, it would be impossible to surpass Jiang Chen in just one day. Moreover, Jiang Chen's original output is already substantial. This implies that with 1 day left until the leaderboard is revealed, Jiang Chen has effectively secured victory. It's as if he is proclaiming, "You may all vie for second place." And Chu Xiu, unusually sardonic, remarked, "Yeye, shall we wager on who will claim the second position?" Tu Shan Yeye, but I only wish to bet on brother Jiang Chen's triumph. After a considerable time, someone timidly inquired, could a scholarly individual elucidate how the esteemed Jiang Chen achieved this? It must require at least 2,000 or 3,000 rare treasure chests. The crowd engaged in animated discussion, yet they could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Ultimately, the consensus among them was singular. Jiang Chen is indeed a prodigious talent. Jiang Chen quietly observed the screen, intrigued by who would be the first to decipher the answer. At that moment, Tu Shan Yeye suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it. It's the Hall of Prestige, isn't it?" Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Chen let out a light chuckle. The little fox displayed quite a quick wit. And Chu Xiu also came to a realization. Yeye is truly astute. How did I not think of that? Many still harbor doubts. Wei Ming elucidated. It appears that Boss Jiang has fortuitously discovered a prestigious hall, utilizing all 10,000 points of prestige from his self-created troop reward to exchange for exquisite treasure chests. Impressive. My respect for you is boundless. The Prestige Hall is a structure that randomly appears in the wild, with an uncertain duration, variable exchange items, and unpredictable stock. Yiman exclaimed, "Ah, I feel as though the heavens are aiding him." Wei Ming replied, "I apologize, Boss Jiang. I should not have questioned your ability to secure the top position. From now on, I shall certainly learn from Yeye and support our leader wholeheartedly." Tu Shan Yeye retorted, "Are you implying that I lack intelligence?" Hee. At this juncture, Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Glancing at Wei Ming, he suddenly recalled his own half-abandoned centaur lair. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Jiang Chen initiated a video call with Wei Ming. The call connected instantly. Yet the sounds of cheers and clashing weapons resonated from the other end. Jiang Chen expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, Wei brother. I saw you in the water group earlier and assumed you were free, not realizing you were engaged in battle. Should I contact you later?" Before Jiang Chen could hang up, Wei Ming appeared on the screen, his face adorned with a broad smile. "It's merely a small goblin tribe. It's nothing to worry about. Please, Jiang Chen, feel free to instruct me on any matters." One could sense Wei Ming's excitement even through the screen. Jiang Chen confirmed that there was no danger on Wei Ming's side before he smiled and said, "There exists a centaur lair situated between our territories. It can produce centaur warriors, centaur captains, and centaur leaders. However, it has become of no use to me. I wonder if Brother Wei might have any interest?" Elite troops hold no value for Jiang Chen, yet they are exceedingly beneficial for ordinary lords. A glimmer of delight appeared in Wei Ming's eyes as he readily responded, "Thank you for your consideration, boss. I will promptly transfer 100,000 spirit stones to you." "That is far too much." Jiang Chen felt satisfied with Wei Ming's promptness, yet he replied, "Let us stick to the market price, which is 30,000 spirit stones." Wei Ming did not insist. "All right, boss. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." After ending the communication, Jiang Chen chuckled. "This fellow has good character and knows how to seize the moment. I might consider promoting him when the opportunity arises." After unexpectedly acquiring an epic treasure chest, Jiang Chen began to categorize the bounty. With 150,000 units of exquisite resources, he had enough to utilize for 4 books. Additionally, there were over 2,000 pieces of refined equipment. Jiang Chen instructed Fan Yin Tian to distribute the finely crafted equipment to the disciples of Tianyin Pavilion who were in need, for even modest enhancements are preferable to none. The remainder was to be cast into the trading post, with an auction duration set for 1 hour. With Jiang Qin's intervention, the delicate balance of supply and demand in the quaint town was instantly disrupted. The regional channels were filled with lamentations from some, while others reveled in exuberance. Alas, my economic territory relies solely on the sustenance of a singular elite blacksmith. With such upheaval, bankruptcy looms on the horizon. Jiang Qin, the formidable figure, has brought back an exquisite military insignia from Blue Star, just when my sister finds herself in need of armaments. Beyond resources and equipment, what Jiang Qin values most are the blueprints: Agricultural Field Blueprint 11, Ranch Blueprint 4, Arrow Tower Blueprint 8, Watchtower Blueprint 2, Spring Blueprint 1, Beehive Blueprint 1. This truly signifies a bountiful harvest. At last, the Watchtower is within reach. Just yesterday, upon visiting in Chu Xiu's territory, Jiang Qin found himself envious of the Watchtower. Upon accessing the enhancement list for the Watchtower, a smile graced Jiang Qin's face. Indeed, there exists the Lookout Tower, a structure capable of countering invisibility. However, with finances still relatively abundant, Jiang Qin was not content with merely constructing the Lookout Tower. After some contemplation, he chose the most cost-effective option, consuming 200,000 spirit stones. He opted for enhancement direction, the lighthouse. The lighthouse was swiftly erected. Jiang Qin directly elevated it to level 3. Lighthouse level 3. Skill 1. Illuminates the war fog within a radius of 1,300 meters. Skill 2. Marks enemy hidden units lasting for 5 minutes. Skill 3. Under the light of the lighthouse. It can dispel certain negative states of allied units to a degree. The effectiveness is influenced by the lighthouse level and the strength of both parties. Skill 4. Nighttime illumination. With adjustable brightness. Quite impressive. The first 3 functions are undoubtedly practical combat skills. The 4th function serves as a streetlight at night, enhancing the happiness index and loyalty of the citizens. After setting the illumination time and brightness of the lighthouse, Jiang Qin took out the blueprint of the spring, his face displaying an unusual expression of indecision. The spring is considered a relatively obscure architectural blueprint. Many buildings on the enhancement list are commendable, such as springs of various grades. Whether for drinking or irrigation, their effects are quite remarkable. However, what truly troubled Jiang Qin was the enhancement direction at the very bottom of the list. Enhancement direction, Fountain of Life, legendary, consuming 100 million spiritual stones. Although the Fountain of Life does not directly enhance Jiang Qin's combat prowess, its effects are nothing short of extraordinary. Should he opt for the Fountain of Life now, or continue to await a suitable legendary troop building? Jiang Qin still has one opportunity for enhancement without consumption. The previous decision to reserve it for the legendary troop building was not merely due to the exorbitant cost associated with such structures, but also because a single legendary troop building could undeniably double Jiang Qin's formidable strength. The Fountain of Life, while capable of swiftly healing injuries and replenishing spiritual energy, serves primarily as a secondary function. Its most terrifying attribute is its ability to resurrect troops and heroes, requiring only a minimal amount of energy and a brief period of time. With the Fountain of Life, Jiang Qin would possess an astounding capacity for sustainability. As long as he is not subjected to merciless assaults on the fountain, he would remain invincible. The choice is indeed challenging. Ultimately, Jiang Qin exhaled softly. Even the materials needed to construct the Fountain of Life demand several tens of millions of spiritual stones for enhancement. He would first await the arrival of the 100 million spiritual stones from Yingyin Man. If, by that time, no suitable troop building is available, he shall proceed to construct the Fountain of Life. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qin carefully stored the blueprint of the spring, along with the blueprint of the hive. After all, he currently possesses only over 6 million spiritual stones, and with the impending battle, these funds must be reserved for contingencies. In the time that followed, the territory developed steadily, and the small town remained tranquil. Until late at night, when Jiang Qin was about to sleep, he suddenly received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Your hero, Yin, has captured an energy stone mine. An energy stone mine? Jiang Qin abruptly sat up from his bed. This was indeed the favorite of the agricultural lords. In the myriad realms of battle, aside from the mainstream activity of slaying monsters, there naturally exist alternative avenues for acquiring energy. For instance, the energy gathering chamber of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. Furthermore, there is the recently discovered energy stone mine by Angel Yan. As long as the farmers engage in its extraction, a continuous supply of territorial energy can be obtained. Although the quantity may be modest, it is distinguished by its stability and safety. Jiangchen promptly constructed a quarry and then assigned several disciples of Tianyin to escort the farmers there. However, is Yin not a bit too disciplined? Still engaging in wild training at midnight. On this particular day, Jiang Chun did not catch even a glimpse of Yin. It was not that Yin was shirking responsibility. Rather, he had diligently contributed 428 battle logs within a single day. Following a brief interlude, Jiangchen fell into a blissful slumber. The next morning dawned. As Jiangchen stepped out of the Lord's manor, Chu Xiu had been waiting for a considerable time, accompanied by 5 valiant goddess warriors. "Good day, my lord," she greeted. The goddess warriors have successfully escorted Nong Yi back to the fold. Jiangchen gazed upon the 6 weary goddess warriors and remarked with a smile, "It is good to have you back. The journey must have been arduous. Rest here in the territory this morning, for we have another fierce battle this afternoon." Initially, to establish the Tianyin Pavilion, Jiangchen had tasked the 6 goddess warriors, led by Chu Xiu, to remain at the gold mine. With the local lords near the mine nearly eradicated by Jiangchen and an abundance of monstrous resources available, he decided to allow them to stay there to enhance their skills. Now, as several battles loomed, he summoned them back. Upon hearing of the impending conflict, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in the eyes of the goddess warriors. "Yes, my lord." At precisely noon, the resource collection leaderboard was updated as scheduled. The top collector was none other than Lord Jiangchen, receiving an epic treasure chest and 300 prestige points. Jiangchen effortlessly reclaimed the top position, once again securing an epic treasure chest. "The Empress, we have obtained an epic treasure chest." As Jiangchen called out, the Heavenly Tao unexpectedly issued another announcement. The announcement detailed the ranking reward system for the next phase. The lord who secures the first position and advances to level 3 will receive a remarkable treasure chest. Those ranked from 2nd to 10th will be awarded a rare treasure chest, while lords ranked from 11th to 100 will receive a fine treasure chest. In the regional channel, someone timidly remarked, "Surely someone has already reached level 3. I believe there is no need for further speculation, aside from the esteemed Jiangchen. I cannot envision anyone else at the pinnacle." Theoretically, Goddessing is surrounded by high-tier resource points, and Goddessing possesses epic farmers, making them popular contenders. However, as I mentioned, that remains purely theoretical. Tu Shanyi commented, "Everyone has become quite adept. It seems I shall earn no more money in the future." Meanwhile, Ying Yinyan and Chu Xiu, Wei Ming, Mu Qingxuang, and others remained silent. At that moment, the Empress appeared beside Jiangchen. "Indeed, the Lord is trustworthy. Where is the treasure chest?" Jiangchen glanced at the Empress and said, "Let us wait a moment longer. Perhaps another extraordinary treasure chest awaits us." Indeed, the announcement came forth. Jiangchen, ranked first among the lords, upgraded 3 volumes, earning an extraordinary reward and a reputation boost of 100. And Chu Xiu, observing the announcement, murmured, "After sending Jiangchen away that day, I spent the night with the dwarf king clearing the crystal mine, to be the first to upgrade to 3 volumes. I woke up at 4 a.m. yesterday. Heaven knows how arduous that was. I never anticipated that I would still fall behind Jiangchen. Soon." A glimmer of anticipation returned to Chu Xiu's face. "I wonder if I can defeat Sister Ying and secure the 2nd place this time?" It was indeed him again. With a flicker of her vertical pupils, Ying Mei unleashed a swift sword aura, cleaving the level 10 mountain demon leader in twain. Taking a deep breath, she gently caressed her chest. Stay calm, stay calm. Thankfully, I refrained from speaking earlier. Otherwise, I would have faced embarrassment again." Meng Tian, standing not far off to protecting Yimei, exhibited a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. "Your Highness, why the anger?" Yimei widened her eyes and retorted, "Sister, how can I not be angry?" Meng Tian quickly smiled. All right, but Your Highness, after your bloodline evolution last time, your base attributes have nearly increased by 30. Although we are here, ensuring your safety, strength is always advantageous." Though Yimei understood this principle, she replied, "I will only be placated if Jiangchen can best me in the Town Lord competition." Meng Tian sighed. "Your Highness possesses the B-rank Lord talent of Golden Armor and Iron Horse, in addition to General Baizong's command. The attributes of the Iron-Breaking Army and Iron Eagle Warriors are already comparable to an ordinary epic 4-star troop. While Jiangchen is indeed extraordinarily talented, his own creations are merely of extraordinary quality. How could they possibly compare to you?" Yimei's 2nd-ranked hero, Baizong, was a burly, stoic middle-aged general. Born into a military family, commanding the Iron-Breaking Army and Iron Eagle Warriors, both at B rank. If it were not for Meng Tian's yin-yang technique that foresees danger, Baizong might have been Yimei's foremost hero. Bai Tsong stepped forward and declared, "If I cannot assist your highness in claiming the position of town lord, I am willing to present my head." Ing Yimei quickly replied, "General Bai, being a nephew of the esteemed Wen Jun, is indeed my elder." Such words are truly excessive. At that moment, the second place was announced. The notification read, and Chu Xiu, ranked second among the lords, upgraded 3 volumes, earning a rare treasure chest and a reputation boost of 50. It was indeed Chu Xiu. Ing Yimei paused momentarily, then rejoiced. "Finally, I am no longer the perennial second." The rankings continued to unfold. Unsurprisingly, Ing Yimei secured the 3rd place. The 4th was Wei Ming, and the 5th was Mu Qingxuang. Ing Yimei nodded. "Lieutenant Mu Qingxuang is quite impressive." Meng Tian smiled sweetly, saying it is indeed worthwhile for His Highness to lend his assistance. Ing Yimei, with a rare serious expression, remarked, "Soldiers who protect their homeland deserve our utmost respect. Lieutenant Mu's territory is in proximity to mine. If I can lend a hand, I shall." Soon, the list was announced, revealing the 10th place. Announcement: Lord Tu Shanyaye has reached the 10th position, upgrading to level 3. Receiving a rare treasure chest 1 and prestige 5. How swift. Already, 10 lords have attained level 3. Just as Ing Yimei finished speaking, a golden announcement suddenly appeared and was pinned to the top. Announcement: Below are the rules for the 10086 Novice Town Battle of the Broken Domain. All lords are advised to prepare accordingly. Immediately, a series of golden announcements followed. Once the number of level 3 lords in the town reaches 100, the protective barrier of the town will dissipate. The lords who achieve level 3, along with their territories, will be teleported to the borders of the town to fend off the invasion of foreign tribes. In addition to the regular acquisition of energy and items, slaying foreign entities will grant points. Click to view point rules. Upon reaching a total score of 1 million, the town will successfully breach the domain, and all lords participating in the battle will receive a 10-point boost to all attributes. Conversely, if the breach fails, all lords will be downgraded to level 2, suffering a 10-point reduction in all attributes. In the Battle of the Broken Domain, the lord with the highest score will be designated as the town mayor, receiving an additional 10-point boost to all attributes and unlocking mayoral privileges. Click to view. Ha. Ing Yimei laughed heartily. "This is splendid. It's a tower defense. This is a sure win." Jiangchen, the vassal lord, thought to himself, "This town mayor competition has only a few modes, thoroughly studied and documented by our predecessors." Ing Yimei's joy stemmed from the fact that in tower defense mode, there is no element of luck involved. It is solely reliant on pure strength. Thus, Jiangchen shared in her excitement. This is a sure win. With 10 lords already achieving level 3, an explosive period is anticipated to commence shortly, either later tonight or by tomorrow, when level 3 lords will reach 100. Of course, based on past experiences, the Heavenly Tao tends to be lenient. The Battle of the Broken Domain may last several hours or even longer. If conditions are met after 9 o'clock in the evening, the battle's start time will generally be postponed until the following morning. I still have at least half a day to prepare, including that deep-sea bait. At this moment, the regional channel erupted into fervent discussions. Wow, I didn't realize so many big shots had reached level 3 already. I haven't even found a crystal mine. My little brother just secured a crystal mine. He expects to reach level 3 by early tomorrow morning. Will he make it in time? If he cannot participate in the Battle of the Broken Domain this time, my little brother will have to retreat from the region, returning to fight in Area 667 next year. The monsters in the crystal mine are too powerful. I've been too apprehensive about the potential troop losses to clear it out. It seems I'll have to brave it now. Only 100 lords are permitted to participate in the Battle of the Domain. Thus, this is not merely about the rewards for the top 100 level 3 upgrades. It is a pivotal moment where the attributes of the lords will diverge for the first time. In pursuit of these coveted spots, all lords have descended into madness. Yet, there are those who remain clear-headed. Mu Qingxuang asserts, the Battle of the Domain requires our collective effort. Each individual must secure an average of 10,000 points. Let us not merely possess the 3rd level status without the corresponding combat power. This is not an exaggeration. Historically, there have been numerous cautionary tales where many, in their greed for easy gains, occupied spots without contributing, ultimately leading to failure in the domain's defense. Immediately, dissent arose. The commander must be jesting. Winning Yinfan must possess epic tier troops, and Jiang Chun has all outstanding units. With so many formidable individuals, my contribution to the points is insignificant. One plans to secure a reward and then withdraw. Wang Xian interjects, we cannot all think this way. If we rely solely on a few prominent figures, our failure in this domain is inevitable, and it will affect us all. Winning Yinfan adds, even if I alone can amass 500,000 points, the remaining 500,000 points still depend on everyone's effort. Wei Ming chimes in, let us not forget, in tower defense mode, we can see how many waves of monsters each individual can withstand. Too much slacking is detrimental. Through a combination of persuasion and pressure, the lords dared not mention their intent to merely secure rewards any longer. Yet, what they truly thought remained a mystery. Perhaps the only one untroubled was Jiang Chen. Winning Yinfan was unaware of Jiang Chen's capabilities, but Jiang Chen had a fair understanding of Winning Yinfan's true potential. Jiang Chen felt that with just the two of them, they could effortlessly secure 1,000,000 points. Over the course of the past 2 days, most of the energy acquired by Jiang Chen was devoted to advancing the Heavenly Sound True Inheritance. It was not so much a preference for the Heavenly Sound True Inheritance, but rather a necessity, as one must reach level 10 to engage in the trials. Soon, aside from leaving a centaur and a portion of the Heavenly Sound disciples to guard the resource point, all high-end combat forces were summoned back to Jiang Chen's territory. This included the Empress and Angel Yan, 10 level 8 goddess warriors, 9 level 8-9 heavens holy maidens, 4 level 10 dragons, and 8 level 8 dragons, 1 level 10 hill king, 2 level 10 storm guardians, 20 level 10 dwarven rocketmen, 35 level 10 heavenly sound true inheritance disciples, and 235 level 5 heavenly sound disciples. Yet, the energy remains insufficient. However, this assembly should suffice. Jiang Chen retrieved the deep sea lore bestowed by Chu Xiu and spoke softly, consume 3 million spiritual stones, select enhancement direction 4, ultimate deep sea lure. The enhancement was swiftly completed. The ultimate deep black lure possessed a formidable allure for the deep sea tribes, capable of inciting an ultimate beast tide of the current territorial level. At this moment, the Empress and Angel Yin arrived at Jiang Chen's sides. Yin fixated intently on the deep sea lure, exclaiming, such terrifying water spiritual power. This is the deep sea lure, capable of summoning a vast wave of sea creatures, among which there may very well be legendary powerhouses, hence your summons. Yin paused in astonishment. Sea creatures? Jiang Chen turned to the Empress and exclaimed, the treasure chests have been opened. During this period, he had been engrossed in the regional channel, thus neglecting the notifications regarding the Empress's treasure openings. They are all opened, the Empress sighed, revealing an equipment piece, a spear. A spear, you say? Their territory lacked any units or heroes capable of wielding such a weapon. Nevertheless, acquiring a weapon from an epic treasure chest certainly could not be deemed a loss, albeit it paled in comparison to the Empress's prior achievements. It is still commendable. Jiang Chen offered a word of consolation, then instructed, don the flowing cloud ensemble and prepare for battle. The Empress nodded resolutely, understood. Once everyone was fully prepared, Jiang Chen gently cast the deep sea lure. Under the illumination of the lighthouse, they could distinctly observe the void, a few hundred meters beyond their territory, beginning to shimmer visibly, gradually transforming into a deep blue barrier. The entire territory seemed ensconced within the depths of an aquarium, with the deep blue barrier acting as a fragile sheet of glass. There was a palpable concern that the immense weight of the ocean might tilt and engulf their realm at any moment. Behind the barrier, silhouettes of various sizes, some agile and others colossal, swam gracefully. Finally, a ferocious figure burst through the barrier, landing on the ground still dripping with moisture. Yin gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is a seafood creature. The Empress added, it certainly looks delectable. The creature was identified as a squid, species, deep sea tribe level, 17 quality, rare combat power, 62 skills, death binding, toxic water arrow. Truly remarkable, a rare grade squid. Jiang Chen also expressed his full affirmation, albeit from the perspective of ingredients, entrusting the collection to the farmers. This physique could likely yield over 100 units of exceptional ingredients. With the increasing number of mouths to feed in the territory, high-end ingredients have become quite scarce. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as over 100 juvenile king squids cascaded to the ground, each standing tall at a staggering height of 7 to 8 meters, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. Immediately thereafter, a 10-meter-long tiger shark creature burst forth from the barrier, mimicking the earlier display as it landed upon the earth. However, despite its fierce demeanor, the tiger shark creature lacked the tentacles of the octopus creature, rendering it incapable of anything but futile thrashing on the ground. The inhabitants of the territory exchanged bewildered glances. The ominous atmosphere before the impending battle dissipated in an instant. Could it be, Angel Yin incredulously remarked, that they have truly come to deliver ingredients? Jiang Qin's expression turned grave. The Tao of Heaven is not a mere delivery service. The emergence of the beastly tiger-shark monstrosity instead of the tiger-shark warrior implies but one possibility. Look, what is that? The youngest among them, Zizishan, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to gaze, and a chill ran down their spines. A dark silhouette materialized behind the barrier, rapidly expanding. They all recognized this as an optical illusion created by the swift approach of the shadow. It was a colossal entity. Suddenly, a ghastly pale face erupted from the depths of the ocean. The visage measured a staggering 10 meters in diameter, seamlessly connected to a body covered in scales of indeterminate length, exuding an aura of sheer terror. It loomed above, surveying its territory with an expression rife with greed and vigilance. Immediately afterward, a peculiar wave of energy enveloped the area, causing the very air around them to feel thick and viscous. Jiangchen took a deep breath and remarked, "Indeed, this is the domain of the deep sea." A notification appeared. Due to the influence of the deep sea domain, the speed of all allied units is reduced by 5 to 30. In contrast, the deep sea creatures experienced a remarkable boost. In an instant, the tiger-shark monster, which had been floundering on the ground just a moment ago, moved with the grace of a fish, effortlessly navigating through the air. Almost simultaneously, the lighthouse suddenly radiated a brilliant light, enveloping all allied units in a shimmering aura. Another notification followed. Under the illumination of the lighthouse, the negative effects of the deep-sea domain on allied units are diminished. The effects of the lighthouse were immediate and profound. Jiang Chun expressed his satisfaction, yet furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, encountering a phantom leviathan presents quite a challenge." Phantom leviathan. Race, abyssal level, 20 quality, golden legend, combat power, 410 skills. My lord, this creature's combat power is rather unimpressive. I could handle it myself. The Empress, adorned in the flowing cloud ensemble, instantly boosted her combat power to 450 stars, brimming with confidence. The true predicament lies not in its combat prowess, but rather in its temperament. Though formidable, it possesses an inherently cautious nature. Should it sense any hint of danger, it may swiftly retreat to the depths of the ocean. This is also the origin of the name Phantom. Jiangchen softly elucidated his thoughts and quickly devised a strategy. Empress and Yin refrained from engaging for the moment. Let us see if we can lure them into our territory. Vandal, await my command before unleashing your ultimate ability, then strike with the storm hammer. The Hill King Vandal Storm responded gravely, "Yes, my lord." As he spoke, a horde of deep-sea monstrosities breached the oceanic barrier, surging towards the territory with murderous intent. Among them were two colossal, 20-meter-long epic sea serpents. The emergence of the phantom leviathan seemed to herald the onset of battle. The two factions, perceiving each other as prey, exchanged not a single word before the clash erupted. Crimson Arc. The chief disciple Li Yin unleashed a blade of energy, cleaving a small king octopus in twain. Your troops Li Yin vanquished the small king octopus, acquiring energy 1700 and spirit stones 180. Great samurai sword technique. Form the formation. Meanwhile, the disciples of the 5th level, 12 in number, coalesced into a grand virtual sword formation to confront the enemy together. Stormhammer. The Storm Guardian exhibited a more brutal approach, hurling his hammer and instantaneously shattering the skull of an 18-level tiger-shark creature. The formidable denizens of the territory displayed their prowess, as 4 towers of divine fury consistently launched fireballs, igniting the depths of the sea folk in brilliant explosions. As for the 2 sea serpents, they were ensnared by Long Jiao and Long Yi, engaged in a fierce aerial struggle that seemed interminable. Jiangchen had returned to the luxurious private room at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, standing on the terrace, surveying the battlefield from a lofty vantage point. Within mere minutes of the onset of battle, his side had already exhibited an undeniable advantage. Occasionally, a member of the Deep Sea clan would plummet from the sky. Moreover, the Dwarven rocket men had yet to unleash their firepower. Ordinarily, Jiangchen relished such overwhelming displays of dominance in combat. Yet, at this moment, a frown creased his brow. For throughout the ordeal, the phantom leviathan had only revealed half of its form from the depths, watching impassively as its subordinates were mercilessly slaughtered. Truly despicable. More cowardly than I. Jiang Chun muttered a curse under his breath and promptly issued a command through the Lord's heart. Contract the defensive perimeter. The Emperor's caution, my lord. If we retract our defenses, the structures within the territory may suffer devastation. It matters not, Jiang Chun replied with a nod. If it could lure the serpent from its lair, such losses would be trivial. The group fought while gradually retreating. Within mere minutes, the city walls succumbed to the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, a nearby residence was demolished by several bottom-dwelling demonic fish, yet Jiangchen remained unfazed. At that moment, the deep-sea tribe, which had breached the territory, suddenly slowed their assault, greedily absorbing the essence of the land. Jiangchen let out a cold laugh and remarked, "I wonder how much longer you can endure." Indeed. The phantom leviathan observed as its minions began to fiercely contest for the delectable essence that rightfully belonged to it, emitting silent waves from its mouth. However, in the face of the ultimate deep-sea bait's allure, this band of subordinates had become beyond its control. The phantom leviathan finally grew anxious. Its colossal form slowly emerged from the abyss, were it not for the ghastly pallor of its human-like visage. The phantom leviathan could easily be mistaken for an immensely magnified pike. Spanning nearly 50 meters in length, its body was adorned with menacing bony protrusions, radiating an ethereal blue luminescence as it gradually encroached upon its territory. Upon witnessing this, Jiangchen's face broke into a smile. Yet, just as the phantom leviathan was a mere 200 meters from the territory, it abruptly halted, swiftly turning back towards the depths of the ocean from whence it came. What a cunning creature! Jiangchen bellowed, "Take action." The emergence of such a situation could stem from two possibilities. The first is that the ghost leviathan truly possesses extraordinary abilities, having detected a lethal threat within its domain. The second possibility is that this is merely a probe. Should there indeed be an ambush within its territory, they would undoubtedly seek a way to ensnare it upon witnessing its retreat. Jiangchen surmised the second possibility, yet he could not afford to take the risk. Upon receiving the command, the Empress, Angel Yan, and Vandal soared into the sky simultaneously. Under the guidance of Cynthia, 12 warrior goddesses prepared to unleash their thunderous assault. To ensure their success, Jiangchen raised his hand and declared, "Upgrade." The Empress, Angel Yan, and Vandal all ascended to level 12. Their recently acquired 600,000 energy swiftly depleted. Divine beings descend. As the initiator of control, Vandal took a deep breath, channeling the boundless power of the storm into his being, transforming into a towering giant measuring 6 meters in height while suspended in midair. Hammer of the Storm. In an instant, a storm hammer, several meters in diameter, took form, cutting through the air for hundreds of meters before striking the head of the phantom leviathan with precision. While a single storm hammer could not inflict lethal damage upon it, the stunning effect was undeniable. The phantom leviathan staggered, its speed significantly diminished. But the assault did not end there. Thunder projection. 12 serpentine bolts of lightning followed closely behind. The abdomen of the phantom leviathan was suddenly punctured by 12 terrifying gaping holes. With a painful hiss, the phantom leviathan emitted a cry of anguish, its velocity further reduced. "We're stable." Jiangchen exhaled softly. "The Empress will intercept it, Yin prepare for the heavenly blade strike." Cloud Shadow. The Empress had already activated the Cloud Shadow skill. With the passive effect of the flowing cloud technique, her speed doubled, successfully blocking the path of the phantom leviathan a mere 50 meters from the deep-sea barrier. Yet, facing the Empress, the leviathan's eyes revealed a disdainful glimmer, as if mocking her audacity to stand against it. A ghostly blue radiance enveloped its form as it surged forward. Intent on crushing the human before it, believing that once it triumphed, it would glide freely into the depths of the ocean, untouchable by any. The Empress's gaze remained indifferent, showing no intention of evasion, as though the colossal creature before her, 1,000 times her size, were inconsequential. Cloud ring, centered around the Empress. Vapor coalesced into a 10-meter-tall gaseous figure, reminiscent of a lower-tier version of the celestial manifestation. The two forces collided with a resounding impact, both being thrust backward for several meters. The phantom leviathan was momentarily dazed, while the Empress grew emboldened in battle, directing the flowing cloud immortal sword skyward. Cloud sword. A multitude of colossal sword energies materialized from thin air, piercing toward the phantom leviathan. Fear finally flickered in its eyes. How could this human, merely at level 12, possess such terrifying combat prowess? Yet, burdened by multiple adverse effects, evading the Empress's relentless assault proved impossible. With a series of piercing sounds, dozens of sword energies accurately struck its pallid visage. Explode. This was the terrifying aspect of the cloud sword. The Empress could dictate the timing of the sword energy's detonation. The head of the phantom leviathan was obliterated in an instant. Its massive body writhed in a futile frenzy, but it was all in vain. Ultimately, the lifeless form plummeted to the ground like a meteor, sending tremors through the territory hundreds of meters away. Though it seemed slow in reality, only a few seconds had elapsed from the Empress's interception to the annihilation of the Phantom Leviathan. Yin gazed at the heavenly blade strike he was about to unleash, lamenting, "What will become of my heavenly blade strike?" All the heroes under Jiang Qin's command, regardless of their types, possess unique abilities, with the celestial blade strike being the most formidable skill, unparalleled in its might. Its only drawback lies in its somewhat lengthy wind-up time. The Empress, smiling, gestured with her lips, "Don't waste it. There are 2 Sea King serpents over there." Yin, realizing the truth in her words, promptly activated the celestial blade, aligning his aim and striking down with force. The sizzling sound of the 50-meter-long blade effortlessly severed the 2 level 20 Sea King serpents in half. Long Jiu, startled by the enormous sword that nearly struck his nose, exclaimed, "Hey, watch it. You almost hit me. Your hero, the Empress, has slain the Phantom Leviathan, legendary, granting you 150,000 energy, 280,000 spirit stones, the Abyssal Dock, legendary, and an advanced book of spiritual power 1. Your hero, Yin, has vanquished the Sea King Serpent, epic, and you have obtained a blueprint. Is it a legendary blueprint?" The Heavenly Path notification filled Jiang Qin with joy. However, upon examining the description of the blueprint, he felt a twinge of disappointment. It turned out to be a dock blueprint. Certainly, it is of exceptional quality. The abundance of resources in the ocean, whether in the main world or the myriad of battlefields, is beyond doubt. If he were to use it for enhancement, this blueprint would likely require tens of millions, if not over 100 million spirit stones. Yet, given that the small town has not even begun to breach the domain, the conditions of the county remain unknown. Thus, this blueprint must be stored away for the time being. Next came the attribute book, which, without question, he would utilize himself. A flash of light enveloped him, and Jiang Qin's spiritual power surged by an additional 100 points, feeling the explosive increase of power within him. Jiang Qin mused, "My current base attributes must have surpassed those of exceptional units of the same level." Suddenly, the drunken immortal tower trembled. It seems something has landed upon the rooftop. Jiang Qin hurriedly gazed out the window and was just in time to witness a devilfish desperately flapping its wings. Yet, despite its efforts, it could merely delay its descent, ultimately succumbing to its fate of being pierced by Xinxia's spear. Once the blessings of the deep-sea realm were lost, the deep-sea clan entirely forfeited their ability to soar through the skies. Instantly, their territory was graced with a shower of seafood. At that moment, the Empress and Yin gracefully descended onto the terrace. The Empress proposed, "With so much seafood at hand, should we not nurture it for a while? After all, once it perishes, it loses its freshness." Jiang Qin, Yin surprisingly expressed agreement. "I once went on a business trip to a civilization called Earth, where many seafood establishments operated in a similar manner." Upon hearing the long-forgotten name of Earth, Jiang Qin's demeanor momentarily shifted. However, he quickly regained his composure and curiously inquired of the Empress, "How does it feel to dominate others with equipment?" The Empress's cheeks flushed, yet she replied, "It feels exhilarating." Just not long ago, she had opposed Jiang Qin's use of external forces to assist the Tianyin disciples in their ascension. Yet today, adorned in legendary equipment, she realized how utterly delightful it was. 5 minutes later, all invading foes were completely annihilated. As the tally of the heavenly Dao battle concluded, Jiang Qin emerged victorious once again. Of course, amidst the spoils of confrontation with monsters, the rewards from the battle's conclusion were negligible. Perhaps the spectral Leviathan had yielded a legendary blueprint, while the 2 epic sea serpents had only dropped a single piece of epic equipment. Sea King's boots level, 20 durability, 120 attributes, Constitution 30, Spirit 25, Soul 28, Burden -15 skill, tread water as gracefully as a fish. Sea King's boots? Repeating the name of the equipment and observing the throngs of beautiful beings in the territory, Jiang Qin pondered, could it be that the heavenly Dao is hinting at something to me? Jiang Qin shook his head, dispelling the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind, and then declared, "One-click extraction. You have acquired energy 3, 224, 200. You have obtained spirit stones 485, 200. You have received a treasure chest, exquisite. Additionally, you have once again gained 3, 200, 000 energy." As for the various seafood, it took over an hour to thoroughly clear them away. In response to this, Jiang Qin once again reinforced the recruitment of 2 legendary volunteers, enlisting Nong San and Nong Si. From rare to legendary, Seafood of every quality filled the warehouse to the brim. This prompted an instantaneous surge in the loyalty of the epic chef at the drunken immortal pavilion, reaching an impressive 95 points. At last, the tasks were completed. Jiangchen accessed the regional channel and scrolled upward, discovering that the number of lords had barely reached 33. Time was still ample. Next on the agenda was the repair of buildings and the upgrading of troops. After a swift calculation, Jiangchen commenced a comprehensive troop upgrade. Consuming 700,000 energy, all goddess warriors were elevated to level 10, with an expenditure of 1,040,000 energy. All 9 heavens holy maidens ascended to level 10 as well. Another 110,000 energy was spent, raising the remaining 8 dragons to level 10. 72,000 energy was consumed to elevate all heavenly sound disciples to level 6. Energy was once again depleted. At dinner time, the epic chef of the drunken immortal tower showcased his culinary prowess, preparing a dish renowned even in the second heaven, the Neza conquers the sea. This feast delighted the patrons while simultaneously enhancing their attributes by several to dozens of points. What followed was a period of anticipation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the number of lords reached 79. It seemed that the lords in the regional channel collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared that the Battle of the Broken Domain would commence tomorrow. This was fortuitous, as the battle would last several hours, even if the troops did not require rest. I certainly would. Goodness, tomorrow also marks the day the Blue Star Passage opens. Just in time, as I could revel in Blue Star after finishing the Battle of the Broken Domain. At 11:42 in the evening, the announcement from the Heavenly Tao finally arrived. Announcement: the number of lords in the small town has reached 100. The Battle of the Broken Domain will commence tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The lords participating in the battle are Jiangchen and Chu Xiu and Ying Yiman. Please prepare accordingly. Jiangchen stifled a yawn and subsequently dispatched a notification to all members through the Lord's heart. He instructed everyone to conserve their energy for the imminent battle, which would commence at 9 o'clock a.m. the following day. His ambitions extended beyond merely securing the position of mayor. He sought to seize this opportunity to amass substantial energy. If he could vanquish a few legendary bosses, it would be even more splendid. At dawn the next day, all 3 chosen lords for the domain break war were fully prepared. An air of solemnity enveloped the entirety of the 10086 novice town. At precisely 9 o'clock a.m., an announcement proclaimed the commencement of the domain break war. Instantly, hundreds of golden pillars of light ascended, reaching towards the heavens and the earth, signifying the territorial teleportation. As the light dissipated, numerous lords, accompanied by their territories, vanished from the town's map. You have arrived at the border of the town, at the Riftwind Mountains. In the 88th Canyon, you have entered the battlefield channel. In 10 minutes, the first wave of foreign invaders will arrive on the battlefield. Should any of the following circumstances occur, your domain break war will be terminated. 1. The death of a lord or the destruction of the lord's mansion. 2. More than 100 foreign invaders crossing your territory. 3. A voluntary withdrawal, requiring the eradication of the current invading foreign forces. The battlefield represents the real world. Once the domain break war concludes, casualties among hero units and structural damage will not be restored. The golden light faded away. Jiangchen has emerged in a canyon that spans nearly 200 meters in width, perfectly sealed off by his domain, with towering cliffs flanking both sides. The 88th Canyon. Indeed a promising omen. Jiangchen ascended the city wall, gazing into the distance where the mist of war swirled ominously. Fortunately, he possessed the beacon of a lighthouse, granting him a vantage point that extended 1,300 meters, affording him ample time to prepare. After spending a few moments familiarizing himself with the terrain, Jiangchen commanded, Empress, organize the disciples of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion into segmented defenses. Rest assured, my lord, the Empress replied with utmost seriousness, please proceed to a secure area, my lord. Jiangchen nodded, then opened the battlefield channel. Within this channel, there were only 100 participants. Goodness, I am in the first canyon. Does that mean the enemies are stronger the closer the number? My brother, you are overthinking it. It's all random. My little brother suffered significant losses while attempting to capture the crystal mine to upgrade to level 3. This battle now relies on the prowess of all you esteemed leaders. Wei Ming exclaimed, what on earth, brother? Are you administering a precautionary measure? At the very least, we must endure through the first 5 waves. The initial waves are merely a walk in the park. Wei Gu, your words ring true. Who wouldn't wish to withstand a few more waves if they had the strength? Upon hearing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head. Nevertheless, the rarity of selflessness is precisely due to the inherent nature of selfishness in humanity. which is hardly surprising. Suddenly, Mu Qing announced, "Everyone, prepare for battle. We have 1 minute left until the first wave of enemies assaults us. Countdown to the alien invasion. 00:58." Jiangchen said to Angel Yin, "Yin, why don't you accompany me back to the drunken immortal pavilion for a while?" Yin nodded in agreement, and soon they departed. Jiangchen, accompanied by Yin and Zizaichen, returned to the private room of the drunken immortal tower, where he positioned a chair on the terrace. This locale, both secure and comfortable, offered a panoramic view of the battlefield, rendering it the most advantageous position for a commander. Just as he settled into his seat, the war fog in the distance began to churn ominously. Shortly thereafter, dozens of monsters surged forth from the mist, charging madly towards their territory. Small demons, the most common low-tier soldiers of the abyss. Jiangchen immediately recognized the peculiar creature. Little demon race, demon level, 7 quality, ordinary combat power, 22 skills, sharp fangs and claws. The little demon, entirely shrouded in darkness, measures approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a gaping maw that stretches to its ears, reminiscent of the ghouls from the undead race. Behind the hundreds of little demons loomed around 10 taller demons, each standing at 2 meters, their figures slender. With their arms outstretched, deep crimson flames danced around their fingertips. Flame Gale. Jiangchen displayed a look of satisfaction. This time, the adversary was rather commendable. Although the demon possessed formidable combat abilities, it lacked the cunning intricacies that characterized devils. Gelimo race. Demon level, 8 quality, elite combat power, 30 skill, fireball technique. Suddenly, Jiangchen sensed Yan's unease and said calmly, "Yan, relax a bit. There are merely a few hundred low-tier demons before us. There is no need for you to intervene." The angel, Yan, released the hilt of her sword and replied apologetically, "I apologize, my lord. This is merely a reflex of mine." I understand, Jiangchen chuckled. "You have been steeped in Queen Kesha's order of justice for thousands of years. It is not surprising that you would react this way upon encountering malevolent beings." With a look of astonishment, Yan exclaimed, "My lord, you are familiar with Queen Kesha as well?" Jiangchen employed the same tactics he once used against the Empress. Activating his verbal prowess, the illustrious Kaisa has waged countless battles throughout her life, dismantling monopolies and vanquishing malevolent deities. I am indeed well aware of her feats. Note, due to your admiration for the illustrious Kaisa, Yan's affinity towards you increases by 5, bringing the current total to 90 points. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, Yan hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Jiangchen seemed to perceive everything. "Are you eager to know if Kesha can be resurrected?" The angel Yin immediately responded, "Please enlighten us." "My lord," Jiangchen, without turning his head, softly remarked, "the divine Kasha is inherently immortal and indestructible. In this vast world, there exist countless unknown universes akin to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Perhaps there are those who can aid her in the swift reconstruction of her form." Angel Yin pondered for a moment and then solemnly replied, "I understand now. Thank you, my lord, for your enlightening guidance." Note, Yan's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability is 95 points. In the depths of his heart, Jiangchen sighed. "It is good that you understand. After all, I am utterly clueless. It appears that to swiftly enhance my favorability, one must resort to extraordinary measures and address the issue directly. At this moment, hundreds of low-tier demons have encroached within 300 meters of my territory, perfectly within the range of the Tower of Heavenly Wrath. 10 dark crimson fireballs, each 2 meters in diameter, hurtled downwards, landing in the most densely populated area of the impish demons. With a resounding explosion, 10 small mushroom clouds erupted, reducing the majority of the demons to mere ashes. Instantly, a flurry of battle reports appeared in the combat log at the lower left corner. Your Tower of Heavenly Wrath has slain a minor demon common, earning you 11 energy and 1 battlefield points. Your Tower of Heavenly Wrath has vanquished a Gellier demon, elite, granting you 120 energy, 2 battlefield points, and 1 war drum. Following this, a barrage of ordinary fireball attacks commenced. The Tower of Heavenly Wrath stands as the most cost-effective defensive structure. Last night, Jiangchen constructed 6 more Towers of Heavenly Fury, bringing the total to 10, all elevated to level 3. Under the relentless bombardment of the 10 Towers of Heavenly Fury, hundreds of low-tier demons were obliterated before they could even breach the 100-meter mark of the city walls. The disciples of the celestial sound stared at one another in astonishment. This was far too effortless. Although the Empress was rendered speechless, she nonetheless proclaimed, "The monsters will grow increasingly formidable. We must not let our guard down." Indeed, came the resounding reply, echoing through the canyon. You have successfully repelled the first wave of attack. The second wave shall arrive in 10 minutes. This interval is a time for the lords to recuperate. However, Jiang Chun remained unperturbed. He leisurely retrieved the newly acquired items. War drums, upon usage. The arrival time of the next wave of alien invaders is reduced by 5 minutes. Let the war drums sound forth a challenge to the alien races. These items held little value, having dropped 5 from the recent battle and were designated for battlefield use. He activated 2 war drums. After the resounding beats of the drums, the enemy seemed incited, with hundreds of small demons mingling with the golem demons breaking through the mist once more. The second wave of attack not only saw an increase of about 20 demons, but also a rise in their average level by 1 to 2. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed through the battlefield channel. Announcement: Lord Jiangchen has successfully repelled the first wave of alien invasion. As Wei Ming had just stated, the initial waves of alien forces were merely a formality. To secure a qualification for the Rift War, a lord must possess at least 1 or 2 elite units, thus making the current situation relatively manageable. Upon this announcement, the battlefield channel erupted in commotion. Ah, Jiangchen is so quick in all he does. My sister adores him. Don't speak so definitively. The girl upstairs has gone mad. I haven't even begun, and Jiangchen has already concluded? The aliens are still 100 meters from my territory. Wei Ming first posted a tearful emoji, then remarked, 100 meters is fortunate. I am facing the crocodile turtles of the demon race, which have just emerged from the mist. After expressing their amazement, everyone began to speculate on how Jiangchen had achieved this feat. Perhaps it was due to defensive structures. Let us not forget how Li Mu struggled against the formidable arrow towers when he attacked Lord Jiangchen. Li Mu's replied, Ahem, let bygones be bygones. Besides, the arrow towers are not capable of such high efficiency in exterminating foes. Could it be that the esteemed Jiangchen had created a new unit, the Celestial Sound Disciples, as a ranged troop, thus allowing him to eliminate enemies from hundreds of meters away? Chu Xiu speculated. I suspect Brother Jiangchen directly exited the city and blocked the alien races within the mist. Jiangchen, why do I feel that you are not truly praising me? As the involved parties arrived, the lords began to shower compliments once more. Announcement: Lord Yin Man has successfully repelled the first wave of the foreign invasion. Wei Ming sighed. Let us not discuss that for now. My crocodile turtle has finally made its way to the city gates. Could it be that the disciples of Tianyin are indeed ranged units? While directing the farmers and repairing the city wall, Yin Man furrowed her brow. Your Highness need not worry, Meng Tian remarked with a smile. The selection for mayor is based on who has the most points, not on speed. Yin Man nodded, then declared with enthusiasm, then let him take the lead for now. Before she could utter another word, the battlefield channel announced once more. Announcement: Lord Jiangchen has successfully repelled the second wave of the foreign invasion. This fellow actually used a war drum? Yin Man widened her eyes in astonishment. How audacious! Could it be that he, fully aware of his disadvantage, has chosen to abandon the contest for the mayoral position? Meng Tian pondered. If your highness wishes to use the war drum, the impact of the previous waves would be minimal. Yin Man immediately shook her head in response. There is no rush. Let us repair the city wall first. I shall not contend for such a meaningless title. Meng Tian and Bai Tsong exchanged glances, both recognizing the reassuring look in each other's eyes. Though the princess sometimes displayed a capricious nature, she remained remarkably composed during this critical struggle for the mayoral title. Rest assured, I know my limits. Jiang Chun closed the chat window with Tu Shan, his face etched with helplessness. After effortlessly vanquishing the second wave of attacking demons, messages flooded in from Chu Xiu, the little fox, and even Mu Qingxuang, all subtly urging Jiangchen to adopt a more cautious approach. Even in the battlefield channel, pleas for Jiangchen to exercise prudence had transformed into a chain of messages. Jiangchen was acutely aware that his performance had become rather conspicuous. Typically, even if the preceding wave of monsters inflicted minimal damage, the Lord would take a moment to regroup. After all, the morale and stamina of the troops would inevitably be somewhat depleted, and the city walls might have sustained some damage. However, the Tower of Wrath required no respite. Without hesitation, Jiangchen commanded, sound the war drums. The third wave of demonic creatures emerged, their lowest rank having ascended to level 10. The Tower of Wrath's output was already overflowing. Thus, this wave of demons was reduced to ashes even while still 100 meters from the territory. Announcement: Lord Jiangchen has successfully repelled the third wave of foreign invasions. Proceed. Sound the war drums again. Announcement: Lord Jiangchen. Half an hour later, with the formidable Tower of Heavenly Fury at his disposal, Jiang Chun effortlessly vanquished the 10th wave of demons, captivating the attention of the territorial troops for half an hour. His score surged to an impressive 20,000, far exceeding the average. In the battlefield channel, numerous lords were left in utter astonishment. Brothers, it seems that Lord Jiang Chun is soon to face the 11th wave. Remember, our high school record was merely 13 waves. Do his troops not require rest? It has been confirmed. Disciples of the Heavenly Sound are undoubtedly ranged units. The resources required to construct defensive towers like the Tower of Heavenly Fury are beyond the capabilities of a small town, thus few would even contemplate this aspect. Wei Ming remarked, the gap between me and old Jiang is simply insurmountable. The 10th wave of alien beasts must be at least level 20. Mu Qingshuang added, I fear I may not even endure until the 10th wave. I can only do my utmost. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, this is dire. While ranged units possess formidable offensive power, what if the alien monsters close in? The other lords were equally alarmed. Should Jiangchen falter, they would lose a crucial ally. Just then, one lord announced, esteemed lords, my brother can no longer hold on. I must retreat. Wei Ming retorted, wait, you have only withstood 3 waves, haven't you? This is absurd. Huang Xin interjected. 3 waves only yield 2,000 points. If you retreat, others will have to shoulder your 8,000 points. Oh dear. Yesterday's heavy losses in securing the crystal mine were devastating. I barely managed to endure the 3rd wave. If another wave comes, my brother will surely perish. As he spoke, this lord shared several images. Indeed, the militia in his territory lay scattered, and half of the city walls had collapsed. Though the crowd was irate, they could not allow a comrade to meet his demise. Wei Ming concluded, Lord Jiangchen commands ranged units. If he faces a few more waves, he will inevitably be overwhelmed in close combat, and it is crucial for us to unite our efforts. Jiangchen couldn't help but admire the imaginative prowess of these individuals. Jiangchen, rest assured, I can withstand at least a dozen more waves without any issue. However, my brothers must also exert themselves. For the energy and rewards from these monsters are substantial. Yimin quipped, a dozen waves without a hitch? Why not soar to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun then? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun encountered the 11th wave of demons. This wave of lesser demons boasted a minimum level of 22. Most notably, among these creatures emerged a 3-headed boss. Hellfire race, demon level, 26 quality, rare, combat power, 112 skill, Hell's Fist, fire resistance whether it be foot soldiers, heroes, or wild beasts. Level 20 marks a significant threshold. Taking ordinary militia as an example, prior to level 20, each level increases combat power by 2 points, from level 20 to 30. Each level boosts it by 4 points. Coincidentally, the upper limit for heroes and units in a level 3 territory is also level 20. Furthermore, reaching level 3 allows one to break the boundaries and venture beyond the novice town. Thus, levels below 20 are often referred to as novice levels. With a combat power of 55 stars, the level 22 lesser demon finally presented a modicum of pressure to Jiangchen, thanks to its fire resistance. The 3-headed Hellfire withstood the onslaught from the Tower of Divine Fury and ultimately reached the base of the territory. Jiang Chun, unwilling to let the city walls suffer damage, issued a command through the Lord's heart. Heavenly Sound's true transmission, engage in battle. With that decree, nearly 40 members of the Heavenly Sound's true transmission leapt from the city walls, commencing a fierce confrontation. However, rather than a mere skirmish, it resembled a massacre. Within a mere 5 minutes, the enemies, including 3 Hellfire beasts, were utterly obliterated. You have successfully repelled the 11th wave of assault. With the 12th wave set to arrive in 10 minutes, Jiangchen ceased the use of the war drums and embarked on a steady and measured approach. After a mere 10 minutes, the 12th wave of monsters approached the city. The goddess warrior, king of the hills, and storm guardian prepared for battle. As the 13th wave descended, the dragon, ready for combat. And for the 14th wave, the sacred princess of the 9 heavens, poised for the fight. Jiangchen surged forth with unstoppable momentum. With each wave he repelled, jubilant cheers echoed through the battlefield channel. Not only that, the lords who were unable to partake in the domain break battle attentively monitored the situation through the regional channel. Wei Ming occasionally shared screenshots of the battlefield scores in the regional channel, allowing the entire town to witness Jiangchen's formidable prowess. However, as time progressed, an increasing number of lords chose to withdraw from the battlefield. Most managed to endure only 5 or 6 waves, falling short of the average standard. The Empress herself made an appearance, effortlessly slaying a level 30 Berserker demon, exceptional. You have successfully fended off the 20th wave of attacks, with the 21st wave set to arrive in 10 minutes. Within just a few hours, countless demons had fallen before Jiang Qin's domain, and his personal score had surpassed 150. 000. Based on prior experience, it was anticipated that the next wave would herald the emergence of an epic-level monster. Jiang Qin accessed the battlefield channel and first checked the total score, 991, 523. At this moment, only 19 lords remained on the battlefield, and Chu Xiu exclaimed, "I'm just a little shy of 10,000 points. I should be wrapping this up soon. With the aid of my epic hero, I've already surged through 11 waves, and it seems I still have some strength left." Tu Shanye chimed in. "I'm currently circling around the last monster of the 9th wave. If I can stall a bit longer, I might just manage to tackle the 10th wave." Huang Xian remarked, "Our town's domain collapsed too swiftly. The troops' levels Haven T kept pace. Otherwise, the process wouldn't have been so arduous." Wei Ming sighed with a bitter smile. "It's all because a few esteemed players charged ahead too aggressively. Otherwise, we wouldn't have broken the domain so quickly." And Chu Xiu responded, "Fortunately, we finally succeeded." Announcement. And Chu Xiu, the Lord, has successfully repelled the 12th wave of alien invasion. Almost simultaneously, another announcement echoed. Ing Man. The Lord has successfully repelled the 15th wave of alien invasion. The points surged dramatically, instantly surpassing the critical threshold of 1 million. The domain was successfully breached. Concurrently, a series of golden announcements flooded both the battlefield channel and the town area channel. 10086 town has successfully breached the domain. All participating lords receive a boost of 10 to all attributes. As the first novice town in Qingyang County to breach the domain, rewards are doubled, granting 20 to all attributes. The county channel has been unlocked, allowing each person to send 10 messages daily, with the mayor facing no restrictions. The county teleportation portal has been unlocked, requires the territory portal to reach level 3. At the same time, the chat window revealed a new county channel alongside the town and battlefield channels. After a brief silence, the entire town erupted in jubilation. First, there are 1,000 novice towns in each county, and we become the first to breach the domain. Double rewards. That's a total of 80 attribute points, equivalent to 8 intermediate attribute books. Jiang Qin is magnificent. Ing Man is magnificent. Haha, just as the Blue Star Passage is opened. I'm going to indulge in a delightful night upon returning. Not only the ordinary lords, but all second-generation lords, including Ing Man, were visibly elated. After all, the extra attributes were among the scarce rewards that couldn't be purchased with spirit stones. Suddenly, Ing Man remarked, however, "Jiang Qin's ability to withstand 20 waves is truly impressive. It seems I underestimated you before." Everyone fell silent, realizing that although the domain had been successfully breached, the war was far from over. The position of the mayor had yet to be determined. Despite Jiang Qin having faced 20 waves of monsters, Ing Man's steady approach left the outcome uncertain. At that moment, someone raised a collective question. Strange. I don't recall the textbooks ever stating that the first novice town to breach the domain would receive doubled rewards. What could be the reason for this? Without waiting for others to respond, the answer was immediately revealed. A golden announcement suddenly appeared at the center of everyone's view. County announcement. The 10086 town has successfully breached its domain, triggering the ranking competition for Qingyang County towns. The rules are as follows. Competition content. Total points acquired in the town breach battle. First place. The mayor receives a 50 boost to all attributes and 5 to town fortune. Second place. The mayor receives a 30 boost to all attributes and 3 to town fortune. Third place. The mayor receives a 20 boost to all attributes and 2 to town fortune. Fourth to 10th place. The mayor receives a 10 boost to all attributes and 1 to town fortune. Settlement time. The competition concludes once all 100 towns in Qingyang County complete their domain breaches. Is this an announcement that all lords in the county can receive? Everyone was taken aback. Following this, a commotion ensued. We actually triggered the town ranking competition? No wonder the rewards are doubled. Although a 50 boost to all attributes is tempting, there is only one mayor. Thus, the majority were primarily concerned about the town fortune. My goodness. This fortune value can influence the quantity and quality of resources within the town. Moreover, it is a one-time boost of 5 points. Not only resources, but even the emergence of advanced wild buildings is closely tied to the fortune value. It is said that once the fortune value reaches 100 points, epic wild buildings may appear. Additionally, it affects monster resources and the probability of triggering unexpected events. The crowd engaged in animated discussions about the benefits of fortune. However, it didn't take long for someone to notice an anomaly. Huang Xin exclaimed, "This reward has nothing to do with us. We've already breached the domain, barely reaching 1 million points. Is it fair for the heavens to announce the ranking competition only now?" Wei Ming chuckled. "Does the result even matter? Even if it was announced earlier, do you have the strength to fight a few more rounds?" Huang Xian replied, "Not really. But currently, everyone's heroes and troops are just over level 10. He continued, "If we had known about the town ranking competition earlier, we could have made a unified plan, suppressing the territory level, and waited until most warlords' heroes and troops reached level 20 before triggering the domain breach. At that time, securing 2 million points would be a breeze." It must be said that Huang Xin had a point, and Chu Xiu interjected, "But if that were the case, we wouldn't be able to obtain the doubled rewards." Mu Qingxuang remarked, "It's evident that this ranking competition can only be triggered by the top town. The heavens won't bestow all benefits upon a single town." Huang Xian sighed. "Well, fine." Wei Ming concluded, "All right. Let's breach the domain sooner, so we can explore the map outside the town and expand our lead. It is foreseeable that many small towns will, as Huang Xian has just mentioned, be organized by prominent figures to compete in the town rankings. After all, this pertains to the fortune of the town, and all lords will lend their utmost support. Missing out on the rewards from the town ranking competition somewhat diminishes the joy of acquiring 20 points in all attributes. Except for Jiangchen. As the first place, the mayor can obtain 50 points in all attributes, along with an additional 5 points of town fortune. How amusing it is to compare this with the total score from the town's battle for dominance." Jiangchen gazed at the blueprint of the spring he had tucked away. He had been contemplating whether to construct the Fountain of Life first or to await the legendary troop building. Now, however, the will of heaven had made the choice for him. As fate would have it, one must bear the consequences of their decisions. Nevertheless, to enhance the materials required for the construction of the Fountain of Life would entail a considerable expenditure. Jiangchen naturally turned his attention to Ying Yimei. At that moment, Huang Xian remarked, "With no hope of ranking in the small town's competition, I shall withdraw." Notification: Huang Xian has exited the battlefield. Mu Qingxuang added, "I too shall retreat." Although the rewards from repelling the foreign invaders were commendable, the toll has been too great. Notification: Mu Qingxuang has exited the battlefield. Tu Shanye had chimed in. "The monster I led has taken its own life. The 10th wave of monsters has commenced, and I must also withdraw." A dozen leaders left the battlefield. In an instant, only Jiang Chun, Ying Yimei, and Chu Xiu remained. As they were all acquaintances, and Chu Xiu felt no need for pretense. The Dwarven King's skills have yet to be utilized. "I sense we could still engage in 2 more rounds. Alas, I initially believed that with an epic hero, I could contend for the position of town leader alongside you. But it appears I was overly naive." Ying Yimei replied, "Sister Chu Xiu, if you can fight, then do so, but be mindful of your limits." And Chu Xiu retorted, "It is you who should be cautious. Do not risk mutual destruction in pursuit of the town leader position." Jiang Chun, "Rest assured, it will not happen. I can guarantee this." With his prowess, who could possibly engage him in a mutually destructive confrontation? He had a simple lunch. The 21st wave of foreign invaders launched an offensive, and Jiangchen entrusted the battlefield to the Empress. He then initiated a video call to Ying Yimei. The call was swiftly connected. Although slightly taken aback, Ying Yimei remarked, "Jiangchen, seeking me out at this moment seems rather uncharacteristic of you." Jiang Chun was taken aback as he noticed that, in addition to Meng Tian, there was also a middle-aged general standing behind Ying Yimei. Jiang Chen had already discerned the identity of Ying Yimei. Naturally, he surmised that this heroic figure, Meng Tian, was likely the sister of the esteemed human sage, Meng Tian, enshrined in the Hall of Immortals. Moreover, the middle-aged general probably had a formidable background as well. Out of respect, Jiang Chen gently nodded to the 2 human sages before he spoke. "Might I propose a consideration to the esteemed one? Could you possibly advance me 50 million spirit stones from the wager of 100 million? Advance?" Ying Yimei was taken aback, then, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Do you truly believe that having conquered 20 waves guarantees your victory? Your arrogance knows no bounds. Let me clarify. I prefer to proceed with caution rather than engage in a contest of speed. Misunderstandings abound, esteemed one. I am a person of reason," Jiangchen replied earnestly. "Consider this. If I were to emerge victorious, would you not owe me 100 million spirit stones?" Ying Yimei, fuming, responded, "You have yet to win." Jiangchen continued, "Then, if I were to lose, I mean hypothetically, and became your vassal lord, Did you not promise to provide me with a funding of 100 million spirit stones? Yin Man's eyes widened in disbelief, as she had already anticipated what Jiangxin was about to say. Indeed, Jiangxin spread his hands and remarked, you see. Regardless of the outcome, it's all the same. Whether given first or later, it makes no difference. His brazen candor left Yin Man utterly astonished. Suddenly, his raven hair billowed, and a vertical slit pupil emerged from the depths of his gaze. This bizarre manifestation startled Jiangxin momentarily. However, considering Yin Man's identity, he instinctively associated it with a legendary entity, a bloodline, specifically that of the ancestral dragon, standing behind Yin Man. Ming Tian's expression shifted to one of delight as she gestured to Jiangxin with a clenched fist, urging him to exert himself further. The middle-aged general also offered a respectful salute to Jiangxin, his eyes brimming with gratitude, leaving Jiangxin in a state of bewilderment. Yin Man, gritting her teeth, declared, even if it must be given, it should only be after the results are revealed. With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Did what I just said not hold any merit? Jiangxin murmured, you, the girl with the surname Ing, since you are so unreasonable, I can only allow you to experience what true despair feels like. An hour later, announcement, Lord Yin Man has successfully repelled the 17th wave of alien invasion. Announcement, Lord Jiangxin has successfully fended off the 23rd wave of alien invasion. Announcement, Lord Chu Xiu has successfully resisted the 14th wave of alien invasion. After 21 waves, the monsters have significantly increased in number, level, and quality, with the emergence of epic-level monsters, the Flame Demon, exceeding level 20. Yet, Jiangxin's pace showed no signs of slowing down. In Chu Xiu, Jiangxin, Sister Ing, I've reached my limit after the 14th wave. I must retreat. Please, do not let both of you suffer mutual destruction. Yin Man, Chu Xiu, do not advise me. Direct your counsel to him. Jiangxin remarked, likewise. And Chu Xiu wore an expression of helplessness. The Blue Star passage has already been opened. Hurry up. I am eagerly awaiting my return to Blue Star. I wonder if my mother managed to acquire the high-ranking dwarf soldier token. Each time one travels to and from Blue Star, the Lord's space can carry 10 slots of items. For any second-generation Lord, this represents a significant opportunity to enhance their strength. Notification, and Chu Xiu has exited the battlefield. Only Jiangxin and Yin Man remain on the battlefield, yet neither utter a word. Yin Man is aggrieved by Jiangxin's actions. Jiangxin was too indolent to provide an explanation. 2 hours later, an announcement resonated. Lord Jiangxin had successfully repelled the 28th wave of alien invasion. Upon reading the announcement, Yin Man clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with disbelief. How on earth had he accomplished this? She had just dealt with the 25th wave of invasion, making some progress. However, since the 23rd wave, his troops had been compelled to employ their skills. Just moments ago. Had it not been for Ming Tian executing the Yin-Yang harmonization seal at a critical juncture, the 100 Battles armored army would have certainly suffered casualties. Ming Tian spoke solemnly. Your Highness, the potions for restoring spiritual energy are dwindling. If we exert ourselves to the utmost, we might withstand 3 more waves of invasion. But the warriors would likely incur severe losses. As a guardian, she merely stated the facts, believing that Yin Man would make the right choice. How splendid it would be if the Battle of the Broken Domain commenced tomorrow. Then I could return to Blue Star to procure another batch of talismans, equipment, and potions. Yin Man sighed, then suddenly spoke with calm resolve. Alas, there are no ifs. Ming Tian lamented. Jiangxin not only possesses remarkable abilities but also great fortune. The terrifying source of water power I sensed through the divination yesterday is likely intricately linked to him. Fortune is indeed a facet of strength, and thus, I accept this defeat with grace. Upon reaching this conclusion, Yin Man burst into a hearty laugh. Ha! How amusing. I once believed that with my profound background, I would encounter no worthy adversaries upon entering the battlefield of myriad races. Yet, I never anticipated meeting such an intriguing individual in the novice town. In her smile, there resided a blend of tranquility, abandon, and audacity. Were Jiangxin present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, wow, a fan-shaped diagram. General Baizong, relay my command. Unleash everything for the 26th wave of monsters. Baizong replied respectfully, as you wish, Your Highness. Soon after, Ming Tian, Baizong, the 100 Battles armored army, and the Iron Eagle elite unleashed their skills with abandon, effortlessly vanquishing the 26th wave of aliens. Naturally, they had exhausted their spiritual energy and could no longer withstand the next wave of assault. Lord Yin Man has bestowed upon you 110 million spiritual stones. Jiangxin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. This girl is quite straightforward. However, why is there an additional 10 million spirit stones? Just then, a video request from Ing Yin Man arrived incessantly. Upon connecting the video call, Jiangchen did not put Ing Yin Man in a difficult position. As a descendant of the esteemed Qin dynasty, the Empress Dowager of the first emperor indeed spoke with unwavering authority, earning admiration. There was not a hint of dismay on Ing Yin Man's face. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "It is merely a matter of honoring the wager. There is nothing praiseworthy about it." Jiangchen held a deeper admiration for this. If it were him, losing 100 million spirit stones would be utterly heartbreaking. Of course, it's possible that they are truly unconcerned about money. Yin Man, with unwavering directness, inquired, "I wish to know where I fell short." Jiangchen has finally discerned the reason behind the unexpected addition of 10 million spiritual stones. It was, in fact, an information fee. It is indeed foolish to forego an opportunity for profit. Jiangchen pondered for a moment before activating the video function and directing the rear camera towards the sky. Is this explanation sufficient? Ing Yin Man gazed in awe at the 12 colossal beasts soaring through the heavens, drawing in a sharp breath. Legendary dragons? Indeed, an entire squad. Jiangchen smiled, offering no explanation. The reason for using the dragon as a pretext to placate Ing Yin Man was twofold. Firstly, the dragon had already been exposed to Chu Xiu and her daughter. Secondly, within his territory, the dragon was nearing the status of mere transport. Among adversaries of equal rank, a single angel, Yin, could vanquish an entire dragon squad. The Empress, clad in legendary armor, surpassed even Yin in strength. With the added dominion of the Empress, the Nine Heaven Saint Princess, bolstered by the great samurai sword technique, could contend against two dragons single-handedly. Even the epic class unit, the Goddess Warrior, with its extreme attributes, possessed potential far exceeding that of the dragons. Moreover, revealing a squad of the weakest dragons would also prevent Ing Yin Man from indulging in fanciful notions. The epic treasure chest could indeed yield legendary soldier tokens. Fortune clearly favored you. Understanding this, Ing Yin Man smiled and proposed, "I have a suggestion. What if I give you 10 million spirit stones? You wouldn't need to act as a vassal lord. All I ask is that you call me Sister Ing from now on. What do you say?" Jiangchen's expression was peculiar. According to the information obtained from Lord and Luoshi, this girl was scarcely over 18. Why was she so eager to take on the role of an older sister? It is worth noting that Chu Xiu was already 19. Regarding the peculiarities of the benefactor, Jiangchen had no desire to meddle excessively and merely expressed with regret. "If the esteemed one has no other matters, I am about to commence the 29th wave of the alien invasion." Ing Yin Man was taken aback. "I have already conceded." "Do you still wish to continue?" Jiangchen remarked, "Such opportunities to accumulate energy are rare. I shall engage in a few more rounds." Despite Ren Yin's boundless imagination, she could hardly envision Jiangchen single-handedly striving for the top position in the town's ranking competition. "Do take care of yourself. Legendary troops are elusive, should you lose one. I would feel quite distressed on your behalf." After a brief attempt to persuade him, Ren Yin smiled and added, "Please give further thought to my earlier suggestion. When you've made a decision, do seek me out. We can negotiate the price." With that, she abruptly ended the video call. What is so impressive about having a bit of money? Jiangchen muttered a low curse, his heart racing as he gazed at the vast sum of spirit stones in his lordly account, a staggering 9-digit figure. In his previous life, he had never encountered such wealth. A notification flashed before him. Ing Yin Man has exited the battlefield, leaving Jiangchen as the sole survivor. He cast a glance at his score. 526, 320. With nearly 300,000 points contributed by Ing Yin Man. If that girl had exerted herself, her earlier claim of 500,000 points might have been an exaggeration, yet 400,000 was entirely within reach. Moments later, another notification appeared. You have achieved the highest score in the Battle of the Broken Domain at Town 10086 and have become the town mayor. The privileges granted to you as mayor are as follows. An additional hero slot and extra vassal lord construction speed increased by 10, resource gathering speed increased by 10, acquisition of the mayor exclusive building transdimensional portal, which requires spirit stones for usage, authority to appoint and dismiss officials within the town, establishment of rules for the migration of lords in and out of the town, naming the town. Though he had long been aware of the benefits that came with the mayor's title, Jiangchen was still filled with uncontainable joy. However, what should he name the town? With this thought in mind, Jiangchen posted a message in the town channel, announcing the crowdfunding of the town's name. Brothers, if you have any brilliant ideas, feel free to comment below. Simultaneously, all the lords in the town received the news of the mayor's emergence. The two great figures are truly remarkable. They have likely persevered through over 25 waves. The prowess of Yin Man is commendable, but Jiang Qin's superiority is even more impressive. Alas, had I known the capabilities of these two masters, I would not have exerted myself so fervently. From now on, if anyone claims that rewards cannot be obtained in the battle of the broken domain, I shall take issue with them. Wei Ming, Boss Jiang. I humbly seek an official position. Huang Xian, the one who cries gets milk. My brother Wei is quite generous. There are quite a number of people online. Perhaps they are all eagerly anticipating the mayor's arrival. The 29th wave of monsters is about to commence. Jiang Qin commanded, delay the next few waves of monsters for as long as possible. Though uncertain of his intent, the Empress responded solemnly, understood. Yin proactively offered, my lord. Do you require my assistance in battle? Not yet. Jiang Qin replied briefly, then produced the blueprint for the Spring of Life. Utilizing a one-time enhancement opportunity, he chose enhancement direction, the Spring of Life. A resplendent golden light erupted, surpassing the brilliance of any previous item enhancement. Yan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. In the territory, everyone instinctively turned their heads towards the drunken immortal pavilion, enveloped in golden light. As the radiance dissipated, Jiang Qin toyed with the blueprint for the Spring of Life. The construction of the Spring of Life necessitates resources, energy, 400,000 life stones 2,000, which can be obtained through the enhancement of ordinary stones at a rate of 10,000 spirit stones per unit. Thunderstrike wood 1,000, which can be acquired through the enhancement of ordinary timber at a rate of 10,000 spirit stones per unit. Origin gold 1,000, obtainable through the enhancement of gold at a rate of 15,000 spirit stones per unit. In total, this amounts to 45 million spirit stones. For a legendary building, this is indeed quite reasonable. Naturally, upgrading the Spring of Life will also require a significant expenditure of resources and energy. Before commencing the enhancement of resources, with a wave of his hand, Jiang Qin commanded, level up. Numerous upgrade halos erupted forth. Over 600,000 units of energy vanished, and more than 200 disciples of Tianyin ascended to level 9. The energy accumulated from the previous 28 waves of alien invaders was entirely expended, while the strength of the warriors was undeniably significant as the monsters multiplied. The nearly 200-meter-long defense line primarily relied on the disciples of Tianyin for its protection. After all, the breach of territory by over 100 alien entities would signify a catastrophic failure in defense. Jiang Qin leisurely accumulated points, while the announcement from the county finally spread. Catalyzed by the opening of the Blue Star Channel, centered around Qingyang County, a subtle yet profound undercurrent began to churn, affecting both the myriad battlefields and the main world. In Town 10010, a young man clad in dark armor unleashed a powerful punch. The fist struck with such force that it left an imprint the size of a water tank, resonating through the void and heralding a strange phenomenon. Within that imprint, one could faintly discern mountains and rivers stretching endlessly, with a bright moon hanging high above. Any learned scholar present would instantly recognize it as the secret art of the Ming Domain royal family, mountain rivers and bright moon. The elite level 18 half-orc standing before the youth was instantly obliterated. What a remarkable town ranking competition, with a total of 50 attribute points and 5 luck points. The young man chuckled softly. I never anticipated that just a few days after the region's opening, the heavenly Tao would bestow upon me such a grand gift in the form of Zhu Yeqing. No, I ought to express my gratitude to Town 10,086. The fact that he could break through the domain in merely 6 days was indeed a testament to Jiang Qin's extraordinary prowess in creating exceptional troops. Yet it also meant he had inadvertently benefited me. With this thought, Zhu Yeqing promptly sent a message in the town channel. Dear brothers and sisters of the Dragon Nation, I trust you have all received the county's announcement. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a descendant of the Ming Domain, the 28th generation grandson of King Yin. I aspire to lead Town 10010 to victory in the town ranking competition, and from henceforth, we shall soar to unprecedented heights with our enhanced fortune. I wonder how Jinny feels about this. After a brief moment of silence, the town channel erupted in cheers, much to Zhu Yeqing's satisfaction. Very well. I shall select 100 warlords. In Town 10222, the regional channel was abuzz with fervent discussions. Can you believe that Town 10086 is in the same county as us and has already broken through the domain? Jiang Qin, the creator of exceptional troops, is indeed from Town 10,086. Divine 8 blessings, one exclaimed. I have a piece of good news to share. Divine 8, you have returned? What news do you bring? Upon the announcement from the county, I immediately initiated an investigation, and the results indicate that there are over 500 confirmed Sakura Nation towns within Qingyang County. These words ignited a wave of cheers. Splendid. This means our great Sakura Empire will hold an absolute advantage within the county. We shall dominate Qingyang County. Ha ha. With Town 10086 having exited the town ranking competition so early, our great Sakura Empire will surely claim all top 10 spots in the rankings. Divinate, as a descendant of the divine martial emperor, will undoubtedly lead us to victory. According to the regulations of the myriad races battlefield, the identification numbers of novice towns within a county may either be sequential or non-sequential. Therefore, prior to today, even if the lords were aware of their town's identification number, they were unable to ascertain with whom they shared a county. However, the situation has now changed. Jiangchen has successfully broken through the domain, and the Heavenly Tao has issued an announcement for the county town. Anyone who receives this announcement is undoubtedly within the city of Qingyang. In Blue Star, Donghai City. In Chu Xiu, upon hearing her mother's investigative findings, furrowed her brows and remarked, in other words, the county town where our small town is located is predominantly occupied by the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom, and Luoshi nodded in agreement, stating, the position of novice towns in the myriad races battlefield generally follows a normal distribution based on the main world's location. If fortune smiles upon us, we might find ourselves randomly placed in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Conversely, if misfortune strikes, it is entirely possible to be surrounded by lords from the Lighthouse Kingdom in the Western Hemisphere. Our Donghai City is already adjacent to both the Sakura and Nabang kingdoms. Thus, the slight eastern displacement of your town's location is hardly surprising. In the myriad races battlefield, skirmishes between lords of different nations are permitted, and such conflicts will not be deemed as acts of a bloodthirsty lord. Naturally, the means employed must not be excessively brutal, for all nations strive to uphold a veneer of humanitarianism. Therefore, it is foreseeable that the future of Qingyang Town will undoubtedly be tumultuous. However, and Chu Xiu remained resolute, proclaiming, with Jiangchen and Sistering by our side, and with my own possession of an epic hero, what is there to fear? Observing in Chu Xiu's determination, and Luoshi did not press further, but instead handed her a token engraved with the character migration. And Chu Xiu gasped, a migration order? And Luoshi affirmed, to my knowledge, many well-informed lords in your county town have already prepared migration orders. Of course, the Dwarven Palace should not be easily relinquished. This migration order is merely a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Jiangchen has finally fortified the materials, constructing the Fountain of Life. Completion imminent. The Fountain of Life has been upgraded to level 3. Jiangchen advanced decisively, elevating the Spring of Life to level 3, consuming a total of 78 million spirit stones in 3 million energy. The level 3 Spring of Life boasts a diameter of 10 meters, encircled by pristine white life stones. The water emanates a soft green hue, radiating an overwhelming vitality. Even within a 10-meter radius, an aura of dense essence envelopes the surroundings. Effects of the Spring of Life, Legendary 1. Units within a 10-meter radius of the spring can swiftly recover from injuries, replenish spiritual energy, and mend their souls. 2. Any unit, except for the Lord, can be resurrected through the spring upon demise. The cost of resurrection is contingent upon the strength of the resurrected unit and the integrity of the corpse. If no corpse is present, full resurrection cost applies. At level 3, each unit may be resurrected 4 times each day. 3. Without compromising the foundation of the spring. It can produce 1 vial of life essence and 10 vials of life water daily. Life essence, infused with potent life force, it enhances the Lord's attributes when consumed. Heroes and troops can also improve their quality without additional energy expenditure. Life water, upon consumption, its effects mirror those of being within the spring's radius for 100 seconds. For resurrections each day. How formidable! And this is merely the 3rd level of the Spring of Life, Jiangchen exclaimed. It is worth every immense spirit stone and energy I have expended. Furthermore, there is the essence of life itself. With a swift motion of his hand, Jiangchen conjured a small vial of emerald green liquid, resembling a resplendent imperial jade, radiant and captivating. It was none other than the essence of life. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and consumed its contents in 1 gulp. A wave of coolness surged from his abdomen, cascading through his limbs and bones, swiftly transforming into a soothing warmth. Sweat beads suddenly emerged on Jiangchen's forehead, and upon closer inspection, one would notice that these droplets were infused with numerous dark impurities. This is indeed a process of refining one's essence. Jiang Chun felt an unparalleled sense of comfort coursing through his body, far removed from the agonizing experiences depicted in cinematic portrayals. At that moment, a notification resonated from the heavens. Notification: your aptitude has ascended to sea level. With the following compensatory attributes: physical strength 24, spiritual power 24, soul 31, bearing 25. The concept of aptitude, when applied to heroes and troops, equates to quality. Aptitude determines the attribute points a lord can acquire with each level gained, as well as the pace at which they can cultivate techniques and skills. The vast majority of individuals possess an innate aptitude rated at F level. Jiang Chun was originally estimated to be above E level, yet not quite reaching D level, making him a top-tier genius within Donghai Third High School. Now, after consuming a vial of life essence, he had remarkably elevated to C level, with initial attributes comparable to those of an extraordinary hero. The attributes recently acquired were precisely the compensatory difference for the aptitude gap during his advancement from levels 1 to 10. Jiang Chun level, 10 attributes, physique 248, plus 6. Spiritual power 188, soul 102, capacity 121, plus 6, techniques, 9th set of broadcast gymnastics. Minor achievement, F grade, skills, none equipment, phantom armor combat power evaluation, 165. Jiang Chun gazed at his attributes and could not help but exclaim, "It is truly akin to a human-shaped dragon." Jiang Chun had consumed no less than 10 tomes of attributes, complemented by an unlimited supply of exquisite delicacies and augmented by the rewards from the recent domain break war. Thus, it is hardly surprising that he possesses such formidable attributes. Nevertheless, despite his immense strength, Jiang Chun had no intention of personally engaging in battle. At that moment, he successfully withstood the 32nd wave of attacks, with the 33rd wave expected to arrive in 10 minutes. The territory had successfully eradicated 33 waves of invading extraterrestrial forces. "My lord," the Empress conveyed through the heart of the Lord, her tone laden with gravity, "5 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect have unfortunately sustained injuries. One of them has had an arm torn off by a level 28 minor demon. It is feared they will no longer be able to fight. For a level 9 disciple of the Heavenly Sound sect, it is indeed quite challenging to contend with ordinary demons nearing level 30, especially while conserving spiritual energy." "Understood," Jiang Chun replied, nodding resolutely. He immediately set about repairing the city walls and summoned the injured disciples to him. If not for the Fountain of Life, Jiang Chun could only, like Yin Man, utilize his skills to strike a few more times before retreating from the battlefield, unless he was indifferent to the fate of his troops. However, the circumstances had changed. Soon, the injured disciples of Tianyin were brought over by the Empress. At Jiang Chun's gesture, they cautiously stepped into the effective range of the Fountain of Life. Immediately, expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. "My heavens, my wounds are healing. It tingles. It feels so comfortable. Not only are my injuries mending, but the spiritual energy I had just expended has been replenished in an instant. I feel all my fatigue dissipate." Meanwhile, the disciple of Tianyin who had lost her arm looked in astonishment as a snow-white arm gradually sprouted from her shoulder. Overwhelmed with joy and moved to tears, she brandished her treasured sword, discovering that it felt entirely natural in her grip. The Empress, equally astonished, reverently remarked, "My lord, you are truly unfathomable." Note: the Empress's favor has increased by 1, current level 97. Jiang Chun was immensely satisfied. With just 3 more points, the Empress's favor would reach the maximum of 100. Naturally, as the favorability increased, it became increasingly challenging to enhance. The disciples of Tianyin, who had just received treatment, all boasted loyalty levels exceeding 95. Generally speaking, a loyalty rating above 90 indicates a minimal likelihood of betrayal, unless the Lord undergoes a drastic change in temperament and commits acts that incite public outrage. With the Fountain of Life at their disposal, they could finally unleash their skills without restraint. Everyone was filled with fervor, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the 33rd wave of foreign invaders, ready to showcase their prowess. Yet, Jiang Chun waved his hand. "Upgrade the Dwarven Rocketmen, elevate them all to level 20. Instantly, 5 million energy evaporated. All 20 Dwarven Rocketmen were elevated to level 20. The pinnacle for the current level 3. Soon, the 33rd wave of demons broke through the mist. The diminutive demons, approximately level 30, towered over 2 meters, with robust limbs and glistening claws numbering in the thousands. In addition, there were hundreds of flame golems, dozens of hellfire entities, 6 armed serpent demons, several berserkers, and a formidable level 34 Balrog. This assembly would cause even a fully equipped Yin to yield in submission. Watching the scene, Angel Yin felt an irresistible urge and implored once more, "My lord, permit me to join the battle. With the support of the Fountain of Life, I need not worry about my mana depletion. Why wield a butcher's knife to slaughter a chicken?" Jiangchen chuckled softly. "Dwarven rocket artillery, activate overload. And conjure a super rocket barrage." 30 seconds later, 20 rockets, each an imposing 8 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, soared into the heavens. Their elongated trails ablaze with arcane energy. Although the demon army had never encountered such projectiles, the sheer size and length of these weapons made it abundantly clear that they were formidable adversaries. Fear etched on their faces, the demons attempted to evade, but alas, the canyon offered little room for escape. Boom, boom, boom. 500 meters from the territory, 20 colossal mushroom clouds, each over 10 meters in diameter, erupted into the sky. Even the little demons caught at the edges of the explosion were swept up by the ferocious shockwaves, violently colliding with the canyon walls and reducing to nothing more than a gruesome pulp. Your unit, the Dwarven Rocket Artillery, has vanquished the little demons, granting you energy 28 points 10 and Spirit Stone 6. In an instant, thousands of notifications flooded your battle log. 3 seconds later, the shockwave from the explosions reached the territory, causing everyone's garments to flutter wildly. The sheer power of the display left all in attendance utterly astounded. Even the Angel Yin slightly parted her lips in astonishment. How terrifying. Jiangchen elucidated. If you were aware that this strike encapsulated the entirety of a dwarven marksman's 200 points of spiritual energy, you would not be astonished. 200 points of spiritual energy? Yin nodded in realization. Her heavenly blade strike consumed merely 150 points of spiritual energy. Of course, unless a direct hit is achieved. The threat posed by rockets to high-tier monsters is rather limited. Indeed, as Jiangchen had asserted, as the dust settled on the battlefield, remnants of dismembered limbs from countless imps lay strewn about. Among the thousands of imps, the count barely reached 1,000. However, mid-tier demons such as the 6-armed serpent demon and the berserker demon appeared only somewhat beleaguered. The level 34 Baler Fire demon let out a furious roar. The remaining 1,000 demons regrouped, charging towards the city walls. Alas, before them stood the Empress, who no longer needed to concern herself with the depletion of spiritual energy. Under the full unleashing of her skills, the Empress's explosive power surged several-fold compared to before. Cloud Shadow, Cloud Ring, Cloud Sword. In merely 5 seconds, the Baler Fire demon was cleaved into several pieces by the Empress. A faint smile graced Jiangchen's lips. Yin, with keen perception, inquired curiously, "What brings amusement to the Lord?" Jiangchen gestured towards the Empress, who stood majestically in midair, noting that with the acquisition of the flowing cloud set, she no longer relied on her faction skills. Yin's lips curled into a smile as well, remarking, "If memory serves me right, this is what we call the true fragrance principle." After vanquishing the 34th wave of monsters, the Empress and the recently deployed troops swiftly made their way to the Fountain of Life to recuperate. Jiangchen glanced at the total score, 952, 300. To secure the top position in the town's ranking, he realized he was still far from his goal. Subsequently, waves 35 and 36 ensued, each commencing with the Dwarven RPG's initial onslaught, followed by the relentless bombardment of the Tower of Divine Fury, ultimately overwhelming nearly 30% of the demons with a deluge of descending skills. Jiangchen's singular technique yielded unexpectedly remarkable results. The sole source of his discontent lay in the escalating levels of the monsters, yet the elusive legendary creatures remained absent. This, of course, attests to the rarity of such legendary beings. You have successfully withstood the 44th wave of assault, with the 45th wave set to arrive in 10 minutes. Warning, your tenacious resistance has thoroughly enraged the demonic overlord, Abisto. Jiangchen's spirit trembled. The legendary monster was finally about to emerge. The heavenly Tao was surprisingly humane, even providing me with a warning. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a figure dashed across the territory, heading towards the Fountain of Life. As Jiangchen gazed intently, he beheld the celestial realm of Fanine. In her hands lay the remnants of a shattered corpse, that of an ordinary disciple of Tianyin. The 44 wave of monsters had finally inflicted casualties upon Jiangchen's territory. Notification, Body Integrity 82, Resurrection requires Energy 9,000, Time 1 minute. Given that the territory consisted of mid to high-tier troops, Jiangchen had established an automatic resurrection protocol. The moment she entered the vicinity of the Fountain of Life, The form of the Tianyin disciple began to mend at a visible pace. 1 minute later, she opened her eyes anew, bewildered, and murmured, "Am I still alive?" The territory erupted in a chorus of cheers. After all, the shock of witnessing it firsthand was a stark contrast to merely hearing Lord's descriptions. Even the goddess warriors displayed expressions of exhilaration. With the fountain of life in their midst, as long as their territory remained unbroken, they would henceforth possess immortality. In an instant, the loyalty of all troops soared above 95. Suddenly, DDD and Chu Xiu sent a video request. Jiang Xin pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to answer the call. And Chu Xiu cheerfully remarked, "Esteemed Mayor, have you completed the construction of your portal? Would you care to visit my territory for a while? Coincidentally, Ying Jia is also here, and we have matters to discuss with you." Ying Yiman also leaned in, waving her hand towards Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin chuckled, "Let's do it tomorrow. By the time I finish this wave of monsters, I won't even know what time it is." And Chu Xiu was taken aback, then incredulously replied, "It's been a whole day, and you still haven't finished?" Ying Yiman also gave a thumbs up. "Even if you were to employ Ye's method of kiting the monsters to buy time, you must have endured at least 30 waves by now. I can't compare to you." Jiang Xin spoke candidly, "The energy and item rewards are quite commendable. We might as well seize the opportunity to undertake multiple waves of them." And Chu Xiu nodded. But her expression suddenly turned solemn. "Given the circumstances, I shall be succinct. The location of our small town may not be particularly optimistic." Listening to Chu Xiu's description, Jiang Xin gradually furrowed his brow. This reminded him of the warning from Tian Ding, the steward of the merchant caravan. Just days prior, the Hua clan's existence in Qingyang County may not be as favorable as you might conceive. It appears that both the Blue Star Lords and the indigenous people are facing similar predicaments. Perhaps, after this battle concludes, a visit to the county town would be prudent to assess the situation. 1 minute later, Jiang Xin spoke calmly. "I understand. In the main world, Donghai City and the Sakura Nation are merely separated by a sea, so Jiang Xin found nothing peculiar about it. In fact, there was a faint thrill within him. This is a treasure trove of experience. Remain composed." And Chu Xiu sighed. "Currently, the atmosphere in the town channel is fraught with anxiety. Many lords, sensing the impending danger, are eager to use their city relocation orders to make a hasty exit. If they all abandon ship, you, as the town head, will be left as a solitary commander." Ying Yiman expressed her dissatisfaction. "The ones most eager to capitalize on the rewards are those who scrambled for benefits during this chaotic situation. Now, with the slightest hint of trouble, they are fleeing faster than rabbits." Jiang Chun, however, remained indifferent, casually stating, "Everyone has their own aspirations. I have fully opened the permissions for the town's relocation. Those who wish to stay are naturally welcomed. While I have no right to compel those who wish to depart from Qingyang County to engage in battle with the Sakura Nation. Leaving? Of course, it is entirely permissible. I shall not resort to moral coercion. Just remember, when the town's transportation becomes operational, do not lament your decision. Well, my battle is about to commence. So let us continue this conversation later." After ending the video call, Jiang Xin first glanced at his points. 3, 523, 540. After 30 waves, the points awarded by each alien race had significantly increased. With 5 million points, he should be well positioned to secure the top rank in the town's competition. However, legendary monsters are elusive. Now that he possesses the Fountain of Life, he naturally intends to strive for another challenge. Contemplating this, Jiang Chun retrieved the legendary hero token that had previously dropped from the King of the Hills. Recruit. The first enhancement from the town's mayor grants an additional hero slot. Although Jiang Xin did not particularly need the combat prowess of this hero, as Yin had yet to make a move, he understood that he must be thoroughly prepared to face a legendary hero of level 30 or above. He hoped for a formidable hero. Before long, a figure clad in a blue robe emerged from the summoning portal, appearing before Jiang Xin. The figure adorned a silver mask and a bamboo hat, holding a gleaming sword in a reverse grip. Though her visage was obscured, it was evident to any observer that she was a woman disguised as a man. "I have mastered the sword and intended to inquire about Jian Qiqing. How did I suddenly arrive here? Is there truly such a wondrous place in the realm of the myriad races battlefield? In this world, perhaps I could glimpse the realm of the sword path." The woman gazed at Jiang Chun, striving to adopt a deep voice as she spoke. "Are you the esteemed lord?" "It is indeed the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, Li Hani." Jiang Xin sighed inwardly, then turned his gaze towards Li Hani's attributes. Li Hani, legendary, level 1 affinity, 80 attributes, physique 24, 32, Spiritual power 28, 32. Soul 18, 32. Capacity 18. Equipment. Listening to the Rain Sword Cultivation Technique. Sword Heart Technique. Mastery. C grade. Skills. Swordsmanship Will. Grade Achievement. A grade. Moonlit Flower Morning. Minor Perfection. C grade. Paper Falling into Mist. Minor Perfection. C grade. Still Water Sword Technique. Minor Perfection. C grade. Sword Chi. Transformation. D grade. Basic Sword Technique. Transformation. F grade. Heroic Command. Sword Type Troops. A combat power. 45. In terms of overall combat capability, Li Hani was not as well-rounded as Yin, and even compared to the Empress. Her world level was relatively low, with her practice techniques merely at C grade. However, what astonished Jiangchen was Li Hani's A-grade skill, Swordsmanship Will. Swordsmanship Will, a passive skill that allows any sword technique to unleash 4 times its original power. With the enhancement of Swordsmanship Will, even an ordinary D-grade skill, Sword Chi, could exert the might of a B-grade skill without additional consumption of spiritual power. This was merely at the level of great achievement. What if it were to reach perfection or even transformation? The power would be unimaginable. If Li Hani possessed an A-grade offensive sword technique, she would instantaneously become Jiang Chen's foremost warrior in battle. According to cinematic conventions, Jiang Chen should have dramatically removed Li Hani's mask and tenderly exclaimed, "You must be a little fairy." Yet, faced with imminent danger, he chose to forego such theatrics. "Hani, prepare for battle. Are there strong enemies?" Li Hani, ever the warrior, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Could you perhaps allow me to level up a bit? Just 10 levels would suffice." Haha. Jiangchen laughed heartily. 10 levels would hardly be enough. Jiangchen, ever the strategist, had meticulously calculated his energy reserves through the art of warfare. "Upgrade everything," he commanded, and in an instant, 780,000 units of energy vanished. The 3 legendary heroes were enveloped in radiant auras of ascension, each attaining the esteemed level of 20. The Empress, fortified by the enhancements from the Heavenly Sound Monarch and the Flowing Cloud set, boasted an impressive combat power of 701 points. Angel Yan, equipped with the Divine Body and his fated gear, reached a formidable strength of 628 points. In contrast, Li Hani's combat power stood at a mere 450 points, a standard for an ordinary level 20 legendary hero. After contemplating this, he pondered further. Jiangchen retrieved a steel sword and swiftly perused the enhancement list. "This one will do." Jiangchen, now affluent and prosperous, swiftly procured the most suitable weapon for Li Hani. He expended 6 million spirit stones to enhance the direction of the lifeless sword, a level 20 legendary weapon. "It's yours." Li Hani, still reveling in the exhilaration of her newfound strength, instinctively accepted the lifeless sword, only to gasp in astonishment. Such a magnificent sword! It surpassed even her mother's heart sword by leaps and bounds. Yet, she pondered, how could one accept such a boon without merit? Jiangchen chuckled, "Here? No one is more suited for this lifeless sword than you." The lifeless sword not only boasts explosive attributes, but also possesses the ability to unleash lifeless sword energy comparable to A-grade skills. With Li Hani's enhancement of Swordsmanship Will, the lifeless sword energy becomes an unstoppable force, vanquishing gods and demons alike. Li Hani, fully aware of this, is utterly captivated by the lifeless sword, rendering her original Rain listening sword rather unappealing. Moreover, there is an unexpected boon. Li Hani's favorability rating has instantaneously surged by 8 points, reaching a total of 88. This makes Jiangchen marvel at the day when he too could wield the power of wealth. As Li Hani excels in combat, other equipment proves to be of lesser value. Thus, Jiangchen refrained from further enhancements. Soon, the heavenly path once again conveyed a message: upgrade. The 45th wave of monster invasion has commenced. Jiangchen raised his gaze and beheld the depths of the canyon, where swirling mist surged ominously. Suddenly, a monstrous creature, towering over 10 meters, thunderously emerged from the fog. Its body was adorned with menacing bony spikes, and its robust tail swayed nonchalantly, producing a resonant whoosh as it cut through the air. Following closely behind were 8 epic fire demons, presenting an utterly magnificent spectacle. Abysto race, demon level, 35 quality, golden legend, combat power, 1125 heroic command, skills, a level 35 legendary hero. Jiangchen instinctively leaned forward slightly. However, upon confirming the type of demon before him, he exhaled softly in relief. Fortunately, it was just a fire demon, a rather clumsy giant. Had it been a formidable demon wielding space abilities and a scythe of death, that would have truly posed a significant challenge. The fire demon possessed balanced attributes, exhibiting strength in both magic and physical power, yet neither was particularly exceptional. Your Majesty, Yan, hold it off for a moment. Han Yi, you swiftly eliminate the other foes. With that, Jiang Chun produced 10 vials of life water, distributing them among the three. This was the entirety of today's yield from the Fountain of Life. The trio's eyes brightened, their confidence soaring as they assured, "Rest easy, my lord." At that moment, Obisido stepped forward, his voice resonating throughout the canyon. "A mere novice lord has compelled me to act. You are undoubtedly the first of your kind in the Blue Star domain in millennia. In honor of strength, I, Obisido, shall exert my utmost, bestowing upon you the glory of an inevitable end." After a flurry of incantations, Obisido pointed towards the sky, causing the clouds above to transform into a deep crimson hue. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the canyon, heralding the legendary magic known as meteor hell. As Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, he abruptly rose and bellowed, "Protect the territory." No sooner had his words left his lips than hundreds of meteors plummeted from the clouds, trailing 10-meter-long black tails as they hurtled towards his domain. Given the magnitude of their descent, should they land within the territory, it seemed inevitable that all but a few epic structures would be utterly obliterated. The powerful defenders of the territory reacted swiftly. Angel Yin activated the wormhole defense barrier. Soaring into the sky, the Empress unleashed the cloud ring, magnifying the cloud giant to an astounding height of 40 meters, effortlessly swatting the meteors away. Li Hani softly uttered moonlit evening, blossoming morning, conjuring an expansive sea of spiritual power that formed a protective net above the territory. The dragon, the warrior goddess, and the celestial princess all displayed their formidable abilities. A portion of the meteors was shattered, while the majority were deflected, landing safely outside the territory. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, noting that meteor hell was a complex magic encompassing fire, earth, and summoning elements. Indeed, the meteors that fell to the ground transformed into towering infernos, each reaching a height of 5 meters. However, the legion of over 100 elite monsters no longer posed a threat to the territory. A thunderous roar echoed from Abido's. Interesting. A surge of black-red flames erupted from its form as it pointed its massive sword forward. With a single command from the demon lord, countless legions of demons surged forth from the mist like a colossal wave, advancing toward the territory situated a kilometer away. Under Abido's command, the strength of the demon army surged dramatically. For instance, the battle prowess of elite berserker demons increased by at least 2-star levels. As a result, after a volley of RPG fire from the dwarven rocket artillery, the casualties among the demon horde were merely in the thousands. Moments later, the demon army stood at the gates. "Be annihilated," Abidos declared, his colossal sword engulfed in fierce flames, descending upon the territory. Thunder's might. The wormhole defense barrier activated. Angel Yin unleashed her ultimate move, colliding fiercely with Abidos. Yan's face paled as she was propelled back several dozen meters before barely regaining her balance, while Abidos merely staggered. Astonished, an angel? It is rare to encounter an angel capable of wielding the power of thunder. However, your ability to withstand my attack relies solely on that formidable defensive skill of yours, does it not? Seizing the opportunity, the Empress commanded her meticulously refined cloud giant to thrust a sword toward Abidos' chest. Yet, Abidos did not even flinch. The cloud sword, comparable to an A-grade skill, merely left a shallow, inch-deep scar upon its body, which swiftly healed under the searing flames of hellfire. The Empress exclaimed, "This creature is far too resilient." Yin quickly replied, "Perhaps only my celestial blade strike and Han Yi's lifeless sword can inflict damage upon it. We must hold it off for now." Ha ha, what a joke. You expend a tremendous amount of spiritual energy to execute such powerful defensive skills, yet you believe you can hinder me? Abidos scoffed effortlessly. The demon flames enveloping its form consumed minimal spiritual energy. It was unconcerned about outlasting 2 level 20 heroes. Furthermore, its army of demons maintained an absolute advantage, and the prospect of its defeat seemed utterly implausible. However, mere minutes later, as Yan's wormhole defense barrier began to tremble precariously, she suddenly produced a vial of life water and drank it down. Her aura surged once more, leaving Abidos momentarily taken aback. Following suit, the Empress also consumed a vial of life water, her power escalating dramatically. Abidos could no longer contain itself, bellowing in outrage. "Shameless. You were cheating." Regrettably, its most formidable skill, Meteor Hell, was a mass-casting ability, proving less effective against such powerful foes as the Empress. The battlefield among the three descended into a stalemate. "We are holding steady." Jiangchen exhaled deeply, then turned his gaze towards the other battlefields. Silent Sword Chi. A razor-sharp gray sword energy sliced through the void. A level 35 epic fire demon suddenly froze in place. Then, its massive form was cleaved in two, collapsing to either side, revealing the figure of Li Hani behind it. Following this, Li Hani wielded his sword with precision, unleashing over 10 ordinary sword energies, each one accurately severing the heads of a 6-armed serpent demon. Jiangchen exclaimed. To wield sword energy to such a degree truly befits the title of Sword Immortal. Under the dominion of Abystos, the current wave of demons exhibited power far superior to the previous. Notably, there were 8 epic demons. As the battle commenced, the territory found itself in an absolute disadvantage. Fortunately, the formidable Li Hani was present to extinguish fires across the battlefield. Coupled with the resurrection ability of the Spring of Life, they managed to hold their ground. Even so, the disciples of Tianyin continued to fall. In a particularly dire moment, the goddess warrior leader, Chu Xiu, had no choice but to choose mutual destruction while besieging an epic demon. At this juncture, Jiangchen could no longer retrieve the fallen warriors' bodies and declared, full resurrection. 10,000 energy dissipated. Chu Xiu swiftly emerged from the Spring of Life, her original corpse dissolving into motes of light. She bowed in gratitude towards the direction of the drunken immortal pavilion and rejoined the fray. The number of demons dwindled, while the troops of the territory remained unchanged. The scales of victory finally began to tilt in favor of the territory. 10 minutes later, Li Hani vanquished the final epic demon. She consumed the last vial of the Spring of Life and charged towards Abystos. Abystos, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Ah, the Spring of Life. That must be the legendary spring that nourishes the world tree. How could a newcomer lord, just descended from Blue Star, possibly construct such a legendary structure?" However, his realization came a tad too late. Wraith Sword Energy. With a swift strike, the unassuming gray sword energy tore through Abystos' waist, inflicting a grievous wound that exposed bone. Demon blood, akin to molten lava, splattered upon the ground, hissing ominously. Abystos, in disbelief, questioned, "How can a level 20 human harm me?" A faint gray mist clung to the wound, desperately staving off its healing. What filled him with despair was the diminishing hellfire enveloping him. At last, Abystos' spiritual energy had run dry. 2 minutes later, Celestial Blade Strike. Refusing to concede, the battered Abystos let out a furious roar before being ultimately dispatched by Yan's Celestial Blade Strike. The Empress blinked. "Does this count as stealing a kill?" Yan replied. "Mutual understanding. Your heroic Empress has slain the demon lord Abystos, legendary hero, earning you 7 million energy, 1 million spirit stones, 1 advanced codex of carrying, 1 skill book, meteoric hell, and 1 A-level territory advancement token." Gazing at the heavenly prompt, Jiangchen was momentarily stunned before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. An A-level territory advancement token. A-grade talent corresponds to a legendary level lord's heart. To enhance it through his means would require a staggering 100 million spirit stones. Bound by the constraints of the heavenly laws, the highest quality lord's heart that can be brought into and out of the myriad races battlefield is of epic quality. This elucidates why, despite E-Man's significant stature, he can only possess a B-grade lord talent. His verdant mountains and clear waters have ascended to C-grade. Enveloped in a mist of spirit, with a tenfold increase in the concentration of spiritual energy. So what of advancing 2 more qualities to reach A-grade? Indeed. The recent wave of monsters has already posed a considerable risk. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiangchen resolved to put an end to his endeavors for the time being. The advancement of his innate abilities would have to wait until he returned to the small town. The 45 waves of monsters had amassed nearly 1 million points, and the total score for the Battle of the Broken Domain in Town 10086 had reached an impressive 4 million, with Jiangchen himself contributing over 3 million. This score was more than sufficient to secure the first place in the Qingyang County Town rankings. Within a few minutes, he collected the high-quality demon corpses into his territory and softly declared, "Exit the battlefield." As the golden light dissipated, the territory reverted to the original small-town map. He swiftly arranged for the repair of buildings and the revival of troops, attending to the aftermath with efficiency. Jiangchen then retrieved the A-grade territory advancement token. An advancement in territory cannot exceed the designated levels. However, Jiangchen, now affluent, effortlessly acquired an E-grade territory advancement token for a sum of 50,000 spirit stones. Subsequently, He expended 10 million spirit stones to enhance it to B grade. The Lord's innate talent advanced, elevating it to the B grade talent. Notification: you have utilized the B grade territory advancement token, and the Lord's talent has evolved into Celestial Realm. Suddenly, Jiangxin felt a tremor in the space around him. The spiritual energy overflowing in the void multiplied exponentially in an instant. Following this, to Jiangxin's astonished gaze, all the spiritual mist rapidly coalesced. Antlers, lion's mane, and eagle's claws gradually shaped into a mini divine dragon several meters long. The little dragon circled around Jiangxin for a brief moment, affectionately rubbed against his cheek, and then plunged into the ground. A dragon vein. This is indeed a dragon vein. Jiangxin promptly examined the attributes of the dragon vein. Inferior dragon vein. Effect: it condenses spiritual energy, producing spiritual stones at a rate of 10,000 per day. Effect: high-quality resources are more likely to appear in the vicinity of your territory. Effect: with the earth as your foundation and exceptional individuals at your side, you are more inclined to recruit high-quality farmers and soldiers. Although it does not directly enhance combat power, each effect accelerates the development of your territory, particularly the second one. In comparison, the seemingly inconspicuous first effect of producing spiritual stones is the least significant. Calming his mind, Jiangxin once again cast the recently acquired A-grade Territory Advancement Talisman. Continuing, he advanced to A-grade Talent. Notification: you have used an A-grade Territory Advancement Talisman. The Lord's talent has advanced to Cavernous Abode. No visible phenomena occurred. However, as the Lord, Jiangxin sensed a faint spatial energy enveloping his territory. He immediately checked the attributes. Cavernous Abode. Effect: allows the division of deep space within the territory, with the total area of deep space not exceeding the current territory area. Effect: while the total amount of spiritual energy in the territory remains unchanged, you can appropriately adjust the proportion of spiritual energy in each space. Effect: by consuming a substantial amount of spiritual stones, you can alter the flow of time in certain spaces. Deep space? This effectively doubles the area of the territory and can even remain concealed. Moreover, it can alter the flow of time. Jiangxin felt his breath becoming somewhat labored. After a considerable time had passed, Jiangxin gently exhaled, marveling at the picturesque scenery. Where ethereal energy coalesced into mist, layered spaces unfurled, and time accelerated. This truly was a celestial paradise. With a casual wave of his hand, he declared, "Deep space." A ripple of spatial waves emanated around the Tianyin Pavilion, causing the entire structure to vanish into thin air. Yet, from Jiangxin's perspective, the Tianyin Pavilion stood intact amidst the seemingly real, yet illusory, deep space. The onlookers were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Where has the Tianyin Pavilion gone? The Empress searched the area where it once stood, only to find it utterly absent. It was not an illusion. The Empress exclaimed in wonder. I can vaguely sense the presence of the Tianyin Pavilion, yet I am unable to pinpoint its location. Jiangxin smiled faintly, and several azure light orbs shot forth, embedding themselves in the foreheads of a few individuals. This was the key to accessing the profound depths of the Tianyin Pavilion. The Empress took a step forward and vanished, only to reappear moments later. After several iterations of this, the Empress sincerely remarked, "The Lord's prowess is truly beyond description." Jiangxin chuckled. If you immerse yourself in the first enlightenment chamber of the Tianyin Pavilion for an entire night, I assure you, you will be even more astonished. Oh? Upon hearing Jiangxin's words, the Empress felt a surge of excitement. Very well, I shall give it a try. She then turned to Li Hani and said, Hani, there are but 2 guest rooms in the Lord's Manor. I shall be out all night. You may take my room. Li Hani, somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the Empress recalled something, glanced at Yin, and cautiously inquired of Li Hani, you aren't, perhaps, several thousand years old as well? After confirming that she was indeed 2 years her senior, the Empress, satisfied, entered the Tianyin Pavilion. Yin observed the Empress's retreating figure and curiously remarked, could it be that the increase in spiritual energy has also enhanced the effectiveness of the Enlightenment Chamber? Indeed, it has, Jiangxin replied, nodding before continuing. However, it is not solely due to the concentration of spiritual energy. You may inquire with the Empress yourself later. Later? Yin was taken aback. Did you not instruct the Empress to cultivate for an entire night? Jiangxin smiled faintly, offering no explanation, instead focusing on organizing the fruits of his recent endeavors. The esteemed tome, the Book of Bearing, along with 4 intermediate attribute tomes unleashed by the epic demons, were all employed for his own enhancement. His attributes surged once again. He had acquired 3 epic treasure chests, 5 pieces of epic equipment, and a scroll of spatial confinement of legendary caliber. Next, he turned his attention to the legendary skill book, Meteor Hell. Jiangchen had already witnessed the formidable power of this magic, and its extensive casting range rendered it a veritable siege weapon. However, upon examining the conditions for utilizing Meteor Hell, he could only sigh inwardly, as it required 500 points of spiritual power and 500 points of divine essence. Jiangchen calculated that the most formidable empress would likely require a minimum of level 30 to utilize her powers effectively. Furthermore, the empress's primary attribute is physical strength. Such a purely magical skill, when wielded by a magical hero, would yield even greater potency. Jiangchen could only temporarily confine them to the warehouse. Ultimately, the square of the territory was filled with the carcasses of demons. Jiangchen pondered for a moment before investing an additional 4 million spirit stones to enhance 8 legendary recruitment orders. The legendary farmers in his territory had just formed a small team of 12. Upon disassembling, he acquired Demon Blood, legendary, with the effect of Shinong activated, resulting in a 5-fold increase in yield, thus obtaining Demon Blood, legendary, x5. Further disassembly yielded Demon Bones, legendary, again with Shinong's effect enhancing the output 5-fold, culminating in the acquisition of Demon Bones, legendary, x5. Amidst the industriousness of the 12 farmers, the Empress reappeared, yawning. After a night of cultivation, she felt utterly exhausted. Shortly thereafter, she noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, leaving her momentarily stunned. I have cultivated for 10 hours. Why is it still evening? Yin seemed to grasp the situation, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, to be precise. The time from your entry into the Tianyin Pavilion to your departure was merely 62 minutes. The Empress was no fool. Hearing Yan's words, a moment of bewilderment clouded her gaze. This was the power to alter time. Jiangchen was quite pleased with the effects of time acceleration. With this enhancement, the primary combat strength of his domain could elevate the proficiency of skills and techniques to their utmost levels in a remarkably brief period. However, the consumption of spiritual stones was a cause for concern. Yin and Hani, should you have any interest, feel free to experience it as well. I am feeling weary and shall retire for the night. The functions of the blessed domain are numerous, and Jiangchen was not in a hurry to explore them. Yet, as soon as he lay down, he received another notification from the Heavenly Tao. Notification: favorability with the Empress has increased by 1, current favorability 98 points. Notification: favorability with Yin has increased by 1, current favorability 96 points. Notification: favorability with Li Han Yi has increased by 2, current favorability 90 points. He chuckled. Even Li Han Yi, the homebody, could not escape the allure of tenfold cultivation time. The following morning, as Jiangchen stepped out of the Lord's manor, he beheld a radiant pillar of light ascending into the sky. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the heavenly decree echoed in his ears. The ordinary city relocation order, unlike its advanced counterpart, did not permit the selection of coordinates. Coupled with a lengthy cooldown period, its price was relatively modest. Upon utilizing the ordinary city relocation order, the territory would randomly relocate to another publicly accessible town within the Dragon Kingdom. However, such a migration implied relinquishing the resources previously occupied. Of course, with a stroke of luck, one could gain the opportunity for new development, and encountering high-tier wild unit structures was not out of the question. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, no one would undertake the migration of their territory lightly. Contemplating this, Jiangchen opened the town channel. Wei Ming, alas, someone has indeed migrated away. Huang Xian, a brother returning this morning, brought the latest intelligence. We have confirmed that the number of towns from the Sakura Kingdom within our county has exceeded 600. Huang Xian, Wei Gu, are you leaving? Wei Ming, leave? Not a chance. Have you forgotten the atrocities committed by the Sakura Kingdom in Zone 632? Dozens of towns. And they have spared neither entertainment lords nor agricultural lords. Wei Ming, to be frank, I have prepared a relocation order as well, but if I were to leave, I would first confront the invaders with great fervor. Many lords from the Sakura Kingdom are adept at ghostly techniques, which is why the lords of the Dragon Kingdom refer to them as invaders. Huang Xian, Wei Gu speaks wisely. We cannot simply cede the land of an entire county to the invaders. Perhaps the short-term consequences may not be apparent, but in the long run, the battlefield of myriad races is fought over resources and territories. Handing over the resources of a county will inevitably constrict the living space of other lords within the Dragon Kingdom. This is a primary reason for the criticisms directed at the Qingyu royal family. Notification: Lord Wang Lanlan has migrated from the town. Yet, upon Wei Ming's remarks, it seemed to evoke thoughts of a dreadful reality, as several lords had also chosen to relocate. Observing this, Jiangchen promptly issued an announcement: "Greetings, everyone. As the town mayor, I solemnly declare that I shall never relinquish the territory of Qingyang County. Brothers willing to stay and endure together are wholeheartedly welcomed. For those who wish to depart, I shall not impede your choice, but please make your decision before today concludes. Tomorrow, I will close the permissions for town migration. The consequences of forced relocation are well understood by all. Decide swiftly whether to stay or leave." Wei Ming: "Excellent. What a fine statement, old Jiang. Based on these words, I shall follow you from now on. Yi Man, descendants of the immortal Qin, we fight to the death. There are no deserters. Mu Qingxuang, I am a soldier. Every inch of land is stained with blood. Tu Shanyeya, wherever Brother Jiangchen is, there shall I be. Though I belong to the Celestial Fox clan, I have also pledged allegiance to the Dragon Kingdom." After a brief silence, the regional channel became lively, rapidly displaying a polarizing trend. "Indeed, not an inch of land shall be surrendered. We shall live or die together with Qingyang County. Although I yearn to remain, my family has a lineage that spans 8 generations. I am sincerely grateful for your understanding. Is there anyone in possession of a city relocation order? I have one, available for a mere fee of 50 for procurement. Brothers, is it not a matter of conscience to profit from the chaos of war? Thus it stands. As time progresses, the town witnesses a continuous exodus. Even the relatively formidable second-generation leaders like Lin Mo and Li Muse have quietly departed without uttering a single word. Wei Ming vented his frustrations in the town channel, berating Lin Mo for several minutes due to the outstanding debt of 100,000 spirit stones. The sun sets in the west, and only 403 lords remain in the town. Jiangchen felt no sense of loss whatsoever. Though each individual possesses their own reasons for departure, this opportunity serves as a refinement of the town's lord. That is about all there is to it. Jiangchen gazed at the list of lords in the town, then utilized the mayor's authority to create a small group. Brothers who have already constructed the teleportation portal. You are warmly invited to visit my domain. Tu Shanyeya inquired, "What about the sisters?" As evening fell, in the territory of Jiangchen, the conspicuous structures such as the Fountain of Life, Drunken Immortal Tower, Tianyin Pavilion, and the Lighthouse have all been transported to the depths of the realm by Jiangchen. Even the rich spiritual energy from the outside has been relocated to the spaces housing Tianyin Pavilion and Drunken Immortal Tower. Thus, aside from a few prominent disciples of Tianyin, Jiangchen's territory now appears to be an ordinary third-tier domain. Yi Man and Chu Xiu, Wei Ming, Tu Shanyeya, Mu Qingxuang, and Huang Xian, a total of 6 lords, along with Jiangchen, gathered around a round table in the center of the territory. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, predominantly seafood. To avoid overwhelming extravagance, Jiangchen only offered a few dishes of epic quality, while the rest were of exceptional quality. Nonetheless, this was enough to leave everyone astounded, including Yi Man, who displayed a look of astonishment. Although the strengths of the 7 varied significantly, they represented the most formidable force in the small town. Huang Xian had once risked everything to secure the 10th position on the military power rankings, and the reward chest astonishingly yielded a squad of exceptional Shadow Knights, barely qualifying him as a stronger contender. Tu Shanyeya, standing approximately 5 feet tall, humorously claimed to be tall among the Tianhu clan. The delicate features of her fox-like face were adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. If not for her fluffy ears, she would exude the aura of a professional woman. At this moment, she sat next to Jiangchen, her equally fluffy tail wagging excitedly, a sign of joy among the Tianhu. "This is delicious. So incredibly delicious," the little fox exclaimed, her mouth greasy with food. If only there were chicken. Huang Xian, from a modest family background, seemed somewhat anxious at his first attendance of such a grand gathering, cautiously remarking, "It's for the best that those guys moved away. This way, the resources occupied by other lords in the town have doubled, and the monster resources are even more abundant." Wei Ming sighed, "But what about the upcoming ranking matches for the various towns? We only have half the numbers. It puts us at a disadvantage. Jiangchen can shoulder half the burden." Tu Shanyeya swallowed a piece of fish and added, "With Brother Jiangchen here, we have nothing to fear in any ranking match." Though the little fox's statement held merit, Jiangchen still offered her a generous portion of fish. "If you cannot articulate well, then eat more. What does it mean that Jiangchen can shoulder half the burden?" Wei Ming patiently elucidated. "The town ranking matches assess the overall strength of a town. just like the recently concluded Battle of the Broken Domain. Even if Boss Jiang and the formidable Yin Man are incredibly strong, one person can only rack up hundreds of thousands of points. It is impossible to secure a ranking in the town match solely by individual prowess. Jiang Chun felt a sense of helplessness. He certainly could not confess to having amassed over 3 million points single-handedly. The inability to provide an explanation was one aspect. Leaking information prematurely would be equally undesirable. It would be best to secure the first position and allow others to speculate on their own. After all, these individuals should be well-versed in such matters by now. Yin Man nodded in agreement, acknowledging the dilemma. However, given Jiang Chen's current reputation, it would not be difficult to issue an announcement within the Dragon Kingdom and recruit some individuals. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Jiang Chun. Although the advanced city relocation order came at a considerable cost, it was a mere trifle for the second-generation heirs of prominent families. Jiang Chun initially believed that, as the esteemed Yin Man, she would at least be accompanied by Meng Tian for protection on this visit. However, he was taken aback to find that she had come alone. This unexpected display of independence caused him to reevaluate her in a new light. Matters concerning recruitment require careful deliberation. Jiang Chun smiled and said, "The purpose of gathering everyone here today is twofold. Firstly, the town is named Long Yuan, symbolizing the hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring to great heights, and I would like to seek your suggestions on this matter. Secondly, we need to discuss the official positions within the town. While the other positions may not confer as significant bonuses as the mayor's, they still offer a modest enhancement in specific areas." Yin Man promptly responded, "I have no objections to the name, but I shall decline the official position." Jiang Chun felt no surprise whatsoever. "You intend to relocate, do you not?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Yin Man inquired with curiosity, "How did you come to that conclusion?" Jiang Chun softly uttered 3 words, "Heroic position. You are indeed clever." Yin Man produced a high-grade city relocation token and gestured slightly. "I can forego other enhancements, but I shall never relinquish the increase of 1 in the heroic position. Thus, I must seek the role of town mayor in another small settlement. But rest assured, there happen to be several descendants of that traitor Su Fu in Qingyang town. So I shall not be departing. We shall continue to fight side by side in the future." And Chu Xiu felt a twinge of reluctance. "So, Sister Ing, have you chosen which small town you will go to?" "I have indeed chosen. It is number 10,000. Fortuitously, that town is home to a few lords who are descendants of the immortal Qin." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun chuckled and said, "Then I wish you a smooth journey, my esteemed friend. As for the various official positions, I shall allocate them accordingly. Wei Ming will assume the role of the town's constable." After distributing the positions, Jiang Chun continued, "From now on, I kindly ask everyone to take great care in managing the affairs of the town." And Chu Xiu, feeling somewhat speechless, remarked, "I sense that you are inclined to be a hands-off manager." Jiang Chun, "Be more confident, eliminate the word seems." Suddenly, Jiang Chun's expression shifted, and then he smiled. "The second town has successfully breached its domain." In the county channel, a notification read, "Town 10148 has completed its domain breach." However, what astonished Jiang Chun was that the second breach also belonged to a town from the Dragon Nation. It is worth noting that the number of towns from the Dragon Nation is quite minimal in Qingyang County. Soon, a message arrived, "Greetings to the compatriots of Town 10086. I am Yi Yiren, the mayor of Town 10148. Oh, you have renamed it to Longyuan Town. The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. Truly a splendid name. Is the esteemed Jiang Chun, creator of exceptional troops, present?" And Chu Xiu glanced at Jiang Chun, surprised. "Yi Yiren, isn't she the prodigy from the Baihe family?" "That should be the case." Jiang Chun nodded, recalling that he had encountered this name during the provincial lord competition. "Hello, Mayor Yi, I am Jiang Chun." Jiang Chun greeted politely, then inquired with curiosity, "Have you completed the domain breach so swiftly? Have you abandoned the town ranking competition?" Yi Yiren, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "Surely. Esteemed Jiang Chun is aware of the predicament our Dragon Country town faces in Qingyang County. Many formidable lords plan to claim their rewards from the domain breach and then depart. The most significant reward from the town ranking competition, the town fortune, cannot be taken with them." This explanation was entirely reasonable. It would indeed be a poor trade-off to delay the domain breach for rewards that could not be carried away. Furthermore, the sooner they relocated, the sooner the city relocation decree would cool down, allowing for further relocations if they were dissatisfied. What are the plans of Mayor Yi? Yi Yiren responded with determination. It is impossible to retreat in such a cowardly manner. Even if we face defeat, we must engage fiercely with the little devils. Jiang Chen nodded, finding his thoughts aligned with Wei Ming's. Another hour passed, and the Heavenly Dao announced the successful breach of the third town's domain. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out to be Longwu Town once again. The town mayor, named Xia Wushang, also hailed from Baya City. Yi Yiren exclaimed in astonishment, "Has Senior Wushang also broken through the domain?" Xia Wushang grumbled, "Don't even mention it." These cowardly fools were so frightened by those despicable little devils that they rushed to break through the domain. Yi Yiren sighed. It seems that our Longwu Town will face total annihilation in this town ranking competition. Xia Wushang replied, "Total annihilation is not quite the case." He continued, "It is said that there is a descendant of a Ming emperor in town 10010 who has spared no expense to retain the town's warlord, thus holding a chance to enter the top 10. Ing Man remarked, "You must be referring to Zhu Yeqing. As far as I know, he is a valiant warlord and seems to possess the Jinui." Upon hearing this, the group had varied reactions. Xia Wushang acknowledged, "So it turns out he is a prominent figure from the Xiangqining family. My apologies for the oversight." And Chu Xiu, Wei Ming, and the others were filled with delight. After all, having such a formidable ally emerge from the county town would certainly alleviate some of their pressure. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. The martial prowess lord was an exceedingly rare faction among lords. This unique path emphasized the enhancement of the lord's personal combat capabilities. The lord's heart granted a talent similar to augmenting their essence by 1 point for every 100 inhabitants added to their territory. Ultimately, martial prowess lords could tear apart dragons with their bare hands, provided they survived to that later stage. Regardless, those with the audacity to become martial prowess lords, as long as they do not fall, are destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Yi Yiren exclaimed in astonishment, "Epic troop type? The Imperial Guards? A martial prowess lord? Shouldn't they secure first place in the town ranking competition?" Xia Wushang responded, "That seems exceedingly difficult. It is said that for this ranking competition, a certain entity known as the Divine Eight Sakura royal family has spared no expense in acquiring high-level relocation orders, inviting 3 powerful warlords from other unbroken Sakura Nation towns, all descendants of renowned figures from the 6th realm." Xia Wushang continued, "And this is merely town 10222. Other Sakura towns are not devoid of strong contenders, given the vast pool of talent." And Chu Xiu suddenly interjected, "Once 100 towns break their borders, the town ranking competition will conclude. If all Dragon Nation towns manage to break through within 2 days, they could secure the top 10 positions as the diplomat of Longnuan Town." And Chu Xiu was the only lord, aside from Jiang Chen, without a limit on the number of times she could speak. Yi Yiren remarked, Chu Xiu, what you suggested is something we have also considered, but it seems rather impractical. Among us, our towns have a relatively high number of strong players. Yet some weaker towns might not even break through in a week." And Chu Xiu pondered this as well. With Jiang Chen, Ing Man, and herself in their town, the battle to break borders was exceedingly arduous, and the situation was even more dire for other towns. Ultimately, she could only let out a resigned sigh. The group leisurely enjoyed their feast while conversing with their compatriots from the 2 other Dragon Nation towns. Just as the gathering was about to conclude, 2 announcements flashed across the screen. Announcement: Town 10111 has completed the border breach and joined the county chat channel. Announcement: Town 15123 has completed the border breach and joined the county chat channel. Wei Ming muttered, "The little devils have arrived again, what a drag." Sanben Si Lu commented in a string of incomprehensible words, seemingly speaking in their native tongue. Xia Wushang, known for his fiery temper, retorted, "Cease your nonsensical babble. This is the battlefield of myriad races. Either be silent or speak in the universal tongue of all races." Sanben Si Lu shot back, "Baka, how dare you insult the noble Sakura language? You shall perish." Touchi Shinichi declared, "In less than a month, our great Sakura Empire will conquer the entire county. And then the whole county shall speak the Sakura tongue." Sanben Si Lu chimed in, "Takeuchi Kuin is right. We shall unify Qingyang County." Commencing with the first place in this town ranking competition, the 2 seemingly arrogant yet inwardly insecure individuals from Sakura Nation left Jiang Chen feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet he persisted in watching the unfolding drama. Xia Wushang cautioned, "Do not celebrate too prematurely. You might end up with egg on your faces." Shinichi Takeda, Yamamoto-kun, "Let us disregard these obstinate individuals from Longwu. How about we place a wager on which Lord S town will seize the first place in this town ranking competition? Samon Shijuro. Very well. Takeda Kuin, I shall proceed to establish the betting platform at the exchange. Shinichi Takeda, Longwa people, are you not so boastful? If you possess the courage, wager on your own town's victory. Xiao Wushang, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared. Yet, he could not truly gamble on Longwa's town securing first place. That would be akin to throwing his own money away. Yi Irin advised. Wushang Senpai, calm your temper. One must remain rational and patriotic. Xiao Wushang retorted angrily. I shall not stoop to their level. Soon, a notification appeared. Lord Sambon Shijuro has established a betting platform at the exchange. Click to view the rules. Jiang Chun was filled with elation. Another financial benefactor had appeared, this time hailing from the land of cherry blossoms. Spending this money would undoubtedly bring greater satisfaction. Moreover, this was a betting opportunity at the county level. Even if only small towns post-breakthrough could place wagers, it encompassed more than 100 such towns. In truth, with Jiang Chen's current capabilities, generating wealth would be a straightforward endeavor. Without delving into other methods, merely enhancing a legendary piece of equipment could yield at least tens of millions in spirit stones. However, Jiang Chen was inherently cautious. Otherwise, he would not have sold an epic hero's token to Chu Xiu while cloaked under the guise of a merchant caravan. Following a candid discussion with the city lord in Luoxi, Jiang Chen's caution was further reinforced. As in Luoxi aptly stated, you are currently at the forefront of the storm. It is best to remain as discreet as possible. Thus, in comparison to selling high-tier items, Jiang Chen preferred the legitimate income derived from gambling. Of course, revealing his strength to a certain extent was permissible, provided it offered sufficient benefits. For instance, this time, the first place in the town ranking would grant a 50 to all attributes and a 5 to the town's fortune. Upon seeing that the land of cherry blossoms had opened a betting market, Inma jested. Yeah, did you not say Jiang Chun could shoulder half the heavens? Now that the land of cherry blossoms has opened a betting market, why not place a wager on our Longyuan town? And Chu Xiao shotting Inma a disapproving glance. Ingjia, do not bully Yeye. Yet, Tu Shan Yeye, in a fit of defiance, retorted, I will place a bet. Jiang Chun hastily opened the betting platform and discovered, indeed, that Longyuan town had been wagered with 10,000 spirit stones. In his heart, Jiang Chun silently cursed Yi Man for creating unnecessary trouble. Now, a portion of the wager would inevitably be siphoned off by the little fox. Moreover, the little fox seemed to be quite invested in appearances, as she boldly staked 10,000 spirit stones. Yi Man noticed the betting pool, paused in surprise, and then, with a hint of remorse, said, I apologize, yeah. I was merely jesting with you. I shall cover this amount. With that, she promptly transferred 10,000 spirit stones to Tu Shan Yeye. Upon realizing that she had incurred no loss, Tu Shan Yeye's face lit up with delight. Thank you. Sistering, if we lose, it's on you. But if we win, it's a shared victory. Haha. Yi Man burst into laughter, finding Yeye utterly adorable. Naturally, both of them had already resigned themselves to the loss of these 10,000 spirit stones. At that moment, Sambin 46 exclaimed, ha, foolish people of the Dragon Kingdom. Someone actually wagered 10,000 spirit stones on town 10086. Oh, I see it's now called Longyuan Town. Takeuchi Shinichi remarked, Yamamoto-kun. Do you think they actually have some confidence in wagering 10,000 spirit stones? Sambin 46 retorted, what nonsense are you spouting, Takeuchi-kun? If they are so quick to breach the domain, any success would be sheer luck, let alone claiming first place, if Longyuan Town makes it into the top 10. I shall commit seppuku. Upon hearing Yamamoto 40 SIX's declaration, Takeuchi Shinichi hurriedly apologized. I spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense, Yamamoto-kun. The other two from the Dragon Kingdom were equally perplexed. Xiao Wushang inquired, which esteemed individual placed that bet? Could there truly be some insider information? Yi Man quickly interjected. No, there is no insider information. It was my bet, and I miscalculated. She did not wish for these individuals to blindly follow suit and incur losses. Yi Irin remarked. So that is the case. Sistering, please refrain from making any further mistakes. We wouldn't want to be funding the little devils. Seeing that they believed her, Yi Man breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Takeda Shinichi exclaimed, You foolish woman. I have tolerated your insolence for far too long. Should you dare to speak disrespectfully again, do not blame me for unleashing a decree against you. Yi Irin retorted, You insolent fool. Do you think I have given you face? If you have the courage, Then issue that decree right now. Jiang Chun chuckled in silence. Both Mayor Yi Yiren and Mayor Xia Wushang possessed rather fiery tempers. Following a brief interlude, the gathering concluded on a delightful note. At the very least, Jiang Chun felt quite pleased. Before departing, Jiang Chun presented a delightful array of delicacies from the drunken immortal tower to the gathered crowd. With but a modest selection of local specialties in my territory, I deemed it fitting to offer this as a form of remuneration for everyone's efforts. In truth, what Jiang Chun provided was merely the communal meal for the disciples of Tianyin, a hearty pot of food. After all, as we prepare for the impending contest over the county seat, it is imperative that we harness the collective strength of our people. Though these culinary delights may hold little significance for the disciples of Tianyin, they possess the potential to marginally enhance the attributes of our elite and even rare troops. Wei Ming was instantly moved, thumping his chest with fervor. Fear not, my leader. I shall bravely face any challenge to ensure the security of our territory. Huang Xian felt as if he were in a dream. Thank you, Big Brother Jiang. Thank you, Big Brother Jiang. Mu Qingshuang took a deep breath. I am but a lieutenant and lack the authority to represent the Jiangnan military district. So I can only express my gratitude as a soldier. You all are too kind. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before retrieving the epic spear bestowed by the former empress, a deep-sea bait. He wondered if the esteemed man, who had emerged victorious from the treasure chest, would have any interest in it. Jiang Chun spoke candidly. The epic weapon, the dragon beard spear, caught Man's eye. Though it was unfortunate that its level was somewhat low, had it been level 20, it would have been even more desirable. How about 5 million spirit stones? Her 100 battles penetrating armor army was comprised of spearmen. Jiang Chun was exceedingly satisfied with this price. The two parties concluded their transaction with mutual delight. In truth, Jiang Chun possessed several additional pieces of epic equipment acquired during the War of the Breaking Domain. However, all were above level 30 and currently of no use to anyone. The portal's radiance flickered continuously. Jiang Chun watched as the silhouettes of 6 individuals vanished into the night. Jiang Chun sat atop the bed in the Lord's manor, consuming a vial of life essence for the day. Instantly, he felt an invigorating clarity envelop him, his spirit resonating with newfound lucidity. He anticipated that with the consumption of 2 more vials, his aptitude would ascend to B grade, subsequently enhancing his attributes once more. Following this, Jiang Chun retrieved a tome of secret arts, the iron cloth technique, a body-refining skill that, when cultivated to its pinnacle, could grant one the resilience of bronze skin and iron bones. This was indeed one of the martial arts he had acquired from the Tian family merchant caravan. Although this technique could bestow additional attributes, it was not as straightforward as leveling up or donning equipment. In fact, its enhancement to combat prowess paled in comparison to the immediate impact of skills. Furthermore, Jiang Chun had not felt the need to engage in personal combat, which had led him to forego selecting a martial art for himself. However, having now transcended the domain and entered a vast and tumultuous world, he was on the verge of engaging in battle with the Lord of the Sakura Nation. Jiang Chun deemed it essential to enhance his self-defense capabilities. How does one fortify such abilities? Naturally, it involves the unthinking accumulation of physical prowess. Recently, he secured an impressive sum of 110 million spirit stones from Yin Man. Although constructing the Fountain of Life and other assorted expenses consumed a significant portion of his wealth, Jiang Chun still possessed nearly 30 million spirit stones. He had long since determined his enhancement target. With an expenditure of 20 million spirit stones, he chose to strengthen his skills in the 8-9 Profound Art, upper section. As the golden light dissipated, a jade tome materialized in his hands. The 8-9 Profound Art, upper section, grade A, originating from the protective divine arts of the second heavenly realm. This is the supreme body-refining technique of myriad races. A cautionary note: this art is divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower, and upon reaching the state of transformation, one can manipulate the heavens and the earth, achieving sanctity in the physical form. However, this technique cannot be practiced alongside others, and progress is slow. Only those possessing great willpower, profound wisdom, and immense fortune may attain mastery. Training bears risks, thus, one must proceed with caution at the outset. The illustrious 8-9 Profound Art was certainly known to Jiang Chun. With the upper section alone attaining grade A, it was inevitable that the middle section would reach grade S, denoting a divine level. And the upper section likely surpassed the divine, achieving a state of eternity. As for the warnings regarding immense willpower, profound wisdom, and great fortune, Jiang Chun gave them little thought. Did a true prodigy need to worry about such matters? Commence learning. The jade tome vanished. The yin number was 8, and the yang number was 9. The product of 8 and 9 represented the utmost number in Taoism. A profound series of incantations firmly imprinted itself in Jiang Chen's mind. Hiss! Jiang Chen felt his physique strengthening to an astonishing degree, unable to suppress a groan of satisfaction. A minute later, a notification appeared. Your 8-9 profound art. Upper section has reached the introductory level. I am so hungry. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had prepared in advance. He took out several portions of legendary meat and devoured them ravenously, accompanied by the life water. Much better. After consuming 5 servings of meat, Jiang Chen let out a contented burp and finally turned his attention to his attributes. Jiang Chen level, 10 attributes, physique, 248, plus 300, spiritual power, 198, soul, 142 plus 100, capacity, 221 martial arts. 8-9 mysterious art, upper section. Entry level, a grade, skills, none equipment. Spectral armor combat power evaluation, 265 300. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The entry-level 8-9 mystical arts astonishingly augmented his physique by 300 points. It is noteworthy that he is merely at level 10, judging solely from his attributes. He could undoubtedly rend a dragon of the same rank asunder. The sacred body of Angel Yin, although also an A-grade technique, only bestows an increase of 100 points across all attributes. In comparison, the 8-9 mystical arts, which specializes in enhancing physique, is evidently superior. This is merely the upper section of the technique. With such an extraordinary effect, Jiang Chen felt an irresistible urge to refine a copy to present to the Empress. In doing so, all disciples of Tianyin could instantaneously enter the ranks, their combat prowess doubling. However, upon noticing the disappearance of the previously mastered 9th set of broadcasting exercises from his skill panel, he was taken aback. Jiang Chen promptly dismissed this notion. He finally comprehended the implications of incompatibility with other cultivation techniques. Although the 8-9 profound arts were undeniably powerful, the progress was excruciatingly slow, and the resources required were astronomical, beyond his means. Should the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect engage in its study, they would likely find themselves incapable of further advancement for a lifetime, rendering that particular discipline effectively obsolete. Upon acquiring the new cultivation method, Jiang Chen felt as though he had discovered a priceless treasure. He immediately began to cultivate according to the comprehensive guidelines of the profound arts. Within mere minutes, the room resonated with the sound of steady breathing. The following day, Jiang Chen rose early, feeling invigorated and refreshed. He couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the 8-9 profound art is truly marvelous. The first task upon waking was, naturally, to check the status of the county channel. Overnight, the number of broken domain towns had increased to 11, remarkably, apart from the 2 cherry blossom country towns from the previous night. All the others were unexpectedly dragon country towns. A flicker of realization passed through Jiang Chen's eyes. This was undoubtedly an edict from the higher echelons of the cherry blossom nation, commanding all towns to delay their dismantling of the formation in order to afford Seed Town additional time to strive for a better position in the town rankings. As for the 2 who breached the domain last night, they were likely also acting under the directives of the cherry blossom hierarchy, having entered the county to gather intelligence. Ultimately, no matter how meticulously the cherry blossom nation orchestrated their plans, it was merely a contest for second place. The only impact on Jiang Chen was that it postponed the time he would receive his winnings from this gamble by a few days. Subsequently, Jiang Chen examined the portal, a unique structure established for the mayor, which had been completed the previous night. With a swift upgrade, it ascended directly to level 3. Portal, level 3, function 1. By consuming spiritual stones, it enables the establishment of portals between any 2 coordinates within the town and a radius of 300 kilometers. At any given moment, a maximum of 4 portals may coexist. Function 2. The portal can exist indefinitely. However, maintaining it requires a continual expenditure of spiritual stones. Function 3. The size of the portal can be adjusted, with larger dimensions necessitating a greater amount of spiritual stones. Function 4. The mayor has the privilege of sharing the portal with other lords of the town or their own heroes. The level 3 portal extends its reach beyond the town's map, covering an impressive 300 kilometers. Jiang Chen left behind a portal, designated exclusively for his own use, while the other 3 were established for communal access within the town. A notification read, Mayor Jiang Chen has shared the portal, click to use. After a brief moment of tranquility, the regional channel erupted in jubilation. Wow, 3 portals. Our esteemed mayor is impressive, one exclaimed. My own teleportation portal isn't even completed yet, and the boss has already established these portals. Wei Ming remarked, 3 portals. This indicates that the boss has elevated the portal to at least level 2. Just how many crystal stones must that have required? If those deserters from yesterday had known the boss would construct the portal so swiftly, they would surely be regretting their departure now. A lament followed. Oh, I checked. And it's available at a fair price for shared use. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. The brothers who had used it urged each other to release the portal quickly, so as not to hinder others from utilizing it. Observing this, Jiang Chun smiled gently and closed the town channel. With the portals in place, the lords could instantly arrive at their desired training locations, significantly conserving their time. Jiang Chun also opened the terrain map of the arbitrary door and examined it intently. Soon, he selected his destination and softly declared, "Generate arbitrary door, height 5 meters." A prompt appeared. The 2 coordinates you have chosen are 400 kilometers apart, consuming 4,000 spirit stones. Each minute of duration will incur an additional cost of 400 spirit stones. Do you wish to confirm? For Jiang Chun, 4,000 spirit stones were a mere trifle, primarily due to the considerable distance in the size of the portal. Confirm, he affirmed. No further prompts. In no time, a 5-meter-high arbitrary door unfolded at the center of the territory square. Through the portal, an endless expanse of grassland could be seen on the other side. Jiang Chun, slightly agitated and brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Empress, Yin, Han Yi, all great dragons, divine warriors. The 9 heavens holy princess, and the true transmission of Tianyin have departed. I shall lead you into the outer realm." The outer realm is a relative concept. For a newly ascended lord fresh from the confines of their territory, the unexplored maps beyond the town represent the outer realm. Exploring this uncharted territory signifies both greater peril and abundant opportunities, a favored pursuit for warlords. However, for agrarian and entertainment lords, the sprawling map within the town suffices for initial upgrades and development, providing a relatively safe environment. Even if the territory is subjected to a conquest order, allies can swiftly provide support through the teleportation array. 300 kilometers away from Longyuan town, amidst the boundless expanse of the vast grasslands, a 5-meter-high portal suddenly emerged, shattering the ancient tranquility. The Empress stepped forth, and as a blind iron lion beast opened its gaping maw, she cleaved it in 2 with a single stroke of her sword. Following her, the 9 heavens holy princess and the divine warriors streamed out, forming ranks to her left and right. Jiang Chun then strode forward. The perspective beyond the small town's boundaries offers a far broader view than that of the town itself. Jiang Chun could see a kilometer away with a single glance. A hint, you have discovered the wind-whispering grassland and the iron lion beast. Jiang Chun gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. The iron lion beast, ranging from level 35 to 45, with the Iron Lion King potentially reaching an exceptional quality, is quite impressive. After Jiang Chun, there are a total of 70 true disciples of Tianyin within the territory. Finally, the colossal figure of Long Jiao emerged from the light gate, soaring into the sky. Jiang Chun commenced the allocation of teams. Yin and the dragon were free to explore the map. The Celestial Sound sect was organized into groups of 10, led by a formidable 9 heaven saintess. The goddess warriors were divided into 2 smaller teams. 2 days prior to their departure from the Broken Domain battlefield, Jiang Chun had a remaining energy of 10 million. Coupled with the energy acquired in the ensuing days, the goddess warriors, 9 heaven saintess, and dragon had all ascended to level 13. Ordinary monsters of level 40 possessed a combat strength of approximately 140 stars, making this assembly more than capable of handling such foes with ease. According to the rules of the Myriad Races battlefield, in the expansive maps, slaying monsters that are more than 10 levels higher grants additional energy and increased drop rates. This is one of the advantages of higher-tier troops. After the teams were organized, Jiang Chun reiterated, everyone may act freely. But should you encounter monsters of extraordinary caliber or above, immediately report your location. However, it is well understood that high-quality monsters are a rare find, and the routine of slaying regular monsters remains the norm for all lords. As soon as Jiang Chun's words fell, a series of beeping sounds signaled the arrival of Chu Xiu's video call. I truly cannot fathom whom I have offended. Upon connecting, Chu Xiu lamented, having just arrived in the hellish outer realms, I am already beset by an epic-level earth bear, a formidable creature at level 30. The Dwarven King proves no match for it, and now this wretched beast relentlessly pursues me, having already slain 2 of my valiant Longbeard warriors. Is there any way you can handle this, esteemed mayor? If not, I shall have no choice but to retreat to the town. Jiangchen, momentarily at a loss for words, swiftly responded, "Send me your coordinates. I will dispatch troops to your aid immediately." Jiangchen couldn't help but sigh. The path had indeed narrowed. As long as he kept pace with his classmate in Chu Xiu, would there still be a shortage of bosses? After pondering for a moment, with a sweeping gesture, Jiangchen commanded an upgrade, propelling the Dragon 9 to level 20. Radiant halos flickered as its form expanded, soon transforming into a colossal creature exceeding 30 meters in length. At level 20, the dragon's combat prowess soared to an impressive 360 stars. Notification: your unit, Dragon 9, has attained level 20, unlocking the skill Metamorphosis. Jiangchen nodded in satisfaction and then curiously asked, "Little Geo, allow me to see your transformation." The others also gazed at Long Geo with intrigue. Long Geo, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "With so many people watching, it feels rather awkward. Could you kindly ask them to turn around, my lord?" Jiangchen chuckled. "Enough of the nonsense. Hurry up and transform. We have tasks to attend to." Beside him, Long Shi consoled, "Sister Geo, within the Dragon Clan, you are considered a great beauty, even if your transformation results in less than ideal looks. It won't be too far off." "Thank you, Xiao Shi," Long Geo replied with a roll of her eyes at Long Shi. Then, her massive form seemed to condense into a sphere of energy, rapidly shrinking until it manifested into a human shape of approximately 1.7 meters tall. Upon catching sight of Long Geo's transformed visage, Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Chen Farong?" Transformed, Long Geo sported a sleek bob of black hair. Clad in a short jacket atop a fitted skirt, her long legs adorned with smooth, skin-tone stockings. This was undeniably the image of Long Geo that Jiangchen had etched in his mind from Hong Kong films. Goodness, could my preconceived notions hold such sway? Even the transformation of a dragon is influenced. Jiangchen was quite pleased with the transformed appearance of Long Geo, and even more so with her attributes. After her metamorphosis, Long Geo's combat power remained unchanged, still standing at 360 stars. This implies that her overall attributes were consistent. The distinction lay in the fact that her physique, spiritual power, and soul had all diminished, merely surpassing those of an ordinary level 20 legendary class by a narrow margin. However, her capacity was no longer at 0. It had reached a commendable 270 points. This also signified that Long Geo could finally don equipment. Jiangchen retrieved a finely crafted set of courage armor. He expended 700,000 spirit stones and opted for enhancement direction, resulting in a level 20 dragon soul armor. Ultimately, Jiangchen invested 4 million spirit stones to custom tailor an exquisite epic set for Long Geo. This level 20 epic set, in terms of its additional attributes, rivals that of the Empress's flowing cloud set, though its supplementary skills fall short. Long Geo's combat power instantly soared to 480 stars, with a physique reaching an impressive 600 points, such as the might of a dragon. Without exceptional equipment, the strength of the dragon form far surpasses that of its humanoid counterpart. However, with top-tier gear, the humanoid form's power eclipses that of the dragon shape. Thus, it ultimately comes down to financial resources. Of course, until the combat power reaches 10,000 stars, the humanoid form is unable to fly. At that moment, and Chu Xiu also sent her coordinates. Activating the portal. After exchanging greetings with Chu Xiu on the opposite side of the portal, Jiangchen addressed Long Geo. "Little Geo, I appoint you as the special envoy of our territory. For the time being, you will accompany Lord Chu Xiu. Should any creatures arise that she cannot handle, you are to intervene." Long Geo responded with a crisp tone, "Yes, my lord." Soon after, Jiangchen leaned against the portal, admiring Long Geo as she mercilessly vanquished the level 30 Earth Bear. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu stood beside him, her expression one of utter bewilderment. After a considerable pause, she suddenly exclaimed, "Is this the dragon from that day, transformed at level 20? Her name is Long Geo, but you may call her Xiao Geo." Jiangchen nodded with a smile, saying, "The map of the Outer Realms may present unforeseen dangers. Moreover, you always seem to encounter high-level bosses. Henceforth, Xiao Geo shall accompany you. Rest assured, she will not compete with you for monsters you can handle. It would be advantageous for both of you, able to slay bosses while providing in Luoshi with a sense of security." And Chu Xiu was deeply touched but quickly declined, saying, "Xiao Geo is your greatest trump card. If she is by my side, what will happen to your safety? You have created an exceptional army, and your reputation precedes you." The Sakura Kingdom and even the Lighthouse Kingdom may very well be harboring ulterior motives against you. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Jiangxin felt a sense of satisfaction. Not only because she was sensible, but it also indicated that Yin Man had principles, as she had not disclosed his trump card to her good friend, Chu Xiu. Jiangxin waved his hand, and the remaining 11 colossal dragons soared above the portal, manifesting in Chu Xiu's line of sight. It was not merely a single dragon. Jiangxin smiled at the astonished Chu Xiu, but rather a battalion of dragons. However, Jiangxin had still underestimated the awe-inspiring presence that such legendary beings could invoke. 12 dragons, to be precise. And Chu Xiu instinctively clutched her chest, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. Is this the advantage that comes with achieving unparalleled prestige? No wonder you were able to defeat Sister Ying and claim the title of mayor. At that moment, Long Jiu had also vanquished the Earth Bear, fortuitously obtaining an epic scroll of earthquake and a piece of level 30 epic armor. Jiangxin gestured towards the massive bear carcass and said, I shall not be modest regarding the rewards. I will graciously take the epic grade bear meat and share half with you, which should amount to around 1,000 units. Feeling slightly embarrassed about taking such a significant advantage, he acknowledged that his legendary farmer not only produced 5 times the yield but could also decompose materials into legendary grade ingredients. By this calculation, the 1,000 units he intended to give to Chu Xiu were hardly even a fraction of his own gains. Nevertheless, Chu Xiu resolutely shook her head. Without your support, I would have only managed a hasty retreat to my territory, incurring even greater losses. Your harvest reflects your prowess. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Jiangxin pondered for a moment and remarked, how about this? I shall prepare some exquisite epic delicacies and send you a portion. Chu Xiu hesitated before nodding, all right. But not too much, please. With a gentle chuckle, Jiangxin replied, you continue with your tasks. I shall embark on slaying monsters as well. Long Jiu leaped up and waved, farewell, my lord. Little Jiu will miss you. Chu Xiu watched with envy. Even ordinary lords, upon acquiring epic troops, are lavished with the finest food and drink. Take her dwarf king, for instance. Although he worked diligently, he incessantly clamored for wine. If he was denied, he would sulk. Yet now, even the dragon was on the verge of becoming a sycophant, while Jiangxin remained somewhat indifferent. As Jiangxin had just waved his hand to close the portal, he received a message from Yin. Report to the Lord. A pack of ironback howling wolves has been discovered 10 kilometers to the southeast, comprising approximately 1,000 wolves. Among them is a level 43 elite howling wolf king. Furthermore, there lies a fine copper mine in proximity to the wolf pack. Upon hearing the words fine copper mine, a smile once again illuminated Jiangxin's face. After his moment of joy, he couldn't help but remark, Student Ant's constitution is such that it can even exert its effects through a portal. Fine copper is an essential resource for upgrading the territory to level 4. And it is currently the only resource Jiangxin lacks. Under normal circumstances, it is quite challenging to locate fine copper resources within the town's map, unless one is favored by fortune. This implies that without breaking the domain of the town, it would be arduous for the territory to ascend to level 4. What a promising start. It seems I must engage with Student more frequently. I shall head there at once. Jiangxin commanded with a wave, then beckoned to the Empress and the others. Let us commence. 10 minutes later, with a resounding boom, Jiangxin unleashed a powerful punch. The 3-meter-high ironback wolf was sent soaring through the air, crashing down several dozen meters away. Upon impact, its skull was nearly caved in, and after a few convulsions, it lay still. Haha, what a thrill. Jiangxin laughed heartily, declaring, given my current foundation, it would be a pity not to become a distinguished warlord. However, after vanquishing a few monsters, Jiangxin decided to cease his endeavors. It is said that one can become addicted to battle, and he had no desire to transform into a battle maniac. After all, one who frequently treads by the riverbank cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. The esteemed war god of the 6th heaven serves as a cautionary tale. In short order, the entire wolf pack, including the ironback King Wolf King, was eradicated, yielding a substantial reward of 360,000 energy and over 200 pieces of treasure and equipment, all of which he unceremoniously deposited into his warehouse. Subsequently, Jiangxin activated his exclusive portal, disposing of dozens of high-quality wolf carcasses back to his territory. He then instructed through the portal, gather the refined copper or at locations 1 through 4 immediately. The 4 responded respectfully, as you command, my lord. Within Longwan town, apart from Jiangxin, No other lord could venture 300 kilometers into the outer realms. Perhaps Ng Man could, but with her strength. Entering a level 40 monster map would not only fail to enhance her leveling efficiency, but could also lead to significant troop casualties. Thus, for the next 2 days, Jiang Chen monopolized the map, reveling in the experience. He systematically cleared out large monster groups within a radius of 100 kilometers, slaying 11 exceptional level monsters. Meanwhile, Long Jiu, alongside Chu Xiu, once again defeated an epic-level Golden Lion King, prompting Jiang Chen to reflect on his foresight. During these 2 days, 2 noteworthy events transpired. The first was the completion of the realm breach at Town 10. After which Ng Man bid farewell to everyone and successfully utilized a high-level city relocation order to become the mayor of Town 10. The second event involved yet another Sakura town breaching its realm. Initially, this was a routine occurrence, however. It soon became notable when the mayor of Sakura Town announced in the county channel, "Greetings, Lord Jiangchen. The Grand Sakura Empire has always valued talent and wishes to establish a close friendship with you. Should you desire anything, wealth, beauty, status, feel free to present your conditions." Jiangchen felt a stir in his heart as he glanced at the private messages. Only then did he realize that this individual had sent him numerous messages. However, he had never bothered to check messages from strangers. Jiang Chun had grown weary of the ridicule. Could an ant truly befriend a dragon? Xiao Hoshang laughed heartily. Well said, esteemed Jiang Chun. Even Fujiwara Long could scarcely anticipate Jiang Chen's mercilessness, leaving no avenue of retreat for himself. In his fury, he could only utter 2 words: arrogant. Nevertheless, following this incident, Jiang Chun has grown increasingly cautious. After all, while one may disdain the enemy strategically, it is imperative to regard them with utmost seriousness tactically. Soon, the day for the opening of the Blue Star Passage arrived. The strategy for farming monsters in the Outer Realms has already become a well-established practice. Even the ordinary disciples of Tianyin have ventured into the Outer Realms to engage in monster hunting at level 30. Jiang Chun granted the authority of the Anywhere Door to the Empress and returned to his territory to indulge in a life of leisure. As evening approached, Jiang Chun was diligently practicing the profound mysteries of the 8-9 arcane arts. As he began to drift into slumber, he was abruptly alerted by a divine notification. The message revealed that he had upgraded to a level 4 Lord's Manor, unlocking the construction of the Swordsman Hall and expanding his territory to 70,000 square meters. Furthermore, the area of the deep space within the Cave of Fortune had also increased to 70,000 square meters. At last, the deep space had reached a level 4 capacity, aligning its dimensions with that of the external space. With this advancement, Jiangchen's territory had effectively surged to an impressive 140,000 square meters, significantly alleviating the pressure on his land, particularly given the vast space required for epic structures. As for the newly unlocked buildings at level 4, the Swordsman Hall enables the recruitment of human swordsmen. After reaching this level, an ordinary lord can finally produce elite troops in abundance. Yet, for Jiang Chun, these advancements barely registered as worthwhile. Suddenly, a notification regarding the county town caught Jiang Chen's attention. The announcement stated, Town 10222 has completed the dimensional breach and joined the county chat channel. Town 10,222? In an instant, Jiang Chun recalled the words spoken by Xiao Wushang a few days prior. This quaint cherry blossom town is home to a descendant of the divine martial emperor, who has gathered several formidable warlords, making it a seed town ranked first in the Town S tournament. Shortly thereafter, an announcement was made. Town 10010 has completed its domain breaking and joined the county chat channel. Zhu Yeqing remarked, "Greetings to my brothers from the Dragon Kingdom. I am Zhu Yeqing, eager to share life and death with all you compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom." Indeed, he is a descendant of the Ming Emperor. Zhu Yeqing continued. "Oh, has someone already established a betting pool for this town tournament? Ha ha ha, I am quite confident in my town, so I shall wager 1,000,000 spirit stones for fun." Another announcement followed. Town 12158 has completed its domain breaking. Yet another cherry blossom town. Within 2 hours, over 20 towns had completed their domain breaking. It appears that towns vying for the tournament are also beginning to break their domains. After all, if they delay, they risk falling out of the top 100 and losing their qualification for the rankings. This implies that, at the earliest today and at the latest tomorrow, the rankings for the town tournament will be revealed. At that time, I shall receive a substantial influx of spirit stones. As Jiang Chen contemplated how to spend this sum of money, news flashed across the county channel. Shen Baiyu remarked, "Young Master Jiang, I have heard that you have declined my generous offer. Although this is a foolish decision, I, being magnanimous, am willing to grant you another opportunity for choice." Jiangchen let out a silent laugh. "Yet," Yi Iren retorted, "are the lords of the cherry blossom country all mangy dogs, incapable of understanding human speech?" Yamamoto Shijuro exclaimed. "Baka, how dare that Chinese woman show disrespect to Lord Shinto Hachi? She deserves to perish." Shinto Yuichi interjected, "Yamamoto-kun, how can you speak to a lady in such a manner?" Yamamoto Shijuro responded, Lord Shinto is right. Miss Yi, please accept my sincerest apologies." Observing Jiangchen's silence, Shinto Yuichi remained unfazed. "In that case, I hope you continue to exhibit such fortitude, Jiangchen-kun. If I were in your position, I would promptly flee from Qingyang County with my tail between my legs." "Oh, this fellow is employing a strategy to provoke, compelling himself to remain in Qingyang town. Is a confrontation imminent?" Jiangchen finally exhibited a flicker of interest. In the management group of Longyuan town, and Chu Xiu inquired with concern, "Jiangchen, have you seen the words spoken by Shin Beiyi in the county channel?" Jiangchen stated, "You are aware of my prowess. Rest assured." And Chu Xiu replied, "While it is easy to evade an overt attack, a covert one is far more challenging to guard against." Wei Ming, feeling somewhat anxious, interjected, "Boss, should they issue a decree against you, please inform everyone immediately. Though our strength pales in comparison to yours, we are still willing to contribute our efforts." Upon my return to Blue Star today, I was summoned by the military district commander. Suddenly, Mu Qingxuang remarked, "The commander wishes for you to vacate Qingyang County at once. In fact, he entrusted me with a high-level relocation order for you. You have created an exceptional troop type, a value beyond what ordinary warlords like us can aspire to. Any of us may perish, but you must not." Jiang Chun was somewhat moved. "Please convey to the commander that I appreciate his good intentions." Tu Shanye, with her unconventional thoughts, suggested, "Why not have you, brother Jiangchen, take refuge in my territory for a while? They would certainly never suspect it." Jiangchen chuckled. "There is no need for concern. Even if Sakura country were to make any moves, it would undoubtedly occur after the rankings of this small-town competition are announced. At that point, it would be regrettable." Before Jiang Chun could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted. A disciple of Tianyin, responsible for guarding the territory, hastily approached Jiang Chun, stating, "My lord, several humanoid cloaked units have appeared outside the territory and have already been marked by the lighthouse." Jiang Chen's spirit was invigorated, and he promptly commanded, "Relay my orders. Do not alert the enemy just yet." Jiang Chen ascended to the terrace of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, gazing into the distance in the direction indicated by the disciple of Tianyin. This was one of the functions of the Blessed Realm. In the profound depths of space, one could observe the outside, yet the exterior remained oblivious to what lay within. Indeed, several shadowy figures were prowling around the territory. Each shadow bore a grand lantern atop its head, serving as a beacon of the lighthouse. Naturally, this lighthouse mark was visible only to Jiang Chen and those he had authorized. The figures themselves were unaware of it. Intriguing. A few minutes later, the shadows retreated. Soon, hundreds of silhouettes emerged from the edge of the war fog, situated 1,300 meters away. The Chi Dao Brigade, the Kamakura Samurai, and a small squad of swordsmanship masters were present. Upon discerning several units distinctly characterized by the essence of Sakura Nation, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. There was no indication of foreign territories forcibly relocating into the town. This meant only one possibility: they had entered Longyuan town through the teleportation array of a certain lord within the town, 1 kilometer outside Jiang Chen's territory. A lord from the Sakura Nation remarked with a smile, "Indeed, just as Lord Shinba predicted, there are merely a dozen types of soldiers within Jiang Chen's domain. His self-created exceptional troops are still upgrading in foreign lands." Watanabe-kun, when we approach 300 meters from Jiang Chen's territory, immediately employ the spatial sealing scroll to prevent him from utilizing the teleportation array and any doorways. TSK. Who would have thought that within Jiang Chen's realm there isn't even a watchtower? Watanabe-kun exclaimed with excitement. This is proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. Initially, I only intended to devastate Jiang Chen's territory as a lesson. Yet I did not expect him to be present within his domain. Matsushita-kun nodded. If we could eliminate Jiang Chen, or even capture him alive to bring back to the Sakura Nation, we would undoubtedly earn Lord Shinba's admiration and possibly become his trusted confidants. Matsushita-kun continued, however. The streetlights in Jiang Chen's territory are quite impressive. I wonder if we could acquire the blueprints after destroying them? Streetlights? Watanabe-kun queried. What streetlights? Matsushita-kun instructed one of his elite ninjas. Please describe the condition of that streetlight. Hi. The ninja marveled. That streetlight is exceptionally bright. Upon hearing the ninja's description, Watanabe-kun furrowed his brows. Suddenly, a flicker of disbelief crossed his eyes. By the divine martial emperor, could it be? Matsushita-kun inquired. What is it? At that moment, they had already entered within 500 meters of the territory. Watanabe-kun suddenly shouted, We may have been exposed. Quickly, accelerate our march. And immediately use the spatial sealing scroll to prevent Jiangchen from escaping. Although Matsushita-kun was puzzled, he was willing to trust his comrade's judgment. Just then, a buzzing sound pierced the air. The group looked up to see 20 missile-shaped objects breaking through the fog of war, plummeting directly toward them. Quickly scatter. What kind of skill is that, so thick and so long? Their hearts raced, and they screamed in terror. 1 second later, a thunderous boom erupted, and 20 small mushroom clouds ascended into the sky. This was a true instant kill. Vision grants advantage. Range reveals truth. Notification. Your dwarf rocketman has slain Lord Watanabe Inuki. Earning 18,000 energy and 1 spatial sealing scroll, rare. Notification. The dwarf rocketman has slain Matsushita Ige. Hundreds of battle reports flashed instantaneously, approximately half showcasing troops characteristic of the Sakura nation. A spatial sealing scroll? These individuals came quite prepared. The spatial sealing can inhibit the use of teleportation arrays and doorways. When combined with a silencing scroll, it could effectively result in invisible killings. Of course, the spatial sealing scrolls held by these 2 Sakura individuals were merely of rare quality, capable of sealing a space extending a few kilometers at most. In the previous battle of the Broken Domain, Jiangchen unveiled an epic-quality spatial sealing scroll capable of instantaneously sealing an entire town. The tragic incident in District 632, as previously mentioned by Wei Ming, involved the Sakura nation employing a legendary-grade spatial sealing scroll to seal an entire county of the Dragon Nation. Jiangchen addressed the 20 diminutive rocketmen below, proclaiming, The mission has concluded. You may return to indulge in libations. So soon it is over? The 20 diminutive rocketmen exchanged glances, appearing somewhat reluctant to part ways. To speak frankly, Jiang Chun felt a tinge of envy towards the life of the dwarven rocket launcher. However, who could blame them for lacking ordinary attacks, rendering them unsuitable for leveling up? Watanabe Ituki and Matsushita Ige, 2 lords from the land of cherry blossoms, along with a squad of epic-class swordsmen. Sending such a lineup to raid my home. It seems that Shin Hachiyu holds me in high regard. What a pity for a squad of epic warriors. This group of swordsmen is merely at level 18, likely possessing attributes akin to a level 40 minor demon, and lacking any defensive skills, naturally. They could not withstand the relentless bombardment of the dwarven RPG. Their demise was exceedingly frustrating. In an instant, over 2 million energy points were credited. Indeed, it is a case of killing and arson leading to golden rewards. Jiang Chun sighed, then furrowed his brow. However, it appears that there are hidden traitors within the town. As the mayor, Jiang Chun possessed the authority to influence territorial matters, such as the relocation of territories to or from the town. However, the usage of the portals within the territory remained a matter of personal privacy for the lord. Therefore, in the absence of any external territories migrating in, the emergence of such a situation could only imply one possibility. These adversaries had infiltrated Longyuan town through the teleportation array of a certain traitor. Contemplating this, Jiang Chun posted several messages in the town channel. Just now, 2 lords from the Sakura Kingdom attacked my territory. I urge everyone to remain vigilant. However, I have successfully captured both lords, and they are currently undergoing intense interrogation. I am confident that results will soon emerge. 5 seconds later. Notification. Lord Wang Jinghao has forcefully relocated from the town. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Fortunately, this traitorous dragon was lacking in psychological fortitude. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. However, most of the lords reacted swiftly. Given the current level of the mayor's portal, it was impossible to forcefully intrude into other towns. There were also no notifications regarding the forcible relocation of territories. Thus, it can be said that Wang Jinghao's desperate attempt to relocate from the town was a clear indication of guilt. Wei Ming exclaimed in anger, I recognize this fellow. He is not far from my territory, and to my dismay, he is the despicable traitor. And Chu Xiu scoffed, the cost of forced relocation is sufficient to drown this scoundrel. Mu Qingshuang's tone turned icy. When we return to Blue Star, I shall immediately report this matter to the military district. The rules of the myriad races battlefield may not be able to punish him, but our Dragon Kingdom's military tribunal certainly can. Chu Xiu expressed her indignation. Like the myth of Jingwei filling the sea, this traitorous dragon shares the surname Wang. Perhaps he is related to that infamous traitor of the same name. I truly wish to see him drowned as well. Jiang Chun praised. Yaya, your grasp of history is truly impressive. Tu Shan Yaya replied. It is merely that Brother Jiang Chun possesses keen insight. You are the first to commend me thus, unlike Chu Xiu and the others. Even without the presence of the Dwarven Rocketmen, the few hundred individuals would pose no threat to Jiang Chun. Deep within the expanse of space stood 10 towering celestial towers of wrath. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chun opted to summon the Freedom Heaven and 10 esteemed disciples of heavenly sound from the foreign domain map. Freedom Heaven could offer relief through massages, while the heavenly sound disciples would take a well-deserved respite. Following the breach of the town, news of the Lord's demise at such a level would no longer warrant a heavenly Dao announcement. After all, a county could have nearly 1 million lords, with countless casualties each day. Thus, the deaths of 2 lords from the Sakura nation stirred no waves, save for the arrival of the envoy, Xiu. With pallid skin and a piercing gaze, standing at an imposing height of 1.70 meters, he was quite the figure in the Sakura nation. At that moment, he was entertaining 3 guests, the warlords from the prominent Mori, Yuban, and Oda clans. Below, 12 elite warrior geishas gracefully performed, their alluring figures igniting the imagination. Xiu elegantly raised his wine glass and softly remarked, Gentlemen, the Dragon Nation lords are as timid as mice. A mere fright has prompted more than half of them to vacate Qingyang County. Once we secure first place in the upcoming town ranking, we shall unleash a blitzkrieg, fully claiming Qingyang County within a month, thereby enhancing the prestige of our glorious Sakura Empire. Oda Yua chuckled. Many domestic media outlets have already begun reporting this matter. Undoubtedly, your clan is orchestrating events from the shadows. Xiu did not refute. Should we conquer a county within the 10,000 clans battlefield in a month, your family shall undoubtedly share in the glory. Indeed, Oda Yuhu responded earnestly. However, the Dragon Nation has always been blessed with talented individuals, such as Jiang Chun, who possesses formidable strength through his self-created elite warriors, likely rivaling our own. Jiang Chun. Xiu nodded thoughtfully. Though his strength is commendable, his intellect leaves much to be desired. Oda Yuhu, suddenly struck with realization, exclaimed, Has Lord Xin already taken action? Xiu replied nonchalantly, Perhaps tonight. You shall witness Jiang Chun kneeling at our feet. Oda Yuhu, filled with admiration, raised his glass, saying, Lord Xin, your strategic prowess is unparalleled. I am deeply impressed. Let us toast to your brilliance. Before Xiu could lift his glass, a notification echoed. Your unit, the Sword Master, has been slain by Jiang Chun. What? The sudden 12 notifications from the heavenly Tao struck like thunder from a clear sky. Xiu sprang to his feet, inadvertently knocking over his wine glass. Bakayuru. Watanabe just reported that Jiang Chun's territory is sparse, lacking in warriors. How could they possibly have failed the mission? At that moment, his vassal lord, Miyamoto, burst in. Drenched in sweat. Lord Shinbei, Watanabe, and the others are dead. Shinbei Yuichi exclaimed. How did they perish? Miyamoto stammered, I don't know. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Not a single word returned? It was not entirely the case. Baka. Shinbei Yuichi was on the verge of madness. Speak up. Miyamoto glanced at the 3 noble descendants present and whispered. Watanabe only managed to send back 4 words, thick and long. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned peculiar. Shinbei Yuichi murmured, Thick and long? What did they do to Watanabe? Odayu and the others exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with amusement. As descendants of the top noble families in the 6 heavens, their relationship with Shinbei Yuichi was more akin to collaboration than hierarchy. Witnessing this, Shinbei Yuichi was filled with indignation, forgetting his concern for Watanabe. What was even more intolerable was that, to ensure the mission's success, he had lent Watanabe a squad of swordsmanship masters. Even during the Battle of the Broken Domain, his swordsmanship masters had only suffered for casualties. Yet now, an entire squad had been lost. Gritting his teeth, Shinbei Yuichi spat, truly worthless. And that Jiang Chun, dead as well. By the way, what was the name of that Dragon Country operative? Miyamoto promptly replied, Wang Jinghao. Shinbei Yuichi asserted, I see it now. Wang Jinghao must have colluded with Jiang Chun to set a trap, leading to Watanabe's mission failure. You must immediately contact the Mei organization, regardless of the cost. Eliminate this traitor. Miyamoto responded, "Yes, sir." After Miyamoto departed, Shinbei Yuichi forced a smile. Who would have thought that a pawn planted in the Dragon Country for years would betray the great Cherry Blossom Empire? I apologize for the jest. Oda Yu inquired. But why did Watanabe only send back 4 words? It must be the Silent Scroll. Shinbei Yuichi replied sternly. Watanabe and his companions possessed a squad of epic soldiers and over 100 elite troops. If it weren't for the Silent Scroll, they would have surely relayed some useful information. Oda Yu nodded and then shifted the topic. The Broken Domain town has reached 93 settlements. I believe the rankings for the town competition will be announced soon. I wonder if you 3 have participated in the betting established by Yamamoto 46? Mentioning the town rankings. Shinbei Yuichi's mood brightened slightly. Haha. With your support, we scored 2.9 million points in the competition, securing the first place as easily as reaching into a pocket. We must place some bets for the excitement. Oda Yu chuckled. I don't mind the spirit stones. However, after receiving 5 points of town fortune, the high-quality resource points and wild monsters in the town will undoubtedly experience an explosive surge. His Excellency Shinba has promised each of us 1/10 of the territory of the town. Do not go back on your word. Shinba Yui stated solemnly, rest assured. Esteemed guests, 130 million. Jiangqin gazed at the sum of spirit stones in the gambling pool, his face alight with excitement. 1. Shinba Town, 42. 58 million, odds, 3. 24, 2. Yiming Town, 11. 28 million, odds, 12. 23, 3. Among the top 10 bets, only one town from Dragon Country, Yiming Town, where Zhu Yeqing resided, made the list. The rest were all from Sakura Country. The ascent of Yinming Town to the second position was likely due to the numerous towns from Dragon Country that had already broken through their domains. Meanwhile, the bets under Longyuan Town were still limited to the 10,000 spirit stones from the Little Fox, with current odds soaring to 13,000. To Jiangqin's surprise, the town dubbed Old Qin by Ying Man held a bet of 100,000 spirit stones. It was presumed to be placed by Ying Man herself, though it remained uncertain whether it was a playful wager or a strategic move. At this moment, the number of towns that had broken through their domains had reached 96, and the spirit stones in the gambling pool continued to increase. Jiangqin anticipated that a substantial sum of betting capital would be injected before the betting pool was sealed. Within the town's channel, Wei Ming proclaimed, "Brothers, I have wagered 1,000 spiritual stones on Baiming Town, considering it a show of support for our compatriots." Wang Xin concurred. What Wei Gu said rings true. I too have placed a bet of 500, for we must not allow the enemy to look down upon us. Wei Ming laughed. Indeed, we are engaging in a small gamble for a potentially grand reward. With the esteemed Zhu Yeqing so confident, what if an upset were to occur? A mere half-hour later, an announcement echoed. Town 10568 has successfully broken through its boundaries and joined the county's chat channel. The 100th town of Qingyang County had finally achieved this milestone, and simultaneously, a notification from the exchange arrived. In 10 seconds, this town's ranking match betting pool will be sealed. 10, 9, 8. In the final 3 seconds, Jiangqin placed a wager of 990,000 spirit stones beneath Longyuan Town, perfectly summing up to a total of 1 million in stakes. After all, even if he were to bet 10 million, the profit would scarcely exceed a mere 100,000 spirit stones. Although the risk was minuscule, it was not entirely absent. As Jiangqin had anticipated, in those last fleeting moments, an enormous influx of spirit stones surged into the betting pool, culminating in a staggering total of 240 million. Jiangqin could not help but rub his hands together in excitement. 240 million? What an astounding figure! It is worth noting that the design of the Level 3 Fountain of Life, even when enhanced with spirit stones, only consumes 178 million spirit stones. With such a sum at his disposal, he could immediately upgrade the materials, elevating the Fountain of Life, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, and the Drunken Immortal Building, all to Level 4. If invested in enhancing equipment, he could at least craft an additional 20 sets of the Flowing Cloud armor or 60 sets of the Dragon Soul armor. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiangqin turned his gaze to the already locked betting board. 1. Xinjiao Town, 67. 83 million, odds, 3. 53, 2. Beiqiao Town, 43. 21 million, odds, 5. 55, 3. Yiming Town, 16. 82 million, odds, 14. 28, 32. Longyuan Town, 1 million, odds, 240. Beiqiao Town, Upon witnessing this town surge to the second position, Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed. The Beiqiao family is one of the largest families in the fifth layer of Sakura Nation. He recalled that the bet placed by Beiqiao Town was merely 12 million spirit stones not long ago. Clearly, the leader of the Beiqiao family is equally confident, eager to seize the opportunity to monopolize the staggering 240 million betting pool. Ding ding ding, a message from a friend arrived, and as Jiang Qin expected. It was the little fox. Tu Shan, brother Jiang Qin, our town's bet has now reached 1 million. Have I missed another 100 million? Jiang Qin replied with a smile. Do not be greedy. Earning 2 million is quite substantial. Tu Shan expressed her feelings. Oh, and continued, I guess correctly. It truly is Jiang Qin brother's wager. She added, however, Jiang Qin brother, it seems you have miscalculated. If I were to win, I would have earned 2 million spirit stones. Jiang Qin, have you forgotten what you said to your sister-in? If you lose, it counts for her. If you win, it counts for both of you. Tu Shan Oh, Jiang Qin, I merely wish to remind you. No need for gratitude. At that moment, amidst the fog of war, in the lofty heights of 1,000 meters, lines of resplendent golden characters emerged from the void. The rankings for this town's qualifying competition are now announced. In the Battle of the Broken Domain, the 10th place with a total score of 11 for 178 belongs to the unnamed town, rewarding its mayor, Watanabe Itsuki, with a tenfold increase in all attributes and an augmentation of 1 in the town's fortune. Ah, this town remains unbaptized? Jiang Qin felt a twinge of surprise. However, the name Watanabe Itaki seemed vaguely familiar. Tian Dao swiftly elucidated the mystery for him. Given that the mayor of town 11478, Watanabe Itaki, had met his demise, the mayoral attribute bonus was nullified, resulting in an increase of 1 in the town's fortune. Jiang Qin was left speechless. He finally recalled that this name had appeared in his battle reports. Jiang Qin had roughly discerned the truth. Watanabe Inuki was undoubtedly a formidable warlord. Perhaps in an attempt to forge a connection with the divine Hakiyuchi, he had recklessly ventured into Longyuan town to ambush his territory after the realm was shattered. Unfortunately, before he could even bestow a name upon the town, he was obliterated. The subsequent announcement from the heavenly Tao left Jiang Qin's eyes wide with astonishment. The attribute rewards of Watanabe Inuki would be inherited by the mayor of the town that secured first place in this town ranking competition. Upon the revelation of these 2 pieces of news, the entire county was thrown into an uproar. Watanabe was dead. I recall he was active in the county channel not long ago. Could it be that he ventured into the outer realms to level up and tragically encountered a high-level boss? The Sakura Nation lords who knew Watanabe were rendered utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to accept the harsh reality before them. Huang Xian seized one of his few opportunities to speak, after finally entering the top 10. Only to have my attributes inherited by someone else. What a laugh. This statement instantly incited the ire of the Sakura Nation lords. Baka. The Dragon Kingdom should not gloat over our misfortune. Regardless, the first place will still belong to my Sakura Nation. What are you so pleased about? Huang Xian retorted with a cold smile. Our Dragon Kingdom has Yinming Town. Perhaps these attributes will be inherited by the esteemed Zhu Yeqing. Yet, he was acutely aware that, objectively speaking, Yinming Town's competitiveness appeared to pale in comparison to Shinhachi Town. Soon, the announcement for the 9th place was made. The 9th-ranked town in the War of the Shattered Realm was Mutu Town, with the reward of an attribute increase of 10 for the mayor, Mutu Sora, and a luck increase of 1 for the town. The lords of the Sakura Nation erupted into cheers. Some lords could not contain their slogans. The great Sakura Empire takes all the top 10. Long live. Dominance over Blue Star. Mutu exclaimed. The town's luck is truly not to be underestimated. I just received a notification that a common stone quarry has, due to years of spiritual energy washing, transformed into a Tianshui stone mine. This declaration once again incited exuberant cheers from all the Sakura Nation lords. Given that the town ranking competition only had 10 positions, the announcements from the heavenly Tao came at a slower pace, approximately 1 minute apart, as the 8th and 7th places were revealed. The cheers from the Sakura lords grew increasingly louder, while the Dragon Kingdom lords fell into a deepening silence. From the 10th to the 5th places, all were towns from the Sakura Nation. Although this was anticipated, the stark reality was still a blow to their spirits. The only solace lay in the fact that Yinming Town, which harbored the hopes of all Dragon Kingdom lords, had yet to appear, providing a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Shinhachi Hakiyuchi suddenly interjected, Miss Kataho, you wagered 30 million spirit stones on yourself. You seem quite confident. The mayor of Kataho Town, Kataho Mai, responded with a smile. Lord Hachiyu, regardless of who among us claims the first place, it is for the glory of the great Sakura Empire. So what distinction is there? It is evident that she is a person of utmost caution, her words meticulously chosen. Shinbayu, with great bravado, exclaimed, "Ha ha, well said. If that is the case, allow me to compete with Miss Baihara for the top position. Even if I were to be defeated by her, it would still weave a delightful tale." The two bantered with ease, as if the first place had already been predetermined. This left many lords of the Dragon Kingdom gritting their teeth in frustration. Within the channels of Lonyuan Town, one could hear the exclamations of discontent. Damn it, just look at those arrogant little devils. It truly is infuriating. Wei Ming,